Chen Yuan was jolted awake by a sharp, searing pain. To his astonishment, he found himself back in his first year of high school. His furrowed brows were drenched in sweat, as if he had just escaped a never-ending nightmare. He opened his eyes abruptly, only to be greeted by the warm-toned decor of the room, a stark contrast to the sterile white of a hospital. Quickly scanning his surroundings, he realized he was in his familiar bedroom. Yet, his last memory was of being struck by an object falling from a great height. Reaching up to touch his head, he found no wounds. The terror of the dream began to fade, and he let out a sigh of relief, only to have the fleeting calm shattered by another wave of intense pain. The pain struck his head like a thunderclap, accompanied by a rush of unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar memories. As the agony subsided, realization dawned on Chen Yuanhe, had traveled back in time to his high school years. To his even greater shock, this world had extraordinary beings called pet beasts, with which humans could form contracts and harness their power. In his previous life, he had never encountered anything remotely supernatural. Now, faced with this rare opportunity, his heart surged with both disbelief and excitement. Clenching his fists, he vowed not to waste this second chance. He was determined to rise to the top and explore the vast, uncharted wonders of this world. As he was deep in thought, a transparent panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding! Beast Taming Assistance System Binding in Progress. 1:30:99. Ding! Binding complete. The system notified him that he currently didn't own a pet beast and needed to obtain one to unlock more functionalities. Though he was no stranger to the concept of systems from his memories, he had no time to delve deeper as he heard his mother's voice calling from outside the room. It was early morning, and she was urging him to get up for breakfast. Without a hint of complaint, Chen Yuan quickly got ready. Opening the door, he was greeted by a parrot-like exotic beast named Idiot, his mother's pet, chattering incessantly. Sitting at the dining table, his mother looked noticeably younger than he remembered. Feeling a surge of emotion, Chen Yuan blurted out, "Mom, you look so much younger." The words had barely left his mouth before her demeanor changed dramatically. She leaned back slightly, her eyes narrowing with suspicion, as if interrogating a criminal. "What's with the flattery, kid? What did you do this time?" she demanded coldly. "And don't think sweet words will get you extra allowance. Not a single cent more, got it? Besides, I'm forever 18, whether you say it or not." Chen Yuan attempted to show genuine concern, but his mother dismissed him with a dramatic flair. "Chen Yuan, are you sure I'm your real mom?" she said, putting down her bowl with a sigh and feigning a sorrowful expression. "Actually, your dad and I found you in a dumpster downstairs." Her sharp tongue and theatrical antics left Chen Yuan both exasperated and amused. Despite his inner turmoil, he decided to endure it, knowing full well he was no match for her wit. Frustrated, he turned his attention to his bowl of rice, eating aggressively as if venting his emotions. "Slow down. No one's going to snatch your food," his mother quipped nonchalantly. Then, as if changing the subject entirely, she added, "By the way, your 16th birthday is coming up in a few days. It's also time for you to form a contract with a pet beast. Have you thought about which one you want?" Chen Yuan smiled wryly. "I have a few in mind, but I'll need to think it over carefully before deciding," he replied. His mother waved dismissively. "As long as you've got a plan. Don't worry about the money, we're not short on cash. Just make sure you pick the best one," she said confidently. Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Mom, don't forget Grandpa and Grandma run a pet beast cub shop," he reminded her. Unfazed, she brushed it off. "Oh, that's just a minor detail. Don't sweat it." Faced with her whims, Chen Yuan could only shake his head with a helpless smile. Then, as if recalling something, his mother added, "And one more thing, don't follow your dad's example. He actually chose a mantis shrimp as his first pet beast." Chen Yuan's expression froze. He glanced toward the living room, where the parrot-like Idiot was still squawking incessantly, and then recalled the image of his father's first pet beast, a mighty, fearsome mantis shrimp, towering and bristling with spikes, capable of shattering boulders with a single punch. He wanted to ask his mother how she could say such a thing with a straight face, but for now, he kept his thoughts to himself. After finishing his breakfast, Chen Yuan strode toward school. The streets were bustling with the sight of all kinds of pet beasts walking alongside their owners. Though he had mentally prepared himself for this through the memories he inherited, witnessing it firsthand still left him utterly astonished. A massive tiger leaped down the street with its owner on its back, covering several meters with each bound before vanishing at the edge of his vision. On the roadside, petite exotic beasts perched adorably on their owner's shoulders, their playful antics tugging at the heartstrings of passers-by. Most breathtaking of all was the giant bird soaring through the sky, carrying its owner and leaving a white streak in its wake. These scenes stirred Chen Yuan's emotions, filling him with a deep yearning to have a pet beast of his own. As his gaze lingered on the tiger, an unexpected surprise, a Karita system panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Feral tiger. Evolution potential. Available. No level. LV22 species. Beast type. Tiger. Species grade. Common. Talent. Fury chance to boost stats when enraged. Skills. Charge claw, strike, bite, tail, whip, roar. Description. The feral tiger is a physically specialized exotic beast, boasting agility and immense strength, though it has a weaker mental capacity. When his eyes followed the giant bird streaking across the sky, another panel popped up, detailing its rank, species, and weaknesses. Holy crap! Chen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. While marveling at the system's capabilities, a question popped into his mind. Why didn't the family's dim-witted parrot show a panel? After a moment of thought, he chalked it up to the parrot being too ordinary, completely ignoring the fact that he hadn't actually examined it closely this morning. Driven by curiosity, Chen Yuan tapped on the evolution potential option on the feral tiger's panel. Instantly, over a dozen evolution paths appeared. Blazing tiger, fire element evolution through consuming large quantities of flame grass. Raging tiger, enhanced strength and speed through long-term rigorous training. Thunderclap tiger, evolved by surviving a lightning strike. And more. The sheer number of choices made Chen Yuan's scalp tingle. According to textbooks, the feral tiger had only 2 recorded evolution paths, yet the system revealed more than 10. As someone with a mature mindset far beyond his current age, he understood the immense value of these evolution paths. Each one could shake the world. Traditionally, discovering new evolution paths required costly trial-and-error experiments with numerous beasts of the same type. For instance, the textbook listed evolution to the blazing tiger required flamegrass along with 3 other fire element herbs and fruits. Yet the system indicated that flamegrass alone was sufficient. This meant that if Chen Yuan were to bond with a beast, he could achieve evolution at minimal cost. Realizing the system's incredible potential, even with only the exploration function unlocked, filled Chen Yuan with excitement. His pace quickened unconsciously. Reaching the classroom floor, he took a moment to calm his racing thoughts before heading into the room. Just as he approached, he heard exclamations from within. Wow, Lin Xiao really is amazing, actually managed to reserve a golden armored rhino. A beast that powerful must cost at least tens of thousands, right? Tens of thousands? Try hundreds of thousands. And even then, it's nearly impossible to get one. Inside, the classmates were all looking at Lin Yu with admiration. Lin Yu, smiling smugly, tried to appear modest. Oh, it's nothing, really. Chen Yuan had no intention of paying attention to the scene, and Lin Yu had clashed often in his past life. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he hoped. Just as he was about to quietly head to his seat, as Chen Yuan stepped into the classroom, one of Lin Yu's usual lackeys, who was always hovering around him, immediately spotted him. With a fawning smile plastered on his face, the lackey eagerly rushed over. Chen Yuan, guess what? Young Master Lin's contracted beast is a golden armored rhino. The excitement in his voice made it seem as though he were the proud owner of the beast himself. Chen Yuan inwardly sneered. Ever since the start of their first year, nearly 2 months ago, this person had never spoken a word to him. Now, out of the blue, he was trying to strike up a conversation, clearly hoping for some amazed reaction to satisfy his fragile ego. Really? That's impressive. Chen Yuan replied flatly, brushing him off as he walked straight to his seat. He began organizing his books, completely unbothered. To him, a golden armored rhino was nothing remarkable. From the memories he had inherited, he had encountered countless beasts far stronger than that. Besides, with the countless evolution paths provided by his system, he was confident that he could turn even an ordinary pig into a divine beast. Lin Yu's group, expecting a more dramatic reaction, froze in awkward silence as their excitement deflated. Their expressions stiffened, as if they were the ones being made fools of. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tense. Lin Yu's face darkened with anger. Over the past 2 years, his family's sudden wealth had elevated his status, and he had become accustomed to flaunting it. Yet today, his attempt to show off had been met with Chen Yuan's indifference. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. Oh, by the way, Lin Yu said, feigning a gentlemanly tone. What's young Master Chen's contracted beast? I'm sure it must be even more extraordinary than mine. He had barely finished speaking when his lackeys chimed in, perfectly catching on to his intent. Ha, Lin Yu, you're too generous. What could he possibly have? At most, he might pick some decorative pet beast. Exactly, probably just scavenging through the trash for something. Chen Yuan frowned slightly. If they were so insistent on stirring trouble, then they couldn't blame him for fighting back. He sighed dramatically, then looked at them with a gaze full of pity. You're right, even if I'm just picking from the trash, at least that's better than being someone else's lapdog, isn't it? He paused, his eyes shifting meaningfully to Lin Yu as he added. Don't you agree, young Master Lin? His words hit like a dagger. Lin Yu's face froze instantly. While the jab undeniably held truth, hearing it spoken aloud, especially in front of others, was unbearable. For a moment, Lin Yu was at a complete loss for words. As soon as Chen Yuan finished speaking, the faces of a few of Lin Yu's followers turned beet red. They felt deeply insulted, but what stung even more was the strange looks from their classmates around the room. From a corner, an ill-timed suppressed laugh broke out, further igniting their fury. They glared around the classroom, trying to locate the source of the laughter, but to no avail. Unlike his furious followers, Chen Yuan remained unusually calm. His expression was almost indifferent, with only a faint trace of mockery lingering at the corner of his lips. This subtle shift in his demeanor did not escape the notice of Lin Yu's already agitated group. What's that supposed to mean? Kid, you've got some nerve. Just wait, don't even think about leaving after school today. Just as the situation teetered on the edge of chaos, Lin Yu stepped forward. He lightly patted the shoulder of one of his enraged followers. Enough. But Lin Xiao, look at this guy. Relax, leave it to me. Lin Yu's calm assurance barely managed to suppress their anger, though their menacing stares remained locked on Chen Yuan, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Chen Yuan shook his head disdainfully. So fragile can even handle a single comment. Pathetic. Lin Yu turned to Chen Yuan, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Chen Yuan, since you're so confident, how about we make a bet? He paused for effect, a mocking smirk tugging at his lips. Or are you too scared to take me on? If that's the case, then forget I said anything. Chen Yuan frowned slightly. This kind of childish provocation was easy to see through, but instead of outright rejecting it, he countered with a question. What kind of bet? And how do we play? Simple, let's have a pet beast battle. 1 month from now. Stakes are 1,000 bucks. What do you say? Lin Yu deliberately kept the wager low, worried that Chen Yuan might back out if the amount was too high. What Lin Yu failed to notice, however, was the flicker of disdain in Chen Yuan's eyes at the mention of $1,000. As a low-key heir to a wealthy family, Chen Yuan had never flaunted his fortune. Using your golden armored rhino? Chen Yuan asked casually. No, I wouldn't want you accusing me of bullying you. Lin Yu replied with a smirk. Hey Race, the Dealdong Heist birthday is coming up in a few days, just 1 day after yours. He'll be your opponent. How about that? Lin Yu pointed toward the young man he had patted on the shoulder earlier. Dong Hai, the young man, now named, immediately panicked. Boss, no way. All my savings and New Year's money combined don't even add up to 1,000. He looked at Lin Yu with pleading eyes, but his protest was met with indifference. Chen Yuan struggled to suppress a laugh, his expression turning peculiar. This was practically free money. When it came to ordinary beasts, his chances of winning were practically guaranteed. Even Lin Yu's golden armored rhino would merely be a hassle, not a threat. Fine, but isn't $1,000 a bit too little? Chen Yuan remarked. His words left Lin Yu and his followers momentarily stunned. Dong Hai, on the other hand, felt his heart lurch, while Lin Yu sneered. If you're so eager to lose, don't blame me. Since you think 1,000 is too little, how about we add a 0 to it? Deal. Chen Yuan agreed instantly. Dong Hai's face went pale, his eyes losing all light. It's over. Mom, Dad. Your son's about to be buried under a mountain of debt. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was secretly overjoyed. The surrounding classmates shook their heads at Chen Yuan's decision, sighing in pity. None of them believed Lin Yu would make such a bet without a backup plan. In their minds, they could already see Chen Yuan drowning in $10,000 of debt. All right, it's settled then, Lin Yu said, leading his crew back to their seats. Lin Xiao, why even bother betting with him? What if we lose? Dong Hai asked anxiously. Lin Yu turned to glance at him, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes. What are you afraid of? Are you doubting yourself? Lin Yu sneered dismissively. Isn't it just in case? Don't worry, if you lose this money, I'll cover it. You have nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Dong Hai's tense shoulders finally relaxed. But Lin Yu's next promise made him feel as if he were walking on air. I'll even sponsor you with a decent exotic beast, as long as you give him a good beating. A glint of malice flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as he spoke. The followers around him exchanged envious looks. As a wealthy second-generation heir, Lin Yu couldn't stand being disrespected. If the opponent was stronger than him, he might let it slide. But if it was just an ordinary person, he had to regain his dignity. Of course, this was only a small part of his plan. His real goal was to establish absolute authority within the class, turning it into his personal domain. Today it was Chen Yuan. Tomorrow it might be Zhang San or Li Si. Chen Yuan just happened to be the unlucky one in his way. Don't worry, young Master Lin. I'll make him pay. Dong Hai immediately pledged his loyalty. The others chimed in enthusiastically. Brother Dong, you have to treat us this time. Exactly. With young Master Lin backing you, you can't let us down. In high spirits, Dong Hai laughed heartily and agreed. Ha ha ha, no problem. After school, I'll treat everyone to a feast at the barbecue stand. Although Chen Yuan couldn't hear their conversation clearly, he could guess a bit from their behavior. Watching the group laughing and joking, Chen Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Laugh all you want now. Later, you'll have plenty to regret. If I don't win that money back, I'd be letting down you idiots. Chen Yuan, you're being too reckless, his deskmate Zhang Hao said urgently. They're setting you up on purpose. Just apologize and cancel the bet. I know, Chen Yuan replied calmly. You know? Then why did you agree to it? Let the bullet fly for a while, Chen Yuan said with a confident smile. Zhang Hao looked at the self-assured Chen Yuan and shook his head inwardly. Although they were good friends and he'd said all he could, whether Chen Yuan listened was up to him. Of course, if Chen Yuan did manage to win, Zhang Hao would support him wholeheartedly. Soon, the bell rang for class. The balding homeroom teacher walked into the room holding a stack of books. All right, take out your beast taming textbooks. Today, we'll be learning about the evolution of the fierce tiger species. After school, Chen Yuan walked home. Passers-by on the street were accompanied by all kinds of pet beasts, and in Chen Yuan's vision, the information for each one appeared. At that moment, the giant bird that had left twin white streaks in the sky earlier that morning soared overhead once again. Explosive giant eagle. Evolvable attribute. Wind. Level. LV 30. Species. Raptor-class giant eagle. Species rank. Elite. Talent. Rapid speed can accelerate multiple times during a dive. Skills. Peck rending claw wing strike rapid / whirlwind wind cannon. Type. Speed-focused exotic beast. Characteristics. A powerful elite-level exotic beast, far superior to its peers. Weakness. Lightning. Chen Yuan's gaze lingered on the species rank line. That morning, he'd learned through the system just how crucial species rank was. This elite-level explosive giant eagle, with its exceptional potential and strength, was undoubtedly the standout of its kind. With a system that allowed him to see through species ranks, Chen Yuan could identify beasts with both outstanding power and potential. This was the very foundation of his confidence in accepting the bet. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was Chen Yuan's birthday. As the day he would form a contract with his very first companion beast, a milestone in life. Chen Yuan had already taken the day off from school. After all, in this world, contracting a companion beast was considered a life-defining event. Before dawn had even broken, Chen Yuan was already up. He carefully picked out his favorite outfit, meticulously adjusting every detail. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I really am handsome, he said to himself. The moment he opened his bedroom door, the parrot in the living room turned excitedly toward him. Idiot! Idiot! It squawked, its eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, as if inviting Chen Yuan to play. However, this enthusiasm was destined to be ignored. Instead, Chen Yuan's good mood plummeted, and an imaginary dark cloud appeared over his head. Although he knew it was just the parrot mimicking words it had heard, Chen Yuan couldn't help but approach it with a kind smile. As the parrot tilted its head in confusion, Chen Yuan struck like lightning, yanking out one of its feathers in a flash. Idiot! The parrot screeched in a pitiful, piercing cry. Feeling much better after teaching the parrot a lesson, Chen Yuan walked away cheerfully, while the poor parrot, teary-eyed, rubbed its plucked spot with its wing, looking as though it was accusing an ungrateful villain. Completely unfazed, Chen Yuan headed straight to the kitchen, grabbing some bread and milk from the fridge. The commotion had woken Chen's mother, who emerged from her room to investigate. The parrot immediately perked up and began squawking excitedly, "Idiot! Idiot!" while pointing toward the kitchen with its wing, like a child tattling to a parent. When Chen's mother entered the kitchen, she found Chen Yuan devouring his breakfast at lightning speed. "Oh, Mom, you're up so early?" Chen Yuan commented, glancing at the still gray sky outside. "Huh, I should be asking you that," she replied, giving the parrot in the living room a quick glance. "Don't bully Xiao Baiqi too much. If you must, at least keep it quiet. With all that noise, I thought a thief had broken in." The parrot was initially moved by her words, but its mood quickly collapsed upon hearing the second half of the sentence. "Idiot!" It squawked again, though its feelings remained unacknowledged by its human companions. "Got it, Mom. Next time, we'll make sure to gag it before pulling out its feathers. I promise I won't disturb you," Chen Yuan said with a grin. Chen's mother gave him an approving nod, as if to say, "Now you're learning." "All right then. Mom, I'm heading out," Chen Yuan said, slipping on his shoes, opening the door, and slamming it shut behind him with record-breaking haste. The loud bang made Chen's mother wince. "This silly kid has no idea how to treat a door properly," she muttered. Gazing out at the still dim sky, she decided to go back to bed. As she lay down, she felt like she was forgetting something, but the thought quickly faded as sleep overtook her. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Anning Town, a massive fire elemental beast was sprinting at full speed, carrying Chen Yuan's father, grandparents, and a sickly kitten on its broad back. The beast's warmth shielded them from the morning chill, so none of them noticed the biting cold of dawn. "Mom, Dad, are we heading out too early?" What if Dr. Jiang isn't awake yet? Chun Yuan's father asked. This poor little kitten is critically ill. We can't wait any longer, Chin's grandmother said gently, stroking the weak kitten. But what about the shop? He hesitated. Who's going to visit our companion beast cub shop this early in the morning? A little time away won't hurt, she reassured him. What they didn't expect was that, at this very moment, someone who truly seemed to have issues was already standing at the shop door, their son and grandson, Chen Yuan. As Chen Yuan made his way to the shop, a gust of cold wind made him sneeze loudly. Achoo. Someone must be talking about how handsome I am again. Ah, the woes of being a good-looking guy, he mused. Companion beasts, here I come. Prepare to bask in the glory of my presence. Grandpa, Grandma, your precious grandson has arrived. Next to the landmark building of the Pet Beast Supplies Trading Center in Anning Town stands a sprawling two-story structure covering thousands of square meters. Though not particularly tall, the building is surrounded by lush greenery, giving it an air of grandeur. Above the main entrance is a prominent sign that reads Pet Beast Cub Store, and there are thoughtfully placed benches outside for visitors to rest. This is the shop owned and operated by Chun Yuan's grandparents. Contrary to his classmates' impression of him as an ordinary nobody, Chen Yuan is, in fact, a low-key third-generation wealthy heir. At this moment, he stands in the cold wind, staring at the tightly shut door of the shop, lost in thought. Did he arrive too early, or were his grandparents still not awake? Grandpa, Grandma, are you there? Chen Yuan stepped forward to knock on the door and called out, but there was no response. After several attempts with the same result, he began to feel a little frustrated. Just a couple of days ago, they had agreed that he would come early to choose a pet beast. So what was going on now? Go back home to get the key? The thought of walking back for over 10 minutes made Chun Yuan immediately dismiss the idea. He pulled out his phone and first dialed his grandfather's number, only to hear an automated message saying the phone was out of service. He then called his grandmother's phone, and while it connected, something strange happened. The ringtone echoed from inside the store, creating a bizarre double-layered sound. Left with no other choice, Chen Yuan decided to recharge his grandfather's phone balance first. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan's grandparents and father were on their way to another city to visit Jiang, a renowned veterinarian. When the phone rang, Chen Yuan's grandfather was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. It must be those old buddies calling me again, freeloading off my phone bill. Chen Yuan's grandmother could only shake her head and chuckle at her husband's childish antics. However, as soon as the call connected and they heard their grandson's voice, Chen Yuan's grandfather's expression froze. Only then did he remember that today was the day Chen Yuan was supposed to visit the shop to choose his first pet beast. My dear grandson, why are you calling Grandpa today? Chen Yuan's grandfather quickly adopted a warm and doting tone, though his heart was already in turmoil. Upon learning that Chen Yuan was already waiting outside the shop, he became flustered, hastily covering the phone's microphone to seek help from his wife and son. What do we do? The kid's here to form a contract with his first pet beast. See? I told you we shouldn't have left the shop unattended, but you insisted on coming out. What now? Are you just going to leave the poor boy hanging? Chen Yuan's grandmother said helplessly. Old Master Chen's face darkened instantly. He still remembered how he had confidently assured everyone not long ago. Don't worry, it's too early for anyone to show up. Now, he was paying the price for those words. With Fuan City just around the corner, the condition of the pet beast in Grandma Chen's arms looking very much like a small cat couldn't be ignored any longer. Helpless, old Master Chen turned to Chen's father, his face stern. What's wrong with you? How could you forget something as important as our grandson's contracted pet beast? Is this how you act as a father? Chen's father looked bewildered at first, but then he caught on. Wait, so now you're putting the blame on me? Am I even your real son? Doesn't your conscience hurt, treating me like this? Caught in a predicament, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Hold on. No, that's not right. I clearly told the kid's mother before I left. Even if we forgot, she should have mentioned to Chen Yuan that we were heading out. This remark gave old Master Chen a clue, and he immediately redialed the number. Hello? Grandpa, are you still there? Yes, I'm here. The signal's been a bit spotty, that's all. By the way, are you at the shop entrance now? Yeah, just waiting for you to come open the door. Did your mom not tell you? Tell me what? About the sick cub at the shop. We're on our way to the city riding your dad's pet beast right now. Chun Yuan was stunned. He never imagined that braving the cold wind early in the morning would lead to such a result. What hit him even harder was the realization that his mother not only failed to inform him of such an important matter, but had even smiled and waved him off as he left. The biting winter wind now felt almost warm compared to the chill in his heart. So, Grandpa, how long until you get back? Not sure exactly, but it's going to take a bit of time. So, not too long, right? I guess so? Alright then, I'll just wait here for a while. With that, Chen Yuan hung up the phone. Old Master Chen stared at the now black screen of his phone, his expression growing even darker. Grandma Chun, noticing his face, asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is our grandson upset?" "No, not really." "Then why do you look so grim?" "He said he's waiting for us at the shop in trance." "Did you tell him this trip will take at least 2 hours?" "I did. I told him it'd take a bit of time." "He must thought I said a little time. Why can't you just speak clearly for once?" Old Master Chun didn't argue, and simply lowered his head in frustration. He contemplated calling Chen Yuan back, but found himself unable to lift the phone, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. After a long internal struggle, he finally put it down and sighed softly, "Forget it. I'll explain when we see him." Time trickled by as the sun climbed steadily into the sky. Chen Yuan sat quietly on a chair by the doorway, staring at the time displayed on his phone, lost in thought. 2 hours had passed since the agreed meeting time with his grandfather. He let out a soft sigh. "Grandpa, you're a bit unreliable, aren't you?" Contrary to what old man Chun might have feared, Chen Yuan wasn't angry. Instead, he was unusually calm. This tranquility stemmed from his newfound maturity. If it had been his high school days, he might have flown into a rage by now. But the current Chen Yuan understood the unpredictability of life and how plans often couldn't keep up with change. He recalled a news story from his past life. A man had delayed meeting his girlfriend because he stopped to intervene in an unjust situation. By the time he arrived at the meeting spot, his girlfriend had stormed off, and their relationship ultimately ended. Later, the man's act of bravery was publicized, drawing widespread attention and turning the incident into a spectacle for onlookers. With this memory in mind, Chen Yuan reasoned that his grandfather might have been delayed by some unforeseen circumstances. Even with this understanding, the long wait left Chen Yuan feeling restless. "So boring. I might as well go for a walk," he muttered, standing up and wandering around the area surrounding his family's young pet beast shop. Turning a corner, he was met with the sight of an endless expanse of walls. "Wow, this place is huge," he remarked. The morning air was especially fresh, and the surrounding trees swayed gently in the breeze. Gradually, Chen Yuan felt his mood settle. Suddenly, something caught the corner of his eye. He turned sharply toward the shop's outer wall and saw a tiny humanoid creature. It had an adorable doll-like face and wore clothing woven from green leaves. Its entire body was no larger than the palm of an adult hand. The little creature was propping itself up on the wall with both hands, curiously peeking at the world outside. When it noticed Chen Yuan's gaze, it instantly shrank back in fright. A moment later, it cautiously poked its head out again. "Grandpa has a little fairy in the shop?" Chen Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Fairies were incredibly rare pet beasts, nearly impossible to find in the entire town. However, their rarity didn't equate to strength. On the contrary, fairies were known for being weak and practically useless, with little to no combat or support abilities. Because of their rarity and lack of power, fairies were often used as an example to teach people that a pet beast's value was not determined solely by its rarity. Their scarcity also made it nearly impossible to study their evolutionary paths through extensive research, unlike more common pet beasts whose evolution could be mapped through sheer numbers. That said, there were still some who chose to bond with fairies purely for their aesthetic appeal. The most notable case was a trainer who managed to evolve a fairy into a flame fairy, a stunning creature draped in a fiery, spark-like gown and capable of controlling flames in battle. This achievement caused a sensation at the time, but the excitement quickly died down. The main reason? No one else could figure out the secret to replicating this evolutionary path. Looking at the little fairy before him, Chen Yuan couldn't help but grow curious about its evolution. He immediately pulled up its attribute panel. Fairy. Level. None. LV1 species. Fantasy type fairy species. Species rank. Leader talent. Trait. Adorable massive boost when being cute. Skills. Slap sing act cute. Next, Chen Yuan examined its evolutionary paths, and the results left him stunned. It turned out the conditions for its evolution were surprisingly simple. Flame Fairy. LV15 Fire Elemental Zone. Water Fairy. LV15 Water Elemental Zone. Wind Fairy. LV15 Wind Elemental Zone. Earth Fairy. LV15 Earth Elemental Zone. These so-called elemental zones weren't particularly rare. Places like volcanoes, oceans, and other specific terrains could fulfill the requirements. Realizing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh to himself. Chen Yuan closed the evolution route panel for the little sprite, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He had finally understood why only one little sprite had ever evolved into a fire sprite was all due to their overly protective beast tamers, who were, in most cases, overly focused on appearances. These tamers would either refuse to let their sprites participate in battles or coddle them excessively, fearing they might get hurt. They worried the sprites might be frightened by thunder, soaked by rain, or blown over by strong winds. This kind of greenhouse-style protection deprived the sprites of the opportunity to be exposed to elemental forces and to level up. Just as Chen Yuan was about to close the panel, his gaze froze. His eyes widened in disbelief, as though he had seen something extraordinary. The little sprite perched on the wall, curiously staring at him, turned out to be a leader-tier beast. The realization made Chen Yuan gasp audibly. In the world of pet beasts, a species tier represents its potential and strength. A pet beast of the elite tier was already incredibly rare, but a leader-tier beast was the elite among elites, with combat power that could crush ordinary pet beasts several times over, even dozens of times over. Chen Yuan's heartbeat quickened, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He realized that he had stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. After all, even if he scoured all of Pingxing or even the entire Fuan province's pet beast nurseries, it would be nearly impossible to find a newborn pet beast that was leader-tier, let alone one as rare as a little sprite. Looking at the seemingly oblivious little sprite on the wall, completely unaware of its own value, Chen Yuan made a firm decision this was going to be his very first exotic beast. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel grateful that his grandparents hadn't come along and even felt thankful for his mother's oversight. If they had followed the original plan, his grandfather would undoubtedly have recommended those so-called high-class, prestigious pet beasts, completely overlooking this little sprite, which most people would dismiss as weak. Reflecting on this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the twists of fate. On this bitterly cold night, his suffering hadn't been in vain. It perfectly echoed the saying, "Misfortune may be the root of fortune, and fortune may conceal the seeds of misfortune." Chen Yuan's intense gaze was fixed on the little sprite clinging to the wall. The fiery intensity of his stare ended up scaring the small creature, which had just begun to adjust to its surroundings, causing it to retreat out of sight. Taking advantage of the momentary pause as he waited for the sprite to reappear, Chen Yuan quickly began strategizing in his mind, pondering how to use the simplest words to win over the little creature's favor. 10 minutes passed, and the wall remained empty. Chen Yuan fell into thought. No wonder it's one of Grandpa's store's companion beasts, he muttered to himself. Then, a thought struck him, and he nodded. This might actually be a blessing in disguise. It gives me more time to prepare. With a clear goal in mind, Chen Yuan hurried to the nearby companion beast supply center. Not long after he left, the little sprite cautiously peeked out again. Not seeing anyone around, it let out a soft, puzzled chirp, "Kayumi." At the supply center, Chen Yuan headed straight for the counter and got straight to the point. "Do you sell honey here? Preferably top-grade honey that most exotic beasts would love." The staff member blinked in surprise before breaking into a smile. They reached for a beautifully packaged jar from the shelf. Inside the clear glass container, the golden liquid shimmered faintly, its glow tantalizing enough to make anyone's mouth water. This honey is produced by second-tier golden armored bees. It's not only deliciously sweet, but also has the added benefit of enhancing the strength of low-level exotic beasts. Before the staff member could finish, Chen Yuan had already pulled out his phone. "Scan it." "How much?" 13,888 yuan. With a ding, the payment was successful. Chen Yuan grabbed the honey and turned to leave without hesitation, leaving the staff member behind, shaking their head in amazement. Is this what it's like to be rich? Not even a single attempt to haggle. Cradling the honey, Chen Yuan felt a rush of excitement. The system had hinted that the little sprite liked floral nectar, and honey was essentially the ultimate concentrated version of it. He was confident that the sprite wouldn't be able to resist such a treat. Meanwhile, Chen's father, along with Grandpa Chen and Grandma Chen, arrived near the store. Their steps were heavy, and Grandma Chen cradled a frail little cat in her arms, its condition visibly worse than it had been that morning. Her eyes were rimmed with tears. The diagnosis from the specialists in Pingxing had matched the local doctor's findings: physically healthy but inexplicably weakening by the day. "Mom, please don't be too upset. Life and death are beyond our control." Chen's father tried to console her. "Ah, but I raised this little one myself," Grandma Chen said, wiping her tears. "I was hoping it could hold on long enough to find its destined beast tamer." Grandpa Chen, glancing at the empty store, felt his heart sink. "Oh no, our grandson must have gotten impatient and left." He began calculating in his head how many red envelopes stuffed with cash it would take to make up for this. Just as he was silently panicking, a figure came sprinting toward them from the distance. "Grandpa, quick, open the door," Chen Yuan called out, panting heavily as he rushed over to the three of them. Chen's father was about to scold him, "You're too old to be running around like this," but before he could finish, Grandpa Chen smacked him on the head. "How dare you talk to my precious grandson like that?" Grandpa Chen growled, his expression instantly softening as he turned to Chen Yuan with a doting smile. Old Mr. Chen wore a kind smile on his face as he turned to Chen Yuan and said softly, "Good boy, just wait a moment. Grandpa will go open the door for you right away." With that, he quickly dashed off to open the door. Chen's father watched his father's retreating figure with mixed emotions swirling in his heart. "Dad, you spoil him so much. No wonder my status in this household is so low," he muttered to himself, sniffing involuntarily at the thought. Just then, Chen Yuan's attention was drawn to the lifeless-looking cat in his grandmother's arms. Huh, is this the sick exotic beast? Yes, this is the one, Grandma Chun confirmed with a nod. But it's not sick, Chen Yuan stated matter-of-factly. Not sick? Grandpa Chen, who had just returned from opening the door, Grandma Chun, and Chen's father all exclaimed in unison. How do you know it's not sick? The question left Chen Yuan momentarily speechless. The existence of the system was his greatest secret, one he couldn't reveal even to his closest family members. It wasn't a matter of distrust, it was the fear of being seen as mentally unstable. In truth, the issue with this pet beast was quite simple. They had just been approaching it from the wrong angle from the start. What they needed wasn't a veterinarian, but a pet beast caretaker. Through the system, Chen Yuan could clearly see the detailed information about the shadow cat. The shadow cat was currently in its evolution stage, with a shadow attribute and a level of LV10. It belonged to the ferocious beast category under the demon cat species, with a species ranking of common. It possessed the stealth ability, allowing it to meld into shadows wherever they existed. Its skills included frenzied claw, ambush, backstab, and phantom clone. As a shadow-dwelling assassin, it excelled in stealth and surprise attacks but had a relatively fragile physical body. At the moment, the shadow cat was in the middle of its evolution process and was severely lacking in shadow energy. Its sickly appearance was simply due to all its energy being used to sustain its evolution. As for why it had grown increasingly weak, it was entirely because the family had been dragging it around seeking medical help. If it had stayed in a shadowed environment, it could have absorbed some shadow energy to sustain itself. However, the past 2 days of constant travel had completely deprived it of any chance to replenish its energy. Chen Yuan carefully considered his words before speaking cautiously. Actually, I came across a similar situation while reading a book recently. That strange beast's condition closely resembles the current state of Shadow Cat. This was a complete fabrication on his part, a makeshift excuse to conceal the truth. Father Chen looked at his son in astonishment, thinking to himself, since when did this kid start voluntarily reading books about pet beasts? In his impression, Chen Yuan was always someone who indulged in food, drink, and entertainment. This realization filled him with deep guilt for his prior prejudice against his son. Resolving to make amends, he decided that when they got home, he would buy Chen Yuan a set of 5 years of high school exams, 3 years of simulation, a legendary book packed with knowledge about pet beasts that would undoubtedly aid his son. The thought ignited a fiery determination in Father Chen's eyes. Just then, Chen Yuan suddenly shivered, glancing around in confusion. What's going on? Why do I feel a sudden chill? Unable to pinpoint the cause, he dismissed the strange sensation. Turning to the shadow cat nestled in his grandmother's arms, Chen Yuan continued explaining, according to what I read in that book, it seems to be suffering from a lack of energy. That's why it's in this state to conserve energy. His words instantly enlightened the 3 elders. Coupled with the recent health checks showing no issues, they quickly accepted this explanation. Their earlier assumption that the shadow cat was sick had stemmed from preconceived notions, proving the saying, the onlooker sees more clearly than the participant. Are you saying Xiao Ying is about to evolve? Grandma Chun asked in surprise, looking at the frail shadow cat in her arms. Chen Yuan nodded in confirmation. That's likely the case. A lack of energy usually points to one of 2 possibilities. Either it's nurturing new life, or it's about to evolve. The first scenario is obviously impossible since Xiao Ying is still a baby. So evolution is the only explanation. However, shadow cats are a unique case. Pet beast evolution varies, some evolve instantly, while others take a long time. Hearing this, everyone instinctively scrutinized the shadow cat. Grandma Chun, feeling distressed, exclaimed, "Old man, hurry and get some energy potions." She then carried the shadow cat into the shop, looking for a cool spot to settle it. Grandpa Chen responded immediately but turned to Father Chen, saying, "You, go get the energy potions." Father Chen looked bewildered. What? Weren't you going to get them? Seeing Father Chen remain motionless, Grandpa Chen frowned, his eyes flashing with stern authority. Under the sharp gaze of his father, Father Chen snapped out of his daze and quickly turned to leave. By the way, Dad, make sure to prioritize shadow energy potions that are better suited for shadow cats, Chen Yuan reminded him. Hearing this, Father Chen had a mischievous glint in his eyes and turned back to look at Chen Yuan with ill intent. However, noticing Grandpa Chen nearby, he wisely decided to fetch the potions himself. Watching his son leave, Grandpa Chen snorted coldly, "At least you know your place." Then he turned to Chen Yuan with a warm smile. "Come on, my good grandson, let's go pick out a pet beast. I specially arranged for some top-tier pet beast cubs recently. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." However, Chen Yuan shook his head and said, "Grandpa, I've already made my choice." "What? You've already chosen?" Grandpa Chen asked, surprised but not dismissive. He simply wanted to confirm the specifics. "Yes, it's that little spirit in the courtyard over there," Chen Yuan replied, pointing to where he had encountered the little spirit earlier. Grandpa Chen nodded thoughtfully, trusting Chun Yuan's judgment. After all, Chen Yuan had grown up surrounded by many pet beasts, so his eye for quality wouldn't be poor. Suddenly, Grandpa Chen's expression shifted as he furrowed his brows. Wait, what did you just say? I said I've already made my choice. No, I mean the second part. Oh, I said it's the little spirit in the courtyard over there. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Chen drew in a sharp breath. What the heck? A sprite. A flicker of shock crossed Grandpa Chen's face, but it quickly turned into resolute determination. That infamous useless pet. There's no way I'll let my precious grandson go down the wrong path. Before he could finish his thought, he froze. There were no sprites in his store to begin with. Chen Yuan noticed his grandfather's changing expressions, shifting from shock to determination, and finally to confusion. He couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, what's wrong? Grandpa Chen's face took on a peculiar look as he asked, Nothing. Are you sure you saw a sprite? Yep, Chen Yuan replied. Kiddo, you must be mistaken. There are no sprites in our shop. Hearing this, Chen Yuan paused for a moment before breaking into a knowing smile. Grandpa, you're hilarious. You're pretending so hard just to stop me from bonding with a sprite. Anyway, no more talking. I'll go bond with it first, then we'll chat. With that, he strode into the shop, heading straight for the place where he remembered seeing the sprite. As a regular visitor, Chen Yuan was very familiar with the layout of the shop. He headed directly toward the courtyard by the wall, leaving Grandpa Chen standing there, utterly baffled. The old man was certain there were no sprites in the shop and figured Chen Yuan must have been mistaken. Then, a thought struck him. Well, this might actually work out. Those top-tier pet beast cubs someone left with me could come in handy. But since my grandson has a thing for good-looking ones, I'd better get them spruced up quickly. Mumbling to himself, Grandpa Chen hurried off to take action. Chen Yuan navigated the labyrinth of interconnected buildings that made up the shop. Despite his familiarity with the space, the sheer size of the shop meant it still took him some time to reach the lush courtyard. The area was alive with greenery, tall trees, and vibrant plants harmonized beautifully, while two lively blades of grass frolicked playfully. This courtyard was specifically designed for plant-type pet beasts. Of course, not all the plants here were beasts. Most were just ordinary greenery. The moment Chen Yuan stepped into the courtyard, he drew the attention of many eyes, though the pet beasts quickly returned to their own activities. While he didn't immediately spot the sprite, he wasn't in a hurry. With a confident smile, he pulled out a jar of premium honey he had prepared in advance and gently opened it. Instantly, a tantalizing fragrance wafted out, slowly spreading throughout the courtyard. Just as Chen Yuan was confidently waiting for the little sprite to appear, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The moment he opened the lid of the honey jar, all the plant-based pet beasts in the courtyard immediately fixed their attention on him. Even those plants without eyes instinctively turned toward his direction. The aroma of the honey was 100 times more enticing than their favorite gene Keela fertilizer. Chen Yuan couldn't help but swallow nervously, as the honey in his hand suddenly felt like it was burning to the touch. Normally, he would be ecstatic about the incredible quality of the honey, but at this moment, facing this group of creatures intently staring at the jar, his emotions were far more complicated. It was then that the target finally made her appearance. The little sprite, rubbing her sleepy eyes, perched on a tree branch. Her tiny nose twitched as she sniffed the air, quickly identifying the source of the fragrance. Her gaze locked onto the honey in Chen Yuan's hand. Kayumi, she chirped, clearly drawn out of her nap by the alluring scent. Seeing the sprite emerge gave Chen Yuan some relief. It at least proved the honey was effective. However, the crisis was far from over. The plant beasts continued to eye each other warily, while keeping their focus firmly on the honey in Chen Yuan's hand. They could all sense the immense benefits the honey could bring to their growth, and every one of them was filled with longing. Just as the situation seemed on the verge of deadlock, the little sprite stepped forward. She pointed to herself, then to Chen Yuan, and finally to all the plant beasts present. After a brief rustling exchange of communication, the plants collectively nodded, agreeing to let the sprite act as the arbiter of distribution. The sprite flew up to Chen Yuan and gestured for the honey. Chen Yuan gladly complied, placing the jar in his palm and handing it to her. Kayumi, Kayumi, she chirped happily, struggling to lift the honey jar before starting to distribute it among the plants. Those with mouths devoured it directly, while others had the honey spread onto their roots. Each plant displayed an expression of pure satisfaction. The sprite herself occasionally took a lick, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes of joy. Thanks to the sprite's fair distribution, the tense atmosphere dissipated completely, and the courtyard was soon filled with a cheerful mood. Chen Yuan seized the opportunity to approach the sprite, and this time, the plants didn't stop the generous benefactor who had brought them such a delicious treat. The sprite, too, didn't shy away as she had before, but instead tilted her head curiously, watching him. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Chen Yuan looked seriously at the sprite and asked, Would you like to become my contract pet beast? Though the young sprite might not fully understand the meaning of his words, she still nodded in agreement. Chen Yuan's heart soared, and if he weren't worried about startling the sprite, he might have burst into laughter right then and there. Not wanting to waste any time, he immediately reached out to touch the sprite and began following the steps outlined in the guide to establish a contract. In an instant, a brilliant glow emanated from both of them, illuminating the entire courtyard. A mysterious magic circle appeared on the ground, engraved with intricate and enigmatic runes. The moment it materialized, the surrounding plants and companion beasts seemed to be driven by an invisible force, retreating instinctively. Instead of showing any resistance, they willingly stepped back, gazing at the sudden phenomenon with awe and reverence. Just then, old Master Chin's voice called out from outside, "My dear grandson, where are you? Grandpa's taking you to see some top-tier companion beasts." He held a brush in his hand, its bristles tangled with fur from some unknown creatures, evidence that he'd just finished grooming a few of them. However, Qin Yuan had no time to pay attention to his grandfather. He was entirely focused on the contract power emanating from the little sprite before him. Though the power was only about 5% of the sprite's own strength, it was enough to grant a Beastmaster basic self-defense capabilities. More importantly, his mindscape was undergoing a dramatic transformation. A lush, verdant forest was taking shape. This was none other than the legendary beast space, a domain uniquely attuned to the contracted companion beast. The beast space was not only a place of rest, but also a sanctuary for healing. Injuries sustained by companion beasts could stabilize and gradually recover there, though it couldn't entirely prevent the risk of fatal wounds. That said, not all companion beasts preferred the beast space. Some enjoyed the freedom of the outside world far more. When Old Master Chun received no response from his grandson, he followed the direction Chen Yuan had gone. Upon seeing the scene before him, the old man froze in shock, so stunned that the brush slipped from his hand unnoticed. The familiar glow of a contract seal, the magic circle, his grandson standing there, and the glowing, miniature humanoid creature the sprite. It's over. Completely over. Old Master Chin's voice cracked as he broke down, tears streaming down his face. "My dear grandson, Grandpa is so sorry. I thought you were mistaken, but I never imagined there was really a sprite hiding in our home, bringing harm to you." But it was too late. The light of the contract had reached its peak, and as the magic circle gradually faded, both Chen Yuan and the sprite opened their eyes simultaneously. In that instant, their gazes locked, and a profound connection was forged, a bond far deeper than that of ordinary companions, one unique to a beastmaster and their companion beast. "From now on, your name will be Xiaoling," Chen Yuan said softly. "Chirp chirp," came the sprite's delicate reply. In the lobby of the pet beast hatchling shop, Chen Yuan was sitting on a chair, cradling the little sprite he had just formed a contract with. The tiny creature nervously surveyed her surroundings, her delicate, doll-like hands clutching tightly onto Chen Yuan's sleeve. Sensing her unease, Chen Yuan gently patted her head. The simple gesture worked wonders, and the little sprite quickly relaxed, curling up like a lazy kitten enjoying her master's soothing touch. Looking up, Chen Yuan realized he had walked straight into a family tribunal. Sitting directly across from him were Grandpa Chen, Grandma Chun, and his father, each with a stern expression etched across their faces. Grandma Chun sat in the center, her demeanor particularly severe. Grandpa Chen looked regretful and dejected, and his father wore an odd expression, as though caught between disapproval and suppressed amusement. It turned out that after Chen Yuan had settled the shadow cat, Grandma Chun and his father had run into the despondent Grandpa Chen. Upon learning that Chen Yuan had contracted a little sprite, Grandma Chen flew into a rage, unleashing a tirade on Grandpa Chen so intense that her spittle splattered across his face. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan's father was caught in a mix of disbelief that his son had chosen a seemingly worthless beast and secret glee at the rare opportunity to witness his own father being scolded. In fact, he even found himself briefly considering that Chen Yuan's choice might not be such a bad thing after all. After venting her anger, Grandma Chun calmed down slightly. She glanced first at the muttering Grandpa Chen, who kept repeating, "My dear grandson, Grandpa has let you down," then at her son, still reveling in the drama. Finally, her gaze landed on Chen Yuan. Seeing no one else was willing to speak, Chen Yuan broke the silence. "Grandpa, Grandma, I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I chose little Ling with a plan in mind. But she's a sprite with no known evolution path," Grandma Chen protested. Chen Yuan smiled reassuringly. "Grandma, I'm not a child anymore. I know what I'm doing." Grandma Chen let out a long sigh. "Fine. What's done is done. Although your first pet beast isn't ideal, it's not the end of the world. At worst, you'll just have a slower start than others." Chen Yuan, however, knew the truth. Little Ling was a leader-tier pet beast, and even as a sprite, she far surpassed ordinary beasts. Once she fully evolved, her strength would be extraordinary. But for now, he chose to keep this to himself. Rising to his feet, he said, "All right then, Grandpa, Grandma, Dottie have some things to take care of, so we'll be heading out." After Qin Yuan left, Grandma Qin immediately instructed Grandpa Chun to contact a breeder friend to see if they could figure out Little Ling's evolution path. Grandpa Chun hurriedly pulled out his phone, but after dialing 3 different numbers, each call was met with the same automated message. "The number you have dialed is no longer in service." He could only sit there, his face twisted with frustration. Old Master Chen stared at the phone screen, his brows furrowed in frustration. He had just been forced to top up someone's account after being called a big pushover. Left with no choice, he started calling a few friends for help. Well, if it isn't big pushover Chen, the sun must be rising in the west today. What's the occasion? Came a teasing voice from the other end of the line. Old Master Chin's grip on the phone tightened instinctively, causing a faint creaking sound. "Cut the nonsense. I need your help." "Oh, that's how you ask someone for a favor." The voice on the other end grew even more amused. Chin's grip tightened further, and a fine crack appeared on the phone screen. "Fine. Please help me," he said, suppressing his anger. "Ah, now that's better. Go on. What do you need?" "I need you to find an evolution path for a sprite." Before he even finished speaking, the call was abruptly cut off. Chun stared at the broken screen, then redialed the number. The other party immediately hung up. Undeterred, he called again. After several rounds of this back and forth, the call was finally answered. "I can't help. That's it. Stop calling." Came a rapid-fire rejection. "After all these years of friendship, is helping with a small favor really that hard?" Chun retorted. "A small favor? Are you even listening to yourself? You're asking for a sprite's evolution path. Do you know how difficult that is? We haven't even fully figured out the fire sprites that already exist." Chun fell silent. He was well aware of the challenges. Sensing his unusual quietness, the other person softened their tone. "All right, what's going on? You're not the type to call just to get roasted." "My grandson formed a contract with a sprite," Chun admitted. A sharp intake of breath came from the other end. "Your grandson sure has unique tastes." Chun let out a long sigh in his mind. "Tell me about it," he muttered to himself. He never would have imagined that his own grandson would be such a sucker for appearances. At this moment, Qin Yuan was strolling down the street with Xiao Ling, completely oblivious to the rumors circulating about him. His attention was almost entirely captured by the transparent panel in front of him, visible only to his eyes. After successfully forming a contract with Xiaoling, the system finally unlocked a brand new feature. A crisp notification sound echoed. "Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting your first pet beast. The basic cultivation recipes have been unlocked. Please check them yourself." Immediately after, a second notification followed. "We encourage the host to keep striving. Once you raise a pet beast to LV31 and contract 3 pet beasts, further system features will be unlocked." This system upgrade went far beyond its initial functionality of merely displaying pet beast data. The transparent panel now detailed various recipes for basic cultivation items, basic recovery potions that could quickly restore a pet beast's stamina and injuries, basic energy cubes that gently enhance strength, and basic formulas to boost different elemental attributes. Even the basic recovery potion alone outperformed high-end products worth tens of thousands on the market, rivaling mid-tier recovery potions in certain aspects. Although Chen Yuan was eager to head to the Pet Beast Goods Trading Center to purchase materials, his current destination was the beginner-level secret realm in Anningtown. It was the presence of this secret realm that allowed the small town to host a sizable Pet Beast Goods Trading Center. Secret realms, extra-dimensional spaces attached to the Beast Tamer Star, were scattered across the world, ranging in size from the area of a province to nearly half the size of the Beast Tamer Star itself. Arriving at the Beast Tamer Association's entrance, Chen Yuan pushed open the door with Xiao Ling perched on his shoulder. A wave of noise instantly filled the air, startling Xiao Ling, who had to cover her ears. The sound of the door drew everyone's attention, and as they noticed Xiao Ling on Chen Yuan's shoulder, murmurs broke out. "Look, it's a sprite. How pitiful. He actually contracted a sprite." However, a few seasoned individuals wore serious expressions. They understood that while sprites were weak, they were incredibly rare and valuable. Anyone who could obtain such a pet beast was certainly no ordinary person. Chen Yuan paid no mind to the surrounding chatter, having mentally prepared himself for it. But for Xiao Ling, experiencing such an environment for the first time, it was deeply upsetting. Chen Yuan gently patted Xiao Ling's head, speaking softly to comfort her. "This isn't your fault. You are the strongest. Believe in yourself." "Kayumi!" Xiao Ling cried out with determination, her eyes brimming with resolve as she silently vowed to prove her strength to those who underestimated her. Chen Yuan walked up to an empty counter meant for processing certificates. "Hello. I'd like to apply for a Beast Tamer certificate," he said. "Is this your first time here?" the staff member asked. "Yes," Chen Yuan replied. "All right, please wait a moment." The staff member retrieved a form from a drawer and handed it to Chen Yuan. "Please fill in your personal information. Chen Yuan took the form, quickly filled it out, and handed it back. The staff member reviewed the form carefully before nodding in acknowledgement. The staff member took Chen Yuan's application, gestured for him to wait, and then turned away from the counter. About 10 minutes later, she returned holding a small card, which she handed to Chen Yuan. Here you go. This is your beginner beast tamer certification. Chen Yuan accepted the card, quickly confirmed the details on it, and then left the Beast Tamer Association. This certification was crucial for him. Entry into the secret realm required proof of being a certified beast tamer, as mandated by the realm's guards. The certification was divided into different levels. Beginner beast tamers could only access beginner-level secret realms, intermediate beast tamers could enter both intermediate and beginner levels, and so on. These rules were designed to ensure the safety of beast tamers, and to prevent those with insufficient skills from recklessly venturing into hazardous areas. With the certification in hand, Chen Yuan immediately set off for the secret realm. As he approached the area, the number of people on the road began to increase. Before long, a fortress-like structure appeared in front of him. This was the entrance to the secret realm. At the fortress entrance, dozens of guards were inspecting the certifications of passing beast tamers. Although this was just a beginner-level secret realm, and the checks seemed more procedural than stringent, it didn't mean the area was entirely safe. Deep within the secret realm, many powerful beast creatures resided. As long as they weren't provoked, one generally wouldn't encounter significant danger. Chen Yuan passed the inspection quickly and entered the fortress. Along the way, both guards and passers-by cast curious glances at Heimer, more precisely, at the unusually conspicuous little sprite by his side. Chen Yuan, however, chose to ignore the attention and walked straight toward the center of the fortress. There, the entrance to the secret realm revealed itself. A mirror-like curtain of light that displayed the image of a vast forest. Each time someone passed through, ripples would spread across the surface. This was Anning Town's secret realm, the Forest of Insects. At the entrance to the secret realm, Chen Yuan paid the entry fee and received a rescue flare. The moment he stepped into the realm, a strong sense of weightlessness overwhelmed him. In the next instant, he found himself standing on an open grassy field. In the distance, a lush, verdant forest stretched out before him. This was none other than the renowned insect forest secret realm, famous for its insect-type companion beasts. Although the creatures here were not considered particularly dangerous, the area still posed significant risks for novice beast tamers. Chen Yuan carefully stored the rescue flare, confident he wouldn't need it. His purpose for entering the secret realm this time was simply to test Xiao Ling's combat abilities. Most beginner beast tamers would spend a long time training their companion beasts before daring to venture into a secret realm. The risk of encountering a powerful wild beast and losing one's life was too great. But for Chen Yuan, this wasn't a concern. His system interface could clearly display the strength of every beast he encountered. "Let's go, Xiao Ling," Chen Yuan called out to the tiny sprite, who was curiously observing her surroundings midair. "Chumi," Xiao Ling chirped in response, flapping her wings eagerly to follow him. Along the way, Chen Yuan carefully selected suitable opponents for Xiao Ling, deliberately avoiding all wild beasts above level 10. Before long, an ideal target came into view: a bug baby, casually munching on leaves atop a tree. The creature was about 33 centimeters long, much larger than Xiao Ling. Bug baby. Level: LV5. Species: mutated insect type. Trait: flexibility reduces some physical damage. Skills: headbutt, silk spit. Characteristics: can undergo metamorphic evolution, relatively weak. Body color changes with consumed leaves, vulnerable to fire. Xiao Ling, go. Use slap, Chen Yuan commanded without hesitation. Against a strong foe, I dodge and retreat. But against the weak, I strike with full force. Take this, bug baby. Xiao Ling instantly shot forward, her aggressive momentum startling the bug baby. Before it could react, Xiao Ling let out a sharp "chimi" and delivered a powerful slap right to its face. The impact was so strong that it sent the bug baby flying off the branch. See! With a pitiful screech, the bug baby crashed to the ground. After twitching a few times, it lay motionless, unconscious. Even Chen Yuan was taken aback by the sheer force of the attack. He hadn't expected Xiao Ling's slap to be so devastating, managing to knock out a bug baby 4 levels higher, even one with the flexibility trait. It was well known in the beast taming community that sprites like Xiao Ling were considered on par with bug babies in terms of strength, only showing their true potential after evolving. The main difference was that the evolution paths for bug babies were well researched and documented, whereas the evolution of sprites like Xiao Ling remained largely a mystery. Xiao Ling fluttered back to Chen Yuan's side, holding her head high with a proud expression, clearly seeking praise. As a beast tamer, Chen Yuan understood the importance of building confidence in his companion beast. A confident beast could unleash its full potential in battle. "I knew you could do it, Xiao Ling. You're the strongest," he praised enthusiastically. "Chumi," Xiao Ling responded cheerfully, brimming with joy. For the rest of the time in the secret realm, Chen Yuan continued seeking suitable opponents for Xiao Ling. From level 6 to level 10 bug babies, Xiao Ling defeated them all one by one. As the opponents' levels increased, their resilience also improved. By the time Xiao Ling faced a level 10 bug baby, it could withstand 2 of her slaps. Although Xiao Ling's demonstrated strength suggested she could take on even stronger foes, Chen Yuan opted for a cautious, step-by-step approach to ensure their safety. Fortunately, the outer regions of the secret realm were teeming with bug babies. While finding opponents of progressively higher levels took some effort, it wasn't particularly difficult overall. As his phone indicated it was nearing lunchtime, Chen Yuan decided to wrap up his adventure for the day. Not only had he successfully tested Xiao Ling's combat abilities, but he had also exceeded his initial expectations. Xiao Ling had leveled up. After defeating several bug babies in succession, she had advanced to level 2. This milestone was achieved right after she took down a level 10 bug baby. Now, facing opponents of the same level as herself, she could surely handle them with ease. Xiao Ling, let's head home, Chen Yuan said softly. Chirp. Xiao Ling responded energetically. Just as the two were about to leave, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Not far away, the level 10 bug baby that Xiao Ling had defeated was suddenly enveloped in a mysterious light. The astonishing sight immediately caught the attention of both Chen Yuan and Xiao Ling. Evolution? Chen Yuan exclaimed in shock. As the light gradually faded, the once familiar bug baby had transformed into a cocoon-like creature. On the back of the cocoon, an angry expression was etched, making it stand out strikingly. Fury Shell Cocoon. Level: LV10. Species: Mutated insectoid. Talent: Ordinary. Trait: Shell a sturdy exoskeleton that significantly reduces physical damage. Skills: Headbutt Harden. This was a unique, mutated battle pet. Only bug babies that reached level 10 and were in a state of extreme rage could evolve into such a form. Its entire body was encased in a tough shell, granting it exceptional defense. However, it moved extremely slowly and had a pronounced weakness to fire. Upon completing its evolution, the Fury Shell Cocoon immediately locked its furious gaze onto Chen Yuan and Xiao Ling. Without hesitation, it began charging in their direction. Xiao Ling, seeing this, promptly assumed a combat stance, ready to engage. However, an awkward scene quickly unfolded. Chen Yuan and Xiao Ling watched as the Fury Shell Cocoon strained with all its might, yet failed to move even half a meter forward. The two couldn't help but fall into a speechless silence. The air was thick with an indescribable awkwardness. Forget it. Xiao Ling, let's just go home, Chen Yuan said gracefully, choosing to ignore the glaringly angry cocoon. Chirp. Xiao Ling nodded in agreement. And so, the man and his pet turned and walked away without a second glance, heading toward the secret realm's exit. Behind them, the Fury Shell Cocoon could only watch helplessly as their figures grew smaller in the distance, its heart boiling with impotent rage. Completely encased in its shell, it couldn't even let out an angry roar. All it could do was scream internally. Don't leave. Come back and fight me. What kind of hero runs away after a sneak attack? Get back here. Arg. After leaving the secret realm, Chen Yuan didn't head straight home. Instead, he made his way to the pet supplies trading center for a shopping spree. He purchased several large bags filled with a variety of berries and herbs. Meanwhile, his little sprite carefully cradled a large jar of premium golden-armored bee honey. Watching the amber liquid swirl inside, the sprite couldn't help but swallow hard in anticipation. When Chen Yuan arrived at his doorstep, he set down the heavy bags and pulled out his keys to unlock the door. Mom, I'm back, he called out, his voice echoing through the empty house. There was no response. After changing into his slippers, he picked up the bags again and headed straight for the kitchen. The little sprite curiously surveyed the surroundings, taking in the place that was about to become her new home. On the kitchen table, Chen Yuan found a note left by his mother. I've gone to play mahjong with Aunt Lu and the others. There's bread and milk in the fridge, just make do like you did this morning. Love, Mom. You really are my mom, huh? Chen Yuan shook his head in exasperation. Meanwhile, in a nearby building, 4 women were gathered around a mahjong table. It's almost noon. Aren't you going home to make lunch for your Xiao Yuan? One of them asked. Oh, he's a big boy now. He can handle himself. Why the? I win. Chen Yuan's mother laughed heartily, delighted with her win. After a simple lunch, Chen Yuan began rummaging through the kitchen. It didn't take long for him to find the blender his mother had bought, but only used once before relegating it to a dusty corner. The machine was covered in grime, so Chen Yuan gave it a thorough cleaning and wiped it dry. To be safe, he decided to let it air dry a bit longer before using it. Nearby, the little sprite happily licked honey while curiously watching Chen Yuan's every move. While waiting for the blender to dry, Chen Yuan washed the first berries and herbs he had purchased. Once the blender was ready, he plugged it in and tossed in a handful of berries. As soon as he secured the lid and hit the power button, the blade spun rapidly, reducing the spiritual fruits into a fine puree in no time. To ensure the best results, he let it blend a little longer before turning it off. Looking at the smooth fruit paste before him, Chen Yuan thought to himself, the recipe says to crush the berries quickly. Using the blender should work even better, right? He retrieved a large, rarely used pot, cleaned it, and placed it on the stovetop. Pouring the fruit puree into the pot, he began to heat it. Once the mixture started bubbling, he turned off the heat and grabbed a large ladle hanging on the wall to stir it. All the while, he carefully followed the system's instructions for making energy cubes. The system explained, primary energy cubes are composed entirely of energy and the beast tamer's power. They are the ideal nutritional supplement and energy booster for contracted pets and are compatible with first to third ear berries. The process involves, first, crushing the fruits as quickly as possible to minimize energy loss. Second, heating until it bubbles, then turning off the heat. And finally, infusing the mixture with the beast tamer's soul power while stirring thoroughly until it solidifies into energy cubes. The crucial moment had arrived. Although Chen Yuan didn't fully understand what the system meant by soul power, he suspected it referred to the unique beast-taming energy he had used when forming contracts. He began channeling his beast-taming energy into the pot. The instant his power made contact with the fruit puree, there was a loud boom that startled the little sprite, who nearly dropped the jar of expensive honey. The energy within the berries was instantly released, and the puree darkened and dried up. The free energy merged with Chen Yuan's beast-taming power, forming 10 crystal-clear cubes that emitted a radiant glow. The energy cubes seemed to disdain the dark, shriveled remnants of the fruit, floating gracefully into Chen Yuan's hand. These are stunning, Chen Yuan marveled. Kayumi. The little sprite was equally captivated by the energy cubes, letting out a cry of admiration. She glanced at the dazzling cubes, then at the jar of honey worth tens of thousands, and suddenly, the honey didn't seem quite as tempting anymore. After Chen Yuan used the unlocking system on the energy cube, he gained a new ability item appraisal. This seemingly unimpressive ability allowed him to evaluate the quality of the items he created. He carefully examined the freshly crafted primary energy cube in his hand, and was pleased to find that the supreme spiritual fruit energy within it was almost perfectly preserved, with no trace of loss. This pure energy cube would provide abundant energy replenishment for his companion beast. Delighted with the outcome of his first attempt, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He knew this success was largely due to the high-efficiency processing of the blender, which ensured the spiritual fruit's energy remained intact. Just as he was about to start crafting the next batch, a small figure quietly approached him. The little sprite placed her finger gently against her lips, her gaze fixed intently on the energy cube in Chen Yuan's hand, her eyes brimming with longing. By now, she had completely forgotten about the honey from earlier. Chomi, the tiny creature called softly. Chen Yuan turned to look at her and noticed her greedy expression and the way her eyes were locked onto the energy cube. He couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, you little foodie, you want a bite, don't you? Chomi. The little sprite nodded eagerly without hesitation. Laughing, Chen Yuan handed the energy cube to her. She took it and immediately took a bite. In an instant, her eyes seemed to sparkle like stars as she became utterly immersed in the delightful sensation the energy cube brought her. As the energy flowed through her body, she felt as though she was basking in the warmth of a soothing hot spring. Chomi, in no time, the little sprite devoured the entire energy cube. Though it was only the size of a sugar cube, it contained an extraordinary amount of energy. After finishing it, she felt slightly overstuffed and regretfully glanced at the remaining 9 primary energy cubes, deciding to digest what she'd eaten first. Just then, something unexpected happened. The little sprite's aura suddenly surged, catching Chen Yuan off guard. A powerful force emanated from her and flowed into his body. The interface displayed that the little sprite's level had risen to level 3. The powerful effects of the energy cubes left Chen Yuan utterly astonished. Unlike the traditional method where ordinary pet beasts consume spirit fruits and must endure a lengthy process to filter out impurities, these miraculous cubes had already undergone energy purification during their production. This allowed pet beasts to fully and flawlessly absorb the energy contained within. Even more remarkable was the fact that these cubes were not restricted by attributes, making them suitable for any pet beast. This incredible discovery immediately made Chen Yuan's expression turn serious. He understood the immense value of such items. If word got out, it would undoubtedly attract countless covetous eyes. Xiao Ling, no one can know about this, do you understand? Chen Yuan sternly instructed. Although Xiao Ling didn't fully grasp why her master was so serious, she obediently nodded her head. All right, go rest outside for now. Chirp. Energized and content, Xiao Ling fluttered slowly out of the kitchen. As he stared at the remaining 9 energy cubes, Chen Yuan fell into deep thought. Even with just first-tier tree fruits, the energy cubes he had produced far surpassed the effects of all first-tier potions on the market and even approached the level of second-tier potions. Shaking his head, Chen Yuan decided not to dwell on it any longer and focused on making the second batch of energy cubes. However, just as he was about to start on the third batch, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him. He staggered but managed to steady himself against the stove in time. "What's happening?" he muttered, realizing only then the mention of Beast Tamer Soul Energy in the Energy Cube production manual. It was clear that making 2 consecutive batches had overexerted him. Heeding his bonus warning, Chen Yuan carefully packed up the materials, tidied everything, and headed to his room to rest. Xiaoling, noticing his condition, followed him closely. When Chen Yuan woke up again, the sky had already darkened. His mother's voice called out from outside, "Stop sleeping and come eat dinner." Slowly sitting up, he felt a profound weakness throughout his body, as though he had been completely drained. This made him realize that for a novice beast tamer, producing energy cubes was no easy task. "Chirp." Xiaoling looked at him with concern. "Heh, I'm fine. Don't worry," Chen Yuan reassured her with a faint smile. After a brief adjustment, he got up and opened the door, only to be greeted by a mocking idiot. Annoyed, he turned to reprimand the offending mimicry parrot but paused when he noticed its attribute panel. Evolvable traits, no fixed level, LV37 species, raptor-type parrot breed, elite talent, and a taunting ability. This mischievous parrot, who delighted in provoking others, possessed skills like mimic, wing slap, and headbutt. After seeing its level, Chen Yuan wisely decided to suppress his rising irritation and kept his hands to himself. Chen Yuan stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the mimic parrot before him. This creature, which he had initially dismissed as useless, turned out to be a level higher than the fearsome explosive giant eagle he encountered yesterday, and it was also of elite rank. However, after carefully examining its skills and innate abilities, Chen Yuan had to admit that even if there were 10 mimic parrots like this one, they would probably still struggle to rival the power of that explosive giant eagle. "What are you standing there for? Dinner's ready. Don't you know that?" His mother's voice rang out from the dining room. "Coming," Chen Yuan replied as he walked toward the dining table. The moment Chen's mother saw the small sprite fluttering around him, her eyes lit up with joy. "How adorable!" she exclaimed, rushing forward and scooping up the little creature in her arms. The sudden gesture startled the sprite, leaving it wide-eyed in panic. "Chirp." The sprite glanced desperately at Chen Yuan for help. Chen could only respond with a helpless look. After all, in this household, his mother's authority was unquestionable. A moment later, Chen's mother composed herself and cleared her throat. "Ahem, my dear boy. I'm so proud of your taste. At least you didn't take after your dad." Her expression grew serious. "You need to understand. Strength may be temporary, but style and beauty last a lifetime." "Then, Mom, why did you choose that?" Chen Yuan pointed toward the mimic parrot perched in the living room. The mimic parrot looked absolutely flabbergasted. "Why drag me into this?" Chen's mother fell silent for a moment before she spoke slowly. "Back then, I actually wanted to bond with the sprite as well, but you know how rare they are. And then? Then I thought I'd pick a pet with good looks to form a contract with. But after meeting Little Idiot, I changed my mind." "Why?" Chen's mother cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yuan and replied mysteriously, "Take a guess." Chen Yuan was utterly baffled. "Guess? How am I supposed to guess that?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. Mimic parrot, always calling others idiot, constantly mocking people. A scene materialized in his mind. Years ago, a young girl with a parrot, teaching it to endlessly repeat the word idiot, and then taking it everywhere to call people idiot. "So that's why you chose it. That's exactly the kind of thing you do." Over the weekend, Chen Yuan locked himself in his room, fully focused on processing herbs and berries. To avoid drawing attention, he only worked on this secret project when no one else was home. By the time school started on Monday, his inventory was still plentiful. Most of the berries and herbs remained intact, thanks to their extraordinary properties that prevented spoilage. The finished products were also quite impressive. 38 energy cubes, originally 39, but one was eaten by his pet, 30 bottles of Tier 1 healing potions, 6 Tier 1 burst potions, and 6 Tier 1 speed potions. These were all based on the system-provided beginner recipes, suitable for crafting items of Tier 1 to Tier 3. To avoid overworking himself, Chen Yuan limited energy cube production to once per day. While the cubes were relatively easy to make, potion crafting was fraught with failures and setbacks, which explained the modest number of finished products. Fortunately, aside from the magical energy cubes, the other recipes didn't require consuming his beast taming power, just careful, methodical work. After organizing everything, Chen Yuan packed some of the items to carry with him and carefully hid the rest under his bed. When he walked into the classroom with Xiaoling, his pet, he immediately became the center of attention. After all, he was the only student in class with a pet, so how could he not stand out? The classroom instantly buzzed with chatter, whispers flying in every direction. Chen Yuan chose a sprite? Is he trying to get himself killed? Yeah, picking such a useless pet that can't even evolve. What an idiot. Don't say that. Sprites are so cute. Ha! Only you girls would think that. Strength is what really matters. He was acting all high and mighty before, even raising the stakes in the bet, and now this? Exactly. He's practically handing over money to the other guy. I'm so jealous of Dong Hai. He's about to pocket a free 100K. Chen Yuan merely let out a cold chuckle, thinking to himself, calling me stupid? You're the real fools. Just wait, me Xiao Ling will one-shot your pets with a single slap. Before Chen Yuan could even sit down, Lin Yu swaggered over with his lackeys, his tone dripping with mockery. Well, Chen Yuan, this must be the legendary pet you've bonded with. Truly impressive. His words instantly triggered a round of laughter from his entourage. Kid, weren't you acting all tough? And this is what you chose. Yeah, so arrogant last week he thought you'd be something special. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, maybe Lin you will cancel the bet. Before the last word even finished echoing, 3 crisp slaps rang out, followed by screams of pain. 3 of Lin Yes lackeys were sent sprawling to the ground, their faces swelling visibly by the second. It was Xiao Ling who had struck, unable to tolerate their insults any longer. Encouraged by Qin Yuan over the past 2 days, Xiao Ling was no longer the timid creature she had been in the pet store or at the Beastmaster Association. Hearing these people mock, Chen Yuan pushed her over the edge. Fortunately, she still remembered his advice and restrained her strength. Otherwise, this attack capable of instantly defeating bug-type pets could have easily been fatal for ordinary humans. Lin Yu, who had been more subtle with his words, narrowly escaped the same fate. The rest of the class, including Dong Hai, silently thanked their luck for merely laughing without saying anything offensive. At that moment, everyone's perception of Shaoling shifted, no longer filled with scorn or disdain. Their gazes were now tinged with shock and awe. They had all witnessed the scene firsthand. After all, when Lin Yu approached, they had already been bracing themselves for some drama. As it turned out, things unfolded just as they had expected, but the little sprite's actions far exceeded everyone's imagination. With a flash of elegance, faster than the blink of an eye, the sprite's graceful figure darted across the room. In an instant, the 3 challengers were sent sprawling to the ground by a swift and decisive slap. The classroom fell into dead silence. The students, who had previously dismissed the little sprite with disdain, now stared in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is this really that useless little sprite? How could a first-tier sprite possess such strength? Doubts and murmurs rippled through the room. The girls, however, had an entirely different reaction. Amazing! The little sprite is not only adorable but also so powerful. Even its movements are so elegant it's perfect for us. The mockery and contempt from earlier had now completely morphed into admiration and envy. Lin Yu's face, on the other hand, darkened considerably. His arrogance was nowhere to be seen. The power and speed displayed by the little sprite were already on par with those of battle-specialized, same-tier companion beasts. He wanted to spit out a harsh retort, but the sight of the fierce and imposing sprite standing beside Chen Yuan made him swallow his words. Snapping out of his own shock, Chen Yuan spoke up, Xiao Ling, you can't just slap people like that. The crowd perked up their ears, expecting him to scold the sprite. But then, he added, next time, make sure to slap both sides, keep it symmetrical. Xiao Ling tilted its head as if trying to comprehend but quickly nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, it darted back to the 3 on the ground. Another round of crisp slaps echoed through the room, smack, 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 followed by their anguished cries. Watching the 3 now sporting evenly swollen cheeks, Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Much better. Now it's symmetrical. Xiao Ling chirped in approval, as if to echo his sentiment. This perfectly coordinated act between Chen Yuan and the sprite left the entire class visibly shaken. Many silently added Chen Yuan to their mental list of people not to provoke. Lin Yu, meanwhile, felt the sting of humiliation as if the display had bin aimed directly at him. His fury burned, but when he caught the sprite's eager, battle-ready gaze and its poised hand, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to hold back. Fine, I'll let this go. Lin Yu growled, waving his hand in frustration as he turned to leave with his lackeys. His followers scrambled to help their dazed and battered companions to their feet, stumbling as they hurried to catch up with their leader, who stormed out of the classroom in defeat. Lin Yu left the classroom with a grim expression, leading a group of his lackeys as they hurried toward a secluded spot. Today's outcome had completely caught him off guard. What was supposed to be an opportunity to mock someone had turned into a humiliating disaster for him. The mere thought of the scene earlier made him grit his teeth in frustration. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't yet contracted the golden armor rhinoceros, he would never have let Chen Yuan and that pesky little spirit off so easily. After stopping in a quiet, isolated area, Lin Yu turned and gestured for Dong Hai, who was standing at the back of the group, to step forward. Dong Hai cautiously approached, his every movement filled with trepidation, fearful of becoming Lin Yu's punching bag if he made the wrong move. I want you to utterly crush that kid's little spirit during the duel in just over 20 days, Lin Yu commanded coldly. Use your beast and leave nothing of his. Dong Hai was about to bring up the little spirit's strength, but Lin Yu cut him off. I know all about it. Don't worry. I'll help you gather the materials needed to evolve your violent tiger. All you need to do is train it to the level where it can evolve during this time. I'll even provide additional potions to aid its growth. Seeing the lingering worry on Dong Hai's face, Lin Yu continued, that little spirit may be strong, but it's ultimately just a useless creature that can't evolve. Once your violent tiger evolves, it will overpower it in every way. I only have one demand: take down that cursed little spirit. Its death as his only contracted beast will shatter the foundation of his career as a beast master. Understood, Dong Hai replied. However, Lin Yu failed to notice the unease on his face. As someone naturally inclined to paranoia, Dong Hai always considered the worst possible outcomes. This was also why he'd worried about being saddled with debt in the past. Now, an ominous feeling crept over him. He couldn't shake the thought that following Lin Yu's orders might come at an unbearable cost. Yet, he also knew that disobeying Lin Yu, whose resources and beasts he relied on, would lead to consequences just as dire. Regret began to take root in Dong Hai's here. The never should have accepted Lin Yu's beast. Not long after Lin Yu left, Chen Yuan's desk was surrounded by a crowd of excited girls. She's so adorable. Chen Yuan, can I hold her? That's not fair. I want to hold the little spirit too. The little spirit, clearly unimpressed, dodged their outstretched hands and flew above their heads, placing her hands on her hips in an exaggerated display of annoyance. Kayumi. Even when she's mad, she's so cute. The other boys in the classroom looked on with envy as Chen Yuan was surrounded by the girls. Some began to consider contracting a cute beast themselves to boost their own appeal. Of course, there were also those who scoffed at the idea, convinced that strength was the only thing that truly mattered. Caught in the middle of the crowd, Chen Yuan didn't seem to enjoy the attention. Clearing his throat, he said, ahem. My little Ling prefers peace and quiet. Please don't crowd her like this, or she might actually get mad. His words carried a subtle warning as he glanced around the group, implying that angering the little spirit could have consequences, especially considering the 3 unlucky examples from earlier. Fearful of any potential mishaps, the girls quickly returned to their seats. At that moment, Chen Yuan felt an intense gaze from behind him. It was his deskmate, Zhang Hao. Chen Yuan, you're destined to be single for life, Zhang Hao remarked with a sigh. Chen Yuan turned to him and retorted dismissively, ha, women only slow down the speed at which I draw my sword. Zhang Hao looked utterly defeated. What could have been a rare opportunity to interact with the girls had vanished like smoke. As he wallowed in regret, the balding homeroom teacher entered the classroom, immediately noticing the absence of several students. Where did Lin Yu and his group go today? The moment the teacher spoke, the entire class turned to look at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, utterly bewildered, could only respond with a confused expression. The classroom was utterly silent, with every pair of eyes fixed on Chen Yuan. The homeroom teacher followed their gazes, and when he saw the small spirit creature by Chen Yuan's side, his face changed instantly. Zhang Hao, did you actually form a bond with a spirit creature? The teacher demanded sharply. Teacher, it's not Mite's Chen Yuan. Zhang Hao quickly defended himself. The balding teacher let out a cold laugh. What kind of nonsense is this? How could an exemplary student like Chen Yuan possibly bond with a spirit creature? You're the one who formed the contract, and now you're trying to pin it on Chen Yuan? That's not right. Zhang Hao was on the verge of tears. Bitterly, he thought to himself, just because my grades are slightly worse than Chen Yuan's, does it really warrant this kind of treatment? At that moment, he felt as though his heart had turned to ice. Just as Zhang Hao was sinking into despair, Chen Yuan stepped forward. To Zhang Hao, Chen Yuan appeared like a savior, radiating light. Teacher, the spirit creature is indeed my bonded pet, Chen Yuan said calmly. The teacher fell silent for a moment before turning to Zhang Hao with a stern tone. Chen Yuan's intention to help is kind, but this isn't helping you, it's harming you. Not only did you refuse to admit it, but you even let Chen Yuan take the blame for you. Zhang Hao was at a loss for words. Finally, with the testimony of the other students, the teacher reluctantly accepted that the spirit creature did indeed belong to Chen Yuan. However, he remained deeply perplexed knowing Chen Yuan's grandfather. He found it hard to believe that someone of such stature would allow his grandson to bond with a creature of seemingly little value. To make matters worse, Zhang Hao had recently celebrated his birthday and had never shown his own bonded pet. This coincidence was part of the reason for the teacher's misunderstanding. In the end, the teacher looked at Zhang Hao with a slightly softened tone. Next time, make things clear from the start. Honestly, this whole mix-up could have been avoided. Exhausted and dejected, Zhang Hao replied, whatever you say, teacher. I'm done. Just let the world end already. After school, Chen Yuan led his little spirit companion back to the secret realm of the forest of insects. Following the familiar entry process, they quickly found themselves deep within the forest. This time, their goal was clear to enhance the little spirit's strength. Although items like basic energy cubes could boost its power, Qin Yuan understood that relying solely on such tools would result in a weak and unremarkable pet. Only through real combat and rigorous training could a truly powerful companion be cultivated. More importantly, battles also accelerated the absorption of nutrients. On the other hand, if a pet relied too much on supplements without engaging in actual combat, it could easily become sluggish, overweight, or even unable to utilize half of its potential strength. Scanning the surroundings, Chun Yuan quickly spotted an ideal opponent, a level 11 bug baby. This one-level gap represented a significant power difference. Fortunately, the little spirit had reached level 5 over the past 2 days with the help of energy cubes. Combined with its superior leader-tier species traits, Chun Yuan felt confident enough to attempt this cross-level challenge. Xiaoling, charge in and slap its head. At Chun Yuan's command, Xiaoling swiftly launched an attack. However, this bug baby was clearly more alert. The moment Xiaoling approached, it sensed the danger and instinctively leaned back. While it managed to avoid a direct hit to the head, its body still took a solid slap. Hiss! The bug baby let out a pained screech, its eyes locked on Xiaoling's every move. Xiaoling hit it again with another slap. As Xiaoling charged forward once more, Chen Yuan keenly noticed an unusual movement in the bug baby's abdomen. Xiaoling, it's about as spit silk. Dodge first, then counter with a slap. Xiaoling immediately adjusted its strategy, soaring into the air. Sure enough, the sticky silk shot out by the bug baby missed its target due to exhaustion. Seizing the moment, Xiaoling delivered another well-aimed slap. The repeated blows enraged the bug baby completely. Enveloped in the light of evolution, it quickly transformed into an angry chrysalis. This time, Chen Yuan chose not to retreat but continued directing Xiaoling to press the attack. The angry chrysalis immediately activated its hardened skill, causing its shell to shimmer with a crystalline sheen. Xiaoling's slap landed on the hardened surface with little effect, and the recoil left its palm stinging. The angry chrysalis attempted to counterattack, but its sluggish movements of only 30 centimeters at a time were no match for Xiaoling's agility. Xiaoling, use your speed to dodge and look for opportunities to keep slapping it. The battle turned into a stalemate. Xiaoling relied on its speed to harass and strike continuously, though each attack was met with the painful recoil from the angry chrysalis's hardened shell. Despite this, Chen Yuan showed no signs of relenting. Instead, he continued issuing attack commands. This fight was exactly the kind of challenge Xiaoling needed to grow stronger. Xiaoling's power is weakening. Chen Yuan noticed the decline in his pet beast's attack strength and immediately issued a command to increase her force. The continuous countershock caused unbearable pain in Xiaoling's arms, and her attacks involuntarily weakened. However, upon hearing her beast master's order, Xiaoling let out a spirited Kayumi, and without hesitation, charged at the rage armor pupa once more, swinging her palm with relentless determination. With every strike, a flash of pain crossed Xiaoling's face. Chen Yuan observed this silently, clenching his fists tightly. He understood all too well that his pet beast was enduring immense suffering, but he also knew that to become stronger, one must undergo such trials and breakthroughs. This was not just a battle, it was a test of willpower. Only by fostering an unyielding spirit that fights to the very end despite the pain could a truly powerful pet beast be cultivated. Connected through their shared bond, Xiaoling fully grasped her beast master's intentions. Once underestimated by many, she longed to prove her worth by strengthening both her abilities and her resolve. More importantly, she was determined not to disappoint the expectations her beast master had placed on her. Kayumi! Xiaoling let out a resonant battle cry, channeling all her strength into her palm. As she delivered her next strike, her hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light, accompanied by multiple afterimages. This was the advanced version of her palm skill. Chain slap. Under Xiaoling's relentless assault, the rage armor pupa's seemingly intact shell had actually accumulated significant internal damage. This immensely powerful chain slap became the final blow that tipped the scales. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as large cracks spread across the rage armor pupa's shell, radiating from the point where Xiaoling's palm struck. This unexpected breakthrough made Chen Yuan's eyes light up with excitement. Both breaking through the armor and mastering an advanced skill had far exceeded his expectations. Suppressing his inner exhilaration, Chen Yuan promptly issued a new command to Xiaoling. Use chain slap again. Now brimming with confidence, Xiaoling saw the rage armor pupa as nothing more than a fragile opponent, waiting to be defeated. As she charged forward with overwhelming momentum, the rage armor pupa finally panicked. The searing pain from the cracks in its shell triggered an instinctive desire to flee. It realized all too well that if it were to endure another chain slap, it would surely meet its end. The rage cocoon clumsily attempted to flee, but its sluggish movements sealed its fate from the start. Xiaoling easily caught up with it, raising her hand to deliver another series of slaps. However, this time, the mysterious glowing energy that had accompanied her previous attack was absent. Her hand landed on the rage cocoon with an ordinary slap. Puzzled, Xiaoling stared at her palm, wondering why the radiant multi-slap technique had vanished. Meanwhile, the rage cocoon, struck by her blow, stumbled forward and crashed heavily into a large boulder ahead. Its already fractured shell cracked further, blood seeping out. After a few spasms, it lay motionless, lifeless. The battle was over. Xiaoling flew back to Chen Yuan's side, still staring at her hand in confusion. Sensing her unease, Chen Yuan offered a reassuring smile. It might have been luck that triggered it the first time. You'll need more practice to master it. Xiaoling let out a soft chirp and nodded in agreement. Come here, Chen Yuan said, pulling out a first-tier energy cube and a healing potion. As soon as Xiaoling spotted the energy cube, she excitedly dove toward it, clutching it with delight and nibbling away happily. Once she finished, Chen Yuan handed her the potion. Just drink half, he instructed. Obediently, Xiaoling nodded and sipped half of the potion. Chen Yuan took the remaining potion and carefully applied it to her swollen hand. The system-crafted potion worked wonders. It could be consumed to restore stamina and heal internal injuries, or applied externally to reduce swelling and pain. Xiaoling winced slightly, but bit her lip to endure the discomfort. Within moments, the potion's effects became evident. Her swollen hand rapidly returned to its original smooth and fair state, a transformation visible to the naked eye. Chen Yuan marveled at the extraordinary nature of this supernatural world. Overjoyed, Xiaoling waved her fully healed hand in the air, zipping around Chen Yuan in cheerful circles, chirping happily. Chen Yuan chuckled and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Xiaoling shook her head, indicating she felt no pain. Good. We still have more battles ahead, Chen Yuan said, studying Xiaoling's expression to ensure she hadn't developed a fear of fighting due to the earlier pain. But his worry was misplaced. The little sprite's eyes burned with determination, her chirps filled with fiery resolve. Chen Yuan recognized her desire to grow stronger and smiled. Excellent. Next, we need to rediscover that glowing multi-slap technique. Do you think you can do it? Xiaoling nodded firmly, eager to unleash that powerful move once more. In the days that followed, Chen Yuan brought Xiaoling to the forest of insects after school for practice. Their consistent presence became so familiar that even the secret realm's guards began to recognize the duo. Today, they ventured deeper into the forest, seeking out tougher opponents. Soon, they encountered an 11th level giant pincer beetle. Xiaoling, multi-slap, Chen Yuan commanded. In response, Xiaoling's hands began to glow once more, radiating with energy. A faint shadow flickered across Xiaoling's palm, each strike following through seamlessly, landing precisely on the giant pincer beetle. With a resounding crack, the beetle was sent flying by the fierce blow. Although it quickly scrambled back to its feet, a deep imprint of a palm was now clearly visible on the right side of its carapace. This was a perfect demonstration of Xiaoling's mastery over the chain slap skill after days of intense training. At this point, her level had already risen to 10. The giant pincer beetle retaliated swiftly, snapping its massive pincers as it charged at Xiaoling with its cutting skill. Xiaoling leapt into the air just in time, narrowly avoiding the deadly attack. But the beetle was relentless. Its legs tensed with explosive force, propelling it like a bullet into the air as it aimed its pincers at Xiaoling again. Hearing Chen Yuan's warning, Xiaoling dodged to the side just in time, barely escaping the attack. The ferocity of the beetle's assault even made Chen Yuan take the battle more seriously. Xiaoling, sing, he commanded. Following his instructions, Xiaoling used her second skill for the first time. The previous opponents, like the bug baby, were too weak, and the iron cocoon was slow and clumsy. But this giant pincer beetle was different. Its speed had to be restrained. Chummy chummy choo chummy, Xiaoling's melodic song resonated in the air. The giant pincer beetle, which had just landed and was gearing up for another attack, suddenly moved sluggishly, staggering like a drunken fool, its movements groggy and uncoordinated. Now, Xiaoling, aim for the same spot with chain slap, Chen Yuan called out. Chummy, Xiaoling responded energetically. She darted toward the beetle and launched a barrage of strikes at the same spot. Bright flashes and shadowy strikes rained down in rapid succession, sending the beetle flying once more. This time, it struggled for a long while before finally managing to stand. Its right carapace shattered and grayish blood oozing out continuously. Despite its severe injuries, the giant pincer beetle stubbornly clung to life. Such resilience was a hallmark of the insect-type pet beasts. Some could even survive with their brains destroyed. Of course, the earlier bug baby and iron cocoon lacked such traits. The bug baby was inherently fragile, and while the iron cocoon had formidable defenses as an evolving cocoon form, once its shell cracked, its vital essence would dissipate, leading to certain death. The heavily wounded beetle, its speed significantly reduced, still refused to give up and charged at Xiaoling once more. The outcome was predictable. It was slapped away again, the cracks in its carapace worsening. Its black exterior was now almost entirely soaked in grayish blood. It struggled desperately to stand, but ultimately couldn't muster the strength. Xiaoling, end its suffering, Chen Yuan instructed calmly. Chumi. After defeating the giant pincer beetle, Chen Yuan carefully removed its pair of metallic, gleaming second-tier pincers. It was the first valuable material he had ever obtained. Although it wasn't worth much due to low demand, he couldn't help but weigh it in his hands repeatedly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Xiaoling, that's enough for today. Good job, Chen Yuan said softly. Then, with a confident stride, he stepped into the secret realm's entrance and instantly returned to the fortress in the tranquil town of Anning. Instead of heading home immediately, he walked over to a nearby counter marked recycling. This was the designated spot for selling all kinds of materials, from common pet beast parts to rare fourth-tier beast cores. Anything of value could be traded here for cash. While the prices were slightly lower than those offered at the marketplace, the convenience made it worthwhile. The second-tier pincers were ultimately sold for over 1,000 yuan, a decent sum for Chen Yuan. He could have taken them to the marketplace for a better price, but the small difference wasn't worth the extra effort. When he arrived home, the aroma of freshly cooked food wafted from the kitchen. Hearing the door open, his mother peeked out. You're back. Go wash your hands, dinner's almost ready. All right, Chen Yuan replied. By the time he returned from washing up, the food was already laid out on the table, and he couldn't help but marvel at his mother's efficiency. By the way, his mother asked as she served the dishes, has school been letting out this late recently? I thought you only had half-day classes? Chen Yuan explained that on Beastmaster Star, high school classes only lasted half a day, with the rest of the time allocated for students to train their pet beasts. This was because nurturing pet beasts required a significant investment of time and effort. Both high school and university followed this system, and students who brought glory to their schools could even take extended leaves of absence. Well, actually, I was in the secret realm, Chen Yuan admitted honestly. Hunting bug babies again? His mother teased. Something like that. Chen Yuan thought about how Xiaoling had defeated quite a few bug babies and armored larvae over the past few days. She had already reached level 10, and with just one more level, she would break through to the second tier. When that happened, he could contract his second pet beast. That's my son heading straight into secret realms as soon as he contracts a pet beast, his mother chuckled. But you need to be careful. Xiaoling is so adorable. It would be a shame if she got hurt. Chen Yuan had felt a bit touched at first, but by the time she finished her sentence, he realized he had been too optimistic. He replied helplessly, Don't worry, Mom. I wouldn't let Xiaoling take any risks if I wasn't confident. Good. She's still just a child, so make sure to protect her, his mother said with a nod, before suddenly changing the subject. Oh, by the way, how's that 5 years of college entrance exams? 3 years of practice book your dad got you? The mention of the book brought Chen Yuan back to the night he had contracted Xiaoling. When he first saw the title, he thought he'd somehow returned to his original world. But upon opening it, he discovered that this version of 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of practice was entirely about pet beasts. It included detailed descriptions of various beasts and past exam questions. As an aspiring beastmaster with a passion for pet beasts, he found it fascinating. I've read part of it, Chen Yuan replied, spreading his arms to emphasize the book's thickness. You know how huge it is, it's not something I can finish in a short time. Chen Yuan put down the guidebook on nurturing pet beasts and said in a relaxed tone, True, but I'll definitely read it more when I have time. This book is really useful, especially the little tips it shares about pet beast skills. Whether it's exploring secret realms or battling, they come in handy. After speaking, he gently pushed the empty bowl in front of him aside and stood up, heading towards his room. His mother stood still, watching her son's retreating figure with a trace of worry in her eyes. As a mother, though she didn't say it out loud, her heart was always filled with concern for his safety. Outwardly, she would remind him to protect Xiaoling, but deep down, she was subtly advising Chen Yuan to stay away from danger. She vividly remembered the first time Chen Yuan saw a pet beast as a child, the way his eyes sparkled with wonder and admiration. Now that he had grown up, he might have shed some of his childishness, but his yearning to become a beast tamer had never wavered. Chen's mother resolved to discuss Chen Yuan's plans to explore the secret realm with her husband that evening. Back in his room, Chen Yuan immediately picked up the 5 years of exams, 3 years of practice book from his desk and began to study intently. Unlike ordinary workbooks, this one focused more on explaining knowledge about pet beasts. Every time he came across a novel nurturing technique, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. 3 hours passed in a flash. The little Xiaoling, who had been keeping him company while he studied, had unknowingly dozed off beside him. Chen Yuan carefully picked up a small towel his mother had specially prepared for Xiaoling and gently draped it over the tiny creature. In its sleep, Xiaoling stirred slightly, muttering something like chirp chirp, snore snore. before settling back into steady breathing. Looking at Xiaoling's adorable sleeping face, Chen Yuan smiled warmly and took out his phone to relax for a bit. Just then, a shocking notification popped up. Breaking news. The preliminary round of the Junior Pet Beast Cup will be held in our Fuan province this time. Chen Yuan was scrolling through the competition details on his phone when his eyes lit up. The Junior Beast Tamer Cup of Fuan province was going to be held in his very own province. He carefully read through the event information. The competition was scheduled for November 11th and was specifically designed for rookie beast tamers with contract beasts less than a year old. Because of this, it had humorously earned the nickname Chicken Pecking Cup. The competition would follow a regional qualifier system, with 120 qualifying venues set up across Fuan province, including Chen Yuan's hometown of Anning Town. The top 3 contestants from each qualifier would advance to the finals, making a total of 360 finalists who would compete for the championship in the provincial capital, Fuan City. The rewards were incredibly generous. The top 3 qualifiers from each region would receive 100,000, 50,000, and 30,000 yuan respectively, with the option to exchange the cash for equivalent training materials. The final prizes were even more jaw-dropping. Each of the top 10 contestants would receive 1 million yuan, and the top 3 would also be awarded 3 rare evolution items: Dragon Scale, Ancient Carapace, and Heart of Nature. Chen Yuan couldn't help but gasp when he saw these prizes. The Dragon Scale, in particular, was legendary. Not only could it evolve feral dragon-type beasts into mythical dragon species, but there were even rumors that it had once transformed a dragon blood tree into a wood dragon, though the story remained debatable. This rare item often fetched prices close to 100 million at auctions. The Ancient Carapace, while slightly less valuable than the Dragon Scale, was still a prized evolution item for insect-type beasts, allowing them to undergo atavistic evolution, significantly enhancing their size, strength, and vitality. As for the Heart of Nature, though the rarest of the 3, its effects were limited to plant-type contract beasts, serving as an evolution material and boosting their regenerative abilities, which placed it last in practical value. Incredible. Should I give it a shot too? Chen Yuan muttered to himself, deeply tempted by the lucrative rewards. Even if he didn't need the items himself, selling them would bring in an enormous amount of resources for training. Rare items like these always had eager buyers. He shook his head, trying to reason with himself. Why am I overthinking this? There's still a month left before registration. I'll decide then. But even after finishing his nightly routine and lying in bed, Chen Yuan tossed and turned, unable to calm the excitement bubbling inside him. It wasn't until late into the night that he finally fell into a restless sleep. The next morning marked the beginning of a new day, as Chen Yuan and his little companions set off for school. In the office of Principal Gao Hong, the first-year homeroom teachers gradually gathered. Some wore frowns, others looked puzzled, all speculating about the reason behind this sudden summons. Among them was Xie Tu, the homeroom teacher for Chen Yuan's class, who sat quietly, waiting for the principal to arrive. Gao Hong entered the room, scanning his audience before nodding in satisfaction. Good, everyone's here. His expression quickly turned serious. I assume you've all seen the news yesterday? The teachers nodded in unison, even those who had no idea what he was referring to. None of them wanted to risk revealing their ignorance. For them, the content of the news could be figured out later. It wasn't the priority right now. All right then, we'll get straight to the point, Gao Hong said, wasting no time. Starting tomorrow, we will be conducting the combat tests for the beast taming course ahead of schedule. The teachers nodded again, signaling their understanding. Gao Hong was about to dismiss the meeting when he suddenly stopped at the door, turned around, and swept his gaze across the room. Oh, one more thing: if any class achieves outstanding results in the tests, the homeroom teacher will receive an additional reward from the school. This statement immediately stirred a ripple of tension among the teachers. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with competitive determination. Only Xie Tu wore a bitter expression, as if he had already foreseen his own failure. What Xie Tu didn't notice, however, was that Principal Gao Hong's gaze had been lingering on him the entire time. Gao Hong observed Xie Tu's serious demeanor with great satisfaction. In his mind, having Chen Yuan, the grandson of the legendary Chen Lao, in Xie Tu's class was like holding a trump card. With Chen Lao's prowess, it was almost certain that his grandson would have a beast companion of exceptional strength. At the very least, securing the championship in the regional qualifiers seemed like a foregone conclusion. What Gao Hong didn't realize was that he had completely misinterpreted Xie Tu's bitterness as composure. This was destined to be a delightful misunderstanding. When Chen Yuan walked into the classroom, he went straight to his seat. He had barely sat down when a commotion erupted at the door. Lin Yu strolled in with his entourage, laughing and chatting loudly. Lin Yu immediately spotted Chen Yuan sitting at his desk. With a cold snort, he headed directly to his own seat. Unlike his usual provocations, this time he chose to keep his distance. His 3 lackeys, however, stole nervous glances at the little spirit perched on Chen Yuan's shoulder before quickly scurrying away. Chen Yuan simply shrugged, feeling a slight tinge of disappointment, had actually been looking forward to seeing the little spirit mess with them again. The class bell rang right on time, and the noisy classroom gradually quieted down. Before long, the homeroom teacher, Sietu, walked in and stood at the podium, clearing his throat. Class, starting today. Well, begin practical training. The announcement immediately caused a stir in the classroom. Students started murmuring among themselves. Isn't combat training supposed to start next semester after everyone has formed their contracts? I just bonded with my beast. Now I'm going to get crushed by people who bonded earlier. You're lucky. I haven't even had my birthday yet, no beast for me. Sietu sharply rapped on the desk. Quiet. The room quickly fell silent. Those of you without contracted beasts can just observe. This time, only students with beasts will participate. Now, everyone, head to the school's beast combat arena. With that, Sietu turned and left the classroom. The students began gathering their things and standing up one after another. Just as Chen Yuan was about to leave, Lin Yu suddenly blocked his path. Chen Yuan, do you remember our wager? Lin Yu asked coldly. Yeah, you owe me 100,000 yuan, right? Don't worry, of course I remember, Chen Yuan replied, his words instantly igniting Lin Yu's temper. TCH, acting all smug before the fight even starts. Do you really think you've already won? Lin Yu said, suppressing his anger. Since you're so confident, why don't we settle this wager during the practical training? Chen Yuan frowned thoughtfully. The extraordinary strength of his little spirit was already well known. So for Lin Yu to challenge him so boldly, he must have a hidden ace. Based on logic, it was likely that Dong Hai's contracted beast had undergone some transformation, perhaps it had evolved. Seems like young Master Lin has gone to great lengths, even getting Dong Hai a high-level beast, Chen Yuan said mockingly. The term high-level here referred to a level 10 beast, the peak of the first tier. New beast tamers could only form contracts with first-tier beasts. Attempting to contract a second-tier beast would result in their bodies being overwhelmed by the feedback of power. Level 10 was as far as a first-tier beast could go. Seeing that Chen Yuan had figured out his plan, Lin Yu dropped the pretense and smirked. What? Scared already? If you surrender now, they'll let you off as long as you hand over the 100,000 yuan and run around the school shouting, "I'm a pig." You can save that line for yourself, Lin Yu, Chen Yuan retorted. So you're agreeing? Lin Yu pressed. Yeah, I suppose I am. I know you're up to something, but it doesn't matter. I'd like to get my 100,000 yuan sooner rather than later anyway. Lin Yu sneered. Ha, let's see if your little spirit is as confident as you are. With that, he turned and walked off with Dong Hai and the others in tow. Trailing behind Lin Yu, Dong Hai couldn't shake a bad feeling. His eyelid kept twitching as if warning him of impending trouble. He kept reassuring himself, it's fine. My savage tiger has already evolved. It's definitely stronger than Chen Yuan's little spirit. Before long, the entire class arrived at the beast combat arena. The building was a massive, single-story structure, even larger than the school's teaching block. Inside, it was divided into multiple independent arenas. Sietu was already waiting at Arena 9. Once everyone had gathered, he opened the gate to the arena. Those with contracted beasts, stay where you are. The rest of you, head to the spectator stands, Sietu instructed. About a dozen students who had yet to form contracts stepped out of the group and headed to the stands, while the remaining students stayed in the center of the arena. Among the crowd of students gathered on the field stood Lin Yu. He had just successfully formed a contract with a valuable golden armored rhino and was now standing amidst the group. Xie Yuan scanned the area, addressing everyone with a firm tone. The rules for the battle are simple. Do not intentionally harm any pet beast that has lost its ability to fight, and do not directly attack the opponent's beastmaster. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, he continued, now, you may choose your opponent. You can either discuss among yourselves or decide by drawing lots. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu quickly raised his hand and said, Teacher, Chen Yuan and Dong Hai have already agreed to battle. Why not let them go first? Hearing this, Sietu's gaze shifted between Chen Yuan and Dong Hai, pausing momentarily on the little sprite beside Chen Yuan. He was about to step in and decline the match on Chen Yuan's behalf, but Chen Yuan spoke up first. Since Lin Yu is so eager, I'll go first, teacher. Seeing that Chen Yuan had already expressed his willingness, Sietu had no choice but to nod in agreement. All right, everyone else, please clear the field. Soon, only Chen Yuan and Dong Hai remained standing opposite each other in the spacious arena. Dong Hai fixed his gaze on the small sprite across from him, gritting his teeth as Lin Yu's words echoed in his mind, destroy the sprite and cripple the foundation of the opponent's beastmaster abilities. Come out, blazing flame tiger, Dong Hai commanded. In an instant, a massive tiger appeared beside him. The beast's body was covered in fiery red fur, and the king symbol on its forehead seemed to blaze with intense heat, radiating an overwhelming aura. On the panel visible only to Chen Yuan, detailed information about the blazing flame tiger appeared. Attribute, Fire. Level, LV11. Species, Beast-type tiger subspecies. Species rank, elite. Talent. Rage enters a berserk state when angry or injured, significantly boosting all attributes. Skills. Flame headbutt, fire claw, flame bite, tail fire whip, roar. This was a second-tier elite blazing flame tiger, evolved from a flame tiger. In battle, it could ignite its entire body, with all its attacks inflicting additional fire damage. Chen Yuan stood in the center of the field, his expression a mix of curiosity and disbelief as he studied the flame tiger before him. The beast exuded an intimidating aura, yet its appearance drew stares from everyone present. It was astonishingly overweight. Its bulky, rounded body lacked the sleek agility one would expect from a predator, resembling more of a rolling ball than a fearsome creature. The class instructor, Xie, wore a dark expression, his frustration almost palpable. This is an utter disgrace to everything I've taught, he fumed internally. How much fruit and how many potions have they fed it? Have they completely ignored the basic principle that overfeeding diminishes a beast's combat efficiency? He resolved to keep the student responsible after class for a thorough review session. There was no way he would let something like this tarnish his reputation. Dong Hai, feeling the weight of the instructor's piercing gaze, shivered involuntarily. He wanted to explain himself. To accelerate the flame tiger's evolution, he had not only fed it copious amounts of flame grass and complementary potions, but also used a special concoction provided by Lin Yu. His original plan was to let the tiger metabolize the excess nutrients over 2 weeks. However, Lin Yu had abruptly pushed the bet forward, and with Chen Yuan accepting the challenge, Dong Hai found himself cornered with no way out. Xie pulled his gaze away, reasoning that even if this bloated tiger could only utilize half its strength, it should still be more than enough to take down the petite spirit beast. Most of the other students, including those who had previously witnessed the spirit beast's abilities, shared the same sentiment. They didn't think Chen Yuan stood a chance. Let's begin. Flame tiger, use fire claw, Dong Hai commanded. To everyone's surprise, the rotund tiger moved with unexpected speed, charging forward with its flabby body wobbling comically. Flames ignited on its claws as it lunged toward the spirit beast with a ferocious swipe. Chen Yuan, however, remained composed. Xiao Ling, meet it Hedon. Dodge its attack and give it a slap. Xiao Ling demonstrated astonishing agility, accelerating at the last moment to evade the flame tiger's strike. In the same fluid motion, it raised its tiny hand and delivered a resounding slap across the tiger's face. The force of the blow caused the massive beast to stumble backward, its head snapping to the side as its weighty frame teetered unsteadily. The scene left the crowd utterly stunned. Xie drew in a sharp breath, finally understanding why old Master Chun had chosen this seemingly unassuming spirit beast for his grandson. It possessed power far beyond what anyone had anticipated. The other students, too, were coming to the realization that Xiao Ling's true strength had been carefully concealed until now. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's expression darkened considerably. Regret began to creep into his mind, was starting to rue the decision to rush into this wager. Damn it, that sly Chen Yuan set me up on purpose, he cursed aloud, his regret boiling over. I let my guard down. Didn't see that coming. If only I had waited for Dong Hai to get the blazing flame tiger into peak condition before making a move. The onlookers assumed that Chen Yuan had merely been holding back his pet beast's true power. However, the truth was far more shocking. The pet beast hadn't been hiding its strength at all. At most, it had gone easy on the 3 it had dealt with earlier. Its sudden surge in power was entirely due to leveling up several times in rapid succession. This fact was much harder to accept than the idea of concealed strength. After all, under normal circumstances, leveling up a pet beast even once required weeks of meticulous care. Even someone like Dong Hai, who spared no expense in resources, had only managed to push his beast from level 10 to level 11 with Lin Yu's assistance. At best, it could rise one more level after fully absorbing the gains, but that would be the limit. On the battlefield, Dong Hai's expression grew increasingly grim. He knew he was unlikely to complete the tasks Lin Yu had assigned him, especially the one requiring him to take down the pet beast. It was hopeless now. His original plan had been to crush his opponent with sheer, overwhelming strength, but he hadn't anticipated that Chen Yuan still had a trump card up his sleeve. At this moment, both Dong Hai and Lin Yu shared a rare moment of agreement. They both saw Chen Yuan as a cunning schemer who had deliberately hidden his strength to lure them into a trap. Compared to his master's frustration, the blazing flame tiger was utterly stunned. It couldn't believe that it had just been slapped hard by an opponent it had deemed inferior. And worse, it was a clean, solid physical hit. Just as it was about to let out an enraged roar, a loud smack echoed again. Another slap landed squarely on the other side of its face, cutting its roar off before it could even begin. The blazing flame tiger froze, utterly bewildered, while the little spirit beast nodded in satisfaction. She had faithfully remembered Chen Yuan's teaching symmetry is key. Now that she delivered a matching slap to the other side, the scene did indeed look much more balanced. This second slap completely ignited the blazing flame tiger's fury. It let out an earth-shaking roar, flames beginning to flicker across its body. Within moments, the flames erupted into an inferno, engulfing the tiger entirely in blazing fire. Seeing this, Chen Yuan furrowed his brow. The blazing flame tiger had finally gone berserker, to be precise. It had triggered its rage fury ability. When the blazing tiger's innate ability was triggered, its overall attributes skyrocketed instantly, causing an uproar among the spectators. The crowd exclaimed in surprise, calling it fury, but the homeroom teacher, Xie Tu, sighed helplessly and corrected them. This isn't fury. It's the blazing tiger's talent, raging flame. I just taught this concept a few days ago. He sternly scanned the students who had gotten it wrong. Those of you who made the mistake, go home and copy the relevant information about the violent tiger and blazing tiger 10 times. We'll check it tomorrow. As he spoke, he pointed to his own eyes. The students immediately wilted, knowing the section was infamously long. On the battlefield, the blazing tiger's power had indeed undergone a dramatic boost. Its flaming headbutt came charging in with overwhelming force, nearly twice as fast as before. Although Xiaoling barely dodged this attack, the blazing tiger unexpectedly turned around without waiting for its beastmaster Dong Hai's command and unleashed a fiery claw strike. The sudden change of tactics caught Xiaoling off guard. Though she managed to raise her arms in defense, the explosive flames still sent her flying, eliciting a pained Kayumi cry. Seeing this, Dong Hai was overjoyed and glanced in Lin Yu's direction. Lin Yu responded with a sly smile and nodded encouragingly. Chen Yuan noticed this subtle exchange, his brow furrowing slightly. The audience marveled at the blazing tiger's overwhelming strength and began predicting that Chen Yuan was in serious trouble this time. However, someone reminded them, don't forget, Chen Yuan's little spirit is known for challenging opponents above its tier. This remark sparked a realization among the crowd, leaving them astonished at Xiaoling's potential. Meanwhile, Xie Tu focused on Chen Yuan's expression. Despite Xiaoling's injuries, Chen Yuan remained calm and composed, exuding an air of confidence. This only heightened Xie Tu's anticipation for what was to come. In midair, Xiaoling steadied herself, though her arms bore minor burn marks. She recalled Chen Yuan's teachings and maintained her composure. At that moment, Chen Yuan issued a new command. Xiaoling, you sing. Xiaoling immediately opened her mouth and began to emit a series of Kayumi Kayumi Chichiumi sounds. A graceful melody resonated in the crowd's ears, as if imbued with magic, gradually calming everyone present. However, Dong Hai, Lin Yu, and the others turned pale, their gazes fixed on the blazing flame tiger in the center of the arena. The once fierce flames engulfing the blazing flame tiger began to weaken. Its body swayed unsteadily, and its eyelids drooped as if it was struggling to stay awake. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment. Look, the blazing flame tiger's flames are going out. Xie Tu, the class advisor, was more thrilled than the rest. With a professional tone, he quickly explained to the students, this is the singing ability. It not only helps allies stay calm and dispels negative emotions, but it can also lull opponents to sleep. However, he paused for emphasis. The success of this skill depends on the difference in strength between the two sides. The greater the gap, the lower its effectiveness. By now, the blazing flame tiger had lost the enhancements granted by its fury ability. Its speed and strength had reverted to their original state. To make matters worse, the earlier burst of energy had left it utterly exhausted, significantly slowing its reactions. Chen Yuan seized the opportunity and commanded decisively, Xiaoling, chain slap. He was eager to end the battle quickly, so that he could tend to Xiaoling's injuries. Chirp. Xiaoling responded instantly, moving faster than before, her eyes burning with fury. She was determined to make the blazing flame tiger feel the pain she had endured. Her hands began to glow with a brilliant light, forming layers of flickering afterimages. Dong Hai's expression shifted drastically as he yelled in panic, blazing flame tiger, dodge quickly, but it was too late. Despite its desperate attempts to evade, the blazing flame tiger couldn't escape the swifter Xiaoling. Seeing the increasing intensity of light emanating from Xiaoling's hands, alarm bells went off in Dong Hai's mind. He knew all too well the devastating power of the incoming attack. In desperation, he shouted, I surrender. But before his words fully echoed, Xiaoling had already caught up with the blazing flame tiger and struck it forcefully. Roar! The blazing flame tiger let out a pained cry before being sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. The blazing flame tiger crashed heavily onto the ground, blood dripping from its mouth, barely clinging to life. Dong Hai rushed to his pet beast's side, his heart aching as he saw the severe internal injuries caused by Xiaoling's relentless strikes. With the bond between a beastmaster and their beast, he could feel the excruciating pain the tiger was enduring. Rage surged through him in an instant. Dong Hai turned to Chen Yuan and roared, I already surrendered. Why did you still go for the kill? Chen Yuan spread his hands, feigning an apologetic look. Sorry, everything happened so fast, I couldn't react in time. It was clearly a lie. With the seamless coordination between him and Xiaoling, he could have easily stopped the attack. However, Lin Ye's earlier meaningful glance had tipped Chen Yuan off to his ill intentions toward Xiaoling naturally. Chen Yuan wasn't about to show mercy to someone scheming against him. You did it on purpose. Dong Hai bellowed, his fury boiling over. Young Master Lin was right, you should have your Beastmaster Foundation destroyed. The crowd erupted in shock at those words. All the students' eyes turned to Lin Yu. Those near him instinctively stepped back, leaving only a few loyal followers standing by his side. Class advisor Xie Tu's expression darkened. As someone who knew Chen Yuan's background, he understood just how dangerous Dong Hai's statement was. Xie Tu quickly restrained the furious Dong Hai. That's enough. Keep this up, and your blazing flame tiger really won't make it. He then turned to Lin Yu with a stern glare. You'd better give me an explanation or have your father come explain. Lin Ye's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth, glaring at Chen Yuan. In his eyes, everything was Chen Yuan's fault, completely forgetting who had initiated the conflict in the first place. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. He had thought Lin Yu was merely displeased with him, but now it was clear Lin Yu had intended to destroy his Beastmaster Foundation through someone else's hand. Chen Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Since young Master Lin wants to cripple my Beastmaster Foundation, how about we settle this with a life-or-death duel? Gasps echoed through the crowd. A life-or-death duel meant the battle wouldn't end until one side's beast was dead, a far more brutal contest than a normal duel. Xie Tu hurriedly tried to dissuade him, but Chen Yuan shook his head, refusing. Teacher, if someone wants to destroy my foundation, I have every right to make them pay the same price. He turned to Lin Yu, his tone dripping with mockery. What's the matter, young Master Lin? Are you scared? I see. You're only good at stabbing people in the back. Chen Yuan's words completely enraged Lin Yu, but he managed to hold onto his last shred of rationality. He knew full well that his newly contracted first-rank golden armored rhino couldn't even defeat a second-rank blazing flame tiger, let alone stand a chance against Chen Yuan. Seeing Lin Ye's hesitation to accept the challenge, Chen Yuan frowned slightly. His provocation didn't seem to be working, but that didn't bother him. As a rookie beast master, the gap between their strengths was at most 1 or 2 ranks. What Lin Yu didn't know was that such a gap meant nothing to Chen Yuan. After all, his pet beast belonged to the leader-level race, and as long as the opponent wasn't a leader themselves, it was qualified to challenge across ranks. This spectacle caused an uproar in the classroom, with students breaking into lively discussions. Look at him now, always so arrogant, but now he's hit rock bottom. What's with this, young Master Lin? Someone's openly challenging him, and he's too scared to respond. He always looked so imposing, huh? Turns out it's all just an act. He's nothing but a coward. Compared to Chen Yuan, he's miles behind. All he knows is how to play dirty tricks. The whispers reached Lin Yu's ears, making his expression even darker. What embarrassed him even more was the doubtful looks from his own lackeys. These followers, who usually obeyed him without question, were now visibly wavering. If not for the time they'd spent under his wing, they might have already joined in the taunting. What are you looking at? Lin Yu snapped at his lackeys, his voice filled with anger. Are you trying to laugh at me too? Startled by his outburst, the lackeys' expressions turned sour as well. If you've got the guts, then step up. Why are you yelling at us? One of them sneered, their tone dripping with disdain. This scene completely pushed Lin Yu over the edge. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness, followed by sharp discomfort in his lungs. He started coughing violently, and after a few harsh coughs, a mouthful of blood spurted out. In the stunned silence of the room, Lin Yu collapsed heavily to the ground. Even Chen Yuan, the instigator, froze at the sight. For real? Is this guy faking it? He asked cautiously, then added mockingly, young Master Lin, don't pass out just yet. It's fine if you're chickening out, but at least pay me back the 10 grand you owe me first. This remark was the final straw. Lin Yu, still barely conscious, tried to respond, but all that came out was another mouthful of blood before he completely blacked out. Watching the scene unfold, Chen Yuan felt a twinge of irritation. He had only intended to teach Lin Yu's pet beast a lesson to vent his frustration, but Lin Yu himself had unexpectedly collapsed. To him, it seemed highly likely that Lin Yu was just putting on a show. The blood? Probably just from biting his gums, nothing more than a ploy for sympathy. As the others carried Lin Yu out of the room, Chen Yuan scoffed and shook his head. Quite the performance. His body went limp like a noodle. If I didn't know how much this guy loves to fake it, I might have actually fallen for it. Fine, they'll let it go this time. But try to pull one over on me again, and we'll see who comes out on top. Due to Lin Yu's collapse and subsequent unconsciousness after coughing up blood, all the practical combat classes originally scheduled for Chen Yuan's class were cancelled, and the students were dismissed early. Chen Yuan, feeling quite pleased about this turn of events, was now walking down the familiar path to the secret realm, as this had become an unshakable part of his daily routine. Meanwhile, in a hospital room in the local Anning Town Hospital, a tense conversation was unfolding. Lin Yu's father, Lin Pengfei, was intently listening to a group of his loyal subordinates recount the events that had taken place. Beside the hospital bed, Lin Yu's mother sat tearfully, unable to hold back her emotions as she looked at her unconscious son. Notably, the number of subordinates in the room had dwindled to less than half of what it once was. Only a few loyal followers who hadn't shown disdain toward Lin Yu remained. The others had long abandoned him, viewing him as a useless leader who only vented his anger on his own people. So, you're saying this all happened because of that Chen Yuan, and that's why Xiao Yu is lying here unconscious. Is that right? Lin Pengfei asked in a deep, restrained voice. The subordinates exchanged glances before nodding in unison to confirm. All right, I understand. Thank you all. I'm glad Xiao Yu still has friends like you, Lin Pengfei said, signaling to a man who appeared to be his secretary. The latter immediately understood and pulled out several stacks of cash from his bag, distributing them among the young men. Most of Lin Yu's subordinates came from less privileged backgrounds, and their eyes lit up at the sight of the money. Lin Pengfei explained to them, along with Lin Yu's mother, that this was just a small token of appreciation for looking after Xiao Yu. One of the subordinates initially hesitated to accept, but seeing the others take the money without reservation, he eventually gave in under the irresistible pull of the situation. At the same time, another family was plunged into deep sorrow. Dong Hai's parents had just learned the devastating news that their son's beast taming foundation had been completely ruined. This tragedy stemmed from Dong Hai's failure to promptly treat his injured blazing flame tiger. Instead, he chose to argue with Chen Yuan, which led to the tiger losing too much blood and dying. If Dong Hai had immediately returned the tiger to a healing-capable pet space, the disaster might have been averted. Through Lin Pengfei's efforts, the two families arranged to meet at the school gates to demand an explanation from the school. Meanwhile, at the center of this storm, Chen Yuan was deep in the secret realm, battling a level 11, Tier 2 blackback cockroach. Xiaoling, finish it off with a series of slaps, Chen Yuan commanded. Kayumi. Xiaoling swiftly obeyed, delivering a slap that shattered the cockroach's head. Even after losing its head, the resilient cockroach made a final attempt to attack, but without sensory control, it was quickly subdued with two more precise slaps from Xiaoling. Truly a cockroach so ridiculously tough, Chen Yuan remarked with a sigh. Seeing Xiaoling nod in agreement, he asked gently, Are you hungry, Xiaoling? How about an energy cube? Kayumi. Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with excitement as it looked at Chen Yuan expectantly, even clinging to his finger in an adorably playful manner. All right, stop messing around. I need to grab the energy cube, Chen Yuan said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Xiaoling immediately stopped its antics and waited obediently. Chen Yuan cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one else or any spirit beasts were drawn to the scent of the energy cube. Only then did he take out the carefully wrapped cube from his pocket. The moment Xiaoling caught sight of its favorite treat, its eyes lit up with excitement. Unable to contain itself, it lunged forward, grabbed the energy cube, and began devouring it with gusto. In no time, the first energy cube was completely consumed. Xiaoling lifted its head, gazing at Chen Yuan with a hopeful and expectant look, clearly wanting more. Seeing Xiaoling's insatiable appetite, Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile. As it leveled up, Xiaoling's appetite had indeed been growing steadily. But that was a good thing, eating more meant growing faster and becoming stronger. You little glutton, at this rate, I might not be able to afford feeding you anymore, Chen Yuan teased, though he took out another energy cube. Kayumi. Xiaoling chirped joyfully, immediately grabbing the new cube and munching on it eagerly. But then, an unexpected change occurred. Xiaoling's body suddenly emitted a dazzling light that lasted for just a second. Yet, the system interface promptly updated. Xiaoling had advanced to level 11, officially becoming a second-tier spirit beast. A surge of unprecedented power coursed through Chen Yuan's body, and his mind became extraordinarily sharp. This was the feedback from Xiaoling's advancement. A massive influx of beast-taming energy had entered his body, granting him the qualification to contract a second spirit beast. Just as Chen Yuan was reveling in the exhilarating sensation of his newfound strength, a faint Kayumi snapped him back to reality. He turned to see Xiaoling clutching its belly, looking at him with pitiful, pleading eyes. Chen Yuan immediately understood ascending to the next tier had consumed an immense amount of energy, and the earlier cubes had been depleted in an instant. Chuckling, he pulled out the remaining energy cubes he had left. However, just as this heartwarming moment unfolded, a violent tremor suddenly erupted from deep within the secret realm. Chen Yuan felt the continuous tremors beneath his feet, his brows furrowed tightly. This unusual vibration immediately put him on high alert. Just 10 minutes earlier, a heart-pounding chase was unfolding in the central area of the secret realm. A group of people, riding atop their respective companion beasts, were fleeing in terror. Behind them surged a massive, suffocating army of ants, including colossal ones the size of trucks. Wherever the swarm passed, trees were obliterated, and any unfortunate beasts that couldn't escape were instantly engulfed, without even a chance to cry out. Damn it! Why did our concealment fail? One of the fleeing individuals shouted. Probably because the queen ant is too strong. Even the cloaked veil skill of the shadow weaver couldn't fool her, another person replied. Luckily, the queen ant is still weak from laying eggs. Otherwise, we'd have been wiped out by now. This group was none other than the infamous egg thieves, notorious for stealing the offspring and eggs of powerful companion beasts. Despite strict bans issued by the Beast Tamer Association where violators would face expulsion, they relied on ghost-type and stealth-type companion beasts to infiltrate poorly guarded secret realms and carry out their heists. At this moment, they were clutching several golden ant eggs, the very cause of the ant swarm's frenzy. These weren't ordinary eggs. They were royal-grade eggs, produced at great energy cost by the queen ant herself. Each one was worth billions. Once hatched, they would produce leader-class ants, with growth rates far surpassing those of regular ants. After half an hour of desperate fleeing, the group's numbers had dwindled from dozens to just 4. As the swarm closed in, someone suggested sacrificing one of the eggs to divert attention. While they were arguing over who would carry out this near-certain death mission, Chen Yuan suddenly appeared in their path. The leader's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he hurled a golden object toward Chen Yuan before vanishing into the forest with his companions. Watching the golden object hurtling toward him at high speed, Chen Yuan barely had time to register its slender shape. He cursed inwardly. Don't tell me someone just threw their waste at me. Left with no choice, Chen Yuan reached out to catch it. However, what seemed like a lightweight object carried an astonishing force, knocking him off his feet. He tumbled several times like a ragdoll, his arm slamming hard against a rock on the roadside. The sharp pain made him gasp involuntarily. From the force of the object landing in his hand, Chen Yuan instantly deduced that the thrower was at least a beast tamer with a third-tier contract beast, or possibly even an intermediate beast tamer with a fourth-tier contract beast. Upon closer inspection, the object in his hand was not the filth he initially assumed, but a shimmering, golden, elongated clearly a rare and valuable high-grade exotic beast egg. Just as Chen Yuan puzzled over why someone would discard such a treasure, the answer quickly became apparent. The trees behind him exploded with a deafening crash, and an overwhelming swarm of ant-like contract beasts surged out from the shattered wood debris. Chen Yuan felt his scalp tingle with dread, and his own contract beast, Little Ling, trembled in fear. Being a beast itself, it could sense the overwhelming power of the approaching enemies more acutely. His system panel frantically flashed, displaying data on the various ant species. Golden claw red ants, iron-eating ants, blackrock giant ants, silverback spider ants, bullet glider ants. None were below level 30, and there were even formidable individuals exceeding level 40. Before Chen Yuan could react, the swarm had completely encircled him. Their collective gaze locked onto the gleaming egg in his hand. In that moment, Chen Yuan finally realized the truth had been used as bait. If it weren't for the risk of provoking the swarm further, he would have loved to curse out loud and thank those despicable scoundrels who had set him up. Facing the enraged swarm, Chen Yuan made a final, desperate attempt. This egg was thrown to me by someone else. Do you believe me? The swarm did seem to react to his words, but only with a collective expression of disdain, as if to say, yeah, right. Who are you trying to fool? How could something like that just end up in your hands for no reason? Chen Yuan was utterly hopeless now. He was just a diligent student trying to level up his contract beast in the secret realm by picking on weaker bugs. How did he end up shouldering this inexplicable blame? And now, surrounded by this terrifyingly strong ant swarm, it seemed his death was inevitable. Just as he closed his eyes and prepared to meet his end, the sky suddenly darkened, and an enormous shadow loomed overhead, blotting out the heavens. In the deputy commander's office of the fortress within Anning Town's secret realm, Zhang Hong was listening to his subordinate's report. Upon hearing that an egg thief had infiltrated the realm, he slammed his palm on the desk in fury, causing the entire fortress to tremble. Such a scene no longer surprised the elderly members of the fortress. They were all too familiar with their hot-tempered deputy commander's outbursts. After venting his anger, Zhang Hong asked in a low voice, "What's the situation now?" The group of subordinates exchanged uneasy glances before pushing a newcomer forward. The rookie straightened up and saluted before reporting, "Deputy Commander, after detecting unusual movements in the ant nest, we've sealed off the secret realm and evacuated the people near the entrance back to Anning Town." However, his voice trailed off hesitantly. However, what? Spit it out already. Don't act like some dainty little girl. Zhang Hong barked, frowning. The remark made the young man's face flush red, while the other subordinates struggled to suppress their laughter, fearing they might become the next target of Zhang Hong's wrath. Gritting his teeth, the newcomer continued, However, the boy you specifically told us to keep an eye on is still inside the secret realm. We couldn't locate him. I suspect he may have gotten caught up in the ant nest disturbance. What boy? And since when do I play favorites? Do I look like the kind of person who gives special treatment? Zhang Heng roared, his anger flaring again. Just as he was about to continue his tirade, something dawned on him, and his expression shifted dramatically. Wait a minute. Is it the boy who's always with that little sprite? Seeing the subordinate nod, Zhang Heng drew in a sharp breath. Why didn't you lead with that? Before the words had fully left his mouth, he was already storming out of the office. The remaining subordinates tried to console the bewildered rookie. Don't take it to heart. We'll treat you to some barbecue later. That's just how Deputy Commander Zhang is fiery, but loyal to the core. Zhang Heng darted toward the secret realm at a pace that rivaled a 100-meter sprint. Passers-by caught sight of his streaking figure, and those who recognized him grew pale. For someone as powerful as Zhang Heng, nearly reaching the level of a high-ranking beastmaster, to be in such a hurry, it could only mean something serious was happening. Once inside the secret realm, Zhang Heng wasted no time, summoning his sixth-tier wyvern. The beast's overwhelming presence immediately radiated outward, causing weaker creatures nearby to cower in fear. Leaping onto the dragon's back, Zhang Heng commanded, "Fly toward the ant nest." As they sped through the air, Zhang Heng silently prayed, "Please, kid, don't let anything happen to you. If something goes wrong, I'm done for." Along the way, he caught sight of the 4 egg thieves who had handed the stolen egg to Chen Yuan earlier, but he couldn't afford to stop. His focus was now entirely on the growing swarm of ants coming into view. With the enhanced vision provided by his sixth-tier companion, Zhang Heng finally spotted his target, the boy with the unmistakable sprite by his side. However, the sight made his heart sink. The boy was completely surrounded by the swarming ant colony. Fortunately, he's still alive. The survival of Chen Yuan brought a wave of relief to Zhang Heng. He no longer had to worry about being held accountable by the commander or old Chen. Riding on the back of his wyvern, Zhang Heng urgently shouted down below, "Protect that man at all costs. He's the Commander Chen's son." This warning was not only directed at his own wyvern, but also served as a reminder to other reckless wyverns to avoid harming Chen Yuan by mistake. Little did Chen Yuan know about his father's true identity. In his understanding, his family lived a modest middle-class life, supported by his grandfather's pet beast shop, while his father was just a busy working man. Hearing the name of Commander Chen, Zhang Heng's wyvern's expression shifted dramatically, showing deep respect and fear. Despite the commander's seemingly laid-back demeanor, the wyvern still vividly remembered the overwhelming suppression from a 7th-tier pet beast under his command. That terrifying power left a lasting impression. When its gaze returned to Chen Yuan on the ground, it became noticeably more cautious. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan, who had been bracing himself for death, suddenly noticed the sky darken above him. He looked up to see a massive creature descending. Before he could react, a blazing flame erupted from the creature's mouth, precisely engulfing the swarm of ants around him while sparing both him and Xiao Ling. In mere moments, dozens of ants were reduced to ashes in the inferno. However, this small loss was negligible to the colossal swarm. It barely made a dent, not even 1/10th of their total numbers. The ants showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they surged forward with even greater determination. The bullet ants, in particular, shot skyward, aiming to attack the wyvern. As a highly organized species, they were bound by their unwavering loyalty to the queen, willing to sacrifice themselves to fulfill her orders and eliminate any obstacles. Faced with such an overwhelming swarm, Zhang Heng couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Despite his wyvern's superior strength, the sheer number of ants was enough to make anyone shudder. Just as he was steeling himself for what seemed like an inescapable disaster, a silent, high-pitched signal only audible to the ants pierced the air. It was the queen's retreat command. Instantly, the ants ceased their assault and began withdrawing in an orderly fashion toward the heart of the secret realm. Zhang Heng let out a sigh of relief. He knew the commander had intervened. After ensuring Chen Yuan's safety, he guided his wyvern away from the scene. And so, the crisis that almost claimed Chen Yuan's life came to an end, leaving him utterly clueless about what had just transpired. Deep within the ant nest at the heart of the mystical realm, a tense standoff was unfolding. Chen Yuan's father stood face-to-face with a massive tier 6 queen ant. Hovering above the ant queen's head was the sharp, scythe-like arm of a mantis shrimp, its barbed edge gleaming coldly, ready to sever the queen's head at any moment. Rest assured, as long as you call back your swarm and stop them from wreaking havoc in the mystical realm, I won't harm you, Chen's father stated calmly but firmly. Faced with the threat to her life, the ant queen had no choice but to abandon her search for the lost egg and summoned back all her swarms. Once Chen's father confirmed their retreat, he turned and left, leaving the queen behind, roaring in fury within her nest. Little did anyone know, This decision had inadvertently saved Chen Yuan's life. At that moment, Chen Yuan and Xiao Ling were still reeling from their narrow escape. We really dodged a bullet there, Xiao Ling, Chen Yuan said softly. Xiao Ling let out a chirpy Kayumi, nodding in lingering fear, her gaze fixed on a departing wyvern, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Seeing the longing in Xiao Ling's eyes, Chen Yuan gently patted her head. One day, our Xiao Ling will be just like them or better, surpass them. Right? Xiao Ling nodded vigorously in agreement. All right, let's see what we've gained, Chen Yuan said excitedly as he began to inspect the ashes left behind by the defeated ants. He vividly remembered there were 3 Tier 4 ants among them, and Tier 4 beasts always produced valuable beast cores. These cores were not only a hallmark of intermediate beast tamers, but could also be used in medicine and to strengthen pet beasts. After a careful search, Chen Yuan finally unearthed 3 Tier 4 beast cores, and his face lit up with delight. Each Tier 4 core was worth millions, a stark contrast to the 30,000 head managed to save over the years from pocket money and New Year gifts, much of which had already been spent on honey, berries, and herbal remedies. Truly, there's truth to the saying, great misfortune often brings great fortune, Chen Yuan remarked, his spirits soaring as he recalled the mysterious beast egg that had caused the earlier chaos. The thought of it filled him with even more joy. Meanwhile, their homeroom teacher, Xie Tu, was embroiled in a heated confrontation. The parents of Lin Yu and Dong Hai had cornered him, their emotions running high as they demanded Chen Yuan's expulsion. Our children ended up like this. All we ask is for the school to expel that boy. Why is that so hard? We entrusted our kids to this school, and this is what happens? That boy is a menace. If you don't kick him out, he'll harm everyone eventually. Xie Tu maintained his composure as a teacher, patiently addressing their concerns one by one. The fight between Dong Hai and Chen Yuan was an accident. Battles between beasts inherently carry risks. As for Lin Yu, he was the one who tried to destroy Chen Yuan's beast-taming foundation. In that case, he was clearly in the wrong. Faced with the undeniable facts, the parents had no choice but to leave the academy, their faces dark with frustration. Outside the school gates, Dong Hai's mother couldn't hold back her tears, overwhelmed by the sight of her child, who had been left in a daze ever since the death of his pet beast. Sorrow consumed her heart. Already burdened with frustration, Dong Fu's anger flared further as he watched his wife's tears streaming down uncontrollably. Cry, 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 what's the use of crying? Can your tears kill that brat? He snapped. However, his harsh words only deepened Dong Mu's sorrow, making her cry even harder. Lin Pengfei exchanged a knowing glance with his wife before speaking up. Brother Dong, if you ask me, punishing that brat through official channels is no longer an option. There's only one other way left. Another way? Dong Fu immediately grew alert. As a man of clear thinking, he instantly grasped the implication behind Lin Pengfei's words. Seeing this, Lin Pengfei pressed on, attempting to sway him. Don't you want to deal with that brat? Think about your child. Look at what he's become, all because of Chen Yuan. Before her husband could respond, Dongmu interjected anxiously. We do. Do you have a solution? Sensing the bait had been taken, Lin Pengfei's face lit up with a triumphant smile. We can hire someone. Hire someone? Dong Fu was visibly shaken. All he had wanted was to seek justice for his son. The thought of resorting to such a drastic measure had never crossed his mind. Just as he was about to refuse, Dongmu shot him a look, silently halting his words. That's right, hire someone, Lin Pengfei continued. I can't provide the money, but I don't have the connections. I need you, brother, to find someone capable of doing the job. Dongmu immediately responded. No problem. We know a few skilled people who could handle this. They're in need of money, but convincing them might cost a fair amount. Hearing this, Lin Pengfei's grin widened. He promptly pulled out a card. This is an untraceable card with 2 million yuan on it. The password is 123456. Dongmu swiftly took the card and tucked it away. Then I'll leave it to you, brother and sister Dong. With a nod from Dongmu, Lin Pengfei and his wife drove off, clearly satisfied. After the couple had left, Dong Fu turned to his wife, puzzled. Are you really planning to go through with this? And since when do you know people like that? Why haven't I heard of them before? Dongmu looked at him calmly. I don't know anyone like that. I was just lying to them. That Lin guy thinks he can use us as pawns to do his dirty work? I'm not that blind. Then what are you planning to do? Didn't you hear what the teacher said earlier? It's true that Chen Yuan killed our child's spirit beast and weakened his foundation, Dong Mu said through gritted teeth. But all of this started because of Lin Pengfei's son. So what should we do now? Isn't it obvious? We sell everything we can and leave this town. That money will be compensation for what happened to our child. Maybe it'll even help repair Xiao Hai's foundation. Dong Fu thought for a moment and found her suggestion reasonable. He nodded in agreement. And so, while Lin Pengfei and his wife eagerly awaited good news from Dong Hai's parents, The couple had already sold off all their non-portable belongings and disappeared with the 2 million yuan, leaving the town behind. When Chen Yuan returned home, the house was empty. As expected, his mother had taken his younger brother out to play mahjong again, leaving him alone after coming back earlier than usual. Seizing this rare opportunity, he quickly retrieved some berries he had purchased earlier from his room and prepared to make energy cubes. Relying on his familiarity with his mother's daily routine, Chen Yuan swiftly got to work. Thanks to the feedback from his second-tier Pokemon, he had become quite adept at crafting first-tier energy cubes. In no time, he managed to refine 40 of them, using up all the berries in his inventory. He had intended to make some basic recovery potions, his most frequently used consumable, but a glance at the clock convinced him to put it off for now. Just as he finished tidying up the kitchen, his mother returned with his younger brother in tow. Judging by the wide smile on her face, it was clear she had won quite a bit at mahjong today. "Oh, you're back already? That's earlier than usual," his mother remarked in surprise, looking at him. "Yeah, something happened in the secret realm today, so we finished early," Chen Yuan replied. "Really? What do you want for dinner?" "Anything is fine." "All right then, go rest for a bit." After dinner, Chen Yuan returned to his room and took out the ant egg and the fourth-tier cores he had unexpectedly obtained earlier that day. Instead of selling the fourth-tier cores, he decided to keep them. Some instinct told him they might prove useful in the future. He carefully examined the ant egg, its golden shell exuding an air of extraordinary value. After observing it for a while, he placed the egg and the 3 fourth-tier energy cores in a drawer together. Then, he turned his focus to his studies, delving into the pages of his 5-year college entrance exam, 3-year practice prep book. Unbeknownst to Chen Yuan, the items in the drawer were undergoing subtle changes. The energy cores began releasing energy, which steadily flowed into the adjacent ant egg. The golden shell grew even more radiant. Meanwhile, the thieves who had stolen a similar ant egg were in utter despair. The egg they had stolen was losing its luster, fading from gold to gray, and its value was plummeting rapidly. What was once a treasure worth billions was now barely worth tens of millions, if even that. What they didn't realize was that this degradation was no coincidence. Ant queen eggs required a constant supply of energy to maintain their quality. Without an external energy source, the egg had to consume its own reserves to survive, leading to a steady decline in value. Chen Yuan, by sheer luck, had placed the ant egg alongside fourth-tier energy cores of the same attribute, providing it with an ample energy supply. Over time, cracks began to form on the energy cores, while the egg's shell became increasingly luminous, eventually glowing faintly. The glow seeped through the gap in the drawer, casting light onto Xiao Ling's face and waking her up. Rubbing her eyes, she curiously fluttered over to the drawer, grabbing the handle and pulling it open. A golden light poured out from the drawer, instantly illuminating the entire room. Xiao Ling flew closer to take a look. The once opaque egg had now turned crystal clear, and inside, a golden baby ant was visibly taking shape. Even more shocking was the sight of the 3 priceless tier 4 energy cores, now completely shattered, with only faint traces of energy flickering on their surfaces. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Xiao Ling immediately flew to Chen Yuan, who was still sound asleep, and let out a series of rapid chirping sounds in an attempt to wake him. However, Chen Yuan remained unresponsive, deep in slumber, forcing Xiao Ling to resort to more direct measures. She carefully examined his ear and hair, ultimately deciding to target his hair. Grabbing a few strands, Xiao Ling gave a sharp tug, only to have the hair snap off instantly. Fortunately, the move achieved its desired effect. Chen Yuan jolted upright from the bed, clutching his sore scalp in confusion. "What the heck? Why does my scalp hurt so much?" he exclaimed. Xiao Ling quickly hid the pulled strands behind her back and, before Chen Yuan could fully regain his senses, discreetly tossed the evidence under the bed. It was then that Chen Yuan noticed the unusual golden glow filling the room. Before he could piece together what was happening, Xiao Ling darted in front of him, urgently chirping and pointing toward the glowing drawer. Following her lead, Chen Yuan rushed to the drawer. As soon as he saw the forming ant egg, his initial reaction was one of delight. "Is it about to hatch?" he exclaimed. But his excitement quickly turned to dread as his gaze fell on the completely shattered tier 4 energy cores. His breath caught in his throat. "Oh no, my cores!" Realizing that the 3 million he'd invested had literally gone up in smoke, Chen Yuan felt his vision blur and nearly fainted on the spot. Chen Yuan immediately realized who the culprit was. As the ant egg greedily absorbed energy, the fragment of the tier 4 energy core began to vaporize, transforming into streams of golden energy that flowed into the egg. Xiao Ling, having just finished tidying her hair, floated over curiously, watching the changes in the ant egg inside the drawer. Before long, Chen Yuan's tier 4 energy core was completely consumed. The pet beast forming within the ant egg suddenly displayed a pained expression, its limbs thrashing violently. Seeing the vanished energy core, Chen Yuan instantly understood the problem. It was a sign of insufficient energy. If it's energy, high-purity energy cubes should work too, Chen Yuan thought aloud. He quickly stood up and took out all of his homemade Tier 1 energy cubes. The ant egg was at a critical stage, and even the slightest mistake could ruin everything. After a brief hesitation, he placed all the energy cubes beside the ant egg. Energy cubes could be made again, but such a miraculous egg was a once-in-a-lifetime find. Sensing the energy source, the creature within the egg immediately began absorbing energy from the cubes. Its pained expression gradually eased, and its frantic movements calmed. Moreover, perhaps due to the unique effects of the lower-tier energy cubes, the golden glow on its body grew even more dazzling, as if its quality had been further enhanced. Although the energy cubes were effective, Tier 1 energy cubes could never compare to a Tier 4 energy core. As time passed, Chen Yuan's stockpile of energy cubes dwindled rapidly. Watching this, Xiaoling felt distressed. Each time an energy cube disappeared, she would turn her head away, unable to bear the sight. After all, these were treasures Chen Yuan had specially prepared for her. Chen Yuan, too, grew increasingly anxious as his stockpile diminished. Those 100 or so energy cubes represented his entire reserve, and if they weren't enough, there was nothing more he could do. The tree fruits needed to make more had already been used up for the day, leaving him without options. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not happen. When only about 10 energy cubes remained, the ant egg stopped absorbing energy. Xiaoling immediately scooped up the remaining cubes protectively, her actions revealing her heartache over the loss. Seeing her miserly behavior, Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Chirp! Xiaoling let out a disgruntled cry, as if saying, "Don't laugh." But her reaction only made Chen Yuan laugh harder. Furious, Xiaoling turned her back to him, refusing to acknowledge him. At that moment, a crisp crack broke the silence. A faint crack appeared on the golden ant egg. The sound instantly captured both of their attention. Within seconds, a second crack followed. Accompanied by a series of crack-crack noises, the egg's surface became covered in a network of fine fractures. Chen Yuan and Xiaoling held their breath, afraid to miss any detail. Finally, with a sound akin to shattering glass, a palm-sized ant emerged from the egg. This ant was entirely golden, with limbs resembling miniature spears forged from gold. Despite its small size, it radiated an aura of unparalleled majesty and dignity. Xiaoling's eyes lit up as she gazed at the golden ant, already daydreaming about riding it around to show off. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan's interface displayed the ant's attributes. It was indeed a leader-class pet beast, and its level had reached the pinnacle of Tier 1 at level 10. After reviewing all its stats, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't been stingy with the energy cubes. The attribute panel of the golden ant clearly appeared before Chen Yuan. Unable to evolve due to insufficient level, an Earth Element LV-10 mutant insect of the fierce ant species. Even more remarkable, it possessed dual innate abilities, Titanic Strength, which doubled its power coefficient, and Golden Carapace, which reduced physical damage by 30. It also mastered a variety of skills, including Charge, Bite, Pierce, Harden, Earth Spikes, and Earth Wall. This golden ant was no ordinary creature. It was a descendant of the royal lineage of ant colonies. It had been nurtured by a 6th-tier queen ant, who spent a century accumulating energy to bring it into being. During its incubation, it was further nourished by an abundance of pure energy. Although its small size at birth temporarily limited its full potential, its latent abilities were astonishing. This was the first dual innate ability beast Chen Yuan had ever encountered. Despite currently being only at the 1st tier, once it matured, it could likely surpass even Xiaoling, his current level 11 companion. The moment the golden ant hatched, it locked its gaze onto Chen Yuan and leapt toward him without hesitation. Instinctively, Chen Yuan extended his palm, and the golden ant landed steadily in his hand, affectionately rubbing its head against his fingers. This intimacy stemmed from the energy cubes Chen Yuan had previously crafted using his beast taming power. The residual aura from those cubes naturally attracted the golden ant and fostered its goodwill toward him. Looking at the powerful and affectionate golden ant before him, Chen Yuan couldn't contain his excitement. He immediately used his other hand to gently stroke the ant's head and initiated the contract ritual. As radiant light enveloped them both, a new domain appeared within Chen Yuan's consciousness, adjacent to Xiaoling's forest territory. This newly formed area was designated exclusively for the golden ant. The moment the contract was completed, a surge of immense power flowed from the golden ant into Chen Yuan. Even with only a 5 sharing ratio, the pure strength and defensive attributes made Chen Yuan feel as if he had gained the strength to lift mountains. And so, Chen Yuan successfully tamed the second companion beast of his life. Chen Yuan decided to name his new contract beast, the Golden Ant Queen, Jin Shanshan. The name, dripping with a hint of mischief, was inspired by a character from an anime he had watched in his previous life. At that moment, Jin Shanshan was happily munching on an energy cube that Xiaoling had shared, savoring every bite. As Chen Yuan's new contract beast, Jin Shanshan was immediately welcomed with enthusiasm by Xiaoling. After finishing the first cube, the Golden Ant Queen lifted her head, her gleaming antennae swaying gently as she stared longingly at the remaining energy cubes behind Xiaoling. Her gaze was filled with Desiree's natural need, as the newborn queen required a tremendous amount of energy to grow. Only by reaching an adequate size could she fully unleash her potential. Seeing this, Xiaoling cheerfully tossed another cube her way. Jin Shanshan leaped up nimbly and caught it, gleefully continuing her feast while her antennae wiggled with delight. Watching this, Xiaoling couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. She began daydreaming about becoming a majestic golden ant knight, so immersed in her fantasy that she even started drooling a little. Xiaoling, cut it out. Let Jin Shanshan eat her fill and then get some rest, Qin Yuan said, glancing at the two little creatures who were playing merrily in the drawer. Chirp. Xiaoling nodded obediently and stopped the tossing game. Instead, she pushed the remaining energy cubes toward Jin Shanshan. Watching the golden ant queen eat so contentedly, Xiaoling couldn't resist grabbing a couple of cubes herself to snack on. Once the two little ones finally settled down, Chen Yuan also climbed into bed to rest. The following morning, Chen Yuan and Xiaoling entered the classroom as usual. Jin Shanshan, who had feasted the night before, remained in the pet space, peacefully digesting her energy. However, unlike other mornings, the classroom fell silent the moment they walked in. Every pair of eyes turned toward them, filled with awe and admiration. Chen Yuan's display of power during yesterday's duel with Dong Hai had left a lasting impression on his classmates except, of course, for the still unconscious Dong Hai, who undoubtedly harbored a grudge against him. In this extraordinary world, strength was everything. Even with Chen Yuan's maturity beyond his years, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug under those admiring gazes. As for Xiaoling, the little creature who had long been underestimated, she was practically bursting with excitement. Puffing out her chest, she reveled in the attention, eager to let everyone know she was no longer the weakling they once dismissed. This atmosphere persisted until Chen Yuan took his seat. No sooner had he sat down than his desk mate, Zhang Hao, leaned over with a sheepish expression, clearly wanting to say something but hesitant to speak. Amused by his awkwardness, Chen Yuan asked, "What's up, Zhang Hao? If you've got something to say, just spit it out. Don't act like you're constipated or something." Chen Yuan's comment drew laughter from the surrounding classmates. Though Zhang Hao silently grumbled to himself, he didn't dare retort, fearing Xiaoling's infamous big slap. The light-hearted exchange, however, helped him relax a bit. After taking a deep breath, he asked, "Chen Yuan, your little sprite is so strong, do you have some kind of secret training method?" As soon as the question was out, the entire class perked up, eager to hear the answer. Everyone was curious to know how Chen Yuan had managed to turn the so-called trash pet into something so formidable. Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback but quickly chuckled and replied, "I don't have any secret methods. Xiaoling is just amazing on her own." This straightforward answer, however, was met with skepticism. Zhang Hao's face clearly said, "Yeah, right," and the other classmates shared the same sentiment. If their sprites were all so weak, why was Xiaoling so exceptional? They were convinced Chen Yuan was holding back some kind of secret, which only deepened their curiosity about Xiaoling. Just as they thought he wouldn't elaborate further, Chen Yuan spoke again. "If there's a secret to my progress, it's probably that I go to the secret realm every day with Xiaoling to battle wild spirit beasts." As soon as Chen Yuan finished speaking, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. His classmates collectively froze, their mouths agape and eyes wide in shock. Someone even dropped their pen in astonishment, the sharp clatter breaking the stillness. Zhang Hao was the first to recover, forcing out a nervous laugh. "Dude, that has got to be the worst joke I've ever heard. What? Isn't going to the secret realm a normal thing? Doesn't everyone do it?" Chen Yuan scanned the room with a puzzled look. Internally, the entire class was screaming, "No, no, no. You're the only one crazy enough to do that. Who in their right mind would dive into the secret realm right after forming a contract? This isn't bravery, it's a death wish. No one would come up with such a harebrained idea unless they'd been brain frozen for decades." The awkward silence thickened. Those students who had formed contracts with their spirit beasts earlier and had more experience felt especially humiliated. They thought about how they'd been bonded to their spirit beasts for months, yet hadn't even dared to approach the entrance of the secret realm. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan treated it like his personal backyard. The stark contrast left them feeling utterly defeated. In truth, their cautious approach was the correct one. Without Chen Yuan's system-enhanced scouting abilities, they couldn't possibly select suitable opponents for their spirit beasts. If they encountered a wild spirit beast vastly stronger than their own, the consequences could range from wasted efforts to outright disaster. Under such risks, who would dare venture into the secret realm so casually? After learning Chen Yuan's shocking secret, the entire class spiraled into collective despair. His reckless yet effective growth method was impossible for them to replicate. Still, Many gazed at Chen Yuan with undisguised admiration, pure reverence, for someone they saw as a true warrior. If this world had a song like The Lonely Warrior, they might have already broken out into a heartfelt chorus of, "We love you," walking the dark alley alone. For his part, Chen Yuan felt utterly baffled by the intense stares. Why were his normally lively classmates suddenly looking at him with such obsessive awe? Of course, not everyone was convinced. Lin Yu's cronies, especially the three who had previously been slapped by Xiaoling, were firmly convinced that Chen Yuan was lying. They believed he was hiding his real training methods and spinning a wild tale to mislead them. Just like yesterday, as the bell rang for class, the homeroom teacher, Xie led the entire class to the beast battle arena. Since we had a little incident yesterday, today we'll continue with the practical pet beast combat class, Xie announced, giving Chen Yuan a meaningful glance. Chen Yuan muttered inwardly, "Is he blaming me for that? Let's keep it simple. Today, we'll use a drawing lot system. Lu Yuan, you're in charge," Xie said, handing a box of lots to the class monitor, Lu Yuan, who stepped forward. "Everyone, come and draw your lot," Lu Yuan said as she skillfully carried the box toward the group. When it was Chen Yuan's turn, all the students focused their eyes on him. Yesterday's battle had left such a deep impression that even those who had contracted their pet beasts for over half a year were reluctant to face Chen Yuan as an opponent. Chen Yuan, looking puzzled, reached into the box and, under everyone's watchful gaze, pulled out a slip of paper. "I'm number 6, he announced. At these words, the entire class breathed a collective sigh of relief except for a girl named Lin Miao, whose face turned pale. As the holder of the number 6 lot, she couldn't stop replaying the scene from yesterday, where Xiao Ling had sent the blazing flame tiger flying with a single slap. Thinking about her pet beast, which was even weaker than the blazing flame tiger, she couldn't help but foresee her grim fate. Once everyone had drawn their lots, Xie clapped his hands to signal, "Now, will the two number 1s step into the arena? The rest, please move to the sidelines." The two number 1 contestants stepped onto the battlefield and summoned their respective pet beasts. "Come out, carnivorous flower. Come out, iron armor turtle." Chen Yuan, using his system, observed that both beasts were level 9. He found it amusing a battle between one known for its offense and the other famed for its defense, the classic clash of spear versus shield in the world of pet beasts. As the battle began, the carnivorous flower's beast master took the initiative. "Carnivorous flower, use bite." The carnivorous flower waddled forward on its root-like stubby legs, resembling a corgi as it charged at its opponent. "Iron armor turtle, retreat into your shell and use harden," the other beastmaster commanded. The iron armor turtle quickly retracted into its shell, which gleamed with a faint light, as if polished with wax. The carnivorous flower opened its gaping maw and bit down on the turtle's shell, producing a harsh grinding sound. While it managed to leave a scratch on the shell, one of its own teeth broke in the process. "Come out if you dare. Hiding like this isn't a real skill." "I'm not coming out. Bite me if you can." "Ugh, so frustrating." "Carnivorous flower, keep biting." "Iron armor turtle, keep hardening." And so, the two contestants fell into a 30-minute stalemate. Spectators on the sidelines were growing weary, especially the students who had not yet contracted pet beasts and lacked the physical enhancements that came with it were struggling to stay on their feet. Chen Yuan shook his head as he watched this back-and-forth battle. In his experience, fights were either resolved with a single slap from Xiao Ling or, at most, a couple of extra hits. He had never witnessed such a drawn-out, tedious match. Ultimately, Xie couldn't bear to watch any longer and called off the battle, which could only be described as a clash of mediocrity. However, the two contestants were still unwilling to concede and exchanged heated words as they left the arena. "Don't leave after school. Let's settle this once and for all." "Fine. Who's afraid of you?" And with that, the two evenly matched contenders left the battlefield amidst their bickering. Xie gazed at the intense battle unfolding before him, pondering whether he should increase the workload. After all, the students seemed to have far too much energy. "All right, next up, Group 2, he announced. As his voice fell, a boy and a girl stepped out from the crowd. Soon, two pet beasts appeared on the field. One was a blackback cockroach, a creature Chen Yuan had previously faced in battle. The other was a heartstone, a heart-shaped red rock beast widely popular among the girls, renowned for its incredible defensive capabilities. The battle began immediately, but was decided in just 5 minutes. The heartstone, with its near-perfect defense, effortlessly neutralized all of the blackback cockroach's physical attacks. Lacking any skills with other attributes, the blackback cockroach had no choice but to concede defeat. The following matches lacked the intensity of the first round. The battles between Groups 3 and 4 were swift, with clear winners emerging quickly. When the silverback snake from Group 5 was sent flying by its opponent's pet beast, it was finally Chen Yuan's turn to take the stage. Before Xie could even call his name, Chen Yuan walked confidently to the center of the field. The crowd fell completely silent, all eyes eagerly waiting for the unlucky person who had drawn number 6 to step forward. However, after a long pause, the crowd remained still, shrouded in silence. Frowning, Xie scanned the group. Where's the other number 6? At that moment, Lin Miao timidly raised her hand, her voice trembling with fear. Teacher, can I forfeit? Her words immediately drew everyone's attention, including Xie sharp gaze, which landed squarely on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Come on, why are you all staring at me? I didn't even do anything. He felt as though he'd somehow become the target of everyone's scrutiny for no reason at all. The homeroom teacher, Xie, stepped in to stop Lin Miao from forfeiting. To him, the purpose of practical combat classes was to develop the students' fighting capabilities. How could one simply give up? Left with no other choice, Lin Miao dragged her heavy steps to stand opposite Chen Yuan. Her expression, as if she were walking to her doom, stirred memories of Xie younger days. His teacher had once told him, now, when you're sparring with classmates, you can call for a stop. But when you're battling wild pet beasts in the secret realms, who will stop the fight for you? The more you endure hardships now, the less you'll suffer later. These words had stayed with him ever since and became his guiding principle in teaching. Yet, as he watched his students undergo similar trials to his own, a faint, guilty satisfaction crept into him, though he assured himself it was solely for their growth, not some dark sense of pleasure. On the field, Chen Yuan couldn't help but grumble internally as he observed Lin Miao's terrified demeanor. Classmate, you're making it look like I'm about to commit a crime here. Lin Miao didn't respond. She bit her lip and summoned her pet Biasta fire cat, its fur glowing orange, with tiny flames flickering on its paws. She commanded immediately, Fire Cat, defensive stance. The fire cat arched its back and glared at its opponent with sharp vigilance. Most of the classmates nodded in approval of Lin Miao's cautious approach. Seeing this, Chen Yuan stopped hesitating and gave his own order to Xiaoling, use your slap gently. Don't hurt the little fire cat. Xiaoling nodded in understanding and dashed toward its opponent at first-tier speed, a strategy Chen Yuan had specifically instructed after Xiaoling's breakthrough the previous day, aiming to conserve strength for critical moments. Even though the fire cat was on high alert, it stood no chance against the second-tier pet beast of a leader species, even with Xiaoling deliberately holding back to first-tier strength. The power gap between an ordinary first-tier species and a leader species was simply too vast. As Xiaoling slapped near the fire cat, Lin Miao was suddenly reminded of the life-and-death struggle of the blazing flame tiger from the day before. Panic-stricken, she screamed and dashed forward. To everyone's astonishment, however, Xiaoling merely pressed its paw gently against the fire cat's face before turning back to Chen Yuan, blinking as if to ask, was that okay? Chen Yuan's lips twitched. He had said to go easy, but not this easy. The startled fire cat finally reacted, leaping backward with its fur standing on end, glaring warily at Xiaoling. It wasn't trying to provoke a fight. This was pure instinct after narrowly escaping a perceived threat. The fire cat now fully grasped the overwhelming gap in their abilities. Lin Miao rushed over, scooping up the fire cat and nuzzling it against her cheek. Meow. The fire cat, clearly annoyed, extinguished the flames on its paws and pushed her face away with its soft pads, as if to say, foolish human, keep your distance. But when it heard Lin Miao's trembling voice, I'm so glad you're okay. Really, so glad. And noticed the tears glistening in her eyes, it stopped resisting. Fine, suit yourself, foolish human. Humph. Lin Miao muttered under her breath, while stroking her small fire cat. It was only when she looked up that she realized she was still standing in the center of the battle arena, with every pair of eyes locked on her and Chen Yuan. A flush of crimson crept up her cheeks in an instant. She sniffled softly and gave Chen Yuan a deep bow. Chen Yuan, thank you for holding back with your spirit. After a brief pause, she added, I misunderstood you earlier. You're a good person. With that, she quickly took her fire cat and left the arena in a hurry. This time, Xie didn't stop Lin Miao from leaving. As an experienced homeroom teacher, he knew the outcome of the battle was already decided. Everyone had seen it clearly. If that last attack from Chen Yuan's spirit had landed, the little fire cat would likely have lost its ability to fight on the spot. In truth, no one present was naive enough to believe that the beginner-level fire cat could stand a chance against Chen Yuan's spirit. Xietu's original intention as a teacher was merely to let Lin Miao experience a real battle. Now that the goal had been achieved, there was no need to push her into continuing the fight. However, throughout Lin Miao's time in the arena, Xietu had remained on high alert. The incident involving Dong Hai last time had taught him a harsh lesson, leaving him particularly cautious and ready to intervene at the first sign of danger. As an intermediate-level beast tamer, Xietu had full confidence in his ability to nip any potential risks in the bud this time. The Dong Hai incident had mainly occurred because it was so sudden, and he hadn't anticipated that Chen Yuan's spirit would unleash such a powerful consecutive slap attack, leaving him unprepared. What surprised Xietu this time, however, was how blatantly Chen Yuan had gone easy on Lin Miao. This led him to a bold suspicion. Could there be something special between these two students? If that were the case, as their homeroom teacher, he would have to step in. High school was no place for romance. He would need to extinguish this budding flame of emotion before it grew any further. Chen Yuan, meanwhile, had no idea that his spirit's act of kindness had caused such a massive misunderstanding in Xiatu's mind. At the moment, he was feeling a bit bewildered. He hadn't done anything, yet he'd somehow ended up receiving a good person card. If it weren't for the fact that this world didn't even have the concept of a good person card, he might have thought Lin Miao was deliberately messing with him. Chen Yuan's performance in the practical combat class was like a whirlwind, brief but striking. As soon as he left the stage, the classroom returned to order, and the other students gradually completed their respective battles. The homeroom teacher, Xiatu, scanned the room with a hint of concern in his eyes. Well done. You've all completed your first battles. His gaze lingered on the students who hadn't performed well, noticing their dejected expressions. His tone softened as he added, I know this was the first real combat experience for many of you. Don't be discouraged, I was just like you when I started. Initially, the defeated students thought his words were merely platitudes. But when they heard the latter part of his statement, they all looked up in surprise. After all, Xiatu was a mid-level beastmaster whose name was proudly displayed on the Academy's honor board. To hear that even he had struggled in the past was a revelation that rekindled their confidence and reignited the fire in their eyes. Chen Yuan, however, scoffed inwardly at these remarks. With his adult perspective, he immediately saw through Xiatu's teaching strategy. Still, Xiatu seemed quite pleased with the impact of his words and continued. You're probably wondering why the beast combat class, which is supposed to start next semester, has been moved up. At this, the entire class perked up. Even Chen Yuan glanced over with mild curiosity. Instead of answering directly, Xiatu posed a question. Have you heard of the Junior Beast Master Cup? The room erupted in murmurs. Most students seemed to recognize the name, but a few were still whispering to their classmates, trying to learn more about this so-called rookie tournament. Once the chatter subsided, Xiatu explained, That's right. The reason we've moved up the combat class is to select participants for the competition. Participation is voluntary, but if you bring glory to the academy, there will be corresponding rewards. As he spoke, Xiatu's eyes briefly landed on Chen Yuan. If there was anyone in the class with a real shot at winning, it was him. For the next few days, we'll focus entirely on combat training, Xiatu said, his expression turning serious. After that, we'll head into a secret realm. Those who perform well can earn bonus points for exams and rewards prepared by the academy. Of course, it'll ensure your safety. But keep in mind, if I have to intervene, any bonus points will be forfeited. That's all for today. Chen Yuan, come with me. With that, Xiatu left the beast combat arena, with Chen Yuan following close behind. As soon as the two exited, the classroom buzzed with excitement. The students eagerly discussed the upcoming trip to the secret realm. Some were worried about potential dangers, while others were curious about the true nature of the insect forest. Despite its name, rumors suggested it housed more than just insect-type beasts. Some lamented not being able to ask Chen Yuan for advice about navigating a secret realm, though a few remained skeptical, suspecting his prior experience might just be a cover for his natural talent. While the class debated endlessly, Chen Yuan had already followed Xiatu to his office. Chen Yuan glanced at Xiatu's knowing expression and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Xiatu claimed he didn't know, yet his face clearly said, I understand everything. If it weren't for that look on your face, I might have actually believed you. Xiatu couldn't help the twitch at the corner of his mouth. Come on, when you say you don't know, can you at least make your expression match your words? You're making it really hard for me here. Clearing his throat, Xiatu straightened his posture and said seriously, Chen Yuan, I hope you can participate in the Beginner Beast Taming Cup. All right, Chen Yuan replied curtly. Wait, you're agreeing just like that? Xiatu was a bit taken aback. Chen Yuan nodded. The competition had already piqued his interest, and the generous rewards only made it more tempting. Now that the school was actively inviting him, it even saved him the travel expenses to the provincial capital. It couldn't be more perfect. Seeing Chen Yuan agree so readily, Xiatu's face lit up with joy. Sensing the opportunity, Chen Yuan immediately stated his condition. But he'll need a few days off to train my pet beast. Sure, that's no problem. Xiatu agreed without hesitation, clearly in a great mood. He knew full well that the upcoming classes were nothing but rookie-level skirmishes for someone like Chen Yuan. Letting him use that time to strengthen himself was definitely the better option. With his request for leave approved, Chen Yuan felt delighted. The two of them had reached a mutually beneficial agreement. However, this decision left some of Chen Yuan's classmates disappointed, those who had hoped to learn some tips about dungeon exploration from him. They had planned to gain some insights from the expert, only to find out he had taken leave and vanished. Humming a cheerful tune, Chen Yuan walked out of the school gates and headed straight for the Pet Beast Trading Center. Last night, Jin Shanshan's hatching and feeding had completely depleted his supply of energy cubes. He urgently needed to buy new berries to replenish his stock. This time, he decided to go straight for second-tier berries to craft second-tier energy cubes instead of sticking with first-tier materials. While first-tier energy cubes were still effective for his second-tier spirit beast, upgrading to second-tier cubes was clearly the smarter choice. It would not only accelerate the growth of his little spirit, but also better meet Jin Shanshan's massive energy demands. When Chen Yuan walked out of the Pet Beast Trading Center, his face was clouded with worry. He was carrying 2 bags filled with newly purchased Tier 2 tree fruits and several small bottles, but his mind was preoccupied with his financial troubles. That damn Lin Yu, he muttered through gritted teeth. He didn't even bother to pay me back the 100,000 yuan before pretending to faint. This shopping trip had almost drained all his savings. The price of Tier 2 tree fruits was significantly higher than Tier 1. A plain-looking Tier 1 tree fruit cost only 500 yuan, and even the premium ones were just around 1,000 yuan. However, the starting price for Tier 2 tree fruits was a staggering 3,000 yuan or more. He had spent all his savings and could only afford about 50 Tier 2 tree fruits. Based on the energy cube production ratio, 5 tree fruits could produce 10 energy cubes. This meant that Chen Yuan could only make around 100 basic Tier 2 energy cubes at most. Considering that each pet beast and his golden ant consumed 1 cube per day, this supply would last barely 50 days. And that didn't even account for the increased consumption as their levels rose. With his pet beasts on the brink of running out of food, Chen Yuan began brainstorming other ways to make money. This was also why he had purchased the small bottle she planned to make potions for sale. Unlike energy cubes, potion crafting didn't require beast taming power or advanced technical skills. As for finding buyers, Chen Yuan wasn't worried at all. He was confident that the system-produced quality would attract plenty of eager customers. Back home, Chen Yuan first moved the tree fruits into his room. In the living room, the little white furball stared longingly at the tree fruits in his hands, its eyes filled with hope for a taste. However, Chen Yuan didn't spare it a glance and walked straight into his room. Idiot! The little furball protested indignantly. Chen Yuan lay on his bed, continuing to refine the details of his potion sales plan. After some careful consideration, he decided to start with the most basic Tier 1 recovery potion. This type of potion had a broad range of applications wherever there were battle pet beasts. Injuries were inevitable, and the demand would undoubtedly be high. The system-provided beginner recovery potion recipe could produce potions ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 3, depending on the quality of the ingredients. Just as he was deep in thought, his mother's voice called him to lunch. After eating, Chen's mother took the little furball out to play mahjong, leaving him alone at home. Chen Yuan immediately got to work on crafting Tier 2 energy cubes. He took out 5 Tier 2 tree fruits and some Tier 1 herbs, skillfully completing the production process. Looking at the 10 freshly made Tier 2 energy cubes on the table, Chen Yuan's expression remained calm. The beast taming power consumed during the crafting process was noticeably higher than that for Tier 1 cubes, but it was still within his limits. By his estimation, he could safely complete 2 crafting sessions without any adverse effects, and 3 if he pushed himself. This was already a significant improvement compared to when he first started making Tier 1 energy cubes. Even though he could keep going, Chen Yuan decided to take a break for now. Chen Yuan placed the completed Tier 2 energy cubes aside and looked up to assign a task to Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling immediately straightened up and gave Chen Yuan a perfect military salute. Her serious yet adorable demeanor brought a smile to Chen Yuan's face. After Xiao Ling left with the energy cubes, Chen Yuan turned to pick up a batch of Tier 1 herbs that he had set aside. He decided to prioritize processing all the herbs into potions, which was why he had only taken 5 tree fruits earlier. After all, the energy cubes only needed to be sufficient for the pet beasts. Right now, the most pressing matter was earning money to save his nearly empty wallet. The thought of being so broke that he had to rely on selling potions made Chen Yuan inwardly curse Lin Ye's entire family once again. 3 hours of focused work later, Chen Yuan finally finished crafting all the potions. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the neatly arranged rows of over 200 small bottles filled with a white liquid. A satisfied smile spread across his face. These were all Tier 1 basic recovery potions. He carefully packed them into a backpack he had retrieved from his room. Though the potion bottles were quite sturdy, Chen Yuan still handled them with care. These potions were his glimmer of hope to escape his current financial predicament. He was confident that anyone who tried them would be amazed by their effectiveness. Noticing the sun setting outside, Chen Yuan decided to postpone his sales plan until the next day. Carrying the backpack full of potions, he returned to his room, only to be greeted by an amusing sight as he opened the door. Xiao Ling was holding a Tier 2 energy cube and was just about to put it in her mouth. Upon seeing him enter, she froze on the spot, looking like a child caught red-handed by their parent. She hastily hid her hands behind her back and avoided meeting Chen Yuan's gaze. It turned out that after bringing the energy cubes back to the room, Xiao Ling had been eyeing them the entire time, captivated by their enticing aroma. She could sense that these Tier 2 energy cubes contained far more potent energy than the previous ones, and just imagining their taste made her mouth water. Although she remembered Chen Yuan's instructions, after struggling with temptation for most of the day, she couldn't resist any longer. Unfortunately, her moment of weakness was caught in the act. Seeing Xiaoling's guilty yet adorable expression, Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Go ahead and eat it. They're meant for you and Jin Shanshan anyway. Hearing this, Xiaoling's face instantly lit up with joy. Without hesitation, she brought the energy cube from behind her back and popped it into her mouth. As expected, the taste of the Tier 2 energy cube far surpassed that of the Tier 1 cubes, and she closed her eyes in blissful delight. Watching Xiaoling's satisfied expression, Chen Yuan, despite his financial worries, found his mood lifting significantly. Early in the morning, Chen Yuan slung a backpack filled with medicinal supplies over his shoulders and set out on his journey to sell potions, accompanied by his little companion. He knew well that the key to selling medicine was identifying the right target market, and the secret realm was undoubtedly the best choice. Site was teeming with beast tamers in dire need of recovery potions. Upon arriving at the fortress within the secret realm, Chen Yuan picked a conspicuous spot and set up a table and chair from the communal area. Instead of shouting to attract customers like ordinary vendors, he had taken a more subtle approach. On his way there, he had stopped by a print shop and printed a simple A4 sign that read recovery potions for sale. He placed the sign alongside a few sample potions on the table, then closed his eyes to rest, adopting the wait-and-see strategy, much like Jiang Taigong fishing. Half an hour passed with no customers. People walking by either glanced briefly and moved on or muttered disdainful remarks. No labels or certification. This is clearly a sketchy product. Who would dare use it? Hey buddy, don't sell fake medicine here. If something goes wrong, you'll be in big trouble. Why doesn't the fortress crack down on people selling counterfeit drugs? Chen Yuan had expected such skepticism. After all, his products lacked the proper certifications, including the signatures, seals, and photos of professional beast trainers that were standard for legitimate potions. What surprised him, however, was that the fortress guards hadn't come to investigate. In fact, the guards had already noticed Chen Yuan's activities, but were stopped by Lu Tao, the secretary to the deputy commander. Lu Tao, who had once been embarrassed after reporting that Chen Yuan was surrounded by a swarm of ants, invoked the deputy commander Zhang Hong's name directly. Don't interfere with this. If anything happens, the deputy commander will take responsibility. And so, unbeknownst to Zhang Hong himself, Chen Yuan was granted an unofficial special business license. As Chen Yuan patiently waited, his long-anticipated first customer finally arrived. A young man, battered and bloodied, hurried over. This young beast tamer, Wang Zhe, had just survived an ambush by a Tier 3 shadow viper in the secret realm. Though he had escaped with the help of the guards, he was now in desperate need of recovery potions. Wang Zhe made a beeline for the fortress sales center, which featured designated areas for selling potions and pet beast nutrition meals, in addition to a recycling station. While Chen Yuan's stall might have competed with the sales center, the staff there didn't mind. Potions were perpetually in short supply. The number of beast trainers capable of producing potions was limited, and daily production volumes fell far short of meeting market demand. This chronic shortage was precisely why pet beast hospitals managed to thrive in this competitive market. When it comes to treatment effectiveness, modern veterinary hospitals for contracted beasts are indeed no match for the extraordinary power of potions. Veterinary hospitals require lengthy recovery periods, whereas potions can restore a severely injured contracted beast's vitality within mere minutes. Only in the area of disease diagnosis do veterinary hospitals hold a slight advantage. For this reason, nearly every beast tamer carries 1 or 2 potions at all times, as they are essential life-saving resources. At this moment, Wang Zhe was rushing anxiously toward the sales counter, determined to buy a recovery potion. Earlier, in a fierce battle to protect him, his contracted beast had fought valiantly against a shadow viper. While it ensured his survival, it was gravely injured in the process. Even within the healing confines of the contracted beast space, its condition continued to deteriorate as the shadow viper's venom relentlessly attacked its life force. Impossible. How can a secret realm fortress this large not have a single recovery potion? Wang Zhe demanded in frustration. I'm very sorry, sir, the salesperson replied helplessly. Potions are in extremely high demand. They're usually snatched up the moment they arrive. Wang Zhe knew this was true, but his contracted beast couldn't afford to wait. Just as despair began to set in, he noticed a crowd gathered ahead, pointing and whispering about a young man who sat calmly with his eyes closed. What's going on over there? Wang Zhe asked absent-mindedly. The salesperson frowned and glanced over. Oh, that's someone selling fake potions. Fake potions? Yes, they say he's selling unregulated recovery potions with no proper certification. The word recovery potion made Wang Zhe's heart skip a beat. As he caught sight of the guard's indifference toward the situation, he didn't bother asking further questions and headed straight for the young man. At this moment, Wang Zhe was like a drowning man, desperately grasping for anything that might keep him afloat. Even if it was a slim chance, he couldn't afford to let it slip away. He was fully aware that these were dubious potions, yet he couldn't resist trying his luck. And so, Chen Yuan finally reeled in the fish head been waiting for. Wang Zhe stood in front of Chen Yuan, his gaze falling on the bottles of potions displayed on the stall. As the attendant had mentioned, these were undoubtedly unregulated products, lacking any certification or labeling. Yet at this moment, he was cornered with no alternatives left. Boss, how much for your potions? Wang Zhe asked. The crowd immediately erupted with warnings and dissuasion. Are you crazy, brother? These potions don't even have basic proof of authenticity. Who will you blame if something goes wrong? Exactly. They're obviously a scam. Wang Zhe ignored the chatter. Chen Yuan slowly opened his eyes, scrutinizing the battered man in front of him. A faint smile appeared on his lips finally. The fish he had been waiting for had taken the bait. 20,000 per bottle. No bargaining, Chen Yuan stated flatly. The crowd gasped in disbelief. 20,000 for an unregulated product? Even a master grade tier 1 healing potion costs about that much. Not even labeled with its tier, this must be a failed product. Wang Zhe, however, nodded without hesitation. All right, no problem, but I'll test it on the spot. Before his words had fully settled, he summoned his pet Biasta towering, human-sized blade mantis. The sight of the creature's grievous injuries drew sharp intakes of breath from the crowd. Its body was covered in cracks, resembling fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering. The most severe wound was around its abdomen, where the flesh had turned a deep purple-black, clearly the aftermath of being constricted by a powerful serpentine beast. The onlookers finally understood why Wang Zhe was willing to take such a desperate gamble. They grew increasingly wary, ready to intervene should the potion prove harmful and expose Chen Yuan as a fraud. Chen Yuan, however, was elated upon seeing the blade mantis injuries. This was the perfect opportunity for a live demonstration. All right, let it drink half, and apply the rest to its wounds, he said, handing over a high-quality tier 1 healing potion, one with effects rivaling a tier 2 potion. Wang Zhe took the bottle and gritted his teeth as he opened it. There was no distinct fragrance from the potion, which caused both him and the crowd to stiffen. In their understanding, a proper potion should release a refreshing aroma upon being uncapped. If you don't use it soon, your pet beast might not make it, Chen Yuan reminded him. Wang Zhe glanced at his barely breathing blade mantis, then back at the potion in his hand, which could very well be fake. Clenching his jaw, he made his decision. If it doesn't drink, it dies. If it drinks, it might still die. But he'll take the risk. He began feeding the potion to the blade mantis. After it had consumed half, he followed Chen Yuan's instructions, pouring the remaining potion onto his hands to apply it to the creature's wounds. The moment Wang Zhe held the potion in his hands, a warm sensation spread from his palm to his entire body, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. He stood frozen, immersed in this incredible feeling, until Chen Yuan's impatient voice snapped him back to reality. Stop spacing out. At this rate, you'll absorb all the potion yourself. Ah, yes. Wang Zhe jolted awake, the expression on his face completely transformed. A newfound light of hope gleamed in his eyes as his tone became far more respectful. Without delay, he carefully began applying the potion to the wounds of the double-bladed mantis. The mantis trembled violently as its wounds were touched, causing the onlookers to frown. They glared at Chen Yuan, convinced he was nothing more than a heartless scammer selling fake medicine. Many silently vowed to teach him a lesson once something went wrong with the mantis. What they didn't know, however, was how the double-bladed mantis truly felt in that moment. After the initial pain subsided, an unparalleled sense of relief swept through its body. It could distinctly feel its wounds healing at an astonishing rate. The cracked exoskeleton began mending, and even its snake venom-paralyzed waist and abdomen regained sensation. Everywhere the potion touched brought a sense of renewal, and its strength was steadily returning. As Wang Zhe applied the last bit of potion to the mantis's wounds, it suddenly stood up, astonishing everyone around. Its wings flapped vigorously, creating a series of sharp buzzing sounds. With each shake of its body, hardened green blood clots fell away, revealing unscathed flesh beneath. Even its previously blackened, purplish abdomen had returned to its normal state, clearly indicating the venom had been completely neutralized. This scene left those who had been ready to confront Chen Yuan wide-eyed in disbelief. They repeatedly glanced between the fully recovered double-bladed mantis and the potion in Chen Yuan's possession. Swallowing hard, their eyes now brimmed with desire. At this moment, even the most skeptical among them understood they had stumbled upon a treasure. At that moment, the expressions of the crowd surrounding Chen Yuan's stall changed dramatically. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, as everyone present was well aware of the effects of the recovery potion. Precisely because of this, the astonishing effectiveness of Chen Yuan's seemingly ordinary potion left them utterly shocked. The potion worked almost instantly. Even factoring in the time it took to apply it to the wound, The entire healing process took less than 2 minutes. Anyone with a bit of sense could see how extraordinary this potion was. Watching the twin-blade mantis perfectly demonstrate the potion's effects, Chun Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. He was confident that the potion would sell like hotcakes, thanks to its rapid effectiveness, a feature that could mean the difference between life and death in critical moments. Wang Zhe stared at the revitalized twin-blade mantis, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. The despair of nearly losing his beloved pet was something he never wanted to experience again. "Boss, no, master. He'll take all the remaining bottles on the table," Wang Zhe exclaimed, frantically pulling out his phone to make the payment. In his heart, Chen Yuan, the creator of such a miraculous potion, was already a master in the field of pet beast cultivation. The moment those words left his mouth, the scene erupted into chaos. People began shouting in protest. "What do you mean you're buying them all for yourself? Don't you know how to leave some for the rest of us? I was here first. I should get to buy them. Rubbish. I was clearly here before you." Arguments broke out one after another, with some even resorting to accusations. "Didn't you just say the master was selling fake potions?" "Nonsense. I never said that. I knew from the start this was a miracle potion." As the crowd's disputes grew louder, an unexpected change occurred. The twin-blade mantis suddenly began to emit a dazzling light, drawing everyone's attention. When the light faded, its aura had noticeably strengthened. It had advanced to Tier 3. Although everyone knew that a recovery potion couldn't directly trigger a pet beast advancement, the scene only fueled the crowd's excitement. The bidding war escalated instantly. "They'll pay more. They'll double the price. Forget it. They'll triple it." Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a figure in a standard black trench coat stepped forward. It was a guard from the Secret Realm Fortress. "Everyone, calm down. This is the Secret Realm Fortress, not a place for you to cause a commotion," the guard commanded. However, this guard, named Wu Laolu, quickly turned to Qin Yuan with a fawning smile. "Master, how about selling the potion to me? He'll pay 30,000 per bottle." "You're shameless, Wu Laolu," the crowd shouted angrily. "Why would a mid-level beast tamer need a low-level potion?" Wu Laolu scoffed. "Who says mid-level beast tamers don't need low-level potions? Sure, the effect is weaker, but can't I just use more of them? Besides, aren't some of you also mid-level beast tamers?" He gestured toward a few individuals in the crowd. "I'm doing this for your own good. Instead of ruining friendships over this, why not let me take care of this troublesome source?" He even struck a righteous pose as he spoke. "Damn it, you talk a good game." An angry voice exploded in the fortress hall. "I don't need you meddling in my business. I want this cursed thing, and that's final. Go do whatever you're supposed to do and stop nagging me." "Wu Laolu, if you keep abandoning your post like this, you wouldn't want your superior to find out, would you?" A few mid-level beast tamers had already grabbed Wu Laolu by the collar, their clenched fists hovering menacingly in the air. From a higher vantage point, Lu Tao quietly observed the chaos unfolding below. As the deputy commander's aide, he had witnessed the entire incident from the very beginning. He was astounded by the effects of Chen Yuan's potion. This near-instant healing remedy was nothing short of a lifeline for junior beast tamers. While its effectiveness might diminish for higher-level beasts, it was still an invaluable resource for treating injuries. Most importantly, given its remarkable results, the potion came at an unbelievably low price. Lu Tao's mind raced as he began weighing the idea of striking a major deal with Chen Yuan. For the defenders of the Secret Realm Fortress, this potion was a godsend. It could not only significantly improve the survival rate of new recruits, but also bring a transformative boost to the entire fortress. He resolved to find an opportunity to discuss this matter thoroughly with the deputy commander. Just as Lu Tao was about to step in and calm the situation, Chen Yuan spoke up. "Enough. Everyone, stop." In an instant, the raucous hall fell into a deathly silence. Those who had been shouting accusations about Chen Yuan selling fake potions or running a scam suddenly froze under his cold, piercing gaze. At that moment, their greatest fear wasn't being scolded at, it was the possibility that Chen Yuan might refuse to sell them this miraculous potion. Chen Yuan stood calmly in the center of the crowd. Despite being questioned and mocked earlier, he remained unfazed. He fully understood that skepticism about unverified products was only natural. If he were in their shoes, he would feel the same way. In stark contrast, the young girl by his side, Xiao Ling, was seething with anger. Those who had once ridiculed her master made her want to charge up and slap each of them. If not for Chen Yuan stopping her in time, she might have done just that. However, seeing those same people now arguing fiercely to purchase Chen Yuan's creations brought her immense satisfaction. She couldn't help but puff out her chest with pride for her master. "Stop fighting over it," Chen Yuan said calmly. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes inevitably falling on the few bottles of potion left on the table. Though reluctant, no one dared to protest, fearing they might upset Chen Yuan and drive him away. "I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I have plenty of these potions. Chen Yuan reassured them as he bent down to pick up a backpack at his feet. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he pulled out over 200 bottles of potion. The sight of such a large stock brought a gleam to everyone's eyes, and their earlier anxiety dissipated. After all, there were only about 30 to 40 people present, so this amount was more than enough for everyone to purchase some. Chen Yuan then divided the potions into 3 piles and explained. This pile is the standard grade, priced at 10,000 per bottle. He pointed to the largest pile, which contained over 140 bottles. This pile is the superior grade, priced at 15,000 per bottle, he said, indicating the middle pile of about 60 bottles. And this pile is the premium grade, the same kind that the dual-bladed mantis just used, priced at 20,000 per bottle, he concluded, gesturing to the smallest pile, which had only about 20 bottles. The crowd finally understood. While there were enough potions overall, the limited quantity of the premium grade ones meant competition was inevitable. Just as the situation threatened to spiral into chaos again, Chen Yuan pointed to a spot nearby and said, "Go over there to discuss among yourselves. I don't want to hear any more arguing here." The crowd moved aside to deliberate. They eventually reached a consensus. Those taking premium grade potions would limit themselves to 2 bottles, and those opting for superior grade would take 1 less. However, before finalizing the distribution, they wanted more details about the effects of the other 2 types of potions. Returning to Chen Yuan, someone asked about the effects of the superior and standard grade potions. Chen Yuan was prepared. The superior grade is slightly less effective than the premium grade. It takes about 2 minutes to work, and its healing effects are a bit weaker. It can't achieve the near miraculous results of the premium grade. The standard grade takes over 4 minutes to kick in and is weaker than the superior grade, he explained. For third-tier beasts, the effectiveness of all these potions will be reduced, and the recovery time may increase by 2 to 3 times. However, when used on first-tier beasts, even the standard grade can achieve results comparable to the premium grade. After hearing this, the crowd felt the potions were well worth the price, far superior to other products in the same price range. They quickly reached an agreement on distribution and lined up in an orderly fashion. The first to step forward was Wang Jia, who selected 1 premium grade potion and 2 superior grade ones, transferring 100,000 yuan to Chen Yuan. When Chen Yuan saw the payment notification, he noticed an extra 30,000 yuan and was about to return the excess when Wang Jia insisted, "Master, I didn't overpay. In fact, I feel like I'm getting a bargain. This way, I feel better about it." Others in line chimed in, "Master, just accept it. With such high-quality products at these prices, we're already getting a great deal." Chen Yuan looked at the group of customers, who were now voluntarily paying extra, and found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Faced with the overwhelming enthusiasm of the crowd, Chen Yuan eventually nodded and accepted the payment that exceeded the listed price. Every face in the room lit up with joy, as they genuinely felt that Chen Yuan's potions were worth far more than their cost. Even after paying extra, they still believed they had gotten an incredible bargain. This, however, revealed a deeper motive. Everyone could see that someone as young as Chen Yuan, capable of crafting such powerful potions, was bound to achieve extraordinary success in the future. Establishing a good relationship with him now might just grant them priority access to his potions later on. The mere thought of this filled them with excitement they could barely contain. Before long, all the potions Chen Yuan had displayed were completely sold out. His account balance, which had been nearly empty before, skyrocketed to over 4 million, more than 10 times what his contract spirit, Xiaoling, had seen previously. This left Chen Yuan marveling at the staggering profitability of the potion-making industry. A single recipe required only about 4,000 yuan worth of Tier 1 herbs to produce 10 bottles of potion. This meant the cost per bottle was less than 500 yuan. Yet even the most basic potion could sell for over 10,000 yuan. Despite having completed their purchases, the crowd lingered instead of leaving, hesitating as they stood in place. Noticing this, Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Is there something else?" he asked. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances until Wang Jia finally stepped forward. "Master, will you be coming back here to sell potions in the future?" This was the question on everyone's mind. If Chen Yuan stopped selling in the secret realm, they at least wanted to know where they could find his potions. Chen Yuan gave a slight nod. "Of course. After all, potions are needed here in the secret realm, but I don't plan to spend too much time on selling them." With that, he picked up his backpack and, accompanied by Xiaoling, left the fortress under the crowd's delighted and hopeful gazes. Shortly after Chen Yuan left the secret fortress, news of his departure reached Zhang Heng. Standing in the deputy commander's office, Lu Tao was reporting the details of the situation to Zhang Heng. "Are you saying that Chen Yuan brought out a potion far superior to anything on the market and sold it in the secret fortress?" Zhang Heng asked. Lu Tao nodded repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Deputy Commander Zhang, I believe we could collaborate with him. This kind of potion could significantly reduce the mortality rate of new pet beasts." "All right, I've got it. You can leave now," Zhang Heng replied indifferently, as if he didn't consider the matter important. Lu Tao hesitated, wanting to say more, but Zhang Heng frowned. What? Is there something else? Noticing Zhang Heng's growing impatience, Lu Tao immediately backed off. He didn't want to get scolded for no reason, so he quickly left the room, planning to bring it up again another time. Left alone in the office, Zhang Heng's expression turned peculiar. The commander's son selling potions, and now his secretary suggesting a partnership. What kind of situation was this? In his opinion, these potions were most likely given to Qin Yuan by the commander himself, or perhaps by old Master Chun, as life-saving measures. Qin Yuan, probably short on money and unaware of their true value, had decided to sell the man at such a ridiculously low price. The thought made Zhang Heng regret not being there in person. If he had been, he would have bought them all. In his eyes, anything entrusted to Qin Yuan by the commander or old Master Chun had to be top tier. As for the possibility that Qin Yuan had made the potions himself, Zhang Heng dismissed it outright. What could a 16-year-old kid possibly make? If he really made those potions, I'd eat my own hate or worse, Zhang Heng muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Heng decided to call the commander to inform him about the situation. It wasn't about wanting to see the kid get reprimanded. Rather, he was worried that Qin Yuan might get into trouble without life-saving potions, and he didn't want to be blamed for withholding information. Meanwhile, at the Pet Beast Cub store, Qin Yuan's father was discussing some matters with old Master Chun and old Madam Chun. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Zhang Heng. What's up? Something happened? Asked old Master Chun. Nothing major, just a call from Zhang Heng, Qin Yuan's father replied. Then it's probably about the secret fortress. You should answer it, old Master Chun said. The call was brief, but when Chun Yuan's father put down the phone, his expression was odd. What's wrong? Did something serious happen at the fortress? Old Master Chun asked, frowning. Chun Yuan's father shook his head. Not really. But Dad, did you secretly give Chen Yuan something without telling me? Of course not. Why would I go behind your back like that? Old Master Chin's heart skipped a beat. He had indeed prepared a few special items for Qin Yuan, but hadn't had the chance to hand them over yet. Growing concerned, he asked, did something happen to the boy? No, he's fine. But apparently, Qin Yuan somehow got his hands on some incredibly potent potions and has been selling them in the secret fortress, Qin Yuan's father explained. Hearing that Qin Yuan was safe, old Master Chun let out a sigh of relief. It's probably your mother spoiling her grandson and sneaking him some things. Old Madam Chun immediately denied it. I didn't give him anything. I wouldn't dare break the Chun family's ancestral rules. Suddenly, old Master Chun had a flash of insight. There's another possibility. What if our boy made them himself? Do you remember the Shadow Cat incident? I thought back then he had the potential to become a pet beast cultivator. Chun Yuan's father was skeptical. That's impossible. Zhang Heng said those potions are far superior to anything on the market. Master level work, no doubt. Chun Yuan hasn't even studied this field. How could he possibly make them? This remark irritated old Master Chun. What's that supposed to mean? My grandson is just better than everyone else. Deal with it. And you, his own father, should stop underestimating him. Enough, both of you. Old Madam Chin interjected. The priority right now is figuring out where these potions came from, not you two bickering like children. Both men immediately ceased their argument. Qin Yuan's father pulled out his phone and began reaching out to his contacts for information. Leveraging his position as a local commander, it didn't take long for him to uncover some clues. After hanging up the phone, Qin's father turned to the old Master Chun, his face still filled with disbelief. Dad, you were right. Qin Yuan has indeed been buying a lot of berries and herbs recently at the Pet Beast Trading Center next door. This revelation surprised the old master as well. He had made the remark casually, never expecting that a child with no training in alchemy could actually manage to concoct potions. Are you saying that batch of potions might really have been made by my grandson? Qin's father nodded solemnly, and the room fell into a heavy silence. I suddenly understand why our ancestors established that rule. The old master finally broke the quiet, his gaze thoughtful. The rule that younger generations must wait until they're 20 to learn the family secret, it's all to push them to grow. Hearing this, Qin's father couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He recalled his own younger years, growing up believing the family was poor, only to discover at 20 that he was born into a prestigious lineage, with his seemingly ordinary father being a hidden powerhouse. The shock of that revelation was unforgettable. At the time, he had wanted nothing more than to drag their rule-making ancestor out to demand an explanation for such torture. But now, Qin's father had long since changed his perspective. He found himself looking forward to seeing his son Chen Yuan's expression when he learned the truth at 20, just as the old master had once watched him react with astonishment. So, Dad, what should we do now? Qin's father asked. Leave it as it is, the old master replied firmly. It's a good thing the boy has talent, but as his father, you need to stay vigilant. Don't let any schemers get their hands on the formulas he develops. Qin's father nodded in agreement. Understood. I'll be careful. After seeing Qin's father off, The old master went upstairs alone and stopped in front of a locked room. He unlocked the door, revealing rows of neatly arranged first to third tier berries, each one flawless in appearance. On the other side of the room were stacks of boxes filled with top-grade potions of the same tiers, all prepared for Chen Yuan. Looking at the supplies, the old master sighed softly. My dear grandson, now I truly understand. Our ancestors were right. Doing this is truly for your own good. He closed the door gently after speaking. Upon learning that Chen Yuan knew how to make potions, the old master had resolved to strictly adhere to the family rules and stop secretly giving these resources to Chen Yuan. In his eyes, only by doing so could his grandson's true potential be unlocked. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan remained completely unaware that he had unknowingly missed out on this stockpile of valuable resources. In a secluded corner of a mysterious realm, Chen Yuan was leading his pet beast in a practical combat training session. Jing Shanshan, jump and use Pierce. At Chen Yuan's command, a massive golden ant leapt into the air. This half-meter tall, 1-meter-long giant radiated a metallic sheen all over its body, a result of its rapid growth under the nourishment of second-tier energy cubes. Its opponent was a level 17 gray-scaled snake. Despite the significant level gap, Jing Shanshan, now at level 12, completely dominated the battle thanks to its leader-tier bloodline and dual innate abilities. The golden ant dived from above, its spear-like forelegs aiming straight for the snake's vital spot. Though the gray-scaled snake managed to twist its head in time to avoid a fatal strike, its tail was firmly pinned to the ground. The trapped snake let out a painful hiss and opened its gaping jaws to bite at Jing Shanshan's foreleg. However, the moment its venomous fangs made contact with the golden ant's exterior, they snapped apart. This was all thanks to Jing Shanshan's Earth attribute, which granted it high defense, and its golden shell ability, which provided a 30 reduction in physical damage. Jing Shanshan observed its subdued opponent with apparent interest, while Chen Yuan issued the command for the finishing blow. Jing Shanshan, strike its 7-inch spot. It's where the head transitions into a thicker section. Without hesitation, Jing Shanshan raised its other foreleg and struck precisely at the snake's weak point. After a brief struggle, the gray-scaled snake lost all signs of life. Well done, Jing Shanshan, Chen Yuan exclaimed, patting the golden ant's back with pride over their overwhelming victory. Nearby, Xiaoling fluttered over to Jing Shanshan's head, mimicking Chen Yuan by lightly patting it in a gesture of congratulations. Jing Shanshan happily wiggled its antennae, basking in the praise from its master and companion. Over the past few days, with a steady supply of second-tier energy cubes, Xiaoling had also made remarkable progress, leveling up twice to reach level 13. Just 2 more levels, and she could evolve into a more powerful fire spirit, surpassing many pet beasts that had undergone a single evolution. During breaks between battles, Xiaoling often perched atop Jing Shanshan's head, fulfilling her little dream of being a golden ant knight. However, Chen Yuan only summoned Jing Shanshan when he was certain no one else was around. This was not just to keep Jing Shanshan's existence a secret, but also to conceal the fact that Xiaoling had reached the second tier. Moreover, Jing Shanshan's dazzling golden appearance was far too eye-catching, which was one of the reasons Xiaoling was so fond of it. Standing next to Jing Shanshan instantly elevates one's presence, radiating an aura of prestige and brilliance. Chen Yuan glanced at his phone. There was still plenty of time. He decided to let the little sprite and Jing Shanshan engage in a bit more combat. Using the scouting abilities provided by the system, Chen Yuan carefully selected opponents of similar strength for both of his pet beasts. Jing Shanshan and the little sprite each completed an exhilarating battle. After the final fight, Chen Yuan recalled Jing Shanshan and began heading toward the secret realm's exit with the little sprite. To avoid the crowds, Chen Yuan opted for a less traveled route. Although it took him a bit more time, he eventually reached an area near the secret realm's entrance. By this point, the number of passers-by had noticeably increased. Many recognized Chen Yuan and eagerly greeted him with waves and smiles. Chen Yuan politely nodded in return. This scene caught the attention of some onlookers. Hey Zhao, who is that guy? Why are you going out of your way to greet him? Someone couldn't help but ask. Sure. The man addressed as Zhao lowered his voice. Remember that potion I used yesterday? Of course I remember. That stuff was incredible. Where on earth did you get such a treasure? I've told you 100 times it was from the secret realm fortress. Oh, come on. Who are you trying to fool? The stuff from the fortress is nowhere near as effective as what you had. Zhao gestured toward Chen Yuan's departing figure. You were curious why I greeted him, right? He's the master alchemist who made that potion. What? That young guy is a master alchemist? The companion stared in shock at Chen Yuan's retreating figure. Scenes like this had been happening frequently over the past few days. As word spread about the potions for sale, more and more people came to recognize Chen Yuan as the young master alchemist. Some even went out of their way to curry favor with him. By the next day, a few people had started following him around, hoping to step in and help him in times of danger to win his goodwill. This irritated Chen Yuan to no end. How was he supposed to train Jin Shanshan with these people tailing him? He promptly sent them away, though his tone was not harsh, as he understood their intentions were good. He simply made it clear that he did not want to be followed. Most of them left after realizing their efforts to please him were futile. Only a few insisted they were merely heading in the same direction. Seeing that Chen Yuan's pet was the seemingly weak little sprite, they assumed he might encounter danger and hoped to seize the chance to earn his gratitude by saving him. However, they quickly abandoned this idea. After witnessing the little sprite effortlessly slap wild beasts to the ground one after another, they were stunned to discover just how powerful this so-called weak pet truly was. Chen Yuan and Xiao Ling were strolling leisurely along the road leading to school. After taking several days off, today marked their long-awaited return. The timing was no coincidence. It had been carefully arranged by their homeroom teacher, Xietu, since today was the day the entire class would venture into the mystical realm. Xietu hoped Chen Yuan could join his classmates in experiencing the realm and sharpening his combat awareness. Of course, what Xietu didn't know was that for Chen Yuan, the mystical realm was already as familiar as his own backyard. Meanwhile, the classroom was abuzz with discussions centered around Chen Yuan. Zhang Hao glanced at the empty seat next to him and let out a heavy sigh. Sigh. Chen Yuan's been gone for days on leave. Today's the day we're heading into the mystical realm, but who knows if he'll even show up. His words immediately resonated with the others. Yeah, it'd be great if Chen Yuan were here. He's so experienced, could actually learn something from him. The lively chatter wasn't exactly quiet, and it soon reached the ears of a pale figure sitting at the other end of the classroom. That figure was none other than Lin Yu, who had just recently been discharged from the ICU. Hearing his classmates' admiration for Chen Yuan, Lin Yu's expression darkened instantly. Chen Yuan? That guy's only been bonded with his spirit beast for a short while, and he's already claiming to be a regular in the mystical realm? You actually believe that nonsense? If you ask me, he won't even show up today. Wouldn't want to expose himself, would he? Lin Yu's remarks immediately garnered agreement from the more skeptical students. While many acknowledged Chen Yuan's strength, they scoffed at the idea of him being a seasoned mystical realm adventurer. Especially those still loyal to Lin Yu. Chimed in eagerly. Young Master Lin is right. A newbie daring to enter the mystical realm? That's just asking for trouble. However, Chen Yuan's supporters weren't backing down. Then how do you explain why Chen Yuan's spirit beast is so powerful? And why his combat instincts are so sharp? Among these voices of support were a few of Lin Yu's former followers, and every word felt like a slap in his face. Swallowing his anger, Lin Yu pressed on. I won't deny his spirit beast is strong, but that doesn't prove anything. Have any of you seen him enter the mystical realm with your own eyes? And let's not forget, there's always a natural variance in strength between spirit beasts. That's just common knowledge. One of Chen Yuan's supporters nodded thoughtfully. Lin Yu does have a point. My cousin bonded with a particularly strong storm tiger, and right after breaking into Tier 2, it could already take on veteran Tier 2 storm tigers. But his tone shifted as he trailed off. Lin Yu stood in the center of the classroom, his gaze sweeping over the classmates who were defending Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan may have claimed his beast-taming talent is extraordinary, but this kind of strength, which clearly defies logic, is highly suspicious. Besides, none of you can actually prove that what he says is true, can you? He deliberately emphasized the last few words. The classroom fell into a heavy silence. Indeed, Chen Yuan's explanation was based solely on his own words, with no evidence to back it up. From a rational standpoint, Lin Yu's doubts seemed more convincing. Some skeptical students began whispering among themselves, speculating that Chen Yuan might have some secret trick he was unwilling to share, and was merely using the excuse of a mystical realm. After all, as novice beast tamers, who would dare venture into such a realm without absolute confidence? Seeing the reactions around him, Lin Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. For him, tarnishing Chen Yuan's reputation, even indirectly, was an immensely gratifying experience. Just as the classroom remained enveloped in an awkward silence, familiar footsteps echoed from the doorway. Huh, why is it so quiet in here today? Chen Yuan's voice broke through the tension. As he stepped inside, his eyes immediately landed on the only person standing, Lin Yu, whose presence was as conspicuous as a firefly in the dark. The moment Lin Yu turned to meet Chen Yuan's gaze, Chen Yuan's expression darkened instantly. You little punk, I've finally caught you, he growled, storming toward Lin Yu with fury in his stride. Before Lin Yu could react, Chen Yuan had grabbed him by the collar, his right fist raised menacingly. Pay up, now, he demanded, his fist hovering in midair, as though it might come crashing down on Lin Yu's face at any second. Staring at the fist right in front of his face, Lin Yu felt a wave of panic in his heart, but he forced himself to stay calm, raising his chin and saying, Sure, I'll give you the 100,000, but you have to beg me. As long as you beg, I'll hand it over immediately. This remark clearly infuriated Chen Yuan. He had only intended to intimidate Lin Yu, but seeing the arrogant expression on his face made his blood boil. While the money meant little to him now, Lin Yu's shameless attitude about owing him money was absolutely revolting. Without another word, Chen Yuan clenched his fist and swung it straight into Lin Yu's face. Thud. The punch landed squarely. As a trainer bonded with two second-tier spirit beasts, even using just 5 of his strength, the impact was no joke. Luckily, Lin Yu had bonded with a golden armor rhinoceros, granting him considerable defensive enhancements. Without it, this punch might have sent him straight to the hospital. Even so, Lin Yu's face burned with pain, a numbing sensation making him worry if he might suffer nerve damage. Damn you, Chen Yuan. I'll fight you to the death. Lin Yu's eyes turned red with rage, and he was about to retaliate when he suddenly took a slap to the face. This time, it was Xiao Ling who struck. Xiao Ling, though not fully understanding the concept of money, knew that money could be exchanged for energy cubes. To her, Lin Yu's debt to Chen Yuan was essentially a debt owed to her energy cubes. With that thought, she dealt Lin Yu another slap, this one even harder. Lin Yu's lackeys, seeing this, shouted that they would step in to help, but the moment they saw the little spirit raising her hand again, they immediately backed down. Some even slumped back into their seats, too afraid to get involved. As Chen Yuan continued to teach Lin Yu a lesson, their homeroom teacher, Xie Tu, walked in. Seeing the commotion, he immediately shouted, "Chen Yuan, let go of Lin Yu." Hearing the teacher's voice, Chen Yuan froze for a moment. Lin Yu, however, grinned smugly, shooting a taunting look at Chen Yuan. Despite his swollen, bruised face, his cocky expression was infuriating. Unable to hold back, Chen Yuan delivered another punch straight to Lin Yu's face. The scene left everyone present utterly stunned, including Lin Yu's gang of underlings, who now had a glimmer of fear in their eyes. Even the sudden appearance of their homeroom teacher, Xie Tu, couldn't stop Chen Yuan from landing that crucial punch. His boldness was nothing short of astonishing. After releasing Lin Yu, Chen Yuan turned to face Xie Tu with a casual shrug. "Sorry, teacher. I got startled by a noise behind me and accidentally threw that punch." The explanation was clearly far-fetched, and no one believed it. However, given Chen Yuan's reputation as an exemplary student, Xie Tu decided to turn a blind eye. Once Chen Yuan let go, Lin Yu's bruised and battered face was fully revealed to the crowd, drawing gasps of shock. Xie Tu frowned and asked, "Explain yourselves. What happened here?" Lin Yu was about to defend himself. "Teacher, I was just sitting at my desk." "Be quiet." Xie Tu cut him off sharply, then turned to Chen Yuan. "Chen Yuan, you explain?" Seeing Lin Yu's incredulous expression, Chen Yuan calmly replied, "Well, here's what happened. Lin Yu owes me some money. As you know, teacher, the competition is coming up, and it takes a lot of resources to strengthen my pet beast. I came to ask him to repay me, but not only did he refuse, he also insulted me." At the mention of the competition, Xie Tu's expression immediately turned serious. As one of the class's star competitors, Chen Yuan's performance was directly tied to the class's reputation. More importantly, Xie Tu was well aware of the strict family rule in Chen Yuan's household: no financial assistance from the family before the age of 20. This debt was crucial for Chen Yuan's training. "Lin Yu," Xie Tu snapped, glaring at the pale-faced student with clear disapproval. "Paying back what you owe is only right. You have 2 days to repay Chen Yuan." Then, softening his tone, he reassured Chen Yuan, "Focus on your training. I'll make sure he pays up soon." Finally, Xie Tu addressed the entire class, announcing, "Everyone, head to the field. Today, a few teachers will accompany you into the secret realm." With that, he turned and left the classroom. As soon as Xie Tu left, the classroom erupted into a lively commotion. The students quickly got to their feet and began heading toward the sports field. Leading the way was Chen Yuan, striding ahead with remarkable speed and setting the pace for the others. By the time they reached the field, a number of teachers had already gathered there. Among them was their homeroom teacher, Xie Tu, along with instructors from subjects like Chinese and math. In this world, where contract beasts existed, traditional subjects carried less weight. But every teacher leading the groups was undeniably skilled. Each either possessed a 4th-tier contract beast or, at the very least, a high-level 3rd-tier one. Once everyone had arrived, Xie Tu clapped his hands to draw their attention. "Today, we're heading into the secret realm. The teachers and I will each lead a group. You'll be divided into small teams, and unless you face a crisis you can't handle, we will not interfere. Even those without contract beasts will join you. Exploring the secret realm will be beneficial for you as well." As soon as he finished speaking, several students raised their hands eagerly. Xie Tu looked slightly surprised and randomly pointed to one of them. "Teacher, can we choose our own teams?" "Yes, as long as your group doesn't exceed 8 people, Xie Tu replied. He then pointed to another student who had raised their hand. "What's your question?" "I don't have one anymore, just asked it," the student said, gesturing toward the first one. The rest of the students with raised hands also chimed in, admitting they had the exact same question. The teachers exchanged amused yet exasperated looks. These students all wanted to ask the same thing. With a resigned smile, Sietu announced, each group will have 8 members. We'll form 5 groups in total. You can start organizing yourselves now. Coincidentally, a few students had recently formed contracts with beasts during their birthdays, bringing the class total number of contractors to exactly 40, perfect for 5 groups of 8. The moment Sietu finished speaking, chaos broke loose. At least half the students surged toward Chen Yuan, most of them the same ones who had raised their hands earlier. Chen Yuan, join our group. Girls, step aside. Chen Yuan should obviously team up with us guys. Huh. Compared to you smelly boys, Chen Yuan would definitely prefer being in our group. Exactly. The girls around chimed in enthusiastically. Women just slow things down. Chen Yuan, don't let them trick you. Yeah, boys should stick together. That's right. Good brothers should always spar together. This bizarre comment left everyone stunned. Both the boys and girls instinctively took a step back, creating an immediate empty space around the speaker. His friends stared at him in disbelief, as if they were seeing him in a new light for the first time. I thought we were brothers, but you? Even Chen Yuan looked taken aback by his classmate's peculiar remark. Feeling the collective judgmental stares, the student looked like he was about to cry. I just blurted it out. You believe me, right? Though his eyes pleaded with sincerity, the others still took another cautious step back. Desperate, he turned to his friends. You guys believe me, don't you? His friends forced awkward smiles that looked more like grimaces and hesitantly nodded. Overjoyed, he spread his arms wide for a hug, only to watch his friends retreat one by one at lightning speed. He gazed up at the sky with a hint of melancholy. Fine. If that's how it is, then what's the point of being brothers anymore? Great. From now on, you're not one of us anymore. Yeah, you said it yourself. That's Sue. I mean, it's so sad. We never thought you'd abandon our brotherhood like this. The teachers, watching this absurd scene unfold, had expressions that could only be described as a mix of bewilderment and amusement. Although Sietu stood at a distance, thanks to the augmented senses granted by his beast companion, he could take in everything happening before him with crystal clarity. Students surged forward in droves, crowding around Chen Yuan. This scene didn't come as a surprise to Sietua, might not have known that Chen Yuan was a seasoned expert in secret realms, but he was well aware of the boy's strength. Meanwhile, the other teachers had gathered together, quietly discussing this extraordinary student. Since practical combat classes were under the purview of Sietu, the homeroom teacher for the Beast Companion Studies program, most of them knew little about Chen Yuan's abilities. However, the scene unfolding before them was enough to spark their imaginations. Looks like Chen Yuan is quite impressive, being this popular, one teacher remarked with admiration. Indeed, just the sheer number of people wanting to team up with him says a lot. Another chimed in, Mr. Xia, would you say Chen Yuan is a top contender for this competition? One teacher asked. Xia nodded in affirmation. That simple gesture immediately changed the expressions of the teachers present. Apart from Xia and Principal Gao Hong, the others knew little about Chen Yuan's background. But being labeled a seeded contestant in the Newcomer's Cup was proof enough of his limitless potential. As long as nothing unexpected happened, this young man was destined to become a powerful figure in the future. However, as everyone marveled at Chen Yuan's talents, Lin Yu stood off to the side, his eyes betraying a completely different emotion. He scanned the crowd, glancing at the few followers by his side, then back at Chen Yuan, who was basking in the attention of the crowd. His jaw clenched tightly. In his mind, this kind of recognition and adoration should have belonged to him. The sight before him burned more than the beating Chen Yuan had given him earlier. Lin Yu could endure physical pain, but this was unbearable. As he replayed the events of recent days in his mind, his hatred for Chen Yuan flared like an uncontrollable blaze. It's all because of that cursed Chen Yuan. He's the one who stole everything that should have been mine. Lin Yu's gaze fixed on Chen Yuan, surrounded by his admirers, growing darker and more venomous by the second. His seething resentment had finally reached its breaking point. Lin Yu's inner resentment and unwillingness were hard to quell, but none of it could change Chen Yuan's popularity within the class. As the chaotic scramble to recruit Chen Yuan's teammates spiraled out of control, their homeroom teacher, Xie had no choice but to step in and put an end to the commotion. Finally, Chen Yuan's 8-member team was officially formed. His deskmate Zhang Hao, Lin Miaoho had once battled Chen Yuan during the pet beast class, the constantly bickering duo, class monitor Lu Yuan, and 2 freshmen who had just bonded with their first pet beasts. The other students who hoped to join could only leave disappointed and look for other teams. Under the guidance of several teachers, the group set off in grand fashion toward the mystical realm. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhang Hao sidled up to Chen Yuan and asked, Chen Yuan, what's the mystical realm really like? I'd love to know too. Lin Miao chimed in immediately. Though the other teammates stayed silent, their eager, curious gazes were fixed on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan smiled and nodded. I can tell you, but honestly, There's nothing particularly special about the mystical realm. His words not only captured the attention of his teammates, but also perked up the ears of other nearby students. Even the teachers slowed their pace slightly, keen to hear what this student rumored to have entered the mystical realm multiple times had to say. The mystical realm, as the name suggests, is mostly forest terrain with some small hills and lakes. Chun Yuan began, his expression gradually turning serious. But the most important thing to watch out for are the pet beasts that are masters of camouflage. Insects and snakes blend into the environment, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. They're not just on the ground, there could be dangers lurking in tree trunks and leaves as well. Hearing these practical tips, the surrounding students' eyes lit up, and even the teachers nodded in agreement. From Chen Yuan's detailed explanation, it was clear that this wasn't baseless talk, but hard-earned knowledge from experience. Most importantly, Chen Yuan continued, his tone growing especially grave, you must avoid colonies of insect-type pet beasts at all costs. Trust me, you don't want to mess with them. Are colony beasts really that strong? A student from a neighboring group couldn't help but ask. Chen Yuan shook his head. Not all of them are necessarily strong, but they're extremely difficult to handle. Imagine while you have only one first-tier pet beast, your opponents are an entire group of beasts of the same tier. His words sent a chill through the students, who could vividly picture the terrifying scene of being surrounded by countless pet beasts. And what if we can't avoid them? The same student asked, his face pale. Then you're left with two options, Chen Yuan replied. One is to fight for your life, but for us freshmen, that's almost impossible because it requires strength far surpassing the entire group. As soon as those words left his mouth, the trainees all nodded in agreement. Chen Yuan continued his analysis, saying, the second way to survive is to run for your life. If you have a mount or pet beast that's faster than your pursuer, then you're in the clear. But if you don't, you can look for rivers or mud pits. His gaze swept across the group as he elaborated. Water can refract light and block scents. Some pet beasts rely more on their sense of smell than their vision to track prey. Of course, this depends on luck, as not all pet beasts behave this way. The same principle applies to mud pits. At this point, Chen Yuan paused, his expression turning grave. However, there's a critical condition: these water sources, or mud pits, must be in unclaimed territory. If they belong to someone, he left the sentence unfinished, but everyone present understood the implication. A few trainees visibly paled, clearly imagining the worst-case scenario: jumping into claimed territory, which would be no different from walking into a trap and becoming a feast for wild pet beasts. These creatures weren't picky eaters. They devour anything they could catch. Seeing the fear on their faces, Chen Yuan gave a reassuring smile and said, don't worry too much. Such extreme situations are rare. Besides, this time, the teachers are leading the team. Nothing will go wrong. That's right. With the teachers here, there's no need to worry, someone chimed in. Yet, a few trainees couldn't help but tremble. Just imagining what Chen Yuan described as terrifying. The secret realm is truly dangerous. Same here. Just hearing about it gave me goosebumps, another trainee added, casting an envious glance at those in Chen Yuan's group. I really envy you guys for being able to team up with him. The envied group members wore smug smiles, grateful to have such an experienced teammate. Not far away, Lin Yu watched everything with cold detachment, a sneer playing on his lips. What a load of nonsense. As if anyone couldn't come up with that kind of story. This time, however, no one echoed his mockery. Even those who were initially skeptical had started to believe Chen Yuan might truly have extensive experience in navigating secret realms, thanks to his logical and well-founded explanations. Lin Yu, on the other hand, remained trapped in his delusions, unwilling to acknowledge Chen Yuan's capabilities. At the entrance of the secret fortress in Anning Town, the homeroom teacher, Xie Tu, stopped and signaled for the students to wait. He walked forward alone to meet the guards and undergo the prearranged identity verification. After carefully checking his credentials, the guards nodded in approval. Xie Tu returned to the group and gestured to the other teachers, indicating that they could proceed. Everyone, follow me into the secret realm, Xie Tu said as he motioned toward the fortress gate. Leading the way with a few other teachers, he strode forward confidently. Behind them, Chen Yuan and the rest of the students followed closely, their group beginning their journey into the mysterious domain. As they approached the fortress gate, most of the students felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Only Chen Yuan remained composed, his expression calm. To him, stepping into the secret fortress felt more like returning to familiar grounds. Thanks to prior arrangements made by the school, the guards allowed the group to pass without requiring proof of their beast tamer certifications. Just then, one of the guards caught sight of a familiar face in the crowd. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he hurriedly nudged the guard next to him. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost, the companion asked, puzzled. The guard didn't respond but pointed in a specific direction. Following his gaze, the second guard's eyes also widened in astonishment. They had spotted a young man accompanied by a small sprite. This distinct combination immediately identified the individual as Chen Yuan. Isn't that the master? What's he doing mingling with high school? The guard trailed off mid-sentence, suddenly realizing the implications, his scalp tingling with shock. A 16-year-old alchemy master, such a fact was nothing short of extraordinary. Those in the fortress who knew Chen Yuan were aware of his status as an alchemy master, but none had ever known his true age. Most assumed he was at least in his 20s, or perhaps an older expert disguising himself as youthful. The prevailing belief, however, was that he was an exceptionally gifted young alchemy master. This explained why so many people had vied to protect him in the past. As the group of teachers and students ventured deeper into the fortress, more and more people began to notice Chen Yuan among them. Look, isn't that the master? Where? Oh, I see him. It's definitely him. Isn't that his sprite? It has to be him. Under the weight of so many curious gazes, the students felt increasingly anxious. Some had sweaty palms, others swallowed nervously, and a few clenched and unclenched their fists in an attempt to calm themselves. Most, however, were simply curious. Following the direction of the onlookers' stares, they realized that all eyes seemed fixed on the teachers and the small group of 8 students that included Chen Yuan. Due to a last-minute rearrangement, Chen Yuan's group was now positioned near the teachers. The original group at the front, feeling overwhelmed, had requested to let Chen Yuan, who had prior experience in the secret realm, lead the way. However, the students mistakenly assumed that the attention from those around them was directed at their homeroom teacher, Xie Tuesday. They felt a swell of pride, believing they were fortunate to study under such a highly respected teacher. Xie Tu, on the other hand, was utterly confused. He couldn't fathom why he was receiving so much attention. Just then, a young man stepped out from the crowd, approached them respectfully, and bowed slightly. Master, he addressed. That single word, master, sent the students into a frenzy. Wow, our homeroom teacher is amazing. I didn't know he was so highly regarded here in the secret realm. Me neither. But none of the students noticed that the young man's gaze wasn't directed at Xie Tuesday. Instead, it was fixed on Chen Yuan. Standing right beside him, the young man bowing was none other than Wang Zhe. It was Chen Yuan's potion that had saved his twin-blade mantis back then. Although he had already paid for the potion, Wang Zhe's gratitude toward Chen Yuan grew stronger with each passing day. He knew very well that without Chen Yuan's potion, not only would his pet beast have died, but his own foundation would have been severely damaged. Just as Xie Tu found himself momentarily at a loss for words in front of Wang Zhe, Chen Yuan's voice came from behind. What's going on? Something up? This sudden remark immediately drew the attention of all the teachers and students. While Xie Tu looked puzzled, the other teachers were displeased by Chen Yuan's abrupt interjection, considering it inappropriate for the occasion. Their impression of Chen Yuan plummeted. The students, too, felt that his action was embarrassing. However, Lin Yu, upon witnessing Chen Yuan's mistake, was overjoyed, as if he had stumbled upon a golden opportunity. Before Wang Zhe could respond, Lin Yu stepped forward, pointing at Chen Yuan and scolding. Chen Yuan, what do you mean by this? Do you think this is the kind of occasion where you can just speak up? This outburst left not only Wang Zhe but also everyone around stunned. Some even cast admiring glances at Lin Yu, which only made him more smug. What Lin Yu didn't realize, however, was the hidden intent behind those glances. Some people were eager to find an opportunity to curry favor with the master, and here Lin Yu was, delivering it to them on a silver platter. Snapping out of his shock, Wang Zhe's face darkened. He pointed at Lin Yu and furiously retorted, "What do you mean? Do you think this is the kind of occasion where you can speak up?" Lin Yu was dumbfounded. Bro, what's going on with you? I'm on your side. I was just trying to help you have a proper conversation with our homeroom teacher. Why are you coming at me? The murmurs of the onlookers began to spread. I don't know whether to admire this guy or laugh at him. Seriously, he's got guts. They'll give him that. Doesn't he know that in this secret realm fortress, the master is one of the last people you'd want to mess with? This kid's either brave or just plain reckless. These comments only deepened the confusion among the teachers and students present. Clearly, the master they were referring to wasn't Xie Tu, it was Chen Yuan. But how could a 16-year-old boy possibly earn such a title? Xie Tu, who knew a bit about Chen Yuan's background, wore a peculiar expression. He speculated that Chen Yuan's identity as the son of the secret realm fortress ruler might have been exposed. But still, where did the title of master come from? As everyone remained baffled, Wang Zhe stepped past the teachers, approached Chen Yuan, and made a fist gesture. Pointing at Lin Yu, he asked, "Master, should I?" This scene confirmed Chen Yuan's identity as the master. The teachers who had previously been dissatisfied with him were now utterly stunned, as were the students. They had assumed Chen Yuan was merely an experienced guide in the secret realm. Who could have guessed his status was far beyond that? Meanwhile, Lin Yu finally realized he might have made a grave mistake. Regret flooded him. Why had he been so quick to jump in rather than wait and see how things unfolded? At this moment, a menacing group had surrounded Chen Yuan, their eyes gleaming with hostility. They were cracking their knuckles and gearing up, as if waiting for a single command to teach this audacious young man a lesson. Oh, it's no big deal. I'm used to this kind of thing, Qin Yuan said nonchalantly, waving it off. There's no need for violence. It's not a good way to handle things. His calm response immediately caused a stir among the onlookers. The previously tense and confrontational atmosphere seemed to dissipate in an instant. Those who had been ready to pounce suddenly changed their attitudes, now praising Chen Yuan for his magnanimity. Truly a master, such composure and grace. Exactly. We should all learn from him. Absolutely. Violence doesn't solve anything. Peace and kindness are the way to go. Witnessing this, even the teachers who had been displeased with Chen Yuan began to soften their views. They looked at this forgiving student with a sense of relief. However, the class teacher, Xie Tu, and a few other students exchanged uneasy glances. After all, the memory of Chen Yuan mercilessly beating Lin Yu earlier that morning was still fresh in their minds. Lin Yu, on the other hand, could hardly believe his ears. Could it be that Chen Yuan was really going to let him off so easily? However, his brief glimmer of hope was quickly extinguished. He still owes me money, Chen Yuan suddenly remarked, switching his tone and spreading his hands in mock helplessness. If something happens to him, how am I supposed to get my money back? This single sentence reignited the crowd's fury. I knew it. That guy's shifty face screams trouble. Exactly. He looks like someone who scams people left and right. Damn it. Scamming others is bad enough, but trying to cheat the master? That's asking for death. The crowd began closing in on Lin Yu, their anger palpable. The high school students, unaccustomed to such an intense scene, quickly stepped aside to make way. The intimidating group, in turn, offered friendly smiles to these tactful students. They were, after all, classmates of the master. Lin Yu's loyal followers initially stayed by his side, which touched him deeply. But in the next moment, these same loyal lackeys began backing away, even gesturing as if to say, after you. Clearly, they had no intention of sticking their necks out. They thought to themselves, following this boss is a dead end. Better to play it safe, especially with so many burly men and fierce-looking women around. And just like that, a vacuum formed around Lin Yu. Within seconds, he was completely surrounded by a group of towering, muscular men. Lin Yu found himself surrounded by a group of burly men, and it was clear that a confrontation was imminent. Although the teachers present were reluctant to get involved in such a troublesome matter, they felt compelled by their duty and stepped forward. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of the opposing group, they had no choice but to attempt persuasion with calm words. Everyone, please listen to me. One of the teachers began. This is just a small matter. I already spoke to Lin Yu this morning, advising him to repay Chen Yuan as soon as possible. Exactly, it's a trivial issue. There's no need to escalate things like this. Another teacher chimed in. Considering the connection between the people present and the master, the group exchanged glances and eventually nodded in agreement. After all, their primary goal was to earn the master's favor, and as long as that was achieved, nothing else truly mattered. A bald man stepped forward, pointing at Lin Yu with a disdainful expression. We won't make things difficult for him. As long as he repays the money he owes the master right here and now, we'll let this go. How about that? The moment he said this, the others immediately voiced their approval. Exactly. All he needs to do is pay back what he owes the master. If he refuses, we won't be so polite. Nobody in this secret realm dares to cross the master like this. The teachers exchanged shocked glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. How could a mere first-year high school student, who had only recently bonded with a contract beast, command such respect and influence in the secret realm? They couldn't help but wonder how on earth had Chen Yuan achieved this? The students' reactions were even more intense. Those who had believed in Chen Yuan from the start now stood tall and proud, like victorious roosters, their gazes sweeping over their previously doubtful classmates. Meanwhile, those who had doubted him now hung their heads in shame, feeling like complete fools. Not only had Chen Yuan not lied, but he had also been so humble, never once mentioning the immense respect he commanded in the secret realm. Amid their shame, a tinge of jealousy began to emerge as they envied the other members of Chen Yuan's group, those who were fortunate enough to have teamed up with someone so powerful. They had always known Chen Yuan was skilled, but they hadn't realized just how extraordinary he was. Missing the chance to partner with such a prominent figure filled them with deep regret. In stark contrast, the members of Chen Yuan's group were overjoyed, reveling in the thrill of being carried by such a strong leader. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, surrounded by the menacing stares of the burly men, felt his heart sink. Reflecting on how he had been beaten earlier that morning for refusing to repay the debt, only to now begrudgingly hand over the money, he felt the sting of humiliation, and even the wounds on his face seemed to ache anew. Under the intense and threatening gazes of the crowd, Lin Yu finally caved. With a sour expression, he pulled out his phone, his last shred of defiance, and walked over to Chen Yuan. Scan the code, he said curtly. All right, Chen Yuan replied calmly, pulling out his phone. Moments later, His phone buzzed with a notification. A transfer of 100,000 yuan. While the amount wasn't particularly significant to him now, the satisfaction of reclaiming the debt from someone like Lin Yu was immensely gratifying. Seeing that Lin Yu had fully repaid the debt, the crowd nodded in approval. Now that's more like it. At least you know your place. Well then, we'll take our leave now, master, one of the men said, addressing Chen Yuan. Before departing, they made sure to exchange pleasantries with him to solidify their impression. Chen Yuan, ever approachable, responded with a warm smile, greeting each of them in turn. This delighted the group even more. They felt that their attempt to gain the master's favor had been a resounding success. Some of them even felt a sliver of gratitude toward Lin Yu. After all, without his foolishness, they might not have had this opportunity to connect with Chen Yuan. Lin Yu, his face dark with embarrassment, turned to slink back to his seat. But just as he was about to leave, a voice called out to him. It was Wang Zhe, one of Chen Yuan's teammates. Wait a second. The words made everyone pause in their tracks. Those leaving stopped mid-step, and even Lin Yu froze. Chen Yuan himself looked puzzled, unsure why Wang Zhe had spoken up. Wang Zhe's expression was serious as he pointed at Lin Yu and said in a firm tone, "Apologize, Lin Yu." Wang Zhe's voice suddenly shattered the atmosphere just as everything seemed to be wrapping up. You may have repaid the money you owed the master, but you still haven't apologized for your disrespectful behavior toward him. His words were like a thunderclap, halting everyone in their tracks. Only then did the crowd remember Lin Yu's earlier outburst, his rude and disrespectful shouting at the master. The way people looked at Wang Zhe shifted, now tinged with admiration. Who would have thought this seemingly simple and honest guy could be so sharp and tactful? That's right, he really should apologize. The master may be magnanimous enough not to hold it against him, but that doesn't mean it can just slide. Voices rose one after another, and all eyes turned to Lin Yu once more. Lin Yu's expression, already dark, turned even more menacing. He glanced around and realized that even his teacher was siding with Chen Yuan. Not a single person was willing to speak up for him. His clenched fists trembled slightly from the force of his grip, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Backed into a corner, Lin Yu finally lowered his stubborn head. I'm sorry, he muttered. The words so soft they were almost inaudible. Too quiet. Wang Zhe seized the moment and barked sharply. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, forcing the words out one by one. I am sorry. This time, his voice rang loud and clear, echoing through the room. Only then did Wang Zhe nod in satisfaction, while a smug smile spread across Chen Yuan's face. For him, nothing was more satisfying than seeing this troublemaker, who so often targeted him, being humiliated. He hadn't forgotten how Lin Yu once tried to harm Xiaoling, and even attempted to destroy his connection with his beast companion. After the apology, Lin Yu returned to his seat with his head bowed. No one noticed the bloodshot eyes filled with a crazed intensity. That madness would soon unleash a storm in the upcoming Secret Realm expedition. After everything was settled, those who had come to help Chen Yuan exchanged brief goodbyes and left. Wang Zhe also made some small talk with Chen Yuan before departing. The moment these imposing individuals left, Chen Yuan's classmates visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and the group resumed their journey. As Chen Yuan's deskmate, Zhang Hao couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and directly asked, Chen Yuan, why do they call you master? And why do they seem so friendly toward you? Chen Yuan didn't answer directly. Instead, he teased, wow, Zhang Hao, I thought you'd react like last time with that constipated look on your face. Didn't expect you to be so straightforward this time. His comment drew laughter from the surrounding classmates, even from the girls who usually cared most about their image. One of them covered her mouth as her eyes curved into crescent moons from laughing. Zhang Hao's face turned bright red from being teased, especially after hearing the girls laugh. He stammered awkwardly, all right, can we not bring that up? You're really hitting where it hurts. Seeing Zhang Hao getting flustered, Chen Yuan dropped the joking tone, shrugged, and calmly explained, it's nothing much, really. I just made some potions and sold them to those people. The effects are, well, a little impressive, he said, gesturing a small measure with his fingers. So they started calling me master. This light-hearted explanation stunned everyone present, including the teachers who had been paying close attention from a distance. Potions were an incredibly scarce and sought-after resource for all beast tamers. Judging from how those people treated Chen Yuan earlier, it was clear these were no ordinary potions. What made it even more shocking was Chen Yuan's age. The teachers collectively felt a chill run down their spines, and the students were left speechless. But soon, a peculiar glint appeared in the eyes of many. A potion maker and actual potion master was a rare and invaluable asset. Not everyone had the aptitude to become a beast breeder, and even fewer could become potion masters. Attempts to mass-produce potions with machines had all ended in failure, producing ineffective potions that were even worse than raw herbs. While nations continued to secretly research mechanized production, no breakthroughs had been made. The true reason lay in the power of beast taming. Every time Chen Yuan focused on crafting potions, he would unknowingly expend a trace of his beast taming power. It was this minuscule amount of energy that activated the medicinal properties of the ingredients, allowing the herbs to reach their full potential. Only individuals with specific beast taming abilities could create potions, which was the fundamental reason for their limited supply. Whether it was recovery potions, enhancement potions, or potions to boost a pet's strength, all of them were treasures fiercely sought after by beast tamers. The reason Chen Yuan hadn't made strength-enhancing potions was because energy cubes already fulfilled that purpose perfectly. Not only were energy cubes more effective, but they could also serve as daily sustenance. A single cube could sustain someone for several days during non-combat periods. Once Chen Yuan's identity as a potion master was revealed, many of the girls began looking at him with a newfound intensity, their gazes akin to hungry wolves eyeing their prey. The girls exchanged nervous glances, feeling the crushing weight of pressure in their hearts. They silently vowed that they would never allow those flashy girls to get close to Chen Yuan. After all, he was undeniably the ultimate catch. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan remained blissfully unaware that he had already become the center of attention for the entire school. Not only were the girls watching him like hawks, but the boys were also eager to find a way to befriend this prodigy. Even the teachers were no exception after all. A 16-year-old certified pharmacist with limitless potential was someone worth noticing. Of course, the only person harboring hostility toward him was Lin Yu, whose secret Chen Yuan had exposed. Perhaps due to the shocking news about Chen Yuan earlier, the entire group fell into a brief silence. They walked through the fortress's expansive hallways and soon arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. The sight before them left the students seeing it for the first time. In a massive mirror-like gate stood tall, perfectly reflecting the image of the forest, as if it were a living painting. "Wow, it's so beautiful," one of the girls exclaimed. "Is this the legendary mirror gate that leads to the secret realm? The entire forest is reflected on it." At the entrance to the forest of insects, their homeroom teacher, Xie cleared his throat and addressed the students. "Yes, this is indeed the mirror gate to the secret realm. Now, I need to emphasize a few points. Students without contracted pet beasts will follow the teachers. Everyone else will act according to the groups assigned earlier. Since this is meant to be a training exercise, the teachers will not accompany you throughout. Each group will be given 2 signal flares. If you encounter danger beyond your capability, you must use them immediately, and we will come to assist you. Your task is to work together to either defeat a second-tier pet beast or obtain a second-tier tree fruit or herb through strategy. Outstanding performers will receive rewards from the school. Understood?" "Understood," the students responded in unison. Xie nodded in satisfaction, but noticed a slightly odd expression on Chen Yuan's face. Understandably soft for someone like him, this task was as easy as drinking water. Just as they were about to step through the mirror gate, Xie suddenly added, "Chen Yuan, you're not bound by the standard requirements." This statement immediately drew envious looks from the other students. However, Xietu's next words wiped away their envy and left the other 7 members of Chen Yuan's group completely dumbfounded. "Your group's task is to achieve results 10 times greater than everyone else. Don't thank me. This is exactly what you deserve." Chen Yuan showed no signs of discomfort regarding the target set by Xie Tuesday. This was easy to understand after all. Even when Xiao Ling was at Tier 1, it could compete with ordinary Tier 2 beasts, let alone now. Chen Yuan knew that the target was carefully designed by Xie to match Xiao Ling's capabilities. However, even with this consideration, the challenge seemed far too simple for him in his current state. As the instructors began entering the secret realm one by one, Chen Yuan turned to his teammates and said calmly, "Let's go." Before his words had fully settled, he had already stepped into the secret realm. "Chen Yuan is so composed," someone remarked. "Yeah, he doesn't seem fazed at all by the tenfold target set by the homeroom teacher," another added. "Well, the teacher's plan makes sense. Considering Xiao Ling's strength before, it's only logical to set a higher bar for him compared to the rest of us." Class monitor Lu Yuan intervened just in time to cut the chatter. "Enough talking. Let's get moving. We don't want to keep anyone waiting, especially with others still in line behind us." She gestured to the students waiting further back. Realizing the situation, the group quickly followed her lead and stepped through the shimmering portal. A moment of spinning disorientation later, they arrived in the secret realm. The crisp, fresh air immediately greeted them, invigorating their senses only to be followed by an unpleasant wave of nausea. "Feeling queasy, aren't you? Stomach turning upside down?" Chen Yuan asked with a teasing grin as he observed the group. Clutching his stomach, Zhang Hao struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. "Chen Yuan, you jerk. Something this important, and you couldn't warn us beforehand?" His sentence was cut short as he clamped his mouth shut, desperately trying to maintain his composure. Chen Yuan's grin widened at the sight of Zhang Hao's discomfort. "Even if I had warned you, it wouldn't have made any difference. It's something you just have to go through. Don't worry, you'll get used to it after a few times. Besides, there are still more people coming through." As if on cue, more students emerged from the portal. Wow, the air here is so free. Before the girl could finish her sentence, the same wave of nausea hit her, and she immediately fell silent. Though everyone was suffering, Zhang Hao and the others found some odd comfort in knowing they weren't alone in their misery. As time passed, the entire class gradually entered the forest of insects' secret realm. Every student experienced the same stomach-churning sensation, with some even vomiting on the spot. Once the group had somewhat recovered, Xie clapped his hands to gather their attention. All right, form your teams, he instructed. The 8-person teams quickly assembled. One last reminder. If you encounter danger, use the signal flares immediately. After seeing their collective nods of understanding, he declared, "Let the trial begin." Without hesitation, Chen Yuan strode off in a chosen direction. Zhang Hao, Lu Yuan, Lin Miao, and the others hesitated for a moment before hurrying to catch up. The other 4 teams also picked their paths and dispersed. Meanwhile, Lin Yu lingered briefly, casting a long, thoughtful glance in the direction Chen Yuan's group had taken. Once all 5 teams had departed, one of the remaining students couldn't help but voice their concern. "Teacher, isn't setting a tenfold target for Chen Yuan a bit too much?" The teachers exchanged knowing smiles. Their expressions left the students who hadn't yet bonded with spirit beasts utterly baffled. One of the instructors finally responded with a question of his own. "Who do you think is most likely to complete this trial the fastest?" "That's easily Yan's team. His contracted spirit beast has been with him the longest, and its strength is second only to Chen Yuan's. Plus, he doesn't have a tenfold limit," the student replied confidently, earning nods of agreement from others. The teachers, however, shook their heads. "What if we told you that out of all the teams, only Chen Yuan's group is likely to succeed, and the others are bound to fail? Would you believe us?" The students exchanged uncertain glances, their silence betraying their skepticism. "Don't overthink it," one teacher said with a chuckle. "You'll see for yourself soon enough. For now, let's explore the area. This is a good chance for you to familiarize yourselves with the secret realm." With that, the instructors led the unbonded students on a tour of the surroundings, leaving them full of questions. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan's group ventured deeper into the forest, the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot echoing in the silence. Thanks to Chen Yuan's earlier warning, everyone remained on high alert, scanning their surroundings for signs of an ambush. Suddenly, Chen Yuan spoke. "Stop, Lin Miao. Don't move." Chen Yuan's sudden low command froze Lin Miao in place as if struck by lightning. The rest of the team immediately tensed up, their nerves on edge. Everyone scanned their surroundings cautiously, but noticed nothing out of the ordinary. As they turned puzzled gazes toward Chen Yuan, he didn't offer an explanation but instead acted decisively. "Xiaoling, use palm strike," Chen Yuan ordered firmly, pointing to a spot on the ground about a meter away from Lin Miao's feet. Xiaoling instantly understood and shot toward the designated area like an arrow, launching its attack. Though the other team members were confused, they trusted there must be a reason behind Chen Yuan's actions. Sure enough, just as Xiaoling's attack was about to land, a serpent-like beast suddenly sprang up from the ground, bearing its venomous fangs as it lunged at Xiaoling. However, its ambush was doomed to fail. The palm strike hit it squarely, sending it flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Realizing it was no match, the snake-like beast fled in a panic. Without further orders from Chen Yuan to pursue, Xiaoling obediently returned to its owner's side. Seeing Lin Miao still shaken, Chen Yuan began to explain. "The real focus of this trial isn't as straightforward as the teacher made it seem. Defeating Tier 2 beasts isn't the hard part, and outsmarting the guardians of Tier 2 fruits and herbs isn't the key either." He paused for a moment, looking around at the group before continuing. "The real challenge lies in something I mentioned at the very beginning: the various threats we encounter along the way. When fighting a Tier 2 target, how can anyone guarantee it's truly alone? There might be other beasts lurking in the shadows, waiting for us to exhaust ourselves in battle before swooping in, like a mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This trial is fundamentally about survival skills, which is why the teacher emphasized the use of signal flares so much." Chen Yuan's words caused the team's expressions to shift. He looked up at the sky and added, "Just wait and see. Those groups relying solely on their strength won't last long before they're eliminated." Almost as if to confirm his prediction, 2 signal flares suddenly shot into the sky in quick succession from the same direction, the location of Li Yan's team, which had been considered the strongest contender. The back-to-back flares made it clear they were in grave danger. Witnessing this, the team couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for Chen Yuan's judgment and leadership. As Chen Yuan mentioned, the experience of Li Yan's team serves as a stark warning. During a battle with a second-tier pet beast, they were ambushed by 2 additional second-tier beasts, and the tide of the fight turned instantly. If not for the team's commendable skills, they would have faced complete annihilation. The situation for the other 3 teams was also grim. Some suffered losses due to surprise attacks from wild beasts, while others were worn down by relentless harassment from first-tier beasts. In contrast, Chen Yuan's team advanced relatively smoothly. Moving cautiously through the forest, Everyone remained on high alert. Lin Miao's small fire cat walked and paused intermittently, sniffing the surrounding scents, while the other pet beasts utilized their unique abilities to scout for potential threats. This careful strategy proved highly effective. Although they encountered a few attacks, these were easily dealt with by the team, to the point where Chen Yuan, the backbone of the group, didn't even need to step in. Observing his teammates' growth, Chen Yuan nodded to himself in approval. While advancing, Chen Yuan suddenly halted. His teammates instinctively stopped and waited for him to speak, knowing he must have a reason. From this point onward, we will encounter second-tier beasts. Remember, your safety is the top priority. The true goal of this trial is survival, not what the instructors emphasized earlier, he said firmly. The group nodded solemnly in understanding. Just as they were about to proceed, two signal flares suddenly shot into the sky and exploded high above. This signaled that yet another team had been eliminated. This silent warning caused all the team members, except Chen Yuan, to grow visibly more tense. Before long, they encountered their first second-tier pet beast, a ferocious mantis, at level 12. Its size rivaled that of an adult German shepherd, with a pattern on its back resembling a human's angry expression. Chen Yuan quickly scanned its data panel. Ferocious mantis, insect type, level insufficient for evolution, equipped with skills such as slash, wing flap, sever, and intimidating glare. Its attack methods were fairly limited. To Chen Yuan, such an opponent posed no threat, but for the rest of the team, it was a considerable challenge. After all, they believed that Chen Yuan only possessed first-tier pet beasts. Both sides stood in a tense standoff. I suggest we finish this quickly to avoid attracting other wild beasts, Chen Yuan said in a low voice. He'll back you up from the rear. Reassured by his promise, the team hesitated no longer and commanded their pet beasts to attack. Fire cat's ember, carnivorous plants bite, iron shell turtle's defense, animated vines bind, slime's acid, stone baby's rock throw, and giant claw bug's snip. All 7 attacks were unleashed simultaneously against the ferocious mantis. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, the mantis scrambled to dodge, while countering with a slash aimed at the nearest carnivorous plant. This strike should have left Zhao Wu, the carnivorous plant's tamer, in a state of panic. However, the anticipated damage never occurred, as the mantis's attack was intercepted just in time. It was the ironclad turtle's timely defensive maneuver. Zhao Wu finally relaxed his tense nerves upon witnessing this. He turned to glance at the beast tamer Sun Li beside him. This old rival was pretending to act aloof, deliberately looking away, but the faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips betrayed his inner satisfaction. The savage mantis, though unable to speak, was undoubtedly cursing its opponents in its mind for their lack of honor, launching a group attack without any warning. With its second-tier strength, it first skillfully neutralized the ambush from the carnivorous plant, then nimbly dodged the flames spewed by the little fire cat. Next, it twisted its body just in time to evade the giant pincer bug's sharp-cutting move. However, the living vine's entanglement caught the agile mantis off guard. The vines quickly adjusted their trajectory and wrapped tightly around the savage mantis's body. Although it promptly swung its sharp forelimbs to execute a cutting move, severing the vines that bound it, the brief pause cost it the chance to evade. The slime's acidic spray hit the mantis's leg with precision, and the corrosive liquid instantly caused severe burns across its limb. Following that, the rock baby hurled a boulder the size of a human head, which struck the mantis squarely on the head, leaving it dazed and disoriented. Strike while the iron is hot. The trainer's eyes lit up as they seized this rare opportunity and shouted their attack commands in unison. Little fire cat, another ember attack. Carnivorous plant, bite it. Ironclad turtle, go for a spinning attack. Living vines, use vine whip. Slime, keep spraying acid. Rock baby, hurl another rock, aim for its head. Giant pincer bug, execute a pincer thrust. Watching from the sidelines, Chen Yuan couldn't help but cheer with excitement. The battle awareness and seamless teamwork displayed by these trainees far exceeded his expectations, perhaps the direct result of their recent combat training sessions. Under this relentless wave of coordinated assaults, the second-tier savage mantis ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming group attack, collapsing to the ground in defeat and disgrace. The ferocious mantis collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, and the faces of the group lit up with joyful smiles. Although this was merely a second-tier pet beast taken down through a group effort, the sense of accomplishment from their first kill of a second-tier creature was undeniably exhilarating. However, the joy was short-lived as a practical question arose: what should they do with the massive corpse? If they didn't take it with them, how could they prove they had killed a second-tier pet beast? As the group hesitated, Chen Yuan, who had been holding back to oversee the battle, spoke up with a solution. Just break off a small piece of its forelimb. That'll serve as evidence. The suggestion was quickly accepted by everyone. Indeed, lugging around such a massive corpse while continuing their hunt was clearly impractical. Besides, the scent from the white blood seeping out of the body would undoubtedly attract trouble. Without delay, they snapped off a jagged segment of the mantis forelumb as proof of their victory and resumed their quest to find other second-tier pet beasts. After they left, a group of first-tier carnivorous pet beasts cautiously emerged from their hiding places nearby. Once they confirmed the area was safe, these weaker creatures, who would normally never dare approach a second-tier being, swarmed the mantis carcass and quickly devoured it until nothing remained. The hunting expedition continued steadily. Each time they encountered a second-tier pet beast, Chun Yuan chose to stay back, leaving the others to engage in battle. Of course, not every encounter ended in a clean victory after all. Even among creatures of the same tier, significant differences in strength could exist depending on the species. In such cases, Qin Yuan's companion, Xiao Ling, would step in. With a single powerful strike, Xiao Ling would stun the opponent, creating an opportunity for the group to focus their attacks and secure the kill. As per Qin Yuan's instructions, Xiao Ling always held back its true second-tier strength. Otherwise, its blow would likely be fatal instead of just incapacitating. After each battle, the team collected parts of the defeated creature's body as proof of their kills. When they successfully took down their fifth second-tier pet beast, another signal flare shot up into the sky, marking the elimination of yet another team. At this point, only two teams remained in the trial, Qin Yuan's group and the one led by Lin Yu. Lin Ye's team, in truth, was of mediocre strength. Their survival thus far was due to sheer luck in avoiding formidable opponents. However, Lin Yu found himself in a dire situation, had been completely ostracized. The subordinates who had once betrayed him had now formed a tighter bond with one another, united by their shared act of defiance. What was once a team centered around Lin Yu now excluded him entirely. Watching the seven others ahead of him chatting and laughing, Lin Ye's face darkened, and a storm of bitterness and resentment churned within him. He hated Qin Yuan, but he also despised his former subordinates for their betrayal. Unfortunately, in this desolate wilderness, even if he wanted to punish these traitors, he stood no chance against their numbers. His golden armored rhino, though powerful, was still just a first-tier pet beast and would struggle against a group attack. Sensing its master's emotions, the golden armored rhino let out a low rumble and gently nudged Lin Yu with its head in an attempt to comfort him. However, Lin Yu was consumed by anger and hatred, completely ignoring the gesture of kindness. "Look over there," someone up ahead suddenly exclaimed. "That must be a second-tier pet beast. It doesn't seem particularly strong. Who cares what kind it is? If we take it down, we'll finish the trial. Should we wait for that guy back there? Forget it. He's not stupid. He'll follow us on his own." These deliberately loud remarks reached Lin Ye's ears, causing veins to bulge on his forehead in rage. Even though he was seething with frustration, he had no choice but to follow the group as they pursued the newly discovered second-tier pet beast. A golden armored bee, about 20 centimeters in length, darted through the forest, its metallic sheen gleaming under the sunlight. Its wings vibrated rapidly, producing a distinct buzzing sound. Several figures followed closely behind, yet they always kept a cautious distance from this seemingly small yet extraordinary creature. The group of pursuers remained oblivious to the unusual atmosphere around them. All the wild companion beasts in the vicinity had silently retreated, as if avoiding some terrifying presence. The entire chase route was eerily empty, devoid of any creatures daring to obstruct their path. This abnormal phenomenon should have raised alarms, but it went completely unnoticed by them. If Qin Yuan were present at this moment, his expression would have drastically changed, and he would have turned around and fled without hesitation. After all, this was the very source of the honey he had previously used to contract his spirit companion, the golden armored bee. What made the situation even more perilous was the fact that golden armored bees were social creatures, much like ants, governed by a highly powerful queen. To maintain her dominance, the queen's strength was at least one rank higher than the regular members of the hive. The particular golden armored bee they were pursuing was now on its way back to the hive. This meant that ahead of them lay not only swarms of first and second-tier golden armored bees, but also a terrifying third-tier queen waiting for them. To make matters worse, adult golden armored bees were no longer mere nectar gatherers. They were full-fledged carnivores. Collecting honey was solely for feeding their larvae. These ignorant individuals, who had neglected even the most basic knowledge about social companion beasts, were now unknowingly delivering themselves as a delicious feast for the entire hive. The golden armored bee being pursued was fully aware of the trackers behind it. It paid no attention to why these reckless individuals dared to follow it. Instead, it quietly released pheromones into the air. These pheromones spread at an astonishing speed, twice as fast as the bee's flight, quickly radiating in all directions. As the bee neared the hive, the pheromones soon reached their destination. The entire hive instantly became alert and excited, preparing themselves to welcome the meal that was about to be delivered straight to their doorstep. As they approached the nest, the speed of the golden armored bees visibly slowed. Lin Yu's team members perked up, mistakenly believing this was a sign of their prey's exhaustion. Little did they know, they were the ones walking straight into a trap. pushing through the final patch of trees that blocked their view. The scene before them froze the entire group in their tracks. Between a few ordinary trees hung an enormous beehive, as tall as a single-story building. Even more terrifying was the sight of thousands of golden armored bees, already summoned by pheromones, swarming densely in the air. Upon spotting the intruders, their wings began to buzz more intensely, filling the air with a deafening, grating hum. "Quick, fire the signal flare," one team member shouted in panic. The designated member immediately reached for the flare, but just as they were about to launch it, a rock suddenly flew from behind, smashing into the hive. The previously watchful swarm erupted into a frenzy, launching a ferocious attack on the group of audacious prey. "Lin Yu, damn you and your ancestors. You bastard. You'll die a horrible death. If I go down, I'll haunt you even as a ghost." Angry curses erupted one after another, but Lin Yu was nowhere to be seen. In the chaos, someone remembered Chen Yuan's warning. "Stop yelling and run. Remember what Chen Yuan said." They immediately began searching for a river, lake, or swamp, caring little about direction and sprinting in desperation. The swarm split into 3 groups. Half remained to guard the hive. About 400 bees chased after the team members, and another 200 followed the scent lingering on the rock in pursuit of Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu was perched on the back of a golden armored rhino, hiding in the distant underbrush. Hearing the screams echoing from afar, a twisted pleasure surged within him. "Serves you traitors right," he muttered to himself. However, Lin Yu's sense of triumph didn't last long. The ominous buzzing grew louder, drawing nearer. Both he and the golden armored rhino sensed the imminent danger. "Run!" Lin Yu shouted, and the rhino bolted at full speed. The dense swarm of golden armored bees surged out of the trees, sending chills down Lin Yu's spine. "Damn it! Why are they coming after me? Those useless fools can't even serve as a proper distraction." Lin Yu cursed as he fled for his life. To make matters worse, the path ahead was teeming with lurking tamed beasts, ready to ambush them at any moment. In the dense thickets of the forest of insects, a heart-pounding chase was unfolding. Lin Yu was riding a golden-armored rhinoceros at full speed, with a swarm of menacing golden-armored bees hot on his heels. The scene left the wild beasts lurking nearby utterly stunned initially. They had planned to prey on what seemed like an easy target, but upon seeing the imposing swarm of golden-armored bees, they quickly retreated deep into the foliage, not daring to reveal their presence. The golden-armored rhinoceros was already giving its all, its breathing growing heavier and its body drenched in sweat. Yet, the relentless swarm of bees was closing the gap. Lin Yu's face was covered in cold sweat, and his heart pounded like a war drum. He was acutely aware of the danger he was in with no signal flares to call for help and the entrance to the secret realm too far away. It was only a matter of time before he was caught. In this critical moment, a sudden thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind. "Chen Yuan," he muttered through gritted teeth. "If I'm going down, I'll make sure to drag you down with me." With that thought, he decisively changed direction, urging the golden-armored rhinoceros to charge toward the path Chen Yuan had taken. Although the golden-armored rhinoceros was confused by the abrupt change in direction, it faithfully obeyed the command. Lin Yu calculated in his mind. Based on the timing, Chen Yuan should be in this direction. In this vast sea of trees, finding Chen Yuan was a gamble, but it was the only chance Lin Yu had if he succeeded. Not only could he settle an old score, but he might also find an opportunity to escape. The glimmer of hope sparked a light in Lin Yu's eyes, and his determination to find Chen Yuan grew stronger. This was a life-or-death gamble, but for Lin Yu, there was no other choice. Just as Lin Yu was about to carry out his sinister plan, the team led by Chen Yuan was methodically carrying out their mission to hunt second-tier tamed beasts. They had already successfully taken down 8 second-tier beasts, and had even stumbled upon a second-tier medicinal herb along the way, a rare and unexpected find in the nearly scoured outskirts of the region. With this herb in their possession, the team was one step closer to reaching their trial's goal. Now, they only needed to hunt down one more second-tier beast to complete what initially seemed like an impossible task. Although Chen Yuan had a second-tier tamed beast, Xiao Ling, it had refrained from using its second-tier abilities, meaning Chen Yuan had essentially been completing the mission with first-tier strength. Before long, they encountered their final target, a level 13 elite gray-scaled snake. Chen Yuan was all too familiar with this type of beast. Just yesterday, he had seen a similar one defeated by Jin Shanshan. Compared to that one, which couldn't even penetrate Jin Shanshan's defenses, this elite variant, despite being 4 levels lower, was likely even more formidable due to its elite status. This is a gray-scaled snake. Nothing too special about its attack patterns, but it's venomous. Watch out for its fangs and constricting attacks, Chen Yuan warned. The group nodded in agreement and immediately launched into a coordinated attack based on their practice strategy. Though they outnumbered the snake, the disparity in strength made the battle a grueling one. In the end, it was sure Baobao's well-aimed stone throw that sealed their victory. This wasn't the first time Shi Baobao had delivered the finishing blow apart from occasional help from Xiao Jingling. It was usually Shi Baobao who landed the decisive strike after other tamed beasts immobilized the target. We finally did it. I thought for sure we wouldn't make it. I can't believe we actually pulled this off. Seeing his companions overcome with excitement, even Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile. However, he quickly composed himself and reminded them, don't celebrate just yet. We're still in the secret realm. Save it for when we get back. Amid their moment of joy, an unexpected change occurred. Xiao Huomao suddenly bristled, its fur standing on end as it let out a low, menacing growl. Lin Miao quickly crouched down to check on it, but found no visible injuries. Then, one by one, the other tamed beasts, including the animated vine and even Xiao Ling, all turned their attention toward the same direction, their bodies tense with vigilance. A faint tremor rippled through the ground, accompanied by a deep, buzzing hum, as if a colossal creature was drawing near. Not far from where Chen Yuan and his team stood, Lin Ye's golden armored rhino was charging straight toward them at full speed. It must be said, Lin Yu's luck was truly remarkable, managed to guess correctly. He was charging in the direction of Chen Yuan, riding atop his golden armor rhinoceros at full speed. The scene was utterly harrowing. The massive body of the golden armor rhinoceros was covered in gruesome wounds, with several deep gashes exposing bone. Blood sprayed from its injuries with each stride, and the beast, driven purely by its survival instincts, was using the last reserves of its strength to keep moving. However, the condition of its rider, Lin Yu, was even worse. As a living target, he had become the primary focus of the golden armor wasp's relentless attacks. His entire body was swollen from venomous stings, and his back bore such horrific wounds that his spine was visible. The once arrogant and carefree heir was now slumped lifelessly against the back of his mount, unable to even straighten his posture. Although the potions Lin Yu carried had been exhausted during their desperate escape, they had been the only thing sustaining them until now. But all of that was over. Lin Yu's gaze began to grow unfocused, and the shadow of death loomed over him. The searing pain was so unbearable that he even started to long for release, yet a flicker of unwillingness and hatred deep within him kept him clinging to his final breath. Just as Lin Yu was on the verge of surrendering to despair, a few figures suddenly appeared ahead of him. Summoning the last ounce of his strength, he lifted his head. When his eyes fell upon a particular figure in the group, someone he despised more than anyone else, a surge of manic joy erupted within him. Chen Yuan. This final roar became Lin Yu's swan song. In the stunned silence of those witnessing the scene, he collapsed with a twisted smile etched on his face, his grotesquely swollen features frozen in an expression of vengeful satisfaction. Moments later, his golden armor rhinoceros also crashed to the ground. The death of its beast master dealt a fatal blow to the loyal mount, becoming the final straw that broke the creature's resolve. Lin Yu's lifeless body lay on the ground, mangled beyond recognition. The gruesome sight sent a chill down everyone's spine. His back was a horrifying mess of torn flesh, with wounds so deep that bone was visible. Lu Yuan and Lin Miao, the two girls in the group, screamed in terror, their voices piercing the heavy silence. The others were no better off, frozen in shock and dread. Is that Lin Yu? Zhang Hao stammered, his teeth chattering and voice trembling. No one answered him. The truth was painfully obvious. Lin Yu's final cry of Chen Yuan and the tragic sight of the golden-armored rhinoceros confirmed it beyond doubt. Even for Chen Yuan, who had lived through 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had witnessed death so closely. If not for his strong mental resilience, he might have vomited on the spot. The 2 corpses on the ground were simply too horrifying. Lu Yuan and Lin Miao couldn't hold back and began dry heaving. Seeing their reaction, the others also bent over, retching, though with their breakfast long digested, they could only muster a bit of stomach acid. After the wave of nausea passed, everyone's faces still looked pale, but there was a slight sense of relief. Zhao Wu, his expression dark, turned to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, can you figure out what caused this? The others also looked at him with hopeful eyes. Chen Yuan shook his head gravely. The scope is too broad to be certain, but judging from the injuries on him and the golden-armored rhinoceros, it looks like it was caused by a small-sized pet beast. He paused suddenly, his gaze narrowing as he closely examined the wounds on the 2 bodies. Then his eyes widened in realization, had figured out who the culprit was. If I'm not mistaken, the attacker will be here in 1 or 2 minutes at most. Chen Yuan's tone was grim. We can't run now. It's too late. We'll have to face it head-on. Running recklessly might lead us straight into other pet beasts, putting us in an even worse situation. Chen Yuan's sudden change in expression startled the group. Chen Yuan, what's wrong? Why do you look so tense? Lin Miao asked anxiously. It's because I've discovered something important, Chen Yuan said heavily, nodding. Remember how I said the injuries were caused by a small-sized pet beast? The group nodded. Then ask yourself this: what kind of small pet beast could cause wounds so deep that the bone is exposed? Maybe one with strong abilities? Zhang Hao guessed tentatively. Lu Yuan suddenly realized something. No, that's not it. It's not just about strength. These injuries vary, some are shallow, some are deep. It couldn't have been caused by just one creature. The group leaned in to examine the two bodies more closely. While Lin Yu only had 5 of the golden armored rhinoceros power, making any attack fatal for him, the wounds on the rhinoceros itself were far more telling. Some were mere surface scratches, while others cut deep into its flesh. Moreover, these were single-strike wounds. If the attacks had been repeated, the injured areas would have been reduced to pulp. This discovery planted a terrifying thought in everyone's minds. Chen Yuan noticed their dawning realization and confirmed it outright. That's right. This wasn't caused by a single creature. And judging by the consistency and the size of the wounds, it's undoubtedly the same type of pet beast. Such coordinated attacks can only mean one thing: the attackers are a pack of beasts. A heavy silence descended over the group. Zhang Hao tried to lighten the mood, forcing a smile. All right, no need to be so tense. The pack isn't here yet, right? The others chimed in weakly, trying to comfort themselves. Yeah, if they were coming, they'd already be here. Exactly. The fact that they haven't shown up means we're safe for now. But when they noticed that Chen Yuan's expression remained taut with seriousness, any fleeting sense of relief evaporated. Zhang Hao stepped forward and patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder. Chen Yuan abruptly interrupted Zhang Hao, his expression grave as his eyes swept over everyone present. No, you're wrong. They're already here. Before his words had fully settled, an unsettling buzzing sound began to echo around them, as if confirming Chen Yuan's judgment. His gaze fell on the bloodied corpses of Lin Yu and the golden-armored rhinoceros on the ground. He continued explaining, pack beasts have a unique behavioral pattern. They intentionally let their prey escape a certain distance after inflicting harm, waiting for the prey to collapse from exhaustion or excessive blood loss. Then, they claim their prize with minimal effort. It's similar to the hunting strategies of ancient humans. Recalling what he had read the night before in the pet beast-focused textbook, 5 years of exams, 3 years of practice, Chen Yuan suddenly understood Lin Yu's intentions. Whether it was that final desperate cry or the twisted smile on his face, it all pointed to this trap. Staring at Lin Yu's blood-soaked corpse, Chen Yuan considered kicking it in frustration but quickly dismissed the thought. Forget it. No need to dirty my shoes. Hearing that the killers were nearby, everyone's faces turned pale once more. Should we leave now? Someone suggested. Yes, let's escape first, another chimed in. All eyes instinctively turned to Chen Yuan, but he shook his head. It's too late, Chen Yuan said in a low voice. The fact that they allowed Lin Yu to run this far shows how confident they are in their speed. We've been here long enough for our scent to spread. To them, we are Lin Yu's allies, enemies. In other words, a heavy sense of despair settled over the group. Chen Yuan sighed and said, fire the signal flare. Leave the rest to me. With no other options, the group reluctantly pulled out a signal flare and shot it into the sky, remaining on high alert. They assumed Chen Yuan was just trying to comfort them with empty words. What happened next, however, left everyone utterly stunned. Chen Yuan stood tall, his voice booming as he shouted, "Come out, Jin Shan Shan." As Chen Yuan finished speaking, a massive ant, gleaming as if forged from pure gold, appeared before everyone. This pet beast, named Golden Flash, commanded an air of regal dominance the moment it showed up, stunning the crowd. Its sharp, spear-like limbs and radiant golden body were a testament to its extraordinary power. The moment Xiao Ling saw Golden Flash, she let out a cheerful chirp and nimbly leapt onto its head. Despite the looming danger, she couldn't hide her excitement as a golden ant knight. After all, this was Golden Flash's first public appearance, even though the audience size left much to be desired. Well, what? Chen Yuan, is this your pet beast? Zhang Hao stammered, his disbelief mirrored by the rest of the team, who stood frozen in shock. The powerful aura of a second-tier beast emanating from Golden Flash left everyone astounded. Who would have thought that Chen Yuan not only had a second pet beast but one of such formidable strength? What was even more surprising was that Xiaoling also unleashed a second-tier aura at that moment. This revelation stunned everyone present, including their own pet beasts. They had all assumed Xiaoling was a first-tier being like them, only to discover she was a strong contender in her own right. Chen Yuan gently stroked Golden Flash's head, and the creature affectionately nuzzled his hand, much like a loyal dog seeking its owner's approval. That's right. Golden Flash is my pet beast, he said calmly. Turning to the group, he continued, Golden Flash will hold off these enemies. All you need to do is focus on protecting yourselves. Faced with doubtful gazes, Chen Yuan confidently explained, first, the enemies didn't instantly kill Lin Yu and his pet beast. This suggests the power gap isn't insurmountable. Of course, it's also possible they're toying with their prey. This comment elicited a few knowing smiles from the team, though no one truly believed the latter scenario. Second, Chen Yuan pointed to the lifeless bodies of Lin Yu and his golden armored rhino on the ground. Look closely at the wounds. They're all caused by cuts and venom-induced swelling. There's no sign of elemental attacks. The group reluctantly inspected the remains again, grimacing as they confirmed his observation to be true. Chen Yuan keenly observed the characteristics of the wounds. These injuries are all physical. Even the swollen venomous welts have a tiny puncture at their center, clearly caused by some physical means. Amazing! Chen Yuan, if you hadn't pointed it out, we wouldn't have noticed this detail, his teammates exclaimed in awe. Is this the gap between a top student and us underachievers? Ignoring their praise, Chen Yuan continued his analysis. Thirdly, based on these clues, I've already deduced the identity of the creature responsible. Wounds with venomous punctures like these can only be caused by a swarm of pets from either the bee family or the scorpion family. He paused suddenly and tilted his head. Listen, that buzzing sound in the distant Cedo, you notice anything peculiar? Everyone held their breath and listened intently. Isn't that the sound of insect wings? Someone suggested. Wait, Lin Miao interjected. I think I can also hear a metallic clinking sound. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. Exactly. Combining this metallic sound with the venomous punctures we analyzed earlier, what comes to mind? The golden armor bees. Lu Yuan, who had a solid academic record, responded immediately. Our homeroom teacher mentioned them about a month ago. They can produce high-grade honey, but they're not particularly strong as battle pets. Everyone suddenly understood, except for Zhang Hao, who remained utterly confused. As someone who rarely paid attention in class, he was just as clueless as Lin Yu's team, whose fate was still uncertain. Zhang Hao wanted to ask questions, but seeing everyone else appear so confident, he swallowed his pride and decided to stay quiet, didn't want to embarrass himself. If he made it back alive, he could look it up later. Although they had already guessed the answer, everyone looked expectantly at Chen Yuan, hoping for confirmation. Chen Yuan nodded. That's correct. It's the golden armor bees. That's also why I dared to let Jin Shanshan take them on. Jin Shanshan is a tier 2 earth type. This explanation clarified everything for the group. The golden armor bees relied solely on physical attacks, while earth types were known for their strong defenses. At the same tier, it was almost impossible for physical attacks to break through an earth type's defenses. Looking at Jin Shanshan's body, which gleamed like it was forged from gold, everyone's confidence soared. What Chen Yuan didn't mention was that Jin Shanshan, as a dual-talented leader-class pet, had defensive capabilities several times stronger than an ordinary tier 2 earth-type pet. While the golden armor bees were formidable in groups, their individual attack power was unimpressive. As long as no tier 3 or higher golden armor bees appeared, Jin Shanshan was fully capable of holding them off. As soon as Chen Yuan finished speaking, he relaxed his hands, letting them fall from his pockets. His earlier assessment that the golden glimmers were related to earth-based attributes had been confirmed, and he visibly eased up. The surrounding buzzing grew louder, becoming increasingly piercing, until the first tier 2 golden armored bee appeared in everyone's line of sight. Seeing the anticipated golden armored bee, the team members felt a surge of confidence and developed even greater respect for Chen Yuan's keen insight. In his mind, Chen Yuan immediately pulled up the attribute panel for the golden armored bee. Golden armored bee. Level: LV15. Species: exotic insect swarm type. Trait: gilded shell defense 10. Abilities: sharp claws, wing vibration, poison, sting, self-sacrifice, strike. Characteristics: evolved from a level 5 golden armored bee larva. Individually weaker but excels in group combat. After confirming the enemy's capabilities, Chen Yuan released the grip on the tier 1 burst potion and speed potion in his pocket. With Jin Shanshan's strength, he was confident they could handle this level of opponent without resorting to potions that might have side effects. As the first golden armored bee appeared, more and more swarmed out from the thickets. Chen Yuan quickly scanned the system panel as it updated in real time. Roughly 200 golden armored bees, with a tier 2 elite leader among them, while the rest were level 13 or below. Xiao Ling, start singing. Jin Shanshan, Earthwall combo. The rest of you, protect yourselves. Chen Yuan instructed while giving a heads-up to his teammates. As Xiao Ling's melodic chumi chumi chuchumi song resonated, the team felt invigorated. While the golden armored bee swarm descended into chaos, the weaker ones even dropped straight to the ground. Jin Shanshan seized the opportunity, lifting its front body and slamming it into the ground, instantly raising an earthen wall. A second strike followed, and another wall shot up from the earth. Crack! With a mighty roar, Jin Shanshan manipulated the two walls to close in rapidly, trapping 5 or 6 dozen golden armored bees that couldn't escape in time. Wait, earth walls can be used like that? The teammates were awestruck by Chen Yuan's ingenuity. The tier 2 ones will be fine, but the tier 1s, not so much, Chen Yuan explained. Still, that's 50 or 60 fewer enemies to deal with. Jin Shanshan, use piercing attacks freely. Given the golden armored bee's small size and high defense, Chen Yuan opted for piercing attacks instead of earth spikes. which were less effective against such targets. At the same time, he reminded his team, if you have ranged skills, use them now. But the moment they recover, stop immediately. Upon receiving Chen Yuan's command, the 4 trainers skilled in long-range attacks Lin Miao, Lu Yuan, and 2 others immediately sprang into action. They issued attack orders to their respective companion beasts in perfect coordination. The little fire cat unleashed sparks, the living vine lashed out with its whip-like tendrils, the slime spewed acid, and the stone baby hurled rocks. Meanwhile, the close combat beast's carnivorous flower, ironclad turtle, and giant claw bug could only watch from the sidelines. Unlike Jin Shanshan, they lacked the formidable defensive capabilities required to charge into the fray without risking serious harm once the swarm regained its strength. The true powerhouse was Jin Shanshan. With agile movements, it leapt into the air, its forelimbs striking like lightning at the golden armored bees affected by Xiao Ling's song. In their weakened state, the bees were unable to evade, and 4 of them were instantly pierced through. Their once proud gilded exoskeletons proved as fragile as paper under Jin Shanshan's immense strength and razor-sharp limbs. With Chen Yuan's order to strike freely, Jin Shanshan entered an unstoppable rampage. Each attack claimed at least 1 golden armored bee, and with some luck, it could even take down 2 at a time. Before long, its forelimbs were adorned with the lifeless bodies of the bees. Xiao Ling's melody seemed to serve as Jin Shanshan's battle anthem, amplifying its ferocious display. The group watched in stunned silence, marveling at the sheer power of Chen Yuan's new companion beast. Lin Miao and the others needed to coordinate their beast's attacks just to take down a single golden armored bee, whereas Jin Shanshan dispatched them in one swift strike. Their admiration was tinged with envy. Yet, as they noticed the skewered bee corpses dangling from Jin Shanshan's forelimbs, their expressions turned peculiar. It looked uncannily like a skewer. Some of them couldn't help but imagine sprinkling chili powder and cumin on the bees, wondering if they'd taste like crispy chicken. The thought alone made their mouths water. By the time the 30th golden armored bee fell, the second-tier golden armored bee finally broke free from Xiao Ling's song-induced control. From the moment Xiao Ling began her skill until now, less than half a minute had passed. On average, 1 bee fell every 2 seconds, not counting those initially trapped or crushed by the earthen walls. Seeing this, Xiao Ling ceased her singing, now drenched in sweat. Controlling so many targets simultaneously, even as a leader-tier beast and with most of the bees being first-tier, was an immense strain. Chen Yuan didn't give her time to rest, offering only brief words of encouragement before issuing his next command. Great job, Xiao Ling, but I still need you to block the incoming attacks from the other bees. Xiao Ling let out a soft chirp, signaling her understanding. As the song faded, the now alert golden armored bees turned their gaze to Jin Shanshan, whose forelimbs were still laden with the corpses of their kin. Their fury boiled over, and they collectively shifted their focus onto it. By this point, the swarm's numbers had been reduced by nearly half, but the real battle was just beginning. Xie galloped swiftly on his Tier 4 Frosthorn steed, causing low-tier wild beasts to scatter in panic wherever he passed, wary of being overwhelmed by the imposing aura of the Tier 4 creature. His destination was the location of Chen Yuan's team. As the most seasoned and reliable explorer of the secret realm, Chen Yuan's distress signal had caught everyone off guard. When the signal flare shot into the sky, shock was written across the faces of his colleagues. With Chen Yuan's deep familiarity with the secret realm, even if his challenges were significantly harder than others, failure seemed highly unlikely. This left everyone wondering what kind of formidable foe could have forced the most unlikely team to call for help. The other 3 teams that had already been rescued were battered, but not seriously harmed. Their initial surprise soon gave way to quiet relief if even a veteran like Chen Yuan had faltered. It wasn't a reflection of their lack of skill but rather an indication of how grueling the trial truly was. As for Lin Yu's team of 7, another teacher had already been dispatched to assist them. However, that teacher was unaware of the surprise awaiting him after all. The distress signal had been fired near a beehive. When Xie arrived, Chen Yuan's team was locked in a fierce battle. Although most of the golden armored bees were pursuing Jin Shanshan, some were still launching attacks on the team. Fortunately, under the leadership of the Tier 2 Little Spirit, and with the support of the other team members' beasts, they were barely holding their ground. At the center of the battlefield, Jin Shanshan was in an even more precarious situation. With a cluster of captured golden armored bees in its grasp, it had become the primary target of the swarm. Countless claws and venomous stingers rained down on it. While its defenses had yet to be breached, scratches were accumulating on its body. As a member of the ant royal lineage, Jin Shanshan fought back valiantly, wielding its spear-like limbs, but the results were less than ideal. The cunning golden armored bees continually circled behind to ambush it, leaving it struggling to keep up. Though the situation was dire, the tide of battle began to turn as the number of golden armored bees steadily diminished. Some unlucky bees fell to Jin Shanshan's attacks, while those assaulting Chen Yuan's team were gradually eliminated by Little Spirit and the other beasts. Just as victory seemed within reach and smiles began to appear on the team members' faces, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a series of sharp cracking sounds, about 20 golden armored bees that had been sealed behind earthen walls broke free and surged into the fray. These bees, having survived the earlier assaults, were clearly stronger than the rest. Instead of resorting to conventional attacks, they straightened their bodies and aimed their venomous stingers like bullets, launching themselves at Jin Shanshan as if to unleash all their pent-up fury on their besieged foe. Seeing the swarm of golden armored bees suddenly shift their attack strategy, Chen Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. The chilling skill name, Sacrificial Strike, flashed through his mind from the system interface, and a sense of imminent danger surged to its peak. Jin Shanshan hardened. His voice carried an urgent command. Jin Shanshan reacted instantly, its golden exoskeleton shimmering as a radiant, protective coating enveloped its surface. In that critical moment, the swarm's suicidal assault came crashing down as expected. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of relentless impacts echoed. While the bees' attacks were deflected, Jin Shanshan's once pristine shell was left with over a dozen dents. It was the most severe damage it had sustained since the battle began. Pain coursed through its body, contorting its expression in agony. If not for Chen Yuan's timely order to activate the hardening skill, the consequences could have been disastrous. Amid the pain, fury ignited. Jin Shanshan let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a ferocious counterattack on the golden armored bees that had crashed to the ground, paralyzed by their own reckless assault. These suicidal attackers paid a heavy price, falling helplessly to the ground with their stingers shattered. Watching their comrades fall, the remaining bees launched a fierce retaliation. But Jin Shanshan, now consumed by rage, seemed impervious to the oncoming strikes. Wielding its sharp, spear-like limbs, it tore through the grounded bees in a merciless frenzy. The rest of the swarm, learning from their earlier attack, quickly adapted. A portion of them broke off, preparing to execute yet another wave of sacrificial strike. Jin Shanshan, harden again, Chen Yuan commanded. Suppressing its rising anger, Jin Shanshan activated its defensive skill once more. In the next instant, the swarm's bullet-like impacts came hurtling toward it again. Just as Jin Shanshan was enduring the second wave of explosive suicide attacks from the golden armored bees, their homeroom teacher, Xie arrived near the battlefield. The clanging sounds of collisions guided him to the edge of the fight, where his intermediate-level beast-taming abilities allowed him to take in everything happening on the scene. The sight left Xie utterly astonished. Even for someone of his level, the massive swarm of golden armored bees would be a formidable challenge. While his strength and area effect pet beasts could handle such a situation, what shocked him more was that Chen Yuan's team had managed to hold out for so long. The scattered corpses of the golden armored bees on the ground stood as undeniable proof of their resilience. What caught his attention the most was Chen Yuan's pet beast, Jin Shanshan. This extraordinary creature, a rare gem among beasts, even made the experienced Xie envious to the point of feeling split apart with longing. As an expert, he could better appreciate Jin Shanshan's immense value compared to Chen Yuan's classmates. Xie surmised that this must have been a meticulously chosen, top-tier pet beast prepared for Chen Yuan by his grandfather. Lying on the battlefield were also two lifeless bodies. One of them, Lin Yes, had been disfigured beyond recognition by venomous stingers. However, the nearby golden armored rhino quickly helped Xie identify the deceased. This discovery weighed heavily on his heart. It was clear that Lin Yu's team had met a grim fate. Seeing that Chen Yuan and his teammates still had the strength to fight, Xie decided to remain in the shadows for now, using this opportunity to observe Chen Yuan's true capabilities. This usually reserved student was now showcasing astonishing strength. Not only was his pet beast at the second tier, but he had also successfully contracted a second pet beast of the same tier. As for the fallen Lin Yu, Xie felt it was more important to focus on guiding the living students at the moment. Completely absorbed in the battle, Chen Yuan and his teammates had no idea their homeroom teacher had arrived. Meanwhile, Jin Shanshan was under immense pressure, accumulating over a dozen new dents on its body scars of yet another wave of golden armored bees sacrificing themselves in their relentless attacks. Under Chen Yuan's command, Xiao Ling was tasked with intercepting the bees that targeted the group, while Jin Shanshan followed orders to erect earthen walls, burying the bees that were temporarily immobilized after their suicidal strikes. The crashing of the walls shook the ground and marked the definitive end for those golden armored bees. As their numbers continued to dwindle, the remaining golden armored bees finally began to waver. Their numbers had dropped to less than a third of their original swarm, and instinct told them that continuing the fight would lead to certain defeat. These creatures, far from mindless, made the wise choice to retreat. When the battle was over, Zhang Hao stared at the sea of golden armored bee corpses on the ground, muttering in disbelief, "It's over. We actually won." Zhao Wu solemnly nodded to confirm, "Yes, it's over. We won. I can't believe it too actually survived a battle like this on our own." Sun Li chimed in, Exactly. Someone punch may need to know if I'm dreaming. Bang. Zhao Wu's fist landed heavily on Sun Li's shoulder. Ow, I was just joking. You really hit me? And that hard too? Sun Li complained, rubbing his shoulder. Oh, really? I thought you were a masochist who enjoyed it. Zhao Wu replied with a cold smirk. What? You're the masochist. Your whole family are masochists. Sun Li shot back instantly. Class monitor Lu Yuan, noticing that these two inseparable yet constantly bickering rivals were about to start another round of banter, quickly intervened. All right, surviving a life-or-death situation is something to celebrate. Can you two stop arguing for once? Just as they were soaking in the relief and joy of surviving, someone suddenly realized something. Chen Yuan, their savior, was nowhere to be seen. Wait, where's Chen Yuan? Before anyone could answer, a dull thud echoed from not far away. They all turned toward the sound, only to see Jin Shanshan lying on the ground, with Chen Yuan crouched beside it, gently stroking its head. The sight made everyone's hearts tighten. If it weren't for this loyal beast, they might not have made it out alive. Lin Miao hurried over, her voice tinged with clear worry. Chen Yuan, is it okay? Chen Yuan turned his head and silently shook it. That simple gesture caused everyone's hearts to sink to the bottom. The boys lowered their heads, while the two girls' eyes began to glisten with tears. They all assumed that Jin Shanshan had pushed itself too far, saving them. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Chen Yuan suddenly burst out laughing. What are you all thinking? Shaking my head doesn't mean that. Jin Shanshan's just exhausted and lying down to rest. Besides, I'm an alchemist, remember? I've got plenty of potions on me. At that moment, Jin Shanshan opened its eyes and glanced at everyone. For some reason, they all felt they could read the same message in the creature's bright gaze. Ha! Foolish humans. Chen Yuan quickly retrieved a bottle of top-tier Tier 1 recovery potion from his storage space and carefully administered it to Jin Shanshan, who was collapsed on the ground. The moment the potion entered its mouth, a miraculous scene unfolded. Scratches and dents caused by the self-detonating golden-armored bees began to heal at a visible speed. Within just a dozen seconds, its outer shell was completely restored. This astonishing effect left the other team members and Xie Tu, who had been observing from the shadows, utterly stunned. They recalled Chen Yuan's earlier remark, it's just a little stronger than the ones on the market, and couldn't help but feel speechless. This was far more than a little stronger. It was a world of difference. Not only did Jin Shanshan fully recover, but it also felt its stamina rapidly replenishing. It let out an excited roar, and as Chen Yuan had expected, something remarkable happened. Jin Shanshan leveled up. This was an inevitable outcome after a fierce battle. As scientific research had hypothesized, the victor could potentially absorb a portion of the defeated's power. Jin Shanshan's breakthrough set off a chain reaction. Xiaoling advanced to level 14, just one step away from evolution. Zhao Wu's man-eating flower and Sun Li's iron-armored turtle both reached level 10, nearing the threshold of Tier 2. Though the others couldn't directly see the data panel like Chen Yuan, they could clearly sense their pet beasts becoming significantly stronger. As everyone was basking in their joy, a sudden burst of synchronized clapping shattered the atmosphere. The group turned around warily, only to find their homeroom teacher, Xie Tu, standing there. He gazed at the ground littered with golden-armored bee corpses and exclaimed, "Impressive, truly impressive. Your capabilities have far exceeded my expectations." As he said this, he cast a meaningful glance at Chen Yuan and Jin Shanshan. That look made Chen Yuan feel uneasy. Could this sly old teacher have been here all along, secretly watching the battle? The others, however, didn't overthink it and humbly credited the victory to Chen Yuan. Xie Tu feigned surprise. Oh, is that so? Chen Yuan is that skilled? The group nodded repeatedly. Chen Yuan silently mocked Xie Tu's overly theatrical performance, though Xie Tu seemed quite pleased with his own acting. He quickly changed the subject, pointing to two bodies not far away and asking gravely, "What's the story there?" Only then did everyone remember Lin Yu's body, and the cheerful mood instantly dissipated. While none of them had liked Lin Yu, witnessing the death of a classmate firsthand still weighed heavily on their hearts. Seeing the students fall silent, Xie Tu refrained from pressing them for an immediate answer. Chen Yuan surveyed his surroundings, his gaze falling on the group of 16-year-old high school students in front of him. Their expressions betrayed their inner anxiety and stress, understandable, given the harrowing ordeal they had just endured. As someone who had lived through 2 lifetimes, Chen Yuan's mental fortitude far surpassed that of these young individuals. Having frequently battled wild pets in recent times and witnessed countless brutal scenes, he had long since developed the ability to remain composed in the face of such events. Here's what happened, Chen Yuan began to explain. We had just taken down the last second-tier pet beast and completed the mission. But then Lin Yu. As Chen Yuan recounted the events, Xie Tu's expression gradually darkened. Upon learning that the golden-armored wasp had been drawn there by Lin Yu, he realized the other members of Lin Yu's team were likely in grave danger. Being a seasoned teacher, Xie Tu quickly discerned a critical detail. Lin Yu had fled in the direction of Chen Yuan and the others, rather than toward the secret realm's exit. Considering the animosity between Chen Yuan and Lin Yu, this was clearly no coincidence. Lin Yu had attempted to use Chen Yuan as a scapegoat to secure his own escape, only to end up suffering the consequences of his own actions. All right, I've got the full picture now, Xie said with a nod, pulling out a signal flare and firing it into the sky. Let's call the other teachers over before we discuss this further. Teacher, does this mean our trial was a failure, or did we pass? Zhang Hao voiced the question that was on everyone's mind. All eyes turned to Xie, awaiting his response. Xie offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, you've passed the trial. If anyone has doubts, they can come and face this themselves. He gestured toward the lifeless body of the golden-armored wasp on the ground. Hearing this, the group could barely contain their excitement, though they managed to hold back their cheers out of consideration for someone lying nearby with their pet beast. But what came next surprised them even more. Furthermore, Xie continued, in light of your outstanding performance, I'm pleased to announce that, on behalf of the school, each of you will receive a reward that's sure to delight you. For a moment, the group was stunned. Then, an eruption of cheers broke out as they celebrated, completely forgetting about the person lying nearby. The flare rising once again in the sky made all the teachers tense up. They quickly organized themselves, leaving one teacher behind to watch over the students, while the others sprinted in the direction of Chen Yuan and his group. At the entrance to the secret realm, the students were abuzz with speculation about what might be happening in the distance. Do you think something happened to Chen Yuan and his team? One asked. Yeah, with the homeroom teacher's abilities, they wouldn't call for help without a serious reason, another replied. Worry spread rapidly among the group. When the teachers arrived at the scene, they were greeted by the sight of golden-armored bee carcasses strewn across the ground. It only took a glance for them to realize these injuries hadn't been caused by Xie contracted beast. Before they could examine further, Xie noticed their arrival. You're here? Xie greeted them with a nod, then gestured to the ground littered with golden bee corpses. Chen Yuan and his team took care of them. The fight was over by the time I got here. As he spoke, he gave a knowing wink. The teachers chuckled and shook their heads, well aware of their old friend's habit of observing quietly from the shadows. Even so, they were astonished that Chen Yuan's group had managed to defeat such a large number of golden-armored bees. The aura emanating from the remains made it clear that some of the bees were second-tier a significant threat. Reflecting on their own abilities when they were freshmen, the teachers couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Suddenly, one of the teachers noticed the large ant standing beside Chen Yuan and couldn't help but exclaim, "No way, an ultra-rare golden ant." The others gasped in surprise. Isn't that a princess ant? The kind that only an ant queen can produce after years of energy accumulation? How did Chen Yuan end up with something this extraordinary? Hearing their astonished comments, Chen Yuan couldn't help but recall the moment he formed a contract with Jin Shanshan. Confused, he thought to himself, prideful? It didn't seem that way, it jumped right into my hand back then. Xie, watching his colleagues' stunned reactions, couldn't hide the smug satisfaction in his heart. They're clueless. Chen Yuan's got some serious backing, but I'll keep that to myself. Just as the group was still marveling at the golden ant's rarity, Xie's expression suddenly turned serious. He pointed to the side. Look over there. Two bodies came into view. One was a swollen, barely recognizable human corpse, and the other was the carcass of a golden-armored rhinoceros. A sharp-eyed teacher quickly counted the members of Chen Yuan's group and asked in confusion, all 8 of them are here. So who's the one lying there? That's Lin Yu. Xie replied grimly. He then explained the sequence of events to the others. When they learned that the swarm of golden-armored bees had been lured by Lin Yu, their expressions darkened. Everyone understood that Lin Yu's team likely faced grim prospects. While Xie was recounting the events to the other teachers, Jin Shanshan and Xiaoling quietly approached Chen Yuan. Jin Shanshan gently nudged Chen Yuan's pant leg with its head, while Xiaoling stood in front of him, kneading its round belly with its tiny paws and looking up at him with pitiful eyes. Chen Yuan immediately saw through the little creature's intentions, but could only shake his head lightly and whisper, "Hold on for now. This isn't the right time. We'll talk when we get home." Hearing this, the 2 little ones drooped their heads in disappointment, understanding that this serious occasion was not the time to ask for energy cubes. By then, Xie had finished explaining the situation to the other teachers. After a brief pause, he continued, "We need someone to stay here and guard Lin Yu's body, while the rest of us search for the missing students. I have to return to the secret realm fortress to contact the body recovery team and report the situation to the fortress in preparation for requesting a search and rescue team. Additionally, I need to escort Chen Yuan and his group back." The teachers all nodded in agreement. One of them volunteered, "I'll stay. I don't have a riding pet, so it would just trouble you all to carry me along." "All right, then let's move out," Xie said. The group quickly sprang into action, and Xie led Chen Yuan and the others back. With Xie present, everyone put their pets away, except for Xiaoling, who remained perched on Chen Yuan's shoulder. It continued pressing its belly and putting on a pitiful expression, which melted the hearts of two girls in the group. If they had brought food, they probably wouldn't have been able to resist feeding it. In truth, it wasn't just Jin Shanshan and Xiao Ling who were hungry. Even the fire cat and the animated vine were starving. After all, using their abilities had drained a lot of energy. One could only imagine what the fire cat and animated vine might think if they knew their owner was considering feeding someone else's pet. Perhaps they would silently grumble, "We're your official pets, and we're still starving, yet you're worried about someone else's. Who's your real companion here? Forget it, let's break up. Go be with your precious little spirit." When Chen Yuan and his group returned to the classroom with their homeroom teacher, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. The students had feared the worst, imagining all kinds of dreadful outcomes, but here they were completely unharmed. Not a single hair was out of place, and their clothes were as spotless as if nothing had happened. What's going on? The students exchanged bewildered glances, unable to reconcile the teacher's earlier urgency with the calm, unscathed appearance of the group. No one wanted to say it out loud, but the stark contrast was unsettling. The tension in the classroom began to dissipate as soon as the group's safety was confirmed. Friends and curious classmates quickly surrounded them, bombarding them with questions about what had happened. But the group remained tight-lipped, shaking their heads and assuring everyone that everything was fine. They were following Mr. Siatus' instructions not to reveal too much, as the fate of the other group was still uncertain, and unnecessary panic needed to be avoided. After a brief, hushed conversation with the teacher who had stayed behind, Mr. Siatu turned to the class and made an announcement. "That's it for today. Everyone, leave the secret realm and head home now." His words only deepened the confusion in the room. Lin Ye's team hadn't returned yet. Why end the day early? Yet, the stern expressions on the two teachers' faces discouraged further questions. Besides, Lin Ye's group wasn't exactly popular. Their frequent troublemaking had alienated many. Once the students left the secret realm, Xiatu exchanged a knowing glance with the other teacher. The latter immediately set off for the location where Lin Ye's group had fired their signal flare, while Xiatu entered the secret realm again, prepared to deal with the pressing matters that lay ahead. As soon as Chen Yuan exited the secret realm, he made a beeline for the fortress gates, moving so quickly that his teammates couldn't catch up to discuss potential rewards. He had only one thing on his mind: getting home to feed his companion beast. While running, Chen Yuan couldn't help but reflect on how inconvenient it was to travel without a mountable companion. Although Jin Shanshan, his current beast, was strong enough to carry him, the thought of riding something the size of a large dog while awkwardly balancing in a rocking horse pose to keep his feet off the ground was downright embarrassing. He resolved that his next contracted beast would be both impressive in appearance and suitable for riding. When Chen Yuan finally reached his doorstep, he pulled out his key and unlocked the door. The house was empty, and he let out a sigh of relief. Instantly, Xiao Ling perked up, its bright, eager eyes fixed on him with anticipation. "You little glutton, you just can't wait, can you?" Chen Yuan teased with a chuckle. Xiao Ling responded by rubbing its tiny face against his cheek, letting out an affectionate chirp. All right, fine, you're not a glutton. Happy now? Let me call Jin Shanshan out, so you can eat together." Satisfied with this promise, Xiao Ling nodded enthusiastically. Chen Yuan summoned Jin Shanshan, who, despite looking rather lethargic at first, became animated the moment it sensed the change in environment. Its antennae swayed excitedly, revealing its own eagerness for food. Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh at the sight of his two hungry little gluttons. Without further delay, he reached into his pouch and retrieved a second-tier energy cube, handing it to Xiao Ling. Chen Yuan carefully placed an energy cube in his palm and gently brought it to Jin Shanshan's mouth. Although Jin Shanshan was puzzled by his master's unusual behavior today, the allure of good food was irresistible. It gladly accepted the offering and began devouring it with big, eager bites. As Chen Yuan watched Jin Shanshan eat, he softly stroked its back. "We really owe it all to you today. If it weren't for you, we could have been in real trouble. Those golden-armored bees' relentless attacks must have hurt you a lot." Hearing these words, Jin Shanshan suddenly realized that its master was rewarding it for its heroic efforts earlier. This realization made the energy cube in its mouth taste even better, and it ate with heightened enthusiasm. Nearby, Xiao Ling hugged its own energy cube, watching the heartwarming scene unfold. Suddenly, it felt as though its treat had lost some of its flavor. Chen Yuan, ever perceptive, noticed the subtle change in Xiao Ling's mood and immediately turned to address it. "Xiao Ling, using your singing skill earlier must have been exhausting, right? But you were amazing. You managed to hold off those golden-armored bees for so long. Thanks to your teamwork, Jin Shanshan was able to pull off the Earthwall strike and take down so many of them. Without you, the battle wouldn't have gone so smoothly." These words of praise instantly lifted Xiao Ling's spirits, and its expression brightened in an instant. "Chiyu! Chiyu!" It chirped excitedly, thumping its little chest with pride. Its confident display was so endearing that Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. The intense battle had clearly sparked a ravenous appetite in the two little creatures. After finishing a second-tier energy cube each, they both gazed at Chen Yuan with hopeful eyes. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan took out 2 more energy cubes. Xiaoling eagerly snatched up its share, while Jin Shanshan's was once again fed to it by Chen Yuan's hand. And so, under Chen Yuan's encouragement and praise, Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan enjoyed a warm and joyful mealtime, their camaraderie deepening with every bite. While Chen Yuan and Xiao Ling Jinshan were enjoying their meal, the teachers finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had found the 7 missing students. Though covered in mud and bearing numerous injuries, they were fortunate to have survived. It turned out that while searching for a water source, the group stumbled upon a partially dried-up pond near a beehive. This wasn't unusual in the forest of insects, where dense vegetation required ample water to thrive. In truth, the pond was more of a mud pit. Without waiting to catch their breath, the students immediately held their breath and plunged into the mud. As they dived in, they prayed both that Chen Yuan's advice would work and that the mud pit wasn't already home to some other creature. Lady Luck seemed to smile upon them when the pursuing golden-armored wasps arrived. They circled above the pit a few times, but, unable to detect the scent of their prey, eventually gave up and flew off to seek other targets. Just over a minute after the wasps departed, the mud pit erupted as 7 mud-covered figures emerged, disheveled but alive. Despite the exhaustion from their earlier escape, they had held their breath for a full 2 minutes, far surpassing their usual 1-minute limit. As the saying goes, people often discover their limits when faced with life-or-death situations. They gasped for air, coughing and sputtering as they accidentally inhaled some muddy water, but such discomfort was the least of their concerns. Once their breathing steadied, they scanned their surroundings to confirm the wasps had indeed left. Realizing they were safe, they broke into hugs and cheers of relief. "I can't believe we actually made it out alive. All thanks to Chen Yuan's advice. If not for that, we would have been done for." This remark caused a moment of realization among the group, and they all agreed they owed Chen Yuan a debt of gratitude. As they began discussing how to get back at Lin Yu for putting them in this situation, a sharp, agonized scream pierced the air from the direction of the beehive. They exchanged uneasy glances, with one person jokingly speculating that another unfortunate soul must have stumbled into the hive. Suddenly, a voice spoke softly. "Do you think it could be one of the teachers who came to rescue us?" That scream sounded kind of familiar. The group's expressions changed instantly from smugness to alarm. They remembered that the signal flare had been fired from the direction of the hive. Someone tried to reassure the others, saying the teachers were skilled and capable of handling themselves, but another voice quickly countered, "But what if the teacher let their guard down and got ambushed?" This concern wasn't unfounded. When the teacher who had come to rescue them first saw the massive beehive and the swarm of golden-armored wasps, they hesitated for just a moment. Unfortunately, this brief pause proved costly. The wasps still guarding the hive launched an immediate attack. If not for the teacher's enhanced physique, bolstered by their bonded beast, the assault could have been fatal. The searing pain snapped them back to focus, and they swiftly summoned other beasts to fend off the relentless swarm. The language teacher silently cursed every member of Lin Yu's group in his heart, a flicker of harsh determination flashing in his eyes. These mischievous students would undoubtedly face a mountain of assignments in the futurino, not just more assignments, but an overwhelming, crushing workload. Without a pet beast capable of area attacks, he had to deal with the swarm of golden-armored bees one by one, expending significant time and effort to eliminate them all. Although a massive hive containing the queen bee was right in front of him, he had no interest in claiming this prize. Instead, he focused entirely on completing his rescue mission, meticulously searching the area. A few students, sensing the teacher's arrival, used the last bit of water from a muddy puddle to quickly wipe their faces before cautiously making their way back. Sure enough, they soon spotted their language teacher, his head covered in swollen lumps, his expression so severe it was downright terrifying. Seeing him like this, the students instantly understood. Their school life was about to become a whole lot more eventful. At that moment, other teachers who had heard the news began arriving at the scene. Relieved to see the students safe and sound, they collectively let out a sigh of relief. However, when they caught sight of the language teacher's face distorted beyond recognition from countless bestinks, a few couldn't hold back their laughter. Some even burst out laughing on the spot. "Isn't that our language teacher? What a unique look. Step outside like this, and you'll definitely turn heads. Pfft. Haha, I swear I'm not laughing. You've got to believe me, I'm a professional, haha." These remarks made the teacher's already dark expression even stormier. The rescued students exchanged uneasy glances, each inwardly groaning. They all knew what this meant. Tough times were ahead. While the students were preoccupied with the thought of their impending hardships, a devastating phone call struck the Lin family like a bolt from the blue. Lin Yu's mother fainted before she could even finish listening to the caller, collapsing on the spot. Thankfully, The family's housekeeper discovered her in time and called emergency services. Lin Pengfei, who was at work, dropped everything the moment he got the news and rushed home. Since the school had no way of contacting him directly and parent-teacher meetings were typically attended by Lin Ye's mother, he remained unaware of the situation until he arrived at the hospital. When Lin Pengfei finally learned the truth, his first reaction was disbelief, thought his wife must be joking. But as he looked into her eyes, devoid of light, like hollow glass orbs, he realized it was all true. His only son was gone. The weight of this reality hit him like a tidal wave, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. In that moment, it felt as though his entire world had come crashing down. Lin Pengfei and his wife arrived at the secret fortress and were guided by staff to the morgue. A faint glimmer of hope lingered in his heart, wishing that all of this was just a terrible misunderstanding. However, when he saw the lifeless bodies of Lin Yu and the golden-armored rhinoceros in the mortuary, all hope was instantly shattered. Though the bodies were mangled and covered in wounds, it was the outfit, his son's favorite clothing, that left no room for denial of this cruel reality. Lin Pengfei suddenly felt as if all the strength had drained from his body, leaving him frozen in place. Lin's mother, on the other hand, rushed forward, clinging tightly to the disfigured remains of Lin Yu, crying out in agony, my child, open your eyes and look at mommy, please." The teacher overseeing the corpses looked on with a pained expression. Fighting back his grief, Lin Pengfei asked in a hoarse yet unusually calm voice, "Sir, may I ask how my son died?" His question ignited an outburst from Lin's mother. Letting go of her son's body, she lunged at the teacher, grabbing his arm and screaming hysterically, "It was you, wasn't it? You killed my son, didn't you? Why did you kill him? Why?" Although the teacher furrowed his brow, he refrained from saying much, understanding the unbearable pain of losing a child. Eventually, with Lin Pengfei's efforts to calm her, they moved outside to talk. As the door closed behind them, Lin's mother's anguished cries echoed once more. The teacher began recounting the events of Lin Ye's attack by the golden armored bees, during which he mentioned the name Chen Yuan. The mention of this name immediately put Lin Pengfei on high alert. After learning the details, he forced a bitter smile and requested a final moment to bid farewell to his son. Once the teacher had left, Lin Pengfei's expression twisted with rage. His clenched fists tightened so hard that blood began to seep from his palms. It must have been him. He must have intentionally lured the golden armored bees to kill my son. Determined to shield his wife from this devastating revelation, Lin Pengfei resolved to bear the burden of hatred alone. He swore to himself that, no matter the cost, he would make Chen Yuan pay 1,000-fold for what he had done, ensuring he would live a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan remained blissfully unaware of the storm brewing on the horizon. He was engrossed in studying, 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulations. The Secret Realm expedition had deepened his understanding of the importance of knowledge, sparking a newfound fascination with the book. Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan had already fallen into a deep sleep after a hearty meal. It wasn't until his mother called him to lunch that Chen Yuan finally set the book aside. Upon entering the kitchen, he was surprised to find his father at home. Dad, how come you're home for lunch today?" Chen Yuan asked. His father, chewing on a piece of meat, gave him a sidelong glance. "What, am I not allowed to come home for lunch now?" Chen Yuan scratched his head and sat down in his usual seat. "That's not what I meant. I'm just curious since you're usually not around at this time. Just happened to have time today," his father replied casually. "By the way, I heard you guys went to the Secret Realm for trials today. How did it go?" Chen's father asked casually while sitting at the dining table, eating. "Come on, Dad. Your son here passed with flying colors, no doubt about it," Chen Yuan replied, puffing out his chest with a hint of pride in his voice. Hearing this, Chen's father chuckled lightly. Don't get too cocky. With that first-tier little spirit of yours, you'd be helpless against anything remotely strong." That comment brought a peculiar expression to Chen Yuan's face. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Chen's father noticed his son's odd reaction and asked curiously. "Oh, no, you're absolutely right," Chen Yuan said after a brief pause, deciding to keep quiet for now. He planned to give both his father and grandfather a big surprise later. After all, they had no idea that his little spirit had already advanced to the second tier, and he'd even formed a pact with a golden ant. These developments had all happened during his solo trip to the Secret Realm, and apart from Xie Tu, no one else knew. "But, Dad, how did you know about our school's trials today?" Chen Yuan suddenly asked. This question made Chen's father tense up. He couldn't exactly admit that he'd found out because something had happened, and the homeroom teacher had sought help from Zhang Hong to locate someone. "Haha, oh, I just overheard some colleagues at work talking about it," Chen's father said, laughing it off. "They mentioned there was some incident in the Secret Realm, and it was related to your homeroom teacher." "Is that so?" Chen Yuan said, though he found his father's behavior slightly suspicious. He didn't dwell on it too much. "Well, yeah, there was a bit of an issue today, but nothing major. He deliberately left out the fact that someone had died during the trial to avoid worrying his parents. That's good to hear, Chin's father replied, playing along. All right, I'm full. I'll head out now. Be careful whenever you go to the secret realm. Don't worry, Dad. I know what I'm doing. Just as he reached the door, Chin's father stopped and added in a serious tone. Remember, Chun Yuan, staying alive is the most important thing. No matter what, always prioritize that. Without waiting for a response, he closed the door and left. Chun Yuan stood there, puzzled, thinking to himself, why does Dad seem so off today? After lunch, Chen Yuan returned to his room, picked up a pen, and began writing and sketching intently on paper. He was preparing for Xiao Ling's imminent evolution. After the intense battle with the Golden Armor Bee, Xiao Ling had already reached level 14 and was likely to break through to level 15 within the next couple of days. Faced with Xiao Ling's long list of potential evolution paths, Chen Yuan rubbed his throbbing temples. However, one particular evolution route stood out. It was unlike the others that required only level 15, along with a specific environment or second-tier herb. This route demanded something entirely different. A mysterious ritual known as the Forest Blessing. This unprecedented requirement left Chen Yuan puzzled. He pulled out his phone to search for Forest Blessing Ritual, only to find a slew of unrelated information. As he racked his brain, Xiao Ling woke up from her nap, rubbing her sleepy eyes and letting out a big yawn. Kayumi. Hearing the familiar call, inspiration struck Chen Yuan. Xiao Ling, do you know anything about the Forest Blessing Ritual? The question made Xiao Ling freeze in place, as though those 4 words had struck a deep chord within her soul. While she couldn't articulate exactly why, she gestured in an attempt to explain it was a name that felt strangely familiar to her, yet she couldn't recall any specifics. Disappointed but undeterred, Chen Yuan began analyzing. He circled the word forest, deducing that the ritual must be closely tied to a forest environment, while blessing likely referred to a wish or prayer for the evolution of a spirit creature. Shifting his focus, he looked into the origins of rituals, and one piece of information caught his attention. Rituals were originally rooted in dance and song. This revelation lit a spark in Chen Yuan's mind. Could it be connected to Xiao Ling's singing ability? While Chen Yuan was energized by this newfound lead, elsewhere, Lin Pengfei sat silently on the sofa in his home, waiting for his secretary to return. Before long, the doorbell rang. Come in, he commanded curtly. At his word, a man stepped through the door, bowing slightly as he reported, Mr. Lin, all arrangements for the funeral have been made to the highest standards. During Lin Yu's coma, Zhou Ping, his secretary who had visited the hospital room before, now stood cautiously in front of Lin Pengfei. The Lin Pengfei before him seemed to have aged 10 years overnight, exuding an unsettling aura, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Mr. Lin, the investigation results are in, Zhou Ping reported carefully, his body slightly leaning forward. Lin Pengfei nodded slowly. Zhou Ping, you've done well? Zhou Ping maintained his respectful posture without responding. Years of working together had taught him to read Lin Pengfei's patterns. His boss clearly wasn't finished speaking. Sure enough, Lin Pengfei's sharp gaze locked onto him as he continued. I need you to handle another matter. Of course, Mr. Lin. Please go ahead. I need you to gather information on a student named Chen Yuan. He's in the same class as Xiao Yu. Look into his family background as well. Zhou Ping nodded without hesitation, refraining from asking any questions. In his position, he understood all too well that the less he knew, the better. As soon as the words left Lin Pengfei's lips, he leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes, a clear signal for Zhou Ping to leave. Perceptive as always, Zhou Ping quickly excused himself. Mr. Lin, I'll take my leave now. With that, he turned and exited the office. Once outside, Zhou Ping immediately began his investigation. It didn't take long for some initial details to come to light. Chen Yuan's academic record, his schooling history from elementary to high school, and his father, who seemed to drift aimlessly through life. But one piece of information caused Zhou Ping to frown. Chen Yuan's grandfather owned a sizable and well-established beast cub shop. This discovery gave Zhou Ping pause. Running a beast cub shop wasn't something ordinary people could easily manage. Though he had no idea why Lin Pengfei was so interested in this high school student, his instincts told him it wasn't out of goodwill. What Zhou Ping didn't realize, however, was that his investigative efforts had already been noticed. Deep within a hidden stronghold, Zhang Hong, who was monitoring the situation, had taken full note of Zhou Ping's actions. Listening to Lu Tao's report, Zhang Hong frowned deeply, his face etched with irritation. Are you saying Fading Corporation is investigating Chen Yuan? Sitting upright, Lu Tao nodded solemnly. Yes, Commander Zhang. Zhou Ping, the secretary of Fading's boss Lin Pengfei, is secretly gathering information about Master Chen Yuan. Since you specifically instructed us to monitor this matter, we received the news immediately. Zhang Heng's lips twitched as he silently cursed to himself. Specifically instructed? That was clearly the order of the commander, who's almost never at the fortress. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't bother with this nonsense. Thinking about how he's stuck doing both the commander and deputy commander's jobs on a deputy salary, and now has to clean up someone else's mess, Zhang Heng felt a pang of bitterness. Rubbing his temples to ease his throbbing headache, Zhang Heng said in a low voice, enough with the irrelevant details. Just tell me your thoughts. Why do you think Fading is investigating Chen Yuan? Lu Tao straightened up, his spirits lifted as he began to explain his analysis. Based on my investigation, there are two possibilities. The first is that Fading Corporation wants to obtain Master Chen Yuan's potion formula. Zhang Heng's lips twitched again. At this point, he still didn't know that the potions were personally made by Chen Yuan himself. When Chen's father had instructed him to monitor the situation, he hadn't mentioned this detail. In Zhang Heng's mind, these potions were nothing more than something Chen Yuan, the troublemaking kid, had secretly taken out to sell. Just the thought of having to clean up the mess over some potentially non-existent formula made Zhang Heng's head ache even more. And the second possibility? Lu Tao's expression turned serious. The second possibility is that Lin Pengfei might have malicious intentions toward Master Chen Yuan. Hearing this, Zhang Heng abruptly stood up, his eyes locking onto Lu Tao. What did you just say? Seeing the deputy commander looking as if he were ready to devour someone, Lu Tao swallowed nervously. Realizing his own overreaction, Zhang Heng cleared his throat and sat back down. Ahem, you wouldn't make such a claim without evidence. Let's hear it. Lu Tao quickly elaborated. Erased the situation. I discovered that Lin Pengfei's son had a prior conflict with Master Chen Yuan. Furthermore, when his son died in the secret realm, Master Chen Yuan happened to be nearby. Now that Lin Pengfei is secretly investigating Master Chen Yuan, I suspect he might be plotting something against him. Zhang Heng nodded inwardly. He was aware of the incident that had occurred in Chen Yuan's class earlier that morning, but he hadn't realized the deeper connections. Now, understanding that there might be someone targeting the commander's son, Zhang Heng felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't even want to imagine the catastrophic consequences if something truly happened. Whether it was the commander or the elder Chen, he knew his own fate would be sealed. Kid, Zhang Heng said, fixing Lu Tao with a piercing stare. His voice was low and menacing. Keep a close eye on Lin Pengfei during this time. If all he wants is the potion formula, then teach him a harsh lesson and make him give it up. But if he dares lay a finger on Chen Yuan, Zhang Heng made a slicing motion across his neck. Understood. Lu Tao stood at attention, replying firmly, though he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe at the influence Master Chen Yuan seemed to wield. All right, you're dismissed. Commander Zhang. Lu Tao hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Have you considered working with Master Chen Yuan? That potion could be incredibly beneficial for the newcomers in our secret realm fortress. Zhang Heng's veins bulged as he heard this. Damn it, of course I know how effective it is. That's the commander's son we're talking about. How could it not be good? You think I don't want it? I want it more than anyone. But listen, young man, you're playing with fire. If you want to get beaten half to death, fine, but don't drag me into it. Seeing the deputy commander on the verge of exploding, Lu Tao didn't dare linger for another second. He turned and fled. Watching the door close behind him, Zhang Heng snorted. Smart move, running away. Meanwhile, Lin Pengfei was completely unaware that he was already under the watchful eye of the secret realm fortress. The moment he made any move against Chen Yuan, his life would be forfeit. His plans for revenge were doomed before they could even begin. As for Chen Yuan, the person at the center of all this, he remained blissfully unaware. At this moment, he was fully engrossed in the joy of discovering the evolution ritual for his little sprite. He even considered heading straight to the secret realm to find an opponent for Xiao Ling, hoping to speed up her leveling process. However, seeing the exhaustion on Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan's faces, he quickly dismissed the idea. As a trainer, he understood well that overexertion could backfire. Just like learning, training needs a balance of effort and rest. Tomorrow was Saturday, which meant plenty of time. That was precisely why Xie scheduled the secret realm trials on Fredaisto, give the students enough time over the weekend to recover and recharge. After weighing his options, Chen Yuan decided to abandon the idea of venturing into the secret realm again that night. The next morning, before dawn had even broken, Chen Yuan was already awake. The anticipation of Xiao Ling's impending evolution left him too excited to sleep. He got up quickly, washed up, and headed to the kitchen with a spring in his step. Grabbing milk and bread from the fridge, he made quick work of his breakfast. Back in his bedroom, Chen Yuan began preparing for the journey to the secret realm. From a hidden spot, he retrieved several vials of potions and packed over a dozen second-tier energy cubes, stuffing his pockets to the brim. These extra energy cubes were a precaution. Rituals always reminded him of magic circles, and he figured additional energy might come in handy. Once he was ready, Chen Yuan turned and scooped up Xiao Ling, who was still sound asleep. The sudden movement startled her, and she nearly lashed out reflexively. But upon realizing it was Chen Yuan, she relaxed, tilting her head in confusion as she looked at him. Chumiai, Xiao Ling asked groggily, her voice filled with sleepy curiosity. Seeing her puzzled expression, Chen Yuan chuckled and said, "You little sleepyhead, time to wake up. We're heading to the secret realm early today." "Chumei," Xiao Ling murmured, still half asleep. Under the faint light of dawn, Chen Yuan arrived at the gates of the secret realm fortress. Despite the early hour, guards were already stationed at the entrance, fully alert. This was to be expected after all. The secret realm required around-the-clock vigilance to prevent wild pet beasts from breaking into the human world. In a sense, the beast tamers who ventured into the secret realm for training were also its sentinels. Whenever high-level pet beasts from the inner region strayed to the outer areas, these tamers were often the first to encounter them. Faced with an overwhelming foe, they would immediately fire a signal flare for help, enabling the patrolling secret realm guards to detect anomalies in time. This was one of the key reasons the secret realm was open to the public beast tamers training, not only reduced the number of wild pet beasts, but also mitigated the threats posed by the secret realm. Relying solely on the fortress's forces was insufficient to protect such a vast number of secret realms. Within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom alone, there were tens of thousands of these realms, each inhabited by countless pet beasts. Generally, these creatures would not disturb the human world without provocation unless humans themselves sparked conflict. Egg thieves were one such group of dangerous individuals. Driven by greed for money or powerful baby pet beasts, they took reckless risks. Though their actions could destabilize the secret realm and incite beast riots, they were still restrained compared to some deranged individuals. The most troubling were those sociopathic lunatics who sought chaos for chaos's sake. The infamous Kaisis Inferno was a painful lesson. These lunatics, through some unknown means, enraged the dragon horde residing in the Kaisis Advanced Secret Realm. The furious dragons burst out of the Dragon's Cliff secret realm, wreaking catastrophic destruction on Kaisis and surrounding cities, leading to the deaths of millions in Europa. The madman responsible was eventually found by the dragons, and all his pet beasts were brutally killed. Yet he remained indifferent, laughing maniacally as he admired the ruins around him, as if marveling at his masterpiece. His laughter only ceased when a dragon's massive claw crushed him. As if still unsatisfied, the dragons incinerated his corpse with blazing flames, reducing it to ashes. Due to the repeated havoc caused by such lunatics, nations placed them on kill-in-sight lists and even formed a multinational elite beast tamer task force to hunt them down. At the gate, a young guard recognized Chen Yuan and greeted him warmly. "Master Chen, you're here so early today." Judging by his youthful and energetic face, the guard appeared to be in his early 20s, likely a student interning here for Hansen Experiencia career with great prospects. "Yeah, it's Saturday, so I thought I'd come early," Chen Yuan replied with a nod. The guard hesitated for a moment before asking shyly, "Master, when will you be selling potions again?" Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Why? Do you need some?" The guard nodded earnestly. Although guards had priority access to the fortress's potions, Chen Yuan's products were far superior in both price and effectiveness. Seeing the hopeful look in the guard's eyes, Chen Yuan said, "All right, in a couple of days. I've been busy recently, so I haven't had time to make any potions." The guard's face lit up with joy. While he was curious about what could be keeping this frequent secret realm visitor so occupied, he refrained from prying out of politeness and instead expressed his gratitude sincerely. "Thank you so much. It's no trouble. I was planning to make more anyway," Chen Yuan replied. It wasn't just a polite remark truly intended to resume selling potions. Xiaoling's evolution path is already set, requiring no additional investment. However, Jin Shanshan is a true gold-devouring beast. Whether it's the heavily armored golden ant route, which demands an immense amount of gold, or the radiant gold ant route, which requires rare radiant gold, both options call for tremendous resources. The other evolution paths are similarly costly. Fortunately, Jin Shanshan won't evolve until it reaches level 20, giving Chen Yuan some temporary relief. For now, his priority is Xiaoling's evolution. After bidding farewell to the guards, Chen Yuan entered the fortress and headed toward the secret realm. The fortress was particularly quiet in the early morning, with only a few patrolling guards scattered around. Familiar guards nodded at him in greeting, and Chen Yuan returned their gestures. Passing through the boundary gate, he once again stepped onto the soil of the forest of insects. "The air here is so refreshing," Chen Yuan remarked, taking a deep breath. Qiyu Xiaoling nodded in agreement, chirping softly. "All right, let's go find some secondary pet beasts," Chen Yuan said as he led Xiaoling toward their usual hunting spots. The path was eerily deserted, as if the entire secret realm belonged to him. Of course, there were always wild pet beasts foolish enough to attempt sneak attacks, but Chen Yuan detected them well in advance. As soon as any part of their bodies appeared within his line of sight, the system panel would immediately alert him. For these would-be ambushers, Chen Yuan showed no mercy, directing Xiaoling to take them down with a single strike each. "Ha, first-tier beasts trying to ambush me? What a joke." They're just weaklings with big appetites, he scoffed. These wild beasts, originally eyeing a feast, ended up becoming stepping stones on Xiao Ling's path to leveling up. Before long, Qin Yuan arrived at a familiar secluded spot, but he didn't stop there. Instead, he pressed on deeper into the forest. Now fully alert, he scanned the surrounding trees and the ground littered with fallen leaves, staying vigilant against potential ambushes. He even summoned Jin Shanshan, despite the risk of scaring off some second-tier pet beasts. After all, the memory of Lin Yu's previous misfortune was still fresh in his mind, leaving him no room for carelessness. In the depths of the forest, an intense battle was unfolding. Xiao Ling was locked in combat with a second-tier wind wolf. She darted nimbly, evading the wind blades the wolf launched at her, and retaliated with a sharp, powerful slap that sent the wind wolf crashing to the ground. Its head hit the earth with a resounding thud. Though the wolf quickly regained consciousness, it discovered that its limbs no longer obeyed its commands. No matter how desperately it struggled, its body could only writhe helplessly on the ground. Overcome with fear, the wind wolf let out a pitiful howl, calling for its packmates to come to its aid. Not far away, two other wind wolves were locked in a standoff with Jin Shanshan. Facing Jin Shanshan, these wolves felt immense pressure. Their regular attacks were utterly ineffective against its defenses, and only the wind blades managed to inflict minor damage. However, every strike from Jin Shanshan was terrifyingly destructive, as evidenced by the toppled trees littering the area. With their incredible speed, the two wolves barely managed to dodge Jin Shanshan's relentless attacks, but the trees around them weren't so fortunate. The devastation made the wolves even more cautious. They knew all too well that a single hit from this monster could be fatal. At that moment, the injured wind wolf's cries for help drew the attention of everyone on the battlefield. The two wolves facing off against Jin Shanshan were momentarily distracted by the sound, a lapse that did not escape Chun Yuan's sharp eyes. "Now's your chance, Jin Shanshan," Chun Yuan exclaimed. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, Jin Shanshan seized the opportunity, swinging its powerful forelimbs at the two wind wolves. By the time the wolves realized what was happening, it was too late. They were struck with immense force and sent flying, crashing heavily into nearby trees. With a loud crack, the impact left the wolves coughing up blood and unconscious, while the trees they hit collapsed with a thunderous crash. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling delivered the final blow to the paralyzed wind wolf, ending its suffering. With the battle over, Xiao Ling flew back to Chun Yuan's side. As she looked at the scattered fallen trees, her eyes revealed her admiration for Jin Shanshan's strength. "What are you thinking about?" Chun Yuan asked gently. Xiao Ling simply shook her head without replying. Chun Yuan reached out and softly patted her head. "You should know that the star of today's battle isn't Jin Shanshan, it's you. Jin Shanshan was just keeping the other threats at bay. Both of us are looking forward to your evolution." Jin Shanshan let out a sharp click, as if cheering Xiao Ling on. Chirp chirp. Encouraged, Xiao Ling immediately perked up, clenching her tiny fists in determination. Seeing this, Qin Yuan smiled warmly, and Jin Shanshan happily waved its antennae in approval. "Let's move on and find our next opponent," Qin Yuan said, leading Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan forward. They hadn't gone far before encountering another group of spirit beasts. This was hardly surprising after all. The secret realm didn't lack much, except for an abundance of various pet beasts. Suddenly, Chun Yuan's interface flickered, displaying a new piece of information. He focused his gaze and was startled to see the evolved form of a familiar pet beast, the ghostback moth. This elite-grade mutant insect-type pet beast was a second-stage evolution of the bugged baby. It possessed two crucial innate abilities: softness, which could negate a portion of physical damage, and scale powder, which had a chance to cause paralysis. Though seemingly simple, these abilities were extremely effective against melee-type pet beasts. The ghostback moth wielded two formidable skills: psychic blast and object manipulation. The former inflicted both physical and mental damage on its enemies simultaneously, while the latter allowed it to manipulate various objects based on its strength. Even hostile pet beasts. For Chen Yuan, this moth was a particularly troublesome opponent. Not only could it completely evade Jin Shanshan's attack range, but it could also counter Jin Shanshan's leaping strikes using its object manipulation ability. As for Xiaoling's close-range assaults, they were severely countered by the moth's two innate abilities. As Chen Yuan debated whether to retreat, the ghostback moth suddenly locked its gaze on him. It had keenly sensed the powerful presence of Xiaoling and Jin Shanshan and immediately chose to attack the weakest of the three. Chen Yuan. An invisible psychic blast shot out in an instant. This was the first time Chen Yuan had directly faced an attack from a pet beast. In the past, any danger had been swiftly neutralized by Jin Shanshan and Xiaoling. But this time, against the intangible and formless mental assault, his loyal companions were powerless. The psychic blast struck Chen Yuan with immense force, sending him flying. Blood sprayed from his body, tracing a sharp, crimson arc through the air. The moment Chen Yuan was struck and sent flying, blood splattered everywhere, with most of it landing on Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan. Xiao Ling, whose green dress was instantly dyed red, stood there in a daze, staring at the scene. She couldn't comprehend why Chen Yuan, who had been fine just moments ago, was suddenly flung away. But one thing was crystal clear to her: this was all caused by that intruder who had appeared out of nowhere. Seeing Chen Yuan, who had just been chatting with her, offering comfort and encouragement, now lying on the ground, his fate uncertain, Xiao Ling felt a surge of anger like never before. Fury ignited within her, consuming her reason. Without hesitation, she spun around and charged full speed toward the ghostback moth in the distance. Fueled by rage, Xiao Ling unleashed a speed far beyond her usual capacity. Jin Shanshan reacted even faster. With a powerful leap, it soared into the air, but the height wasn't enough. Drawing inspiration from Chan Yuan's earlier move, it kicked off a tree for additional force. The sheer power of the kick shattered the tree at the point of impact, propelling Jin Shanshan toward the ghostback moth with astonishing speed. The ghostback moth was caught off guard by this sudden burst of speed. It couldn't comprehend why these two creatures were reacting so fiercely when it had only taken down a weakling. However, it quickly assessed the situation and deemed Jin Shanshan the greater threat. Without delay, it launched a psychic attack. An invisible force accompanied by a sharp, splitting headache surged toward Jin Shanshan. Although the attack didn't completely halt its advance, it did weaken the momentum significantly. Realizing this wasn't enough, the ghostback moth resorted to object manipulation, attempting to restrain Jin Shanshan. Yet, Jin Shanshan broke free almost immediately. However, the accumulated force of its charge had already been drained by the two successive attacks, and gravity began pulling it downward. As the enemy responsible for harming Chen Yuan moved further away, Jin Shanshan let out a roar filled with rage. Just as the ghostback moth started to feel a sliver of relief, Xiao Ling closed the distance. It quickly turned to unleash another psychic attack on her, but it was too late. Xiao Ling's flurry of palm strikes, now only a blur of shadows, landed squarely on its body. Both were sent flying by each other's attack. Xiao Ling was knocked back by the psychic force, while the ghostback moth was struck by her assault, slamming into a tree and snapping the trunk in two. Thanks to its innate resilience, the ghostback moth barely survived, but its wings were now shattered into pieces, rendering it unable to fly. As it struggled to rise and flee, Jin Shanshan loomed over it. The last thing it saw was a pair of forelimbs sharp as spears. Without mercy, Jin Shanshan crushed the ghostback moth into a pulp. Its fury still unquenched, it struck several more times with brutal force, the tremors scattering the smaller creatures nearby. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling, who had been knocked back, steadied herself in midair. She didn't pause to celebrate their victory, but instead rushed straight toward Chen Yuan. At this moment, Chen Yuan was leaning against a tree, coughing violently, each cough racking him with pain. The physical damage from the psychic attack was severe, but the searing headache from the mental assault was even worse. With trembling hands, he retrieved a recovery potion from his waist and drank it. A cooling sensation spread through his body, offering some relief. Though the potion could be used on humans, its effects were far less potent compared to when applied to companion beasts. Normally, people wouldn't use potions on themselves, it's common knowledge. But in a life-or-death situation, Chen Yuan couldn't afford to worry about that. After swallowing the potion, a wave of warmth quickly spread through his body, easing his discomfort significantly. He steadied himself against a sturdy tree trunk and carefully stood up. Not far away, the mangled corpse of the ghost-faced moth, smashed into a grotesque mess by Jin Shanshan, caught his eye. A shiver ran down his spine. Damn it, if this thing had been any stronger, I might not have made it out alive this time, he muttered under his breath. After venting its rage, Jin Shanshan, along with Xiao Ling, ran toward Chen Yuan. Seeing their master standing again, the two companion beasts let out excited, distinctive cries. Kayumi! Caw! Chen Yuan was about to smile at them when he suddenly froze. Xiao Ling's status panel showed she had reached level 15. By all rights, he should have already felt the feedback boost from her, but the pain and exhaustion had completely dulled his senses to it. Xiao Ling darted forward, gently cupping Chen Yuan's cheeks with her tiny hands, while Jin Shanshan affectionately rubbed against his leg. I'm fine now. Sorry to make you worry, Chen Yuan reassured them, patting the little creatures. Then, turning his gaze to Xiao Ling, he smiled warmly. Xiao Ling, congratulations on reaching level 15. Kayumi? Xiao Ling blinked in surprise, momentarily confused. Just like Chen Yuan, her mind had been consumed by anger and concern earlier, leaving her unaware of the level up. Now, prompted by his words, she realized she did feel noticeably stronger. She clenched her small fists experimentally, marveling at the increase in her strength. Chen Yuan had initially planned to leave and return in a few days, but since Xiao Ling had already reached level 15, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to proceed with her evolution. Pulling out another potion, he quickly downed it. He needed to make sure he was in peak conditiono. One could predict what might happen during the evolution ritual, and he absolutely couldn't afford to become a burden to his companions at a critical moment. After the second potion took effect, Chun Yuan felt about 70 to 80% recovered. Xiaoling, let's begin the evolution ritual now. Jin Shanshan, you're on lookout duty. Both companion beasts nodded seriously, ready to follow his commands. Taking a deep breath, Chun Yuan issued the directive. Xiao Ling, use your singing skill. Chirp, 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 chirp. Xiao Ling's crisp singing voice echoed through the forest. Chen Yuan and Jin Shanshan stood quietly by her side, basking in the tranquility brought by the melody. However, as time passed, the surroundings remained unchanged. Xiao Ling cast a puzzled glance at Chen Yuan, who simply said, keep going. Despite her doubts, Xiao Ling obeyed Chen Yuan's instructions and continued singing. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, felt a wave of tension. After all, this evolution ritual was merely his hypothesis. Just as he began considering alternative evolution paths for Xiaoling, something miraculous occurred. As her song persisted, the surrounding plants began to transform. Spheres of green light, varying in size, emerged from trees, flowers, and even blades of grass. Some were as large as a fist, while others were as small as tiny beads, illuminating the entire area with a vibrant green glow. Seeing this, Chen Yuan exhaled in relief, though a wry smile soon followed. It was undeniably beautiful, but far too conspicuous. Jin Shanshan, get ready for battle, Chun Yuan warned. This commotion might attract other beasts. Jin Shanshan nodded solemnly in response. The green spheres of light gradually converged toward Xiaoling. Curious, she reached out to touch one of them, and immediately, a warm current coursed through her body. As if answering a silent call, all the light spheres rushed toward her, enveloping her entirely and forming a pure green cocoon of energy. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan threw all the second-tier energy cubes he had with him toward the cocoon. As soon as the cubes made contact, they dissolved into pure energy and merged with the cocoon, causing it to emit an even brighter radiance. Chen Yuan had a clear rationale for his actions. It was better to prepare in advance than to scramble for resources when wild beasts inevitably arrived. The financial loss of a few tens of thousands of yuan was negligible to him. He could easily recoup it by selling a couple of potions. Sure enough, the powerful energy fluctuations began to draw wild beasts from the surrounding area. Weaker beasts were eliminated along the way, with some even becoming prey for others. Before long, the first second-tier wild beast appeared in their line of sight. It didn't attack immediately but stood at a distance, its gaze fixated on the energy cocoon with an almost hypnotized expression. Chen Yuan refrained from ordering Jin Shanshan to engage. He understood that acting rashly would only give other beasts an advantage. Within seconds, a second wild beast entered Chen Yuan's view. A fierce battle seemed inevitable. As time passed, more and more wild beasts emerged from all directions, their countless, piercing gazes like sharp arrows aimed at the clearing. Chen Yuan stood beside Jin Shanshan, feeling the oppressive aura pressing down upon him. He understood all too well that even with Jin Shanshan's strength, it would be nearly impossible to hold ground against such a large number of Tier 2 beasts, especially while also having to protect someone as burdensome as himself. These wild beasts were far from being as straightforward as the golden armored bees, which relied solely on physical attacks. Among them were powerful creatures capable of wielding various elemental attacks, some possessing terrifying, one-strike lethal abilities. While the physical attacks of the golden armored bees might fail to break through defenses, in the face of these beasts, even the strongest defense could crumble in a single blow. The situation was dire, yet Chun Yuan did not act recklessly. Interestingly, the wild beasts, with their predatory stares, seemed to find themselves in a similar predicament. They only dared to keep their distance, their eyes fixed on the green flower bud in the center of the field, formed entirely of pure energy. They swallowed their saliva greedily, mesmerized by the mysterious substance within the bud. The pure energy it radiated was so intoxicating that just lingering nearby seemed to invigorate their spirits. However, none of the beasts dared to make the first move. They were not only wary of Jin Shanshan's presence, but also vigilant of the other competitors around them, each waiting for an opportunity to strike. Every beast understood that a rash action could not only result in losing the prize to others, but also in becoming prey themselves. This delicate balance was precisely what Chen Yuan hoped for. Time was on his side. The longer he could stall, the better his chances. If he could hold out until Xiaoling completed its evolution, the odds would shift dramatically in his favor. Yet, he was well aware that such equilibrium would eventually break. Just as in human society, where impulsive individuals often disrupt the status quo, among these beasts of varying intelligence, there was bound to be one too reckless to wait. Sure enough, as one beast suddenly made its move, the fragile balance that had been maintained shattered instantly, plunging the scene into chaos as a massive battle erupted. A ferocious tiger, brimming with savage energy, was the first to shatter the tense stillness. This beast, an evolved variant of the infamous storm tiger, could no longer contain its greed and charged toward the flower bud near Chen Yuan and Jin Shanshan. However, it had barely taken 2 steps before the other beasts behind it launched a sudden assault. Flames, lightning, wind blades, and a torrent of attacks engulfed the tiger in an instant. A blood-curdling roar tore through the air as the tiger collapsed, grievously wounded, with most of its life force drained. Moments later, a group of earth-aligned beasts seized the opportunity, manipulating the ground to summon sharp spikes that pierced the tiger, ending its life for good. Even in its final moments, the tiger couldn't comprehend why its supposed allies had turned on it instead of focusing on the humans and the flower bud. The unexpected bloodshed sent ripples of unease through the onlookers. Some cautious beasts, sensing the danger, discreetly retriated no treasure was worth dying for. Meanwhile, the remaining opportunists, though still coveting the flower bud, were now gripped by fear, wary of meeting the same fate as the tiger. A tense standoff ensued, with every beast eyeing the others suspiciously. But the fragile equilibrium didn't last. Chaos erupted when a monkey-like beast accidentally brushed its tail against another creature nearby. Startled, the second beast reacted instinctively, unleashing a devastating attack that sent the hapless monkey flying. Dazed but furious, the monkey scrambled to its feet and retaliated with a vengeance. The chain reaction ignited a full-blown melee. Skills flew wildly, explosions rippled through the air, and the battleground descended into utter pandemonium. Watching the chaos unfold, Chen Yuan couldn't help but remark, "Amazing. If only it were always like this." Jin Shanshan responded with a satisfied clack of her claws, a sound of agreement. For them, there was no better scenario than their enemies tearing each other apart. But their moment of amusement was short-lived. A pack of cunning beasts spotted their chance amidst the chaos and launched a surprise attack on Chen Yuan and Jin Shanshan. The first attacker charged headlong at Jin Shanshan, only to be met with her crushing punch. The beast was sent flying like a bowling pin, slamming into 2 others behind it. The devastating blow left it on the brink of death, only for a mantis-like beast to take advantage of its vulnerability and swiftly decapitate it. The remaining ambushers, seeing Jin Shanshan's raw power, shifted their focus to the seemingly weaker Chen Yuan. Jin Shanshan immediately moved to shield him, while Chen Yuan readied himself for the assault. Suddenly, Chen Yuan's eyes narrowed as he sensed something amiss. "Jin Shanshan, left side," he shouted. Though nothing was visible, Jin Shanshan didn't hesitate. She swung her arm with full force, and with a thunderous impact, a spray of grayish-white blood erupted into the air. An insect-like shadow beast, attempting to strike while cloaked in invisibility, was obliterated on the spot. Its lifeless body crumpled to the ground, its expression frozen in disbelief. Shadow beasts could never comprehend the existence of the system, a mystical force that countered ambushers. While Jin Shanshan was locked in battle with a shadow beast, another beast seized the opportunity and sank its teeth into Jin Shanshan's forelimb. Confident, it tried to pull back with all its strength, but Jin Shanshan remained immovable. The beast froze for a moment, then tried again with even greater force, yet the result was the same. Puzzled, it released its grip and looked up at Jin Shanshan. At that moment, Jin Shanshan, having just defeated the shadow beast, turned its gaze toward this new challenger. Before the beast could react, Jin Shanshan's forelimb, still stained with the remains of the shadow beast, came crashing down. The beast was sent flying, spinning gracefully through the air in a spiral trajectory. The battle raged on. While Jin Shanshan dealt with this beast, yet another one lunged at Chen Yuan. Jin Shanshan intercepted the attack just in time but exposed a weakness in doing so, leaving itself vulnerable to an onslaught from several other beasts. As more and more beasts joined the fray, the situation grew increasingly dire for Chen Yuan. Jin Shanshan, striving to protect its master, was overwhelmed by attacks from all directions. However, the astonishing combat prowess displayed by Jin Shanshan began to draw the attention of all the surrounding beasts. The chaotic skirmish came to an abrupt halt as the beasts collectively realized that unless they eliminated this formidable golden ant first, there was no chance of claiming the treasure, even if they defeated all other rivals. Meanwhile, the bud at the center of the battlefield began to change subtly. Its slightly unfurling petals released an even denser energy, further agitating the surrounding beasts. Witnessing this, Chen Yuan sighed in frustration. He had hoped to resolve the situation by stalling for time, but Xiaoling's evolution was far from complete. Left with no other choice, he pulled out a signal flare provided by the secret realm, intending to call for reinforcements. Yet, when he pressed the button, the flare failed to respond. Unwilling to accept this, he pressed it twice more still. Nothing. "You've got to be kidding me, a dud?" Chen Yuan cursed as he angrily threw the flare gun to the ground and kicked it twice in frustration. Of all the improbable events, this had to happen to him. His luck was truly abysmal. The wild beasts, of course, showed no mercy for Qian Yuan's predicament. Having reached a consensus, they stopped fighting among themselves and turned their focus entirely on Qian Yuan and Jin Shanshan. Just as Qian Yuan thought this was the end for him, the beasts closest to him were suddenly and cleanly sliced in half. Their faces were frozen in expressions of shock, as if their final thoughts were, "Damn it, I knew this lot couldn't be trusted. We agreed to work together, and I still got stabbed in the back." The severed corpse slowly split apart, revealing the attacker behind Ida dual-bladed mantis. This insect-type pet beast had evolved from a vicious mantis and possessed an exceptionally high attack frequency. Although its level was only 21, falling short of the evolution threshold, its elite talent, Combo Strike, made it extremely dangerous. With continuous attacks, its power would increase exponentially, reaching up to 3 times its normal strength. It wielded skills such as Slash, Chop, Sever, and Wing Flap. Chen Yuan stared at the familiar dual-bladed mantis, his expression turning peculiar. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Master, are you all right?" Looking in the direction of the voice, Chen Yuan saw Wang Zhe approaching quickly with a sturdy young man. The latter was Xiang Ming, one of Chen Yuan's supporters from the previous day who had backed him up in the fortress and confronted Lin Yu over a debt. Despite his burly build, Xiang Ming was actually quite young and a close friend of Wang Zhe. Their arrival required a bit of backstory. A few minutes earlier, Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming had been fighting back-to-back against a swarm of second-tier pet beasts. Dual-bladed mantis, cut it down. Rock golem, use stone throw. Facing these second-tier pet beasts, which were far weaker than themselves, Xiang Ming felt puzzled. Are these creatures crazy? How dare they charge at us? They're probably not targeting us, Wang Zhe analyzed. There must be something ahead that's attracting them. After all, didn't our own pet beasts lead us here? Xiang Ming's eyes lit up. So, you're saying there's treasure up ahead? Wang Zhe nodded cautiously. Logically, that should be the case. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a commotion. After defeating the attacking pet beasts, the two carefully followed the others forward. As they got closer, their own pet beasts grew increasingly restless and agitated. Xiang Ming, wait here. I'll climb up a tree to scout, Wang Zhe said. All right, just be careful not to get spotted by any flying pet beasts. Here, take this telescope. Thanks to the enhanced physical abilities granted by his contracted pet beast, Wang Zhe climbed a large tree with ease. From his vantage point, he quickly noticed something unusual clearing ahead where several trees had been broken, and in the center stood a massive green flower bud. Observing it closely through the telescope, he realized it was composed entirely of pure green energy. There's actually treasure here. Wang Zhe's heart raced with excitement, but he restrained himself from acting rashly. He continued to survey the area and saw a chaotic melee among various pet beasts. The scene was utter chaos. Suddenly, a pet beast was sent flying, crashing into a tree and breaking it. Following the trajectory, Wang Zhe's eyes widened and spotted a golden ant, but more importantly, he recognized Chen Yuan's figure. Master, wasting no time, Wang Zhe climbed down from the tree. Without explaining in detail to Xiang Ming, he grabbed his dual-bladed mantis and bolted toward the scene. Hey Wang Zhe, wait up! Xiang Ming shouted. Why are you running so fast? Come on, Rock Golem, let's catch up. Eventually, Xiang Ming managed to catch up with Wang Zhe, who was already in the thick of the battle. What's wrong? Why are you in such a rush? Xiang Ming asked, looking at Wang Zhe, who was gasping for breath, with a puzzled expression. The master is ahead. He's surrounded, Wang Zhe exclaimed, his eyes wide with urgency, his voice rising in pitch due to his panic. Xiang Ming's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. He quickly gave the order, go. Stone Golem, take care of this thing blocking the way. The poor Tier 2 beast was now in a dire situation. Facing a Tier 3 mantis had already pushed it to the brink of despair, and now there was a Tier 3 stone golem to deal with as well. It thought bitterly to itself, I was just passing by, how did it come to this? Yet, no matter how unwilling it was, it couldn't change the fate awaiting it. If it had known that simply blocking the way would lead to its demise, it might not have died in peace. Once they dealt with this unexpected obstacle, Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming quickened their pace, sprinting forward. They had only one thought in their minds. We can't let Chen Yuan get hurt. It wasn't just because he provided high-quality potions at affordable prices. More importantly, Chen Yuan was Wang Zhe's benefactor, having once saved his twin-blade mantis from the brink of death. Even though the debt had been settled long ago, Wang Zhe still felt deeply grateful. Seeing Chen Yuan in danger now made him more anxious than if he were in peril himself. That's why, after leaping down from the tree, he hadn't even stopped to explain before rushing in this direction. After a frantic dash, the two finally arrived at the scene. The sight before them was heart-wrenching. The previously battling beasts had all stopped fighting and were now surrounding Chen Yuan in a tight circle. Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming felt a brief sense of relief upon seeing that Chen Yuan was unharmed for the moment, but the dangerous encirclement quickly made their hearts race again. Twin-blade mantis, cut through them. Wang Zhe commanded decisively. The twin-blade mantis immediately charged in the direction Wang Zhe indicated. The beasts, entirely focused on Qin Yuan, didn't notice the threat coming from behind. In the blink of an eye, the sharp scythes slashed through the air, and several beasts were sliced cleanly in half. Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming commanded their twin-bladed mantis and stone golem to charge into the encirclement, cutting a bloody path through the wild beast swarm with their Tier 3 strength. Using this opening, the two quickly made their way toward Qin Yuan. As they closed the distance, they noticed Qin Yuan's clothes were stained with blood, a sight that made their expressions change instantly. At the same time, they also caught sight of the golden, radiant beast beside Qin Yuan. Wang Zhe had already seen this golden ant from the treetops earlier and knew it was a rare and noble pet beast. But at this moment, his concern overshadowed his astonishment. Xiang Ming, seeing the gleaming creature for the first time, widened his eyes in awe, silently marveling at Qin Yuan's prowess. "Master, are you all right?" Wang Zhe asked with concern as they reached Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan shook his head and replied, "I'm fine. Thanks to your timely arrival, things didn't turn for the worse." As he spoke, he kicked a signal flare lying nearby. Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming immediately understood the situation. Signal flare malfunctions weren't uncommon. Every year, someone in the secret realm encountered this issue, often due to moisture from sweat affecting the gunpowder. Judging from the bloodstains on Qin Yuan's clothes and the flare, Wang Zhe deduced that blood might have caused the malfunction this time. "How did you find me?" Qin Yuan asked. "We noticed the beast swarm moving in this direction, so we followed them," Wang Zhe explained succinctly, as they were still in a perilous situation. "That was a big help," Qin Yuan said. "If possible, I'd like to ask for your assistance in holding off these beasts. I promise to reward you generously." Xiang Ming's eyes lit up, as if he could already see countless potions beckoning to him. However, Wang Zhe immediately waved his hands dismissively. "No need, master. Helping you is the least we could do." Xiang Ming could only groan inwardly, watching his dreams of potions vanish into thin air. Reluctantly, he echoed Wang Zhe's words, "Yes, master. We're not that kind of people." All the while, he swore silently to make Wang Zhe treat him to a lavish meal later. Qin Yuan smiled without saying much, simply replying, "Then he'll leave it to you." The two promptly summoned their second pet beasts to join the battle. Wang Zhe called forth a Tier 2 ground dragon resembling a Komodo dragon, while Xiang Ming summoned a treant formed from a centuries-old tree. The moment the treant appeared, it sensed an intense natural energy radiating from a giant flower bud behind it. It immediately turned to look, and there, wrapped in the bud, was Xiaoling. The bud had already begun to open significantly. As a plant-type pet beast, the treant could feel this energy far more acutely than the others. The treant felt the pure energy flowing from nature, a force that surged continuously into its body. At the same time, it seemed to be responding to nature in its own way. This sacred ritual awakened within the treant a strong desire to protect, so much so that it disregarded Xiang Ming's orders and took action on its own. A treant, Jin Shanshan, standing beside Qin Yuan, watched the approaching treant warily, ready to defend. As a loyal guardian, it would never permit anything to threaten its companions. However, just then, Qin Yuan gently placed a hand on Jin Shanshan's head. "Relax, it means no harm," Qin Yuan said calmly. Although Jin Shanshan didn't fully understand why its master was so confident, it obeyed and lowered its guard. Qin Yuan's certainty about the treant's intentions came from the system, which had revealed the truth to him. The treant was undergoing an evolution. Driven by its determination to protect nature and empowered by the pure natural energy radiating from the flower bud, the treant was transforming into a higher form, the treant guardian. This was precisely why Qin Yuan allowed it to approach the flower bud. In a way, protecting the bud was also safeguarding its own evolution. As the treant reached the flower bud, its feet began to morph, its roots rapidly extending into the ground to anchor firmly. In mere moments, it transformed into a towering tree. Yet, this did not mean it had lost its ability to fight. Its writhing roots still exuded an intimidating presence. Xiang Ming was perplexed by the treant's unusual behavior. Why would the usually obedient treant act on its own today? While he was still puzzling over the situation, Qin Yuan's voice broke through his thoughts. "Congratulations, Xiang Ming." Xiang Ming turned to Qin Yuan, still confused, unsure of what he was being congratulated for. It was Wang Zhe, standing nearby, who suddenly realized the truth. Eyes wide, he asked, "Master, are you saying?" Qin Yuan smiled and nodded at Wang Zhe, confirming his guess. "That's right. It's evolving." Hearing this, Xiang Ming froze for a moment, then broke into a wide, childlike grin. With the addition of Wang Zhi and Xiang Ming, both possessing third-tier combat strength, the tide of the battle finally began to turn. In the center of the battlefield, the dual-bladed mantis swung its razor-sharp forelimbs, each strike amplifying its attack power, leaving a trail of fallen beasts in its wake. The third-tier stone golem stood like a moving fortress, steadfastly guarding the mantis and creating space for it to unleash its attacks. However, a relentless swarm of second-tier beasts charged forward, and the sheer power of their concentrated assault shattered half of the golem's body in an instant. Fortunately, as an elemental creature, the golem's unique nature saved it so long as its core remained intact. It could absorb scattered fragments to reconstruct its body. This all-out, sacrificial assault ended up backfiring on the wild beasts themselves, as their melee units bore the brunt of the chaos. Witnessing the grim fate of their comrades at the front, the remaining melee beasts hesitated to advance, unintentionally easing the pressure on Qin Yuan and the others. On another front, the Treant and the Burrower Dragon demonstrated seamless teamwork. The Trent's roots lashed out like agile whips, ensnaring enemies and creating opportunities for the Burrower Dragon to deliver finishing blows. Whenever a beast attempted to ambush the dragon, the Trent's roots would swiftly knock it away. Yet, despite their synergy, their situation remained the most precarious. If even the third-tier stone golem had been battered to pieces, how could the second-tier Treant withstand the onslaught? Fortunately, nature seemed to sense the Trent's resolve to protect and bestowed it with a special blessing, greatly enhancing its wood element recovery abilities, allowing it to just barely hold on. Jin Shanshan, on the other hand, faced relatively less pressure, thanks to the massive Treant and stone golem drawing much of the enemy's firepower. Watching his beasts struggle to hold their ground, Xiang Ming could no longer hold back. Maybe we should retreat for now? This isn't working. If we lose the treasure, so be it, better than losing our lives. Wang Zhe didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned to Qin Yuan for his opinion, though deep down, he agreed with Xiang Ming no treasure was worth dying for. Qin Yuan let out a long sigh. Why don't you two leave first? Xiang Ming frowned at this suggestion, his tone growing sharper. Master, is this thing really more important than our lives? Do we have to fight to the death over it? To his surprise, Qin Yuan nodded. While gently stroking the massive flower bud stem, the highest part he could reach due to his height, he countered with a question of his own. It's very important. Would you abandon your own beasts and leave them behind? This question left both men stunned. What? You mean this is a beast? Master's beast? Wang Zhe quickly pieced together some clues. Pointing at the enormous flower bud, he stammered in shock. Master, are you saying this flower is Xiaoling? Xiaoling's supposed to be dead, isn't she? Xiaoling? Xiang Ming blurted out, but immediately realized his mistake and clamped his hand over his mouth. Qin Yuan cast a helpless glance at Xiang Ming before turning to Wang Zhe and nodding in confirmation. Yes, this is Xiaoling. She's evolving. The two men exchanged wide-eyed looks, too stunned to speak. What they had assumed to be a treasure turned out to be none other than Xiaoling, the little sprite they had believed to be dead. Seeing the bloodstains on Qin Yuan and noticing Xiaoling's absence earlier, they had jumped to the conclusion that Xiaoling had perished and that Qin Yuan had suffered a backlash from her loss. This was also why they hadn't dared to ask about Herno. One wanted to reopen such a painful wound. Now, the truth was out. The so-called treasure was merely the phenomenon caused by Xiaoling's evolution. Staring at the massive flower bud before them, the two men were filled with mixed emotions. Wang Zhe's mind raced with questions. Had the master foreseen this unique evolutionary path when he chose Xiaoling? Did he know of other evolution routes? Could there be a chance to consult the master about finding suitable evolution paths for his own beasts? Meanwhile, the more straightforward Xiang Ming could only think. If Xiaoling's evolution caused such a commotion, she must be incredibly powerful afterward. At the same time, he finally understood Qin Yuan's unwavering determination. Putting himself in someone else's shoes, Qin Yuan knew he could never abandon his own companion beast. He deeply understood this sentiment after all. For most beast tamers, their companion beasts were no less than family. Master, I understand now, Xiang Ming said, his tone now resolute, a stark contrast to his earlier attitude. Well, stay and stand with you. Wang Zhe, standing nearby, gave a silent nod in agreement. Seeing their sincere determination, Qin Yuan felt a warmth rise in his heart. However, he still said, you really don't have to do this. Just helping me get in touch with a rescue team would already be the greatest help. Wang Zhe shook his head and pointed to the mysterious flower bud. If this scene is seen by outsiders, it could lead to trouble. Qin Yuan fell into silence. Wang Zhe was right. If this phenomenon were to be discovered by someone with ill intentions, the consequences could be dire. If he were a high-level beast tamer, or even at the legendary level, he wouldn't need to worry about such petty threats. Even as a mid-level beast tamer, he could act with more confidence. But as a beginner-level beast tamer, he had to tread carefully. Not everyone followed the rules. If someone launched a dishonorable sneak attack, he would suffer greatly. What concerned Qin Yuan the most wasn't his own safety, but the possibility of his troubles affecting his family. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this worry was unnecessary. No one would dare touch his family. It would be tantamount to inviting their own doom. Any news related to this matter would be swiftly suppressed. After all, this secret realm bore the surname Chun. Unfortunately, Chen Yuan was oblivious to all of this and could only choose to act with caution. He didn't say much more about Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming's kind intentions, but silently etched their support into his heart. With no retreat left, the group had no choice but to devote all their energy to the battle. As time passed, the situation grew increasingly dire. Jin Shanshan, the twin-blade mantis, and the earthcrawler dragon were all beginning to show signs of exhaustion. The treant, though still brimming with vitality thanks to the power of nature, was visibly scarred, its broken branches and roots scattered across the ground. The stone golem, being an elemental creature, was tireless, but after being shattered multiple times by concentrated attacks, its recovery rate had noticeably slowed, and it seemed to be nearing its limit. Just as the crisis reached its peak, the flower bud they had been desperately protecting finally began to bloom. A surge of overwhelming energy swept across the battlefield in an instant. Xiao Ling had completed her evolution. The moment the flower bud bloomed, a surge of intense energy rippled through the area, instantly drawing the attention of every living creature. Under Chen Yuan's delighted gaze, Xiao Ling's figure slowly emerged from the energy-infused flower. Her transformation was subtle, her size had only increased slightly. The most noticeable change was the addition of a delicate floral crown atop her head, along with a grass bracelet woven from fresh greenery wrapped around her wrist. As the evolution completed, Chen Yuan felt a powerful surge of energy feedback flooding into his body far stronger than what he had experienced during his pact with Jin Shanshan. Xiaoling's abilities had undergone a qualitative leap. Forest Spirit Lord level. Race: Fantasy type Spirit. Talents: 1. Child of the Forest. Gains a 20 boost to all attributes in forest environments. 2. Forest Blessing. Increases the power of wood element skills by 30. Skills: Consecutive Slaps, Singing, Plant Summoning, Plant Vitalization, Forest's Wrath. This evolution not only raised Xiao Ling's race level from leader to lord, but also granted her a new set of abilities. When she noticed Chen Yuan being surrounded and attacked, her fury erupted instantly. Kayumi! With Xiao Ling's sharp cry, the entire area began to quake violently. Under the stunned gazes of Xiang Ming and Wang Zhe, the surrounding forest seemed to come alive. Towering trees uprooted themselves and transformed into trance. Roadside grasses slithered like serpents to ensnare the enemies, and vibrant flowers released deadly toxic pollen. The army of animated plants launched a ferocious counterattack against the wild beasts, instantly turning the tide of the battle. This astonishing scene was fueled by the fact that the ritual had not yet been interrupted. Xiao Ling was still linked to the power of the entire forest. Combined with the energy blocks Chen Yuan had provided, her strength was amplified to an extraordinary level. When Xiao Ling let out another furious Kayumi, the crimson glow of forest's wrath engulfed the entire area. All the animated plants doubled their combat power, and the thunderous roars of the treants shook the heavens. Master, what tier is this little spirit of yours? She's way too strong. Xiang Meng stammered. Judging by her displayed strength, she should be tier 4. Wang Zhe replied, his expression filled with shock. This answer left the two of them gasping in disbelief. A spirit whose aura clearly indicated it was only tier 2, yet capable of exhibiting tier 4 strength. This completely shattered their understanding of the natural order. It was well known that tier 4 marked a critical threshold, where all beasts developed an energy core within their bodies. For Xiao Ling to leap across 2 major tiers was nothing short of unprecedented. Attributes such as combat power, vitality, and defense will experience a significant boost. The difference between tier 3 level 30 and tier 4 level 31 is as vast as the gap between a child and an adult. This explains why tiers 1 through 3 are classified as beginner beast tamers, while tiers 4 through 6 fall into the intermediate category. It's also the fundamental reason behind the exceptional performance of Xiang Ming and Wang Zhe. At this moment, Chen Yuan broke the tense atmosphere by speaking up. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Xiao Ling is only this strong because she's entered a rather unique state. Through the system interface, he could clearly see Xiao Ling's status prompt. Forest link activated. All attributes and energy greatly enhanced. Hearing this, the two sighed in relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. So that's it. We almost lost our composure. The battle raged one or more accurately. It was a one-sided massacre led entirely by Xiao Ling. Under the overwhelming suppression of absolute power, the wild beasts finally felt fear. This disorganized group of creatures, who had no bonds with one another, began scattering in all directions. They instinctively knew that if they didn't flee now, they might never get another chance. More importantly, the enticing aroma from the big treasure had vanished, replaced by the looming threat of death. However, their attempts to escape were largely futile. Most of the beasts didn't make it far before being trapped by the rampaging plants. Some were ensnared by vines that immobilized their limbs, while others inhaled too much pollen and collapsed, poisoned and helpless. By the time the slaughter came to an end, the battlefield was littered with a thick layer of corpses. It wasn't hard to imagine that after Qin Yuan and his group left, this place would turn into a feast for the remaining wild beasts. As Xiao Ling surveyed the carnage, her anger had yet to subside. These creatures had dared to attack Qin Yuan, and the thought alone filled her with fury. Still, the fight was over, and venting further would be meaningless. She began to withdraw her power, knowing that even with the entire forest as her support, maintaining control over such a vast area had been a considerable strain. As Xiao Ling retracted her energy, the area gradually returned to tranquility. The treants rooted themselves back into the ground, reverting to ordinary trees. Flowers ceased emitting pollen, and the grass stopped swaying. Everything seemed to return to normal, save for the countless corpses scattered across the ground, silent witnesses to the devastation that had just unfolded. After the battle ended, Xiao Ling gracefully flew back to Chen Yuan's side. She affectionately nuzzled her tiny head against his cheek and wrapped her small arms tightly around his head. The heartwarming scene made Wang Jia and Xiang Ming twitch at the corners of their mouths, seeing the stark contrast between the battlefield littered with corpses and the innocent, adorable Xiao Ling was almost too jarring. They struggled to reconcile the playful little spirit before them with the fierce and decisive battle angel she had been moments ago. Hee, Xiao Ling, stop it, that tickles. Chen Yuan chuckled softly. Xiao Ling immediately stopped and obediently locked eyes with him. Welcome back, Xiao Ling. Chew. Xiao Ling replied sweetly. After playing around for a moment, Xiao Ling fluttered over to Jin Shanshan and unceremoniously perched herself on its head. She reached out her tiny hand and gently patted Jin Shanshan, expressing her gratitude with her actions. The simple-minded Jin Shanshan happily wiggled its antennae in response. Watching this harmonious interaction, Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Turning to face Wang Jia and Xiang Ming, Chen Yuan sincerely said, I really couldn't have done it without your help this time. The two exchanged glances and waved their hands with a wry smile. Master, please don't say that. Honestly, we didn't do much, it's all thanks to your... Wang Jia trailed off, his eyes flickering toward Xiao Ling, now resting on Jin Shanshan's head, and he hesitated to finish his sentence. Exactly, Xiang Ming quickly chimed in, nodding vigorously. It's really thanks to your little spirit evolving. If anything, I benefited from it, me Treant wouldn't have evolved otherwise. Chen Yuan shook his head, disagreeing. While it was true that Xiao Ling's evolution had resolved the crisis, without their assistance, he wouldn't have lasted long enough for her to complete it. Recalling his earlier promise to the guards about selling potions, he decided to prepare some small gifts for the two later. For now, the priority was helping their beast companions recover. Chen Yuan took out the remaining 4 potions from the 6 he carried and handed them to the two. This left none for Jin Shanshan, but fortunately, it hadn't suffered serious injuries. Most of the damage had been absorbed by Xiang Ming's stone golem and his now evolved Treant guardian. Wang Jia and Xiang Ming froze, staring at the potions in surprise. Master, what's this for? Wang Jia asked cautiously. Take them. These are top-grade recovery potions, the same ones you've used before. Your beasts were injured because of me, so this is the least I can do. A wave of warmth surged through their hearts as they silently accepted the potions and turned to tend to their beast companions. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan crouched down and gently stroked Jin Shanshan's head. Jin Shanshan, hang in there for a bit longer. Once we're home, I'll give you proper treatment. Click. Jin Shanshan obediently nodded in response. Though Chen Yuan spoke softly, Wang Jia and Xiang Ming overheard him. Their bodies stiffened, and they silently resolved to remember this act of kindness. Each beast had its own unique way of consuming the potion. The stone golem split open a crack in its body to reveal a core riddled with fine fractures, directly absorbing the liquid. The Treant guardian used its tiny root tendrils to draw in the potion, while the twin-blade mantis and the earth dragon opted for the more conventional methods of drinking and topical application. The effects were immediate, especially for the Treant guardian and the earth dragon, which recovered fully within 10 seconds. The twin-blade mantis and the stone golem took longer to heal, as the first-tier potion was less effective on third-tier beasts. Even so, the speed of recovery from Chen Yuan's handmade potions left Wang Jia and Xiang Ming in awe. Once the beasts had recovered, Wang Ji and Xiang Ming recalled their Earth Dragon and Treant Guardian, respectively, and returned to Chen Yuan's side. Master, what are your plans from here? Wang Jia asked. I don't have any specific plans. I've already accomplished what I set out to do today. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing, we were just curious. Actually, Xiang Ming and I were planning to head back as well, Wang Jia quickly replied, waving his hand dismissively. Yes, Wang Jia and I were just planning to head back too. Chen Yuan exchanged a knowing smile with the two of them. After a fierce battle, the idea of taking a break naturally came to all three of them. Is that so? Then why don't we head back together? Chen Yuan suggested. Wang Jia and Xiang Ming immediately nodded in agreement. The three of them made their way to the fortress within the secret realm. Suddenly, Chen Yuan stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on the sales counter in the distance. Noticing this, his two companions gave him puzzled looks. What's wrong, master? Oh, I just want to head over there for a moment. What about you two? Chen Yuan gestured toward the sales counter. Wang Jia and Xiang Ming exchanged glances, hesitating. The sales counter was typically a place for transactions, and they weren't sure if it was appropriate to follow. Picking up on their uncertainty, Chen Yuan said warmly, if you have some time, come over. It actually has a little something to do with you both. At the counter, the attendant immediately stood up upon seeing Chen Yuan. A professional smile lit up her face. Master Chen Yuan, what brings you here today? As a prominent figure in the secret realm recently, Chen Yuan's name had already spread far and wide. Well, I'd like to purchase some herbs and berries directly here at the fortress. Is that possible? Chen Yuan got straight to the point. If he could acquire what he needed here, he wouldn't have to make another trip to the pet supplies trading center. Hearing this, Wang Jia and Xiang Ming's eyes lit up. Was the master planning to make potions again? The attendant hesitated and explained that resources from the secret realm were usually prioritized for the guards or sent collectively to the trading center, making private transactions rare. However, she quickly offered, how about this? Let me make a call to check for you. Coincidentally, the person she called was Zhang Heng's secretary, Lu Tao. Upon learning that it was Chen Yuan looking to purchase herbs and berries, Lu Tao immediately authorized a special exception. Not only did he approve the transaction, but he also offered an exclusive 20% discount. Master Chen Yuan, Secretary Lu has approved your request, and all items are eligible for a 20% discount. The attendant handed over a pen and paper. Please write down a list of what you need, and I'll have it prepared right away. Chen Yuan smiled and began writing. In addition to listing the herbs required for the recovery potion, he also included ingredients for other potions and a batch of berries to divert any potential attention. Soon after, the staff delivered the neatly packaged items. After completing the payment, Chen Yuan, carrying several large bags, left the fortress with Wang Jia and Xiang Ming accompanying him. After completing their purchases, Chen Yuan and his two companions left the sales center and headed out of the secret realm fortress. Along the way, people kept greeting them, most of them directing their respect toward Chen Yuan, the renowned alchemist. Although he wasn't familiar with most of their names, Chen Yuan responded politely with a nod. Passers-by couldn't help but look surprised upon seeing Wang Jia and Xiang Ming walking so closely with Chen Yuan. Noticing the blood-stained clothes Chen Yuan was wearing, many seemed to piece together what had happened, secretly envying the two for managing to build such a good rapport with the master. The herbs peeking out from the large bags in Chen Yuan's hands drew even more attention, sparking speculation that he might be preparing for a new round of potion making. Once they stepped out of the secret realm fortress, Wang Jia and Xiang Ming finally let out a sigh of relief, glad to be free from the uncomfortable stares. Just as the two were about to part ways, Chen Yuan spoke, come to the secret realm at 2 p.m. the day after tomorrow. He deliberately shook the herb-filled bags in his hands, making his intentions clear. The two immediately understood, nodding eagerly in agreement. As they watched Chen Yuan walk away, their hearts were filled with anticipation for what was to come. Chen Yuan didn't head straight home. Instead, he made a stop at a clothing store near the secret realm. This shop not only sold clothes but also thoughtfully offered cleaning and grooming services. The staff, accustomed to customers covered in blood and grime, weren't fazed by Chen Yuan's appearance after all, who didn't leave the secret realm bearing scars. After changing into fresh clothes, Chen Yuan, carrying his purchases and accompanied by Xiaoling, finally headed home. Just as he reached for his keys to unlock the door, it opened from the inside. His mother, carrying a vegetable basket, was about to head out to shop for groceries. Instinctively, Chen Yuan tried to hide the items behind him, but his mother saw through him immediately. Don't bother hiding it. Do you really think your little tricks can fool anyone? She said with a smirk. Chen Yuan attempted to explain, but his mother cut him off. Every time I come back, the kitchen reeks of herbs. Do you think I wouldn't notice? It turned out that ever since Chen Yuan had formed a contract with Xiaoling, his mother had already discovered his secret. Her attention quickly shifted to Xiaoling's accessories. Not bad. Did you make this flower crown and grass necklace? Xiaoling looks even cuter now. She scooped up Xiaoling for a cuddle, much to the little creature's reluctant yet submissive dismay. Chen Yuan sighed helplessly. So much for trying to surprise you all with my first potion-making attempt. Don't worry, only your mom knows, she reassured him. As for your dad, well, if he figures it out on his own, that's not my responsibility. Chen's mother couldn't help but chuckle to herself as she recalled her husband mentioning their son's potion-selling endeavors a few days ago. She thought to herself, if that silly boy ever finds out his father is the ruler of the insect forest's secret realm, I wonder what kind of expression he'd make. Just imagining the scene filled her with anticipation. While Chen's mother was lost in her thoughts, Xiaoling deftly wriggled out of her arms. Once free, the little spirit patted its chest, still somewhat shaken. Chen's mother paid no mind to Xiaoling's actions and instead turned to Chen Yuan, saying, "All right, that's enough chit-chat with you, you unlucky kid. I need to go buy groceries." With that, she headed out the door. Halfway down the path, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to remind him, "Oh, and be careful when you're making potions. Don't go blowing up the kitchen. And remember, just like before, clean up the mess when you're done. Don't think you can slack off just because I know about it now." Her words made Chen Yuan's face twitch involuntarily. Watching his mother walk away, he shook his head. He hadn't realized his potion making had already been discovered, but in a way, it was a relief. At least now he wouldn't have to sneak around anymore. Just then, Xiaoling's feedback signals grew stronger again. However, both Chen Yuan and Xiaoling remained calm. It wasn't the first time this had happened. By now, Xiaoling had advanced from level 16 to level 18. During their journey back, the little spirit had leveled up twice. Chen Yuan speculated it might have been due to the lingering effects of the ritual, the large number of energy cubes they had used earlier, or Xiaoling's victories over numerous Tier 2 beasts. Whatever the reason, it was undoubtedly great news for them. Once home, Chen Yuan placed the herbs he'd purchased in the kitchen and then returned to his room to retrieve a recovery potion for Jin Shanshan. The status panel revealed that Jin Shanshan had reached level 16. After yesterday's battle with the Golden Armor Bee and today's skirmish against the Tier 2 beasts, Jin Shanshan's strength had improved significantly. Once the results of these battles were fully absorbed, both Xiaoling and Jin Shanshan's levels were bound to rise even further. After administering the potion to Jin Shanshan, Chen Yuan lay on his bed, reflecting on the day's events. "It really feels like I narrowly escaped death," he murmured. "Today was even more intense than yesterday's fight with the Golden Armor Bee. Thank goodness for Wangzhou and Xiangming." Suddenly, Chen Yuan remembered that he hadn't checked Xiaoling's subsequent evolution routes yet. He quickly turned his attention to Xiaoling, bringing up the little spirit's status panel. When he opened the evolution path section, he was stunned. There was only one route available. Forest Sprite LV35 Lord Tier Heart of Nature Nature Spirit. Chen Yuan's expression changed drastically at the mention of the Heart of Nature. He immediately pulled out his phone and searched for past news about the Junior Beast Tamer Cup. Scrolling through the articles, he found a crucial piece of information. The top 3 finalists in the championship would receive rare evolution items as prizes: Dragon Scale, Ancient Shell, and Heart of Nature. Clutching his phone tightly, Chen Yuan's mood turned heavy. A single evolution path meant he had no choice. If he wanted Xiaoling to evolve, he had to secure victory in the Junior Beast Tamer Cup. The Heart of Nature was far too rare. If he missed this chance, who knew when the next opportunity would come? Chen Yuan lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling for a while before sitting up again. His thoughts quickly shifted to the most pressing issue at hand: the evolution of Jin Shanshan. As he carefully reviewed the list of evolution materials, Chen Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. The Radiant Gold Ant required 10 pounds of Radiant Gold and 10 pounds of regular gold, while the Heavy Armored Golden Ant demanded a staggering 100 pounds of gold. Radiant Gold, often referred to as Gold of Gold, cost around 4,000 to 5,000 per gram, while regular gold was priced at about 400 per gram. These two were the most optimal evolution paths. The other options were not even worth considering. However, the costs were astronomical: 30 million for the Radiant Gold Ant and 20 million for the Heavy Armored Golden Ant. Thinking about this massive expense, Chen Yuan let out a long sigh of frustration. Fortunately, he had mastered the skill of pharmaceutical crafting. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to afford the first evolution. Walking over to his drawer, Chen Yuan took out about 100 empty potion bottles. This time, he had stocked up on various medicinal ingredients: 10 sets of materials for Tier 1 recovery potions, 10 sets for Tier 2 recovery potions, 3 sets for Tier 2 burst potions, and 2 sets for Tier 2 energy potions. Each set of materials could produce around 10 bottles. He had purchased these ingredients during a discounted sale in the Secret Realm, spending just over 200 Thesanda, savings of nearly 100,000 compared to the prices at the Pet Beast Item Trading Center. Chen Yuan began with the Tier 1 recovery potions, which he was most familiar with. His movements were skilled and fluid, completing the process in one go. When his mother returned from grocery shopping and saw her son deeply focused on his work, she quietly observed him for a moment before leaving without a word. When it came to the Tier 2 potions, Chen Yuan was noticeably more cautious. Despite his efforts, a minor mistake led to the loss of one set of materials. After nearly 2 days of continuous work, Chen Yuan finally completed all the potions: 105 bottles of Tier 1 recovery potions, 89 bottles of Tier 2 recovery potions, 28 bottles of Tier 2 burst potions, and 20 bottles of Tier 2 energy potions. He meticulously labeled each bottle with its corresponding tier, a first for him. He kept the highest quality 20 bottles of Tier 2 recovery potions and 8 bottles of burst potions for himself. As for the energy potions, which were essentially a less powerful version of energy cubes, he decided to sell all of them. Once everything was tidied up, Chen Yuan collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted. The next day, when he arrived at school, the classroom was already abuzz with chatter. Some classmates mentioned that Lin Yu's team had run into trouble, and none of them had shown up for class. Even more shocking, rumors were circulating that the Lin family was preparing for a grand funeral. Just as the discussions grew heated, Chen Yuan walked into the classroom, instantly silencing everyone. As one of the most talked about figures in the school recently, his mere presence was enough to command attention. The classroom gradually quieted down only after Chen Yuan took his seat. Zhang Hao immediately leaned in, just about to speak, when the knock on the door from their homeroom teacher, Xie interrupted him. All right, class is starting. Everyone, settle down, Xie said, standing at the podium and scanning the room. We won't be doing practical training today. Open your textbooks. Oh, by the way, the Chinese teacher is on leave, so the last Chinese class will be replaced with a pet beast class. The students barely reacted to the announcement. Substitute classes were nothing out of the ordinary for them. What they didn't know, however, was that the Chinese teacher had taken leave out of embarrassment over the 7 students still recovering at home, forcing them to stay away. Time flew, and soon the dismissal bell rang. That's all for today's lessons. Chen Yuan's group, stay behind. The rest of you may go, Xie said. The words instantly lit up the faces of Chen Yuan's group members. They had been eagerly awaiting their reward. They quickly packed up their belongings. After tidying up his teaching materials, Xie gestured for them to follow him. In his private office, he took out 8 packages, each labeled with a name. These are the rewards I promised earlier, all prepared according to your specific needs. Though their curiosity was strong, no one dared to open their package in front of the teacher. The rest of you can leave now. I have something to discuss with Chen Yuan, Xie said, nodding toward Chen Yuan after the other students had gone. Go ahead, open it. Chen Yuan couldn't wait any longer and tore open the package. The moment he saw the 3 pounds of radiant gold inside, his expression changed drastically. This reward was far too extravagant. This was specially arranged for you by the school, Xie said, observing Chen Yuan's reaction with satisfaction. The school hopes you can use this radiant gold to evolve your golden ant and bring glory to us in the Junior Beast Taming Cup. Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. He wanted to tell Xie, do you think 3 pounds of radiant gold is enough for the golden ant to evolve? It takes at least 10 pounds to even get started. The school discovered that the evolution of the golden ant required Yaoqin, thanks to an accidental discovery by a wealthy tycoon. This extravagant individual, known for his lavish spending, commissioned a 10-pound Yaoqin crown for his pet golden ant to showcase his status. Moreover, he built an opulent nest for the ant in his mansion using a massive amount of gold. One day, his golden ant suddenly evolved into a Yaoqin ant, and the crown mysteriously vanished. Noticing the Yaoqin patterns emerging on the ant's body, the tycoon immediately concluded that the Yaoqin was the catalyst for the evolution. Thrilled at having such a remarkable discovery to flaunt, he wasted no time in publicizing it. However, he deliberately withheld details about the amount required, vaguely claiming that just a little Yaoqin was enough to trigger the evolution. What he failed to notice was that the gold in the ant's nest had also significantly diminished. Xie speculated that a little might not be too much, perhaps a pound would suffice. After all, for other pet beasts, their first evolution sometimes didn't even cost anything. Spending a few million on a golden ant seemed more than enough. However, to be cautious, he applied to the school for 2 pounds of Yaoqin. Principal Gao Hong, after learning about Chen Yuan's outstanding performance in the secret realm and considering his lineage as the grandson of the esteemed Elder Chen, saw great potential in him. Without hesitation, he approved an increase in the request to 3 pounds of Yaoqin, viewing it as a guaranteed investment. Unfortunately, like Xie, he underestimated the financial power of the tycoon who had shared the information. Chen Yuan could only gratefully accept the 3 pounds of Yaoqin. He couldn't mention that he still needed 7 more pounds, nor could he explain that he could see the evolution pathways and the required materials. Making bold claims without sufficient strength to back them up would be akin to courting disaster. Arriving at the school gate, Chen Yuan found his team members waiting for him. Zhang Hao enthusiastically called out, "Hey, Chen Yuan, over here." After some back and forth, the class monitor, Lu Yuan, finally voiced their invitation for Chen Yuan to join them in the secret realm that afternoon. Faced with their expectant gazes, Chen Yuan had to politely decline, citing other plans. Back home, Chen's mother had prepared a hearty lunch. Just as Chen Yuan was about to sit down, she knocked him on the head and scolded him, demanding that he serve himself. After the satisfying meal, Chen Yuan lounged in the living room, scrolling through his phone until his alarm went off at 1:30 p.m. He grabbed his backpack filled with potions and called out to Xiaoling, "Let's go. Time for the secret realm." Ch. As he opened the door, the dazzling sunlight greeted him. With November just around the corner, the weather was neither too hot nor too cold, perfect for an adventure. When Chen Yuan arrived at the entrance of the secret fortress, his presence immediately caused a stir. The crowd, which had been preparing to leave, quickly changed direction upon seeing him with his alchemy backpack and the small Ling perched on his shoulder. Excited voices erupted from the crowd. "The master is here to sell potions." The guards, accustomed to Chen Yuan and Ling, let them pass without a second glance. However, Just as Chen Yuan took a few steps forward, a commotion broke out behind him. A lone guard stood at the gate, blocking the re-entering crowd. He loudly declared, "No, you've already exited. You can't go back in today. The secret realm can only be entered once a day." This sudden new rule left the crowd dumbfounded. Soon, angry protests surged through the air. Once a day? Since when was that a rule? That's nonsense. I went in and out several times just yesterday. Faced with the questioning, the guard shamelessly responded, "It was just decided." Got a problem with that? His words were like fuel to the fire. The crowd's anger flared instantly, and someone directly pointed at the guard, shouting, "You're just trying to hog the master's potions for yourself. Am I right, everyone? Enough talking. Step aside, I'm not leaving without a potion. Come on, we're all familiar faces here. Don't make us do something we'll regret." The guard, clearly flustered by the growing hostility, tried to maintain his authority. "This is slander. I'm warning you, don't try anything stupid. I'm a guard, and there will be serious consequences if you lay a hand on me." But someone in the crowd quickly saw through his bluff. "Quit pretending." All the other guards ran off to follow the master and disappeared. The lone guard's face turned grim. Remembering his comrade's promise to bring him 2 free potions, he clenched his teeth and stood his ground. "Damn it. So what if I get beaten up? Bring it on. I said no one's getting in." Seeing the guard's stubbornness, the crowd finally lost their patience. "All right, everyone, let's take him down." The commotion outside the fortress suddenly caught the attention of everyone inside, especially Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming, who had been waiting for quite some time. Although they had agreed to meet Chen Yuan at 2 p.m., the two had already staked out the area around the table where Chen Yuan had previously sold his potions an hour earlier. Observing their actions, some sharp-eyed individuals quickly followed suit, choosing to sit in the same spot. They vividly remembered the scene 2 days ago when these two had interacted closely with the master and the large bundle of herbs he had carried. Coupled with the fact that these two, who rarely lingered in the area, were acting unusually today, it was clear that something was up. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Chen Yuan walked in, carrying the familiar backpack head used during his previous potion sales. However, to everyone's surprise, including Wang Zhe and Xiang Menghe, was accompanied by several guards. "Master, that looks heavy. Let us carry it for you," one of the guards offered eagerly. Yes, we can't let you tire yourself out," chimed in another. The guard's overly fawning behavior made those watching from the sidelines look displeased. "Damned bootlickers. Have they no shame as guards?" someone muttered under their breath. Chen Yuan politely declined their offers with a smile. With his current physical condition, carrying one backpack or even 10 was no trouble at all. Surrounded by the guards, Chen Yuan made his way to the table. He raised an eyebrow at the gathered crowd and asked with mild surprise, "Oh, seems like everyone's here today?" The crowd exchanged awkward glances, fumbling for excuses. Well, I was just feeling a bit tired and decided to rest here. Yeah, my legs are kind of sore." "Same here." Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming exchanged a look, silently cursing. These people were just frantically trying to find out if the master was selling potions, and now they're pretending to be innocent. What a bunch of schemers. Chen Yuan didn't seem to mind. He began unpacking his potions and neatly arranging them on the table. The crowd's eyes lit up, especially those who had arrived early and were now smugly looking at Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming, as if to say, "If we hadn't been smart, we might fall in for your little trick." In contrast, Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming felt uneasy, worrying that Chen Yuan might hold them accountable for the commotion. "Same rules as last time, line up in an orderly fashion," Chen Yuan said as he placed a pre-written price list on the table. "This time, half of the potions are tier 2, so they'll cost more, but the effects are significantly better." The price list clearly detailed the potions. Tier 2 recovery potions came in 3 qualities: standard, superior, and premium, priced at 30,000, 45,000, and 60,000 coins per bottle, respectively. Tier 2 burst potions of standard quality were 30,000 coins each, while Tier 2 energy potions of standard quality were priced at 50,000 coins. The higher cost of energy potions was due to their ingredients, which included tree fruits that were 30 more expensive than herbs. The guards immediately took their place at the front of the line, sparking complaints from the rest of the crowd. "Aren't you supposed to be on duty? What are you even doing here? Another bunch of opportunists." The captain of the guards pointed toward the entrance, where other guards were maintaining order outside. "I suggest you hurry up. Once those people outside get in, there's no guarantee you'll get anything. Besides, there are plenty of guards in the fortress. I've already made arrangements with the others." The crowd followed his gesture and saw the throng of people being held back at the gates. Realizing the urgency, they fell silent and obediently lined up. The priority now was to secure their potions before the hungry wolves outside stormed in and left them with nothing. Under the pressure from the growing crowd outside, the purchasing process became unusually swift. Everyone moved like they were racing against time, fearing that even a slight delay would mean missing out. The transactions grabbing potions and paying were seamless, carried out with impressive efficiency. It was soon Wang Zhu and Xiang Ming's turn. Just as the two were about to speak, Qin Yuan raised his hand to stop them. "Go stand over there and wait," he said. The abrupt gesture left them momentarily stunned. They exchanged a bewildered glance, their faces full of confusion. They weren't sure if it was because the crowd was too large and had somehow irritated the master. The people around them noticed the exchange and couldn't hide their schadenfreude, their faces lighting up with smug smiles. Serves them right for sneaking off and keeping it from everyone, their expression seemed to say, even though no one voiced it aloud. At Chen Yuan's signal, the two had no choice but to retreat to the side, dejected. They watched helplessly as others stepped forward one after another to purchase the potions, their regret growing with each sale. Meanwhile, those who had already acquired their potions didn't leave. Instead, they lingered nearby, clearly waiting to see how the master would deal with these two dishonest individuals. Just as Chen Yuan's stock of potions was about to sell out, a commotion erupted outside. A group of people burst in, escorting a guard with a bruised and battered face. When they realized the potions were already sold out, a collective groan of disappointment filled the room. They had hoped to curry favor with the master, but seeing the potions in others' hands and the smug looks on their faces, they left reluctantly. Before leaving, however, they made sure to land a few more punches on the guard who had blocked their way earlier. Once the crowd dispersed, the remaining guards gathered around their injured comrade. Their squad leader patted him on the shoulder and handed him 2 bottles of first-year recovery potions. "You've done well, brother. Here's what I promised you." The guard's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted the potions, waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, really. Captain, make sure to call me next time if there's another opportunity like this." Little did he know, the captain and the other teammates had all managed to secure second-tier potions for themselves. The captain sighed internally, thinking, the second-tier potions are too much to handle. Better let me deal with them. All right, the potions are all sold. Wang Zhe, Xiang Ming, come here. Chen Yuan's voice broke through the silence. The two, looking utterly deflated, shuffled forward with heavy steps. The surrounding crowd immediately perked up, eager to see the drama that was about to unfold. However, what happened next took everyone by surprise. Chen Yuan reached into his backpack and pulled out 2 neatly packaged plastic bags. Each bag contained 5 bottles of second-tier recovery potions, 5 second-tier explosive potions, and 5 energy potions. "Here, take these," Chen Yuan said calmly, handing the bags to the pair. His tone was even and composed. The crowd stared in astonishment at the scene before them, completely overturning their expectations. They had thought they would witness the master reprimanding Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming, but to their surprise, the master had actually set aside potions for the two of them. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming immediately pulled out their phones to transfer money, but Chen Yuan waved them off. "No need for payment. Consider these as my thanks for what you've done before." His words left not only the two stunned, but also filled the onlookers with envy, their eyes practically glowing green. The potions in their own hands suddenly seemed far less impressive after all. Not only had these two received reserved potions, but they were given for free. "We really didn't do much last time. It was all your own efforts, master," Wang Zhe quickly declined. Xiang Ming nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Exactly. It was all thanks to you, master. Honestly, if it weren't for you, my tree spirit wouldn't have evolved." This seemingly offhand remark dropped like a bomb among the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared intently at Xiang Ming. So, not only had these two snuck ahead of everyone else, but they had also received extra benefits. Wang Zhe silently cursed his companion. How could this fool blurt everything out? Xiang Ming soon realized something was wrong, feeling a chill run down his back. He turned around to find a group of people staring at him with kind smiles, though the eerie red glint in their eyes was anything but friendly. Only then did he realize he might have made a serious mistake. Chen Yuan noticed the tense atmosphere and lightly shook the bag of potions in his hand. "All right, just take them already. My hand's getting tired." Of course, everyone knew that with Chen Yuan's pet beast's strength, he could hold the bag for hours without breaking a sweat, but this was his way of insisting they accept the gift. In the end, the two reluctantly accepted the generous gift but still wanted to transfer money to show their gratitude. Chen Yuan, however, said, "Don't overthink it. This is my thank you gift to you. Unless, of course, you think it's too small of a gesture." "Not at all." The two waved their hands frantically. "These items are far too valuable. Then take them. Unless, of course, you'd rather toss them into that trash can over there." Chen Yuan pointed to a trash can near the entrance. Some of the onlookers instinctively took a step closer to the trash can, hoping for a miraculous opportunity, but it was clear Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like that. After the exchange was complete, Chen Yuan didn't leave right away. Instead, he headed to the sales counter and soon returned with several large bags filled with herbs. He still needed to gather over 13 million yuan to prepare for Jin Shanshan's evolution. This sight made the crowd's eyes light up clearly. The master would be selling more potions in the future. Those who had only managed to purchase first-tier potions immediately resolved to camp out here in the coming days, determined to secure second-tier potions next time. Not far away, Zhang Hao and his companions had also witnessed the entire scene. As a group of people prepared to pass through the mirror gate into the mysterious realm, a commotion at the entrance caught their attention. Turning to look, they saw Chen Yuan entering the hall with a backpack, escorted by several guards. Curiosity got the better of them, and they temporarily set aside their eagerness to enter the realm, choosing instead to quietly observe from the edge of the crowd. Once Chen Yuan's figure disappeared from sight, a wave of admiration swept through the group. Chen Yuan is truly amazing, someone murmured. Yeah, not only is he incredibly powerful, but he's also skilled in potion making. Did you hear earlier? He can even help others' companion beasts evolve, another person added enthusiastically. I wonder when we'll ever reach Chen Yuan's level, someone sighed wistfully. Hearing her companion's remarks, Lu Yuan took the lead, stepping toward the mysterious realm. Enough talking. If you want to catch up to Chen Yuan, take action and make yourself stronger, she said decisively. Her words seemed to ignite a spark in the others, who nodded in agreement and followed her into the realm. Meanwhile, after Chen Yuan had left, the group who had come to buy potions lingered, refusing to disperse. They surrounded Wang Jia and Xiang Ming, bombarding them with questions. Come on, spill it. What exactly happened? The master not only gave you potions, but also helped your companion beasts evolve. Don't think you can brush this off, we all saw it with our own eyes. Faced with the probing of familiar faces and friends, Wang Jia let out a long sigh. Xiang Ming, meanwhile, hung his head, regretting how his loose tongue had caused this trouble. Left with no choice, the two reluctantly explained the situation, but carefully omitted the details of the sprite's evolution. They simply mentioned that they had happened to assist the master with a small task. While their audience sensed that this wasn't the full story, Wang Zhou and Xiang Ming's firm stance left them no option but to let it go. At that moment, Lu Tao arrived outside Zhang Heng's office. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Hearing a knock at the door, Zhang Heng spoke without looking up. Come in. Deputy Commander Lu Tao pushed the door open and stepped inside, standing at attention in front of the desk. Reporting in. Zhang Heng set down his pen, crossed his arms, and looked up at Lu Tao. Go on. What's the matter? Sir, we've confirmed that Lin Pengfei is indeed planning to target Master Chen Yuan. I've already dispatched the strongest ghost-type operatives in the secret realm to carry out the assassination. We should have results within an hour or two. Zhang Heng nodded in approval. Good. All right, I got it. You can leave now. With that, he picked up his pen and resumed reviewing documents. A while passed, but the sound of the door closing never came. Zhang Heng looked up in confusion, only to see Lu Tao still standing there. The scene felt oddly familiar, and Zhang Heng frowned. What's wrong? Got something else? Lu Tao hesitated, then bit his lip. Commander, have you really ruled out the idea of working with Master Chen? Ah, it's this again. Zhang Heng's forehead veins bulged as he slammed his pen down. What? My words don't mean anything anymore. How many times do I have to say it? Are you trying to challenge your commander? Let me tell you, you're messing with the wrong guy. Just imagine yourself facing his 70-year mantis shrimp with its 18-pack abs. I guarantee you'd think twice. Sensing Zhang Heng's growing anger, Lu Tao quickly interjected. It's just that. Master Chen Yuan is here selling potions again. That sentence instantly extinguished Zhang Heng's fury. He stared in surprise. Wait, are you saying Chen Yuan is selling potions again? Lu Tao nodded. All right, got it. You can leave now. Commander, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Zhang Heng's veins popped again. What are you trying to teach me how to do my job now? Seeing the signs of another outburst, Lu Tao wisely decided to retreat. A wise man knows when to back down him out. He quickly exited. After Lu Tao left, Zhang Heng pulled out his phone, planning to notify the kid's parents like last time, to avoid taking the blame himself. The call connected quickly. Hello, Zhang Heng? What's up? Zhang Heng cursed inwardly. If your son weren't causing trouble, do you think I'd be calling you? Outwardly, he maintained a polite tone. Commander, here's the thing, your son is selling potions from home again. Were you aware of this? He deliberately lowered his voice on the word selling, careful not to provoke the other commander. Oh, you mean Chen Yuan is selling potions again? Yeah, according to Lu Tao, he's sold quite a few. Ah, well, let him sell them. He made them himself, after all. Wait, didn't I tell you about this last time? Zhang Heng froze. What? He made them himself? Not stolen from home? And you told me this before? He suddenly felt like a fool for rejecting Lu Tao's suggestions so many times. The secret realm clearly had a dire need for potions. One look at the empty shelves after every restock made that obvious. At the same time, Zhang Heng found himself re-evaluating his own son. Had always thought his kid was pretty accomplished, but compared to the commander's son, the gap seemed enormous. Zhang Heng began to wonder if it was time for a drastic cut to his son's allowance. While Zhang Heng was lost in thought, Chen Yuan's father spoke again. Anything else? If not, he'll hang up. Without waiting for a response, he ended the call. Zhang Heng sighed in exasperation. Damn it. Is this fortress mine or yours? Don't you care at all? After calming down a bit, Zhang Heng picked up the phone and summoned Lu Tao again. When Lu Tao entered, he immediately noticed Zhang Heng's dark expression and swallowed nervously. Lu Tao, you said Qin Yuan has been selling potions and even sold some today, right? Lu Tao forced a smile and nodded. Yes, Commander. He sold some not too long ago. Zhang Heng nodded, then suddenly slammed his hand on the desk. Damn it. If he's selling potions, why didn't you collect them? Don't you know how badly we need potions? Lu Tao looked bewildered. Commander, I did bring it up, but you didn't approve. His voice trailed off. What do you mean I didn't approve? Just because I didn't approve, you didn't collect them? What do you need my permission to eat and drink to? Lu Tao was speechless. All right, fine. You're the boss, you're always right. After venting, Zhang Heng felt much better and began to understand his own superior a little more. Of course, if the situation were reversed, he doubted he'd react the same way. All right, that's it. You can go now. And remember, next time, collect all of that kid's potions. With that, Zhang Heng leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. Lu Tao let out a sigh of relief and quickly left, worried he might get dragged into more trouble. Meanwhile, back at home, Qin Yuan had just returned from selling potions. Wasting no time, he pulled out newly purchased herbs and began crafting his next batch of potions. Over the next 2 days, Qin Yuan focused on crafting potions at home. Since he had to attend school, he could only work on them in the afternoons. As his experience grew, he became increasingly adept at creating Tier 2 potions, with noticeable improvements in both quality and speed. After thoroughly checking the backpack filled with potions, Qin Yuan slung it over his shoulder and called out, Xiao Ling, let's go. Cheep cheep. Xiao Ling chirped in response. Putting on his shoes and locking the door, Chen Yuan set off with Xiao Ling toward the secret realm fortress. On the way, he began calculating the profits from this batch of potions. This time, there were no potions set aside for personal use, no gifts, and no failed attempts. He estimated earnings of 8 million, 3 million more than the previous 2 days. Moreover, thanks to his improved skills, the quality of the potions had also increased. Man, being a potion master is practically daylight robbery. Chen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. The materials cost a little over 200,000 close to 300,000 yet, they could be turned into potions worth 8 million. A 30-fold profit margin would make any capitalist green with envy. However, Chen Yuan was unaware that the high price of potions wasn't just due to their scarcity, but also their incredibly low success rate. Ordinary potion makers often spent years learning to craft even the most basic potions, with some failing to master the skill their entire lives. This was closely tied to the power of soul energy, or beast-taming force. Many people wasted not only time and money but also vast amounts of herbal materials without success. Even among successful potion makers, only 40 of masters could achieve this level of expertise after years of dedicated effort, and that was just for low-tier potions. The success rate for higher-tier potions plummeted exponentially. Chen Yuan's extraordinary success rate was primarily thanks to the formulas provided by the system and his unique soul energy. Since he wasn't formally trained, he was oblivious to the industry's harsh realities and naively assumed others could easily achieve the same results. Fortunately, no one had yet noticed his unusually high success rate. But if any professional were to carefully collect and analyze data, they would undoubtedly recognize his exceptional abilities. His production rate was astonishingly high. Luckily, Qin Yuan had shifted his supply chain to the secret realm, so even if suspicions arose, Zhang Heng would step in to suppress them. Better yet, Zhang Heng would attribute everything to Chen Yuan's father and grandfather. After all, if someone claimed that a 16-year-old boy was behind it all, Zhang Heng would scoff and retort, if you're stupid, that's on you. Don't drag me into it. As Chen Yuan approached the gates of the secret realm fortress, he instantly became the center of attention. The group that had previously blocked the entrance quickly sprang into action, rushing ahead to secure their spots while shooting defiant glares at the guards. Go ahead, try blocking us again. If the master can't get in, neither will anyone else. The guards, maintaining their stoic expressions, checked IDs and let them through without incident. The group strutted past the checkpoint, brimming with smugness, but immediately stopped to excitedly await Chen Yuan. This is it. Today's the day we can finally buy the master's potions. Thanks to his status as a potion master, Chen Yuan passed the checkpoint with ease. Unlike others, he was greeted warmly by everyone there. Master, you're here. Master, please come in. Master, watch your steps. Some idiot left a plastic bag lying around. Don't trip. Inside the gates, the crowd eagerly gathered around him, while keeping an eye on the checkpoint outside, hoping to witness the guards block someone again. While being blocked themselves had been frustrating, watching others face the same fate was strangely satisfying. However, to their surprise, the guards merely conducted routine ID checks and allowed everyone through without issue. The crowd that was stuck outside the gates yesterday now looked at the wide-open entrance with anger written all over their faces. What's going on? Were they targeting us on purpose yesterday? A few clenched their fists, their fury barely contained. But as soon as they saw Chen Yuan approaching, they quickly suppressed their anger. The master is here. Let it go for now. We'll settle the score with these people after he leaves. As soon as Chen Yuan stepped into the fortress of the secret realm, the captain of the guards hurried over to greet him, his demeanor respectful. Master, Secretary Liu would like to meet with you. Chen Yuan frowned slightly. He knew Lu Tao had secretly helped him a few times in the past, but they had never met in person. What does he want? He asked. It's likely about discussing the matter of the potions. Hearing this, Chen Yuan felt a twinge of unease. His mind involuntarily conjured up scenes from TV dramas: coercion, price suppression, forced transactions. Still, he nodded. All right. Given his current lack of strength, it wasn't wise to offend someone of such influence. Even if it came to a case of strong-arming, he would have to endure it for the time being. Once he became powerful enough, he would repay it 100-fold. However, Chen Yuan's concerns turned out to be completely unnecessary. Before the captain even finished speaking, a bespectacled, scholarly-looking man emerged briskly from the fortress. This was none other than Lu Tao. Upon hearing of Chen Yuan's arrival, he had immediately set aside his work to come and meet him. Although he wasn't entirely sure of Chen Yuan's background, Lu Tao could tell from Zhang Heng's attitude that this man was no ordinary figure. Besides, he needed Chen Yuan's help. Lu Tao approached Chen Yuan with a polite smile and extended his hand. Master Chen Yuan, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lu Tao, secretary to Deputy Commander Zhang. I'd like to discuss some matters regarding the potions with you. Seeing Lu Tao's courteous demeanor, even slightly bowing as a sign of respect, Chen Yuan instantly realized he had been overthinking things. Someone intent on intimidation or exploitation would never behave with such humility. He reached out and shook Lu Tao's hand. Of course, let's talk. Chen Yuan followed Lu Tao into the office. As he glanced around the room, Lu Tao had already adeptly poured him a cup of warm water. The two of them sat down, assuming the roles of host and guest. Chen Yuan accepted the cup, thanked him, and quietly waited. Looking directly into Chen Yuan's eyes, Lu Tao got straight to the point. Master Chen Yuan, we would like to purchase all of your potions and are willing to offer a 10 premium. The proposal caught Chen Yuan slightly off guard. As a primary level secret realm, the forest of insects generated considerable daily income. Simply acquiring and reselling resources from others already yielded substantial profits. However, what the secret realm lacked most was not money but potions, an essential commodity sought after across the world. Lu Tao's proposal was not only a solution to an urgent need, but also a gesture to build goodwill with Chen Yuan. Whether it was Chen Yuan's exceptional alchemy skills or the powerful backing behind him, both were worth investing in for the secret realm. If not for the limitations of his authority, Lu Tao would have offered an even higher price. Chen Yuan was silent for a moment before softly uttering two words. I can't. You can't, Lu Tao began. But he quickly caught himself and asked in surprise, Master, may I ask why you're refusing? To be honest, Secretary Liu, your offer is very tempting, Chen Yuan said after taking a sip of water. But if I were to agree, it would feel like betraying the people who have supported me. Over time, from initial skepticism to eventual trust, people like Lin Yu had spoken up for him, and others like Wang Jia and Xiang Ming had risked their lives to help him in critical moments. These bonds of loyalty and friendship made it impossible for Chen Yuan to forsake their trust for monetary gain. Hearing this, Lu Tao felt a deep sense of respect. The ancient adage wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway, and power cannot intimidate echoed in his mind. Yet reality quickly pulled him back. If this matter couldn't be resolved, not only would he face Commander Zhang's wrath, but more importantly, the lives of guards might be lost due to a shortage of potions. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Tao. Master, how about this? Let the secret realm purchase your potions at the same 10 premium, but we'll allocate 50 of them to the potion sales department to be sold to others at your original price. The secret realm has a duty to protect and rescue, and on the battlefield, a single potion can mean the difference between life and death. As he spoke, Lu Tao bowed deeply to Chen Yuan. These sincere words moved Chen Yuan. If that's the case, then so be it. However, there's no need for a price increase, he said with a smile. Use that extra money to reward the rescue teams. I can't profit off the heroes who risk their lives. With that, Chen Yuan took out all the potions from his backpack and neatly arranged them on the table. As Lu Tao gazed at the precious potions before him, his eyes lit up with excitement. After completing the exchange of potions and payment, Chen Yuan was about to leave. Lu Tao immediately stood up and said, Let me see you off. Although Chen Yuan initially declined, he eventually gave in to Lu Tao's insistence. Outside the fortress, the waiting crowd saw Chen Yuan walking out accompanied by someone wearing the uniform of the mystic realm. What shocked them even more was that Chen Yuan's previously bulging backpack was now completely deflated. Their faces turned pale in an instant. It was obvious that all of the master's potions had been purchased by the mystic realm. This is bad. We might never be able to buy the master's potions again. Why would the master sell all the potions to the mystic realm and leave nothing for us? Some even began to speculate. Could it be that the mystic realm threatened the master? Just as Lu Tao returned after seeing Chen Yuan off, he overheard the murmurs. His expression immediately darkened. He strode over to the person speaking and said coldly, "Apologize." This sudden demand made everyone's faces stiffen. The person retorted angrily, "What do you mean? Is the mystic realm so overbearing? Buying all the potions is one thing, but now we can't even comment on it?" "Exactly. Did you force the master into this as well?" Others chimed in, supporting the accusation. As the guards, alerted by the commotion, began to approach, Lu Tao gestured for them to stop. Turning to the crowd, he explained, "I'm not asking you to apologize to the mystic realm, but to the master." The crowd stared at him in bewilderment. Lu Tao continued, "Threatening the master? That's sheer nonsense. I purchased the potions at a 10 premium above the master's set price. In fact, the master initially refused because he was considering your needs. Yet here you are, questioning his integrity." The crowd, swept by Lu Tao's piercing gaze, lowered their heads in shame. However, someone quickly pointed out a discrepancy. If the master refused, then why is his backpack empty? Isn't it obvious you pressured him? Facing the group's increasingly hostile stares, Lu Tao took a deep breath and explained, "That's because we reached a compromise." He proceeded to outline the agreement made with Chen Yuan. The mystic realm would sell the master's potions through its official sales channels, and a portion would be allocated to the rescue teams to save more lives. What moved the crowd most was the fact that Chen Yuan had even refused the 10 premium for the potions intended for the rescue teams, offering them as a contribution to support their mission. A heavy silence fell over the scene. Many women's eyes glistened with tears, while the men tilted their heads slightly, attempting to hide their moist eyes. Nearly everyone present had either been aided by the rescue teams or had family members whose lives had been saved by them. No one dared to voice any further objections to the allocation of potions. As Lu Tao prepared to leave, he left them with one final remark. "Remember, Didn't let this happen again. The master is far more generous and noble than you give him credit for." The crowd didn't respond. They simply etched the master's selflessness into their hearts. After this incident, Chen Yuan's reputation soared to new heights. He even gained a growing number of supporters who defended his honor, including some members of the Mystic Realm's guards. The day after lunch, Chen Yuan once again stepped into the secret realm. This time, his goal wasn't to sell potions, but to engage his companion beasts in real combat training. After a few days of rest, Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan had fully absorbed the gains from their previous 2 battles. Xiao Ling had reached level 20, just 1 level shy of advancing to tier 3, while Jin Shanshan had grown to level 18, only 2 levels away from its first evolution. Although Jin Shanshan's evolution required several million resources, Chen Yuan wasn't in a hurry. Producing a batch of potions would easily cover the cost, and he preferred to let his beasts gain more combat experience first. As he arrived at the secret realm fortress, Chen Yuan immediately sensed something unusual. The guards looked at him with extraordinary respect, and passers-by cast admiring glances in his direction. This left Chen Yuan puzzled, as he was unaware of Lu Tao's scolding of the crowd the previous day. If people had previously respected his abilities, now they seemed to admire his character even more. Passing through the checkpoint into the fortress, everyone stopped what they were doing and silently watched him. The strange atmosphere left Chen Yuan feeling confused. When he reached the mirror gate, several guards immediately bowed deeply and greeted him. "Master, on behalf of all the rescue team members, we thank you." Chen Yuan let out a sigh of relief, assuming their gratitude was due to him prioritizing the supply of potions. In reality, their appreciation stemmed from his decision to allocate 10 of the profits as a share for the rescue team members and the families of fallen soldiers. Following Chen Yuan's instructions, Lu Tao had distributed this money, and while each individual only received a few hundred credits, the gesture deeply moved everyone. "Do you know what's going on? Why is everyone acting so strangely today?" Chen Yuan quietly asked the guards. They were momentarily taken aback before smiling. "Master, don't overthink it. Everyone is simply showing their respect for you." Though still somewhat unclear, Chen Yuan decided not to dwell on it and stepped directly through the mirror gate. After a moment of disorientation, he found himself once again on the familiar grassy landscape. This time, he chose a new route, assuming that most of the beasts in the previous area had been cleared out during Xiao Ling's evolution. However, the ecosystem in that area had already recovered, with beasts from other regions migrating in to fill the void. As he entered the forest, Chen Yuan immediately sensed a surge of power, more precisely, Xiao Ling's power. Perched on his shoulder, Xiaoling spread her arms wide and let out a joyful Kaiomi, as if embracing all of nature. This was her innate ability, child of the forest, in action. Even Qin Yuan, who only received a 5 bonus from her ability, felt a refreshing energy coursing through him. Using his system interface, Qian Yuan detected 3 Tier 1 beasts lurking nearby. Although they weren't high level, he decided to take the initiative and eliminate them to avoid the hassle of a potential ambush. Chen Yuan's words were abruptly cut off as a sudden green glow emanated from Xiaoling's body. Under the radiance of this light, the surrounding grass seemed to spring to life, growing rapidly and precisely entangling 3 lurking pet beasts, 2 spiders, and a mantis. These creatures, adept at ambushes, were instantly thrown into a state of panic, struggling desperately to free themselves from the bindings. They couldn't comprehend why the seemingly ordinary wild grass had suddenly turned against them. However, the grass, now imbued with Xiaoling's vitality, was no longer ordinary. Even a second-tier pet beast would have a hard time breaking free from such a binding, let alone these first-tier ones. Xiaoling raised her hand gracefully and made a light fist-clenching motion. In response, the bodies of the 3 pet beasts twisted and contorted before exploding into fragments. Witnessing this bloody scene, Chen Yuan remained unfazed. Though a hint of surprise flickered across his face as he looked at Xiaoling, you could sense their presence? Qiu. Xiaoling nodded in confirmation. As a forest spirit, she could vividly perceive the presence of all living creatures as long as she was within a forest. It was as if the entire forest had become her eyes, making any attempt to ambush her within its bounds as impossible as climbing to the heavens with broken legs. Qin Yuan quickly deduced that this must be a unique ability of Xiaoling as a forest spirit. Considering the significance of such a power which, in some ways, was even more practical than his own system that was limited to detecting visible targets, she decided to probe further. Xiaoling, how far can you sense? This question, however, stumped Xiaoling. For a naive little spirit like her, the concept of distance was far too abstract. She could only look at Qin Yuan with a puzzled expression, as if silently complaining that he was asking something far beyond her understanding. Qin Yuan gazed at Xiaoling, who was perched on his shoulder. Seeing her puzzled expression, he decided to teach her the concept of distance. Although Xiaoling nodded and admitted she didn't understand, even letting out a pitiful chirp, Qin Yuan wasn't discouraged and patiently began explaining. However, he quickly realized a problem. Xiaoling couldn't speak, and fully grasping the concept of distance would require some understanding of mathematics. This realization gave Qin Yuan a headache, so he decided to try a more straightforward, hands-on approach. All right, let's conduct an experiment, Qin Yuan said. We'll start walking from here. When you feel I've reached the limit of your range, just make a sound to signal me. Qin Yuan began walking, stopping every 10 steps to observe Xiaoling's reaction. 10 steps, 20 steps. Xiaoling remained silent. Qin Yuan's expression grew serious. After all, Xiaoling possessed 360-degree forest perception, and a distance of 20 steps wasn't exactly short. He continued onward, 30 steps, 40 steps, 50 steps, all the way to 140 steps. By this point, Qin Yuan felt somewhat numb. Finally, at the 143rd step, Xiaoling let out a chirp. Qin Yuan stopped and turned to look back, utterly stunned. 143 steps, with each step roughly 70 centimeters, meant Xiaoling's sensing range extended an impressive 100 meters. In a forest environment, nothing within a 100-meter radius escaped her perception. Any ambush or sneak attack would be detected in advance. As Qin Yuan stood lost in thought, Xiaoling suddenly emitted a green glow. A sharp burst followed, and the ground was left stained with blood and scattered remnants of enemies crushed simultaneously. The unexpected sound snapped Qin Yuan out of his reverie. Let's move on, Xiaoling, Qin Yuan said, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. For first-tier creatures, unless they actively provoke us, don't kill them. Xiaoling nodded in understanding. As they ventured deeper, they began encountering second-tier pet beasts. After confirming with Xiaoling that no other humans were nearby, Qin Yuan summoned Jin Shanshan. Xiaoling instantly leaped onto Jin Shanshan's head, temporarily abandoning Qian Yuan's shoulder. Along the way, Xiaoling's plant activation abilities made quick work of hostile pet beasts before they could even get close, leaving Jin Shanshan without a chance to act. By the time they reached their destination, Qin Yuan had Xiaoling once again confirm there were no humans nearby before taking out an energy cube. This was a plan he had come up with on the spot, using the energy cube to attract pet beasts and create a small-scale beast tide. Given that the energy cube was his greatest secret aside from the system, Qin Yuan exercised extreme caution. However, before it could lure any wild pet beasts, the energy cube first captivated Xiaoling and Jin Shanshan, who both began drooling at the sight of it. Seeing the 2 little ones about to face battle, Qin Yuan pulled out 2 additional energy cubes and handed them over. Soon enough, the pure energy of the cube began attracting wild pet beasts. Chen Yuan quickly stashed away the remaining cubes as the first wave of beasts approached. The moment the fish took the bait, Chen Yuan instinctively put away the energy block in his hand. He was well aware of the nature of this area. Whenever a pet beast was attracted, more of its kind would inevitably follow. This time, his goal was clear: keep the hunt small scale, avoiding a repeat of the large-scale chaos from a few days ago. Xiao Ling, Jin Shanshan, Chen Yuan called softly. The two pet beasts responded with perfect understanding, their coordination seamless. Xiao Ling retreated voluntarily, ceding the lead role in battle to Jin Shanshan. Without hesitation, Jin Shanshan charged at the target. In the brief moment when the insect-like pet beast was still puzzled by the sudden disappearance of the energy, Jin Shanshan delivered a fierce, precise strike. The insect's inherent fragility was laid bare under this blow. Unlike animal-type pet beasts, which could retain their form after death, this insect shattered entirely under Jin Shanshan's terrifying strength comparable to, if not exceeding, that of most third-tier beasts. Even a true third-tier pet beast would be gravely injured, if not killed outright, by such a direct and full-force attack. The battle was far from over. Though Chen Yuan had already stowed away the energy block, traces of its residual energy continued to lure nearby pet beasts to investigate. Unbeknownst to them, their curiosity would come at a steep price. Half an hour later, the ground was littered with the remains of wild pet beasts, the scene resembling a battlefield of carnage. Unfazed by the grisly sight, Chen Yuan once again retrieved the energy block, ready to repeat his strategy. However, this time, nothing came. The heavy scent of blood served as a stark warning, prompting nearby pet beasts to instinctively avoid the dangerous area. Seeing this, Chen Yuan put the energy block away and said to his two companions, "Let's go. We'll find another spot." With that, he led them to the next hunting ground. Chen Yuan moved swiftly through the wilderness with Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan, repeatedly employing the same tactic. At each location, he would have Jin Shanshan pretend to be injured, luring wild pet beasts into the trap. These unsuspecting creatures, drawn in to rescue their kind, ended up as easy prey, falling one by one to the combined attacks of the two little companions. Although the tactic proved consistently effective, the prolonged battles began to take a toll on the two pets, who gradually showed signs of fatigue. Every time Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan appeared weary, Chen Yuan would seize the opportunity between fights to feed them energy cubes, helping them recover their stamina and energy. After rounds of battles and replenishments, Jin Shanshan finally leveled up to 19. Xiao Ling, although defeating numerous enemies and consuming a significant number of energy cubes, still couldn't achieve a breakthrough. After all, advancing from the second to the third tier was no easy feat. It required continuous accumulation of battle experience and energy over time. A quick glance at his phone revealed it was nearing dinner time. Chen Yuan decided to wrap up the day's training. Reluctantly, Xiao Ling hopped off Jin Shanshan's back, watching as Chen Yuan returned Jin Shanshan to the pet beast space. Xiao Ling then gracefully perched on Chen Yuan's shoulder. Back at the fortress, Chen Yuan didn't head straight home. Instead, he went to the sales center to stock up on a large amount of herbs and berries, with an especially heavy emphasis on berries. The recent consumption of energy cubes had been rapid, and he planned to make another batch in the coming days. Since it was nearly dinner time, the secret realm was sparsely populated, especially with those living outside the town having left earlier. Once home, Chen Yuan had just pulled out his key to unlock the door when he saw his mother step out of the kitchen, wearing an apron. "Dinner's ready. Go wash your hands," she said, noticing the shopping bags in his hands with a slight frown. She had observed that Chen Yuan had been making potions unusually frequently lately, which likely meant he was short on money. At the same time, she found it puzzling did a first-tier pet really require such a high expense? The value of the potions she had seen alone was in the millions. Unbeknownst to his parents, Xiao Ling had been suppressing its aura while at home, so neither his mother nor father was aware that it had already reached the second tier and was on the verge of breaking through to the third. However, Chen's mother didn't press the issue. To her, it was normal for children to have their own secrets as they grew up, and as a mother, she believed in respecting his privacy. Chen Yuan brought the shopping bags to his room. His mother had recently complained that these items cluttered the kitchen. After washing his hands, he splashed some cold water on his face, dried off, and went to the kitchen. This time, he took the initiative to serve a bowl of rice for both himself and his mother, hoping to avoid another lecture. When he returned with the rice, he saw his mother engrossed in her phone. He sighed softly and placed the bowl in front of her. Seeing her son's thoughtfulness, his mother smiled warmly. Chen Yuan had just taken a couple of bites when his mother suddenly asked, "How's your little pet doing? Is it close to reaching the second tier?" Her question made Chen Yuan pause mid-action, his eyes flickering as he replied, yeah, almost. That's good. Your dad mentioned earlier that your grandparents want you to visit them. Why? Is something going on? Your grandpa recently acquired some new pet beasts and wants you to see if there's any you like. Besides, they haven't seen you in a while and want to have a meal with you. Got it. They'll stop by Grandpa's pet shop after school tomorrow. Chen Yuan thought to himself that it was perfect timing once Xiao Ling reached the third tier. He'd be able to form a contract with a new pet. Whether or not there were suitable options, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. After dinner, Chen Yuan returned to his room and once again pulled out his 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulated tests, immersing himself in his studies. Time flew by. It was soon the next day. Chen Yuan sat at his desk in the classroom, waiting for Friday's lessons to begin. Have you guys heard? A classmate who had been involved in the discussion about Lin Yu a few days ago suddenly lowered his voice, instantly catching the attention of those around him. What happened? Is there more news? Chen Yuan's deskmate leaned in curiously. Remember I told you my cousin works at Lin Yu's dad's company? The classmate paused for a moment as everyone nodded. Well, Lin Yu's dad is in trouble. After dropping this bombshell, he deliberately stopped talking, a mischievous smirk spreading across his face. His teasing expression irritated the already curious classmates. Just spit it out. What happened? Yeah, quit dragging it out. Are you telling us or not? If not, forget it. Seeing his classmates growing impatient, he finally gave in to his own amusement and revealed. Apparently, Lin Yu's dad was found dead in his home yesterday, and it seems had been gone for quite a while. A collective gasp filled the classroom. Are you serious? That's not something to joke about. Yeah, you shouldn't say stuff like that if it's not true. Do you think I'd lie to you? It's absolutely true. My cousin said their whole company was in chaos yesterday. His tone was unusually firm, convincing most of them. The classroom buzzed with chatter. Some expressed sympathy, remarking on how unfortunate Lin Yu's family had been lately. First Lin Yu disappears, and now his dad's gone too. What kind of bad luck is this? Before long, the Chinese teacher walked into the classroom with the lesson materials. The previously noisy room fell silent in an instant. Thanks to the physical enhancements provided by his pet beast, Chen Yuan regained his composure faster than the others. Glancing at the empty seats in the classroom, he felt a tinge of disappointment and thought to himself, just wait until you show up. I'll deal with you properly then. All right, everyone, open your books to page 67. That's where today's lesson begins, the Chinese teacher announced, breaking the last traces of murmuring in the classroom. The last class of the day was the pet beast knowledge lesson taught by the homeroom teacher, Xie Tuesday. As the crisp sound of the dismissal bell echoed, Xie Tu closed his textbook and swept his gaze across the students seated below. All right, that's it for today. Next week will be a 5-day course on pet beast combat. So prepare yourselves mentally, he said while packing up the teaching materials on the desk. Then he added, Chen Yuan, come to my office for a moment. Chen Yuan immediately understood this was most likely about the upcoming Junior Beast Tamer Cup. He packed his bag and followed Xie Tu out of the classroom. As soon as they left, the room buzzed with hushed conversations. The homeroom teacher is calling for Chen Yuan again. Well, what do you expect? He's the best in our class. Yeah, his spirit beast is so ridiculously strong. It's almost unreal. Hearing the chatter, the 7 teammates who worked closely with Chen Yuan exchanged knowing glances. They were privy to the truth the terrifying golden ant was Chen Yuan's true ace. It was a creature capable of taking on a swarm alone and defeating a golden armor in a single strike. However, per the agreement between Chen Yuan and Xie Tu, they were all sworn to secrecy. Xie Tu intended to keep the golden ant as their trump card for the championship, so the fewer people who knew about it, the better. What Zhang Hao and the others didn't know, however, was that the golden ant was no longer Chen Yuan's ultimate seat had been relegated to second place. His real trump card was Ling, who had already evolved into a forest sprite. Even his teammates, who thought they knew more than the rest, were still mostly in the dark. In Xie Tu's office, the teacher set down his textbook, turned to Chen Yuan, and asked, how's everything going? Any difficulties lately? Everything's fine, going smoothly, Chen Yuan replied with a shake of his head. Good to hear. You won't need to attend next week's pet beast combat classes. With your skill level, the others don't stand a chance. Just focus on training your beasts in your own way over the next few days. As he spoke, Xie Tu handed Chen Yuan a card bearing his photo and personal information. Boldly printed at the top were the words, Junior Beast Tamer Cup. But didn't you say registration wouldn't open until November? Chen Yuan asked in surprise. Xie Tu explained that while regular students had to wait until November, the school could recommend a few promising candidates to register early. The competition was aimed at newcomers who had just formed contracts with their pet beasts, and Chen Yuan was one of the school's most likely contenders to achieve a strong result. Just remember, don't underestimate anyone. This competition might be different from what you're used to, Xie Tu said with a serious expression. This time, it's not just students from our Fuan province, there will be participants from other provinces too. The rewards are simply too enticing. After leaving the office, the relaxed expression on Chen Yuan's face vanished, replaced by a heavy sense of worry. Xie Tu's warning weighed on him, as this competition was critical for Ling's second evolution. The heart of nature was incredibly rare, nearly impossible to come by. Although Xie Tu hadn't said it outright, Chen Yuan could infer the caliber of his opponents. The teacher had seen the golden ant's power and even provided the rare golden essence to aid its evolution just days ago. Initially confident about winning the championship, Xiatu's shift to saying, achieve a good result, spoke volumes about the unusual nature of this competition. As he stepped out of the school gates, Chen Yuan let out a sigh and shook his head. No use overthinking it. I'll just do my best and leave no regrets. Even as he tried to reassure himself, he resolved to intensify his training regimen. But for now, there were other matters to attend to. He quickened his pace, heading toward his grandfather's pet beast shop. Before long, Chen Yuan arrived at the entrance of his grandfather's young pet beast shop. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open, revealing the kind and gentle face of Grandpa Chen. Clearly, the old man had sensed his grandson's arrival and came to greet him personally. My dear grandson, you're here. Come in quickly, your grandma just finished preparing a whole table of delicious food, and we've been waiting for you, Grandpa Chen said with a beaming smile, grabbing Chen Yuan's hand and pulling him toward the kitchen. The scene in the kitchen left Chen Yuan utterly amazed. The dining table was covered with a feast fit for royalty. Generous servings of fish, meat, an array of seafood, fresh vegetables, and even a full spread of fruits and desserts for afterward. This wasn't just a family meal, it was more extravagant than a banquet. What stood out most was the seafood, which was a rare luxury in this era. While most of the land-based secret realms were under control and wild pet beasts were scarce, the oceans were a different story. The deep-sea secret realms were impossible to guard, especially those located thousands of meters underwater. The vast oceans of Beast Tamer Planet were teeming with all kinds of aquatic pet beasts, making fishing an incredibly dangerous task. As a result, seafood prices skyrocketed. After all, no one could guarantee a safe return from a trip to the sea. Why are you just standing there, Xiaoyuan? Come sit and eat. Grandma Chun called out when she noticed him standing in a daze. I made all your favorite seafood today. That's right, come and eat. Afterward, take a little rest, and I'll show you the new pet beast we just got. Grandpa Chen urged as well. Under the enthusiastic encouragement of his grandparents, Chen Yuan obediently sat down. He picked up a piece of fish and took a bite, his eyes lighting up immediately. The freshness and flavor of the seafood were truly unmatched. How is it, Xiao Yuan? Do you like it? Grandma Chen asked. It's delicious. Grandma, your cooking is amazing, way better than Mom's. Chen Yuan exclaimed, though he knew better than to let his mother hear such a comment. The consequences would be dire, so he only dared to say it here. Seeing their grandson enjoy the food so much, the elderly couple's faces lit up with joy. Grandma Chun, in particular, kept piling food onto his plate. If you like it, eat as much as you want. Come visit often, and I'll cook for you every time. Okay. Chen Yuan nodded repeatedly, well aware of how to handle these situations. Whether or not he'd have time to visit again, he'd agree for now. After the hearty meal, Chen Yuan leaned back in a rocking chair to rest, his stomach noticeably rounder. This was all thanks to Grandma Chen's relentless efforts to feed him, ignoring his attempts to politely decline. Such was the purest form of love from elders. They always worried that their children hadn't eaten enough. Meanwhile, Grandpa Chun was quietly talking to Grandma Chun, who was washing dishes. Their voices were low, and the distance between them and Chen Yuan made it impossible for him to overhear their conversation. Something's off with Xiao Yuan's little sprite, Grandpa Chun suddenly remarked. Grandma Chun paused her work and asked, what did you notice? The little sprite's aura is different from before. Even though she's trying hard to suppress it, she can't escape my senses. Are you saying an aura change can only mean one of two things, an advancement or an evolution? Judging by the fact that the sprite's appearance hasn't changed much, it seems like she's advanced. Like Chen Yuan's mother, Grandpa Chen assumed that the flower wreath and grass chain on the little sprite's head were decorative accessories and didn't consider the possibility of evolution. After all, sprite evolution was notoriously difficult. None of his nationally renowned pet beast breeder friends had yet discovered the path for a sprite to evolve into a fire sprite. Didn't your son notice any changes in Xiao Yuan's sprite? Grandma Chen asked. That boy's still too green. Give him another few decades before he catches up, Grandpa Chen replied dismissively. Grandma Chen couldn't help but laugh at her husband's expression. You're his father, after all, she thought with amusement. If Xiao Yuan's sprite really advanced, isn't that exactly what you were hoping for? She asked. Exactly. Grandpa Chen nodded firmly. This time, no matter what, I've got to pick out an exceptional pet beast for my grandson. I've already selected a few top-tier ones. Theory all extraordinary. All right, stop boasting. Xiao Yuan's probably rested enough. Take him to pick one now, Grandma Chen said, half amused and half exasperated. All right, I'm on it, Grandpa Chen replied. Go on then, Grandma Chen urged, waving him off. Grandpa Chen left the kitchen and approached his grandson. Xiao Yuan, he called out. Seeing his grandfather, Chen Yuan immediately got up. Grandpa, how are you feeling? Ready to go check out the pet beasts? Grandpa Chen asked. Yes, Chen Yuan nodded eagerly. He had been waiting to bring this up himself. Time was precious, and he didn't want to waste any more of it. Pleased with his grandson's response, Grandpa Chen took his hand with a smile and led him toward the inner room. This time, no matter what, he wouldn't let go. Old Master Chun silently vowed to himself that he would never again let his beloved grandson secretly form a contract with some trash-tier pet beast. He had to supervise the entire process. Walking through a long corridor, Old Master Chun led Chun Yuan to a special room. Through the crack in the door, a few pet beasts could be vaguely seen, cautiously eyeing one another. Some even bared their teeth in an attempt to intimidate the others. However, as soon as they sensed Old Master Chin's presence, they froze in place instantly. Old Master Chun pushed the door open, guiding Chen Yuan inside and switching on the lights. Come in, my good grandson. Take a look and see which one you like. Under the bright light, the figures of the pet beasts became clearly visible to Chen Yuan. As the system interface displayed the details of these creatures, Chen Yuan was stunned. Although their levels were only at Tier 1, their species rankings were extraordinary. 3 were leader class and 2 were elite class. It was only now that Chen Yuan truly realized how amazing his grandfather was. After all, leader class pet beasts were incredibly rare. Other than his own Xiaoling and Jin Shanshan, he had only ever encountered one by chance. Yet now, there were 3 of them gathered here in his grandfather's shop, 4 if he included Xiaoling. He couldn't help but wonder if his grandfather's shop was some kind of magnet for leader-class pet beasts. Seeing Chen Yuan frozen in place, Old Master Chun gently shook him. What's wrong, my boy? Chen Yuan snapped out of his daze and shook his head. Oh, nothing, Grandpa. I was just amazed by how extraordinary these pet beasts are. I got a bit overwhelmed. Hearing this, Old Master Chen burst into hearty laughter. Of course they are. If there's one thing I know, it's how to pick top-notch pet beasts. Each of these is a rare gem. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. Even though 2 of them were only elite class, he dared not underestimate them. Both elite class beasts had dual talents and exceptionally high base stats. In battles of the same tier, they could likely hold their own against leader class beasts with lower base stats. Noticing Chen Yuan's growing interest in the pet beasts, Old Master Chen's face lit up with joy. Come, let Grandpa introduce them to you. With that, he began explaining the unique traits of each pet beast in detail. Old Master Chen stood inside the pet beast shop, pointing at a worm entirely made of metal as he introduced it to Chen Yuan. This is the steel worm. It boasts exceptional defensive capabilities and superb burrowing skills. Its teeth can easily crush hard minerals, and its known final evolved form is the steel dragon. He then proceeded to introduce the Terraclaw lizard, the wind elemental, and the wraith one by one. With each introduction, Chen Yuan gazed at his grandfather with admiration, as if silently saying, Grandpa, you're so knowledgeable. This look of reverence greatly satisfied Old Master Chen's vanity. Although he often received such praise, the recognition from his beloved grandson was more precious than anything. What Old Master Chen didn't know, however, was that this admiration was all an act. Not only did Chen Yuan have the help of a system, but he was also quite knowledgeable about these pet beasts himself. He was doing this purely to make his grandfather happy. In truth, most of Chen Yuan's attention was fixated on a snake-like pet beast lurking in the shadows of the corner. Noticing his grandson's gaze, Old Master Chen explained, that's the Mirage Serpent, a pet beast with illusion attributes. It has the ability to confuse its enemies, and its primary evolution route leads to the divine dragon species. Chen Yuan nodded silently, secretly consulting the system panel. It was indeed a Mirage Serpent, but not an ordinary Onite, was a twin Shadow Mirage Serpent. The system displayed the following details. Level, LV5. Species, Miracle type of the Fantasy class. Attributes, Shadow Illusion unable to evolve due to insufficient level. Talent 1. Dual Souls possesses 2 souls, capable of simultaneously using Shadow and Illusion attribute skills. Talent 2. Reality Shift can instantly transform its body into a shadow, though this consumes a large amount of energy. Skills, Shadow Strike Confuse Phantom Shadow Bind. This was a Miracle type beast, mutated from a Mirage Serpent, with 2 souls residing in one body, one controlling the physical form, the other the shadow. Chen Yuan was captivated by its powerful talents, being able to deliver double the attacks at the same speed and transform into a shadow to evade damage. While it would still take damage from elemental attacks in shadow form, it was almost invincible against pure physical type pet beasts. Unfortunately, Xiao Ling had yet to break through to the 3rd tier, so Chen Yuan had to suppress his urge to form a contract with it for now. He sighed in frustration, a sound that made Old Master Chen's heart tighten. What's wrong, my dear grandson? Don't you like any of these? He asked anxiously. Chen Yuan explained that he really liked the twin Shadow Mirage Serpent, but was temporarily unable to form a contract with it. Old Master Chen immediately offered to take care of it for him in the meantime. Though he was puzzled as to why his grandson couldn't form a contract right away, he was pleased to see Chen Yuan interested and was more than happy to help. As they parted ways, Qin Yuan waved goodbye to his grandparents at the shop's entrance. Once his figure disappeared from view, the elderly couple returned inside for a chat. Chen grandma asked about the pet beasts, and old Master Chen proudly declared that his grandson was very pleased with the preparations, though he hadn't formed a contract yet. He planned to use this time to carefully nurture the snake. Although Chen grandma reminded him not to overfeed the pet beast to the point of compromising its combat abilities, she couldn't shake a faint sense of unease. She tried to convince herself it was just her imagination after all. Her husband was experienced in raising pet beasts and wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan had returned home. After briefly greeting his mother, he dashed into his room to grab something. In his haste, he slammed the door shut with such force that it startled the small creature napping on the shelf. The little guy leapt into the air in alarm, glancing around warily before tilting its head in confusion and settling back down on the shelf. The loud noise also startled Qin Yuan's mother, who silently resolved to give her son a proper lesson about his carelessness before he ended up breaking the door. Qin Yuan slung a simple pack over his shoulder, bringing only energy cubes and potions, and set off toward the secret realm. Originally, he had planned to stay home today and focus on crafting potions and energy cubes, but plans had changed. This time, his primary goal was to train Xiao Ling, aiming to reach Tier 3 in preparation for contracting the elusive twin shadow phantom serpent. Just the term miracle species was enough to signify the extraordinary nature of this serpent. When he rushed into the fortress of the secret realm, his unusual haste drew quite a bit of attention. Normally calm and composed, his uncharacteristic urgency prompted several people to approach him with concern, asking if something had happened. Some even patted their chests, offering their full support. Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh wryly. He hadn't expected his slight urgency to cause such a misunderstanding. After thanking everyone and explaining that he was merely here for training, the crowd finally relaxed. Passing through the mirror gate into the forest of insects, Chen Yuan followed the path he had taken the day before. Before long, he arrived at the battlefield from yesterday. The once corpse-strewn ground had mostly returned to its natural state, with only a few bones and hardened exoskeletons remaining as evidence of the fight. Even these remnants wouldn't last long, as they would soon be devoured by certain pet beasts that fed on hard materials like the steel-eating worm he had once seen in his grandfather's shop, which had a peculiar fondness for iron ore. This time, Qin Yuan's destination was the Tier 3 zone. Along the way, Xiao Ling continuously used its sensory abilities to scan the surroundings, searching for presences stronger than Tier 2. Finally, Xiao Ling turned to him and nodded, indicating they had reached the border between the Tier 2 and Tier 3 zones. Chen Yuan stopped to consider whether to use energy cubes to lure pet beasts, just as he had done yesterday. While Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan were more than capable of handling Tier 2 beasts, Tier 3 beasts were another matter entirely, especially if they encountered a group of them, which could spell trouble. After weighing his options, Chen Yuan decided to take the risk, factoring in Xiao Ling's enhanced abilities in group combat following its evolution. Clenching his teeth, he made up his mind. "Let's do this," he declared, handing over 2 energy cubes to Xiao Ling. Seeing the seriousness in Chen Yuan's expression, Xiao Ling put away its usual playful demeanor, nodded solemnly, and swallowed the energy cubes. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted within Xiao Ling, so intense that it began to overflow from its body. This phenomenon of energy spilling out was exceedingly rare. Xiao Ling furrowed its brows, clearly struggling with the discomfort. Chen Yuan retrieved 2 more energy cubes, one to use as bait and the other for Jin Shanshan. As they waited for prey to take the bait, Xiao Ling suddenly let out a sharp chirp, signaling the approach of a pet beast. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, preparing to issue his command. "Xiao Ling, bring this little forest to life." Following Chen Yuan's command, Xiao Ling immediately channeled the power from the energy cube she had just absorbed, activating her plant animation skill. The ground began to tremble. Centered around Xiao Ling, a surge of energy rippled outward. Within a radius of several meters, trees began to awaken. Their roots broke through the soil, intertwining and weaving together until they formed 2 sturdy legs. The grass along the path swayed in the breeze, while wildflowers released toxic pollen into the air. In an instant, the entire forest seemed to come alive. Before long, the first prey appeared, a spider pet beast with second-tier strength. As soon as it emerged, the grass beneath it coiled tightly around its legs. Without hesitation, the nearest tree creature lifted its massive foot and stomped down heavily. With a resounding boom, the spider beast was reduced to nothing more than a splatter of spider paste. Chen Yuan glanced toward Xiao Ling, noticing the unusually serious expression on her face. The playful demeanor she often carried was gone, replaced by a deep understanding of the trial's seriousness today. Recalling the moment when Chen Yuan had been injured earlier, she clenched her tiny fists and silently vowed never to let that happen again. Any threat to Chen Yuan would be eliminated immediately. Not long after, the third pet beast Xiao Ling had previously detected made its appearance. It was a snake-like creature, its entire body jet black, Instead of launching a direct attack, it silently slithered through the dried leaves on the ground, biding its time. While other beasts engaged in battle against Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan, the snake crept closer to its target inch by inch. The moment it caught sight of the energy cube in Chen Yuan's hand, greed filled the snake's eyes. It could sense the immense power contained within the small cube. If it could consume it, its strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. However, just as it coiled to strike, preparing for a surprise attack, a massive foot came crashing down from above, pinning it into the ground. Its fate was sealed, whether dead or alive was uncertain. Xiao Ling, the one responsible, looked down at the flattened black snake with a disdainful smirk. "Ha, been watching you for a while. Thought you could sneak up on us? Dream on." After stomping the ambushing snake-shaped beast into the ground, Xiao Ling controlled the treant to repeatedly smash the ground until she sensed the creature's life force completely dissipate before stopping. "Xiao Ling, are there any more third-ear beasts approaching?" Chen Yuan asked cautiously. Xiao Ling shook her head, signaling that the area within a 100-meter radius was temporarily safe. Gripping an energy cube tightly, Chen Yuan decided to wait a little longer with caution. After all, the battle had only lasted 2 minutes, and other third-ear beasts might not have detected the commotion yet. Unlike yesterday, he refrained from using the energy cube immediately. Yesterday's battle had revealed an important piece of information. The energy cube's allure had its limits. The energy it emitted could only attract second-tier beasts within a 200-meter radius, a conclusion he had verified through multiple tests in combat. Each time he changed locations, large groups of beasts would only appear within that range. For third-ear beasts, Chen Yuan estimated their detection range to be no more than 100 to 200 meters wider than that of second-tier beasts. This was why he dared to take the risk. So far, within the 100-meter radius, only the third-ear snake beast, which Xiao Ling had just killed, had been encountered. To be safe, Chen Yuan had earlier given Xiao Ling 2 energy cubes to put her in a state of heightened energy. However, Chen Yuan, feeling confident, was unaware that danger was drawing near. While he had correctly estimated the detection range of third-ear beasts to be around 400 meters, he did not anticipate encountering a unique group of visitors to die a pack of 20 third-ear wind wolves. These wolves bore visible injuries, evidence of a fierce battle they had recently endured. Among them was a leader twice the size of an ordinary wind wolf. This was the Gale wolf, their alpha. The alpha was also covered in scars, the most striking of which was a deep gash running across its face, blinding one of its eyes and marking it as a one-eyed wolf. This pack was clearly composed of outcasts from the inner ring, having lost a territorial battle and been driven away. Apart from the alpha and a few others, most of the wolves appeared dispirited. Seeing its subordinates in such a state, the Gale wolf let out a furious roar, startling the entire pack. When one wolf tried to explain, the alpha flew into a rage, swiping it with a powerful paw and sending it hurtling through the air. Had the alpha not held back out of consideration for its kin, the blow could have been fatal. At that moment, a pure energy aura wafted through the air, immediately catching the Gale wolf's attention. It sensed that this energy might accelerate its recovery. With a commanding howl, the Gale wolf led the entire pack in a rapid charge toward the source of the energy, the direction where Chen Yuan was located. A formidable Tier 3 Gale wolf leader was leading its pack, swiftly closing in. Xiao Ling's keen sensory abilities immediately picked up on the powerful presence breaching her detection range. "Kayumi," she alerted Chen Yuan without hesitation. As the two exchanged a glance, Xiao Ling's eyes suddenly widened in alarm. Within her perception, more Tier 3 wolves were following behind the imposing leader, charging en masse in their direction like an unstoppable wave. Seeing Xiao Ling's reaction, a sense of foreboding gripped Chen Yuan's heart tightly. His fears were confirmed in the next instant as Xiao Ling sprang into action. A blinding red light erupted from her body, enveloping every plant she had animated with a protective crimson glow. The situation spoke for itself, no explanation was needed. "Goldie," Chen Yuan called out in a low voice. Clack. Goldie responded succinctly, signaling its understanding of the imminent danger. The Gale wolves, gifted with an innate wind manipulation ability, weaved through the forest at an astonishing speed. Trees blurred in their peripheral vision as they raced forward. From the moment they entered Xiao Ling's sensory range to the moment they appeared within sight, it took the injured leader a mere 5 seconds. Had it been in peak condition, it could have covered the mere 100 meters in just 2 seconds. When the wolf-like beast finally emerged, Chen Yuan's expression darkened. The creature's attributes were nothing short of terrifying. Level: LV27, not yet evolved. Species: Beast class, Pack wolf subtype. Rank: Leader tier. Innate ability 1. Wind manipulation boosts movement and attack speed by 50, with wind aiding rather than hindering. Innate ability 2. Pack tactics, all attributes increase by 10 when near kin. Skills: Wind blade, full speed charge, rending claws, wind bite. This Gale wolf, an evolved form of an elite wind wolf, was renowned for its terrifying attack and movement speeds. Chun Yuan's heart sank. He had hoped to take a bold risk, but he had run straight into a foe of this caliber. Not only was it a leader-ranked beast, but its level far exceeded his team's capabilities. The only silver lining was the injuries the wolf bore. But good news often heralds greater trouble. As if on cue, the sound of pounding footsteps echoed through the forest once more. In mere moments, over 20 injured Tier 3 wind wolves emerged from the shadows, surrounding Chen Yuan completely. The Gale Wolf made its appearance but did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, it stood a short distance away, carefully surveying the scene before it. Its gaze swept past Chen Yuan, locking onto the energy cube in his hand. A glimmer of interest flashed in its eyes. Though the energy-filled cube was tempting, it didn't seem sufficient to fully satisfy the wolf. However, the moment its eyes shifted to Goldflash and Xiaoling standing beside Chen Yuan, its disappointment vanished in an instant. A dangerous smirk crept across its face. Particularly captivating was the pet beast hovering in midair, radiating a pure energy aura that the Gale Wolf found utterly intoxicating. It let out a commanding howl to its pack, the message unmistakable. The two pet beasts and the energy cube were its prizes, while the human would be left to the pack for disposal. As the alpha wolf, the Gale Wolf held the privilege of distributing the spoils rule passed down through generations within the wolf pack. It stood still, observing as its pack charged forward, calculating its strategy. Although the two pet beasts exuded an impressive aura, their energy levels indicated they were still in the second tier. While its pack might suffer some casualties, this presented an opportunity to weed out the weak, ultimately strengthening the group. The Wind Wolves surged into the battlefield with astonishing speed. Though they lacked the Gale Wolf's mastery over wind, their agility was still too swift for Chen Yuan to track. However, as they entered Xialing's activated plant zone, the situation took a sudden turn. The previously tranquil grassland transformed into an unforgiving trap. Reinforced wild grasses entwined their legs, while poisonous flowers unleashed deadly pollen into the air. Sensing the moment, Chun Yuan acted decisively. He instructed Xiaoling to deploy treefolk to hold the wolves at bay. Towering 10 meters tall, these massive treefolk swung limbs made of roots and branches, launching an assault against the wind wolves. Meanwhile, he whispered a plan to Xiaoling. Have the treefolk draw their attention and drain their stamina. Meanwhile, control more wild grasses to immobilize their legs. Forced to confront the looming threat of the treefolk, the wind wolves momentarily shifted their focus away from the ground's hostile vegetation. They began unleashing a barrage of wind blade-sharp, high-speed projectiles forged from wind elements. The power of these blades was terrifying. A single strike from a third-tier wind wolf could sever treefolk branches with ease, even carving deep into their trunks. Without Xiaoling's strengthening abilities, the treefolk would have been obliterated long ago. Under the relentless assault of wind blades, the treefolk were reduced to flying splinters, unable to close the distance to their attackers. The battle reached a tense deadlock, and this was only the beginning. The battle scene unfolded rapidly before their eyes. The wind wolves attacked with ferocious precision, each strike severing the limbs of the treants or forcing them back with overwhelming force. In mere minutes, over a dozen treants had been reduced to scattered fragments of wood across the ground. Yet, what appeared to be a one-sided massacre concealed a clever strategy. Under Xiaoling's meticulous control, countless wild grasses were silently wrapping around the wind wolves' legs. Entirely focused on the treants in front of them, the wolves remained oblivious to the tightening binds. After defeating the treants, the wind wolves began to show signs of exhaustion. Already injured from prior engagements, they had expended significant energy during the fight. At this moment, Chen Yuan, who had been watching the battle with calm detachment, allowed a faint smile to curl at the corner of his lips. Jin Shanshan, use earth spikes with full force on them. Chen Yuan's voice carried an undeniable authority. Jin Shanshan sprang into action, channeling all its energy into its forelimbs and slamming them heavily into the ground. Beneath the feet of each bound wind wolf, a small earthen spike began to emerge. As the earth's energy surged, a palpable sense of danger filled the air. Sensing the threat, the wind wolves began to thrash violently. Some of the more cunning wolves bared their fangs, preparing to sever the restraints with wind blades even at the cost of self-harm. But Chen Yuan anticipated this and shouted decisively, Xiaoling, bind their mouths with wild grass. The wild grass instantly sealed the wolves' muzzles, causing the forming wind blades to dissipate. At this point, the earth spikes were no longer just a crowd control move. With the wolves immobilized by the sturdy grass, they had no choice but to endure the full brunt of the spikes' sharp assault, which were now poised to pierce through their bodies. The exhausted wind wolves had no strength left to resist this fatal strike. The earth spikes erupted from the ground, launching the wolves upward as their backs arched unnaturally. Their internal organs were nearly obliterated by the violent impact, and agonized howls echoed endlessly. The Gale Wolf, realizing the dire situation, immediately blinked to its comrade's side. Its claws condensed into sharp, wind-forged talons as it attempted to slash through the bindings. But the mere 1 or 2 seconds that had elapsed between the appearance of the earth spikes and the Gale Wolf's intervention had already sealed the fate of the other wind wolves. The razor-sharp spikes pierced through the bodies of the unrescued wolves, sending blood spraying into the air. Their limbs twitched a few times before falling still, and the light in their eyes dimmed into lifeless gray. The Gale Wolf stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the carnage before its pack members lay motionless on the ground, their bodies pierced by sharp blades. It had all happened so quickly. By the time it realized something was wrong, it was already too late. What was supposed to be a routine hunting drill had somehow turned into this disastrous scene. Chen Yuan keenly caught the moment the Gale Wolf was distracted. He stayed silent, instead signaling Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan with hand gestures, clenching his fist for Xiao Ling and pointing upward for Jin Shanshan. The two little companions instantly understood their master's intent: restrain the Wolf King and deliver a fatal blow. Xiao Ling began manipulating the wild grass to creep silently toward the Gale Wolf, while Jin Shanshan readied itself for action. However, two of the fallen wind wolves on the ground noticed the impending ambush. Summoning the last of their strength, they let out faint whimpers in an attempt to warn their leader. Each of the two wolves had a gaping, bloody wound in their chest, with bones exposed and blood gushing out. Their hearts were clearly gravely damaged, leaving them on the brink of death. Alerted by its subordinate's warning, the Gale Wolf snapped back to its senses, fury replacing its initial shock. It charged madly toward Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan, determined to avenge its fallen pack. Seeing this, Chen Yuan's expression darkened, and he quickly signaled Jin Shanshan, who had already reached level 20, to take action. Jin Shanshan launched a powerful strike, but the Gale Wolf, with its incredible speed, effortlessly dodged the attack. Not only that, but the wolf countered with a slashing paw, leaving deep claw marks across Jin Shanshan's chest. This was the first time Jin Shanshan's defenses had been breached. Pale golden blood trickled from the wounds, some of the pain transferring to Chen Yuan through their bond. Yet, he ignored it, glancing instead at Xiao Ling, who gave him a confident nod. After landing its attack, the Gale Wolf quickly retreated, easily evading Jin Shanshan's retaliatory ground-splitting blow. The flying debris momentarily caught its attention. It hadn't expected such raw power from a second-tier creature. Still, the speed disparity was too great. This strength alone wasn't enough. The Gale Wolf lunged again, landing 2 more slashing blows on Jin Shanshan, leaving fresh wounds. As the Gale Wolf licked the golden blood from its claws, it fixed its hateful gaze on Jin Shanshan. It had already discerned its opponent's rhythm and was preparing to sever one of its limbs in the next strike. But just as it charged again, something suddenly tugged at its hind legs, throwing it off balance. Although it managed to recover quickly enough to avoid a full fall, it was forced to collapse onto the ground. It turned its head and saw that wild grass had entangled its hind leg. Xiao Ling's doing. The Gale Wolf, accustomed to relying on its pack for support, had been so focused on Jin Shanshan that it completely overlooked Xiao Ling's presence. By the time it realized this mistake, more wild grass had wrapped tightly around its body, immobilizing it. Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned by how smoothly the plan had unfolded. What had started as a tentative strategy had, against all odds, actually worked. To prevent the Gale Wolf from breaking free, Xiao Ling quickly increased the energy supply, enhancing the toughness of the entwining wild grass. At the same time, she manipulated even more wild grass around them, which slithered like snakes to bind the Gale Wolf's body. Seeing this, Chen Yuan shouted, "Jin Shanshan." Seizing the opportunity in the heat of the moment, Jin Shanshan charged at the Gale Wolf without hesitation. The wolf bared its fangs, gathering a massive energy blade in its mouth, far larger than the usual wind blades it unleashed. But Xiao Ling, quick to react, directed the wild grass to seal its mouth shut. Deprived of its final means of counterattack, the Gale Wolf thrashed wildly but couldn't break free from the grip of the grass vines. Just then, Jin Shanshan's powerful strike came crashing down. With a thunderous boom, the Gale Wolf was struck so hard that it saw stars. Seeing its adversary in such a pitiful state, Jin Shanshan let out a triumphant cry, "Ka!" as if mocking, "Go on, dodge now if you can." Blow after blow rained down from Jin Shanshan, each accompanied by deafening roars and the Gale Wolf's agonized howls. By the 4th strike, the already wounded Gale Wolf finally stopped moving, its eyes closing forever. Chen Yuan let out a long sigh of relief, thankful that the Gale Wolf had focused its aggression on Jin Shanshan. If it had chosen to attack Xiao Ling or himself, the outcome could have been disastrous. If Xiao Ling got hurt, she wouldn't have been able to restrict its speed. If he were struck, he'd likely have died on the spot, and the backlash damage could have seriously injured both pets. Fortunately, the Gale Wolf had been drawn to the ground spikes left by the piercing wolf pack, which carried Jin Shanshan's aura and had become its primary target. With the battle finally over, Chen Yuan slumped to the ground in exhaustion. He couldn't help but laugh at himself for encountering such a perilous situation the first time he used an energy cube to lure a tier 3 beast. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out some recovery potions and energy cubes. His two pets immediately gathered around him, and he began distributing the energy cubes with one hand while applying the potion to Jin Shanshan with the other. Just then, after consuming an energy cube, Xiaoling suddenly began to glow brightly. She had broken through to tier 3. Chen Yuan beamed with joy at the unexpected surprise. This dangerous ordeal had not been in vain after all. As the saying goes, great fortune follows great peril. Both goals had been achieved. Xiaoling had advanced to tier 3, and Jin Shanshan had reached level 20. After the battle ended, Chen Yuan sat quietly in place, adjusting his breath. Although his body wasn't tired, the life and death struggle with the Gale Wolf had left his nerves taut. Thinking back to the start of the fight, he had truly thought it was the end for him. Yet, against all odds, he not only survived but successfully countered and defeated his opponent. This victory brought more than just relief. It elevated Xiaoling to the 3rd tier, and Jin Shanshan also leveled up. As his beasts grew stronger, Chen Yuan felt a noticeable enhancement in both his physical condition and mental strength. This feedback energy quickly dispelled any lingering fatigue. Let's go home, Chen Yuan said as he stood up, gently stroking Jin Shanshan's head. You're ready to evolve, but we need to prepare properly for it. Jin Shanshan's antennae danced joyfully, clearly brimming with anticipation for the upcoming evolution. Xiaoling, on the other hand, was even more excited. She darted in front of Chen Yuan, tugging at his sleeve and gesturing eagerly towards the path they had come from, desperate to get home and witness Jin Shanshan's evolution. Calm down, Chen Yuan said with a helpless laugh, watching Xiaoling, who seemed even more impatient than Jin Shanshan. We don't have enough money yet. It'll take another 2 days to gather the materials for the evolution. Hearing this, Xiaoling immediately let go of his sleeve, crossing her arms and glaring at him in dissatisfaction. Her expression seemed to accuse him of ruining her excitement by bringing it up too soon. Chen Yuan shook his head with a chuckle and motioned for Jin Shanshan to transform into a beam of light and return to his side. On their way back, the previously sulking Xiaoling quickly perched herself on his shoulder, her mood evidently lifting. 2 days later, on November 1st, the registration for the Beginner Beast Master Cup began. Early that morning, Chen Yuan headed to the secret fortress with a batch of newly crafted potions. Passing by the Beastmaster Association, he noticed a long line forming at the entrance. Remembering that his school issued participant passes directly, he couldn't help but feel grateful. After delivering the potions to Lu Tao, Chen Yuan earned another 8 million. Combined with his earlier earnings and deducting the cost of materials, his total assets now reached 24 million, finally enough to fund Jin Shanshan's evolution. With excitement building, Chen Yuan made his way to his grandfather's pet beast shop. He hadn't forgotten about the twin shadow phantom snake waiting to be contracted, and now he could take care of both matters at once. Chen Yuan's grandmother greeted him at the door, inviting him to sit on the sofa and thoughtfully handing him a glass of water. Watching her sweaty grandson gulp it down in one go, she smiled kindly and asked, "All finished with your errands?" It was only then that Chen Yuan realized she was referring to the flurry of activity from 2 days ago. After some brief small talk, he got straight to the point. "Grandma, I've come to contract the pet beast I saw that afternoon." His grandmother, who had been about to take a sip of water, suddenly set her cup down, her expression turning serious. "Why don't you wait a couple of days before coming back, Xiao Yuan?" The unexpected response left Chen Yuan completely puzzled. He had no idea what had happened. Amid the chatter between Chen Yuan and Grandma Chen, Grandpa Chen was intently staring at the twin shadow phantom snake in front of him, lost in thought. In just 2 days, this snake had grown noticeably plumper, swelling to nearly twice its previous size, leaving him astonished. Right now, a fierce mental tug-of-war was raging in Grandpa Chen's mind. One voice urged him, "Feed it more. Let it grow stronger quickly. It has to be worthy of our precious grandson." Another voice cautioned, "If it gets too fat, it might affect its combat abilities." The first voice immediately countered, "What's the harm? Feed it well first, and we can train it back into shape later." After much internal debate, Grandpa Chen finally picked up a bottle of nutritional serum, a grin spreading across his face, a grin that sent shivers down the twin shadow phantom snake's spine. "Come on, open wide," he coaxed. The other 4 pet beasts in the room, watching this scene unfold, felt a mix of envy at the snake's special treatment and relief that they weren't in its place. The twin shadow phantom snake reluctantly swallowed the first bottle of nutritional serum with a look of utter resignation. This serum, like energy potions, was primarily made from berries but served a different purpose. Energy potions mainly provided a large dose of energy with minimal nutrition, while nutritional serums did the opposite. In gaming terms, one was for leveling up, while the other was for recovery. Though both were cheaper alternatives to energy cubes, their combined effects still fell short of a single energy cube. Just as Grandpa Chun was about to continue his feeding session, the door suddenly swung open. Grandma Chen entered the room with Chen Yuan in tow. "Old man, Xiao Yuan is here to form a contract with a pet beast," she announced. What greeted them was Grandpa Chen's peculiar grin as he held up a serum, aimed at the unfortunate twin shadow phantom snake. Grandma Chun let out a helpless sigh, while the smile on Chen Yuan's face froze instantly. Xiao Ling, perched on Chen Yuan's shoulder, stared wide-eyed at the snake, which now looked more like an overstuffed ball than a sleek predator. Hearing the commotion, Grandpa Chun turned his head mechanically, his neck emitting a creaky sound like rusted gears. Upon seeing his grandson, he forced a smile that looked more like he was about to cry. "My dear grandson, this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me?" he stammered. Chun Yuan gave a stiff nod. While he understood his grandfather's well-meaning intentions, he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the snake, which was now so round it could almost be mistaken for a ball. Grandpa Chun cast a resentful glance at Grandma Chun, as if blaming her for not stopping Chen Yuan. Grandma Chun shot him a glare in return. "I warned you 2 days ago, didn't I? Did you listen? And besides, how could I stop Xiao Yuan from forming a contract? Do you want me to be the bad guy here?" Chen Yuan approached the twin shadow phantom snake, whose stats panel now showed it had reached level 8 courtesy of Grandpa Chen's force-feeding regimen, which had boosted its level by 3 in just 2 days. As for how much combat power remained in its now rotund body, that was anyone's guess. When Chen Yuan placed his hand on the snake's head to initiate the contract, the lethargic creature didn't resist. It simply lay there, resigned to its fate. It had known since yesterday that it would be contracting with this human after all. The devilish old man had mentioned it countless times. At this moment, however, Grandpa Chen's attention was drawn to Xiao Ling on Chen Yuan's shoulder. He let out a soft as he noticed something different about the little spirit. Focusing intently on Xiao Ling's aura, Grandpa Chen's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. "Something's wrong. There's something off about this little sprite." A peculiar expression suddenly appeared on Grandpa Chen's face. His brows furrowed tightly as his eyes fixed intently on the room. Grandma Chen noticed her husband's unusual behavior and frowned, giving him a light pat on the shoulder. "Xiao Yuan is in the middle of forming a pact. What's with that look on your face? Anyone who doesn't know better would think you've seen a ghost." Faced with his wife's reproach, Grandpa Chun first nodded, then shook his head. This contradictory response left Grandma Chen utterly baffled. She began to wonder if perhaps some embarrassing incident had been caught by Xiao Yuan, causing the old man to lose his wits. With suspicion in her heart, she scrutinized her husband with a doubtful gaze. Feeling his wife's strange stare, Grandpa Chun grew anxious. Hey, what's with that look? Why do I feel like you're staring at me as if I've gone mad?" He grabbed Grandma Chen by the arm and quickly led her outside. "What's gotten into you, old man? You're not seriously losing your mind from the shock, are you?" Grandma Chen muttered as she cautiously reached out to feel Grandpa Chen's forehead. This only confirmed his suspicion his wife really thought he'd gone crazy. He swatted her hand away and cast a wary glance back toward the room before lowering his voice. "Stop messing around. Something's not right." "Not right? What's not right? I think you're the one who's not right." Grandma Chen's gaze once again took on that, staring at a lunatic look. Unable to hold back any longer, Grandpa Chen finally blurted out the truth. "Our grandson's sprite's aura has changed again. I can clearly feel it growing stronger. Sure, it's still weak as a chick, but it's definitely more powerful than before." This revelation made Grandma Chen's eyes widen. "Are you saying?" Grandpa Chen nodded in confirmation. "It's probably advanced again." There was one thing he didn't say aloud, but Grandma Chen had already pieced it together. Third tier. A sprite that had managed to advance from the first tier to the third tier in just a month. The two fell into silence. After a long pause, Grandma Chen sighed. "Looks like Xiao Yuan has quite a few secrets." "Yeah, and remember how Xiao Yuan said before that he couldn't form a pact with a beast? Now that the sprite's aura has changed, and he's forming another pact, he might already have a second spirit beast that we don't know about," Grandpa Chen speculated. Grandma Chen nodded in agreement. Just then, a brilliant light flared up from within the room, marking the completion of the pact ritual. The elderly couple hurried to the doorway, just in time to hear Chen Yuan speak to the twin shadow illusion snake in front of him. "From now on, your name will be Phantom." This simple and straightforward name made the corners of the grandparents' mouths twitch. They couldn't understand why their grandson would give such a name to an illusion snake. In their hearts, they could only console themselves. Perhaps this is just a kid's way of naming things. After forming a contract with the twin shadow serpent, Chen Yuan bid farewell to the two elderly shopkeepers and left the family-run pet beast store. He retraced his steps, heading toward the gold shop located next to the Beastmaster Association. Anning Town was bustling with activity due to the presence of a secret realm, drawing beastmasters from surrounding towns and villages. When Chen Yuan passed by the Beastmaster Association again, the registration line had grown even longer. mostly filled with students who had traveled from afar. The Jean Fulf Gold Shop was situated right next to the association. Although only 3 stories tall, its luxurious decor exuded an air of sophistication and prestige. As Chen Yuan approached, several hostesses at the entrance bowed in unison, saying, "Welcome." Their gazes quickly shifted to the adorable Xiao Ling perched on his shoulder, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Both Chen Yuan and Xiao Ling, long accustomed to such attention, chose to ignore it. Inside the shop, a few customers were browsing jewelry. As a straightforward man and perhaps due to his daily interactions with shiny gold, Chen Yuan had little interest in the glittering accessories. He merely glanced at them briefly before looking away. A female staff member wearing a name tag that read Su Qingqing promptly approached him with a professional smile. "Hello, sir. How can I assist you today?" "I need 7 pounds of radiant gold and 10 pounds of regular gold," Chen Yuan stated directly. This request left Su Qingqing momentarily stunned. Radiant gold? That was an exceptionally rare metal priced at millions per pound. And who bought gold by the pound? She cautiously asked Chen Yuan to repeat his request. Once she confirmed she hadn't misheard, Su Qingqing realized the transaction was beyond her authority. "Please wait a moment, sir. You'll need to consult the manager." With that, she called over her colleague, Xiaoya, to assist Chen Yuan while she hurried upstairs to the second floor. In the manager's office, a poised woman in her 30s was in the middle of a conversation with 2 young men. If Chen Yuan were present, he would immediately recognize them as Wang Zhao and Xiang Meng. The store manager was showing Wang Zhe the latest business reports and profit statements. The report on the financial status made Wang Zhe quite satisfied. The jewelry store's profits were indeed impressive. Just as he was about to commend Manager Chen for her excellent management, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Manager Chen instinctively understood that her staff were usually very mindful of timing. With the young boss present today, they wouldn't disturb unless it was something important. She glanced at Wang Zhe, who casually gestured for her to proceed. "Come in." Su Qingqing cautiously pushed the door open and greeted the 2 inside with respect. "Manager Chen, young Master Wang. What's the matter? Did something happen downstairs?" Manager Chen noticed the slightly nervous expression on Su Qingqing's face. "Ah, no, manager. It's just that a customer wants to purchase some Yaojin in gold." Hearing that it was merely a sales inquiry, Manager Chen appeared a bit puzzled. "That's it? Just sell it to them." "But, manager, the quantity they're requesting is a bit large," Su Qingqing said hesitantly. "How large?" Manager Chen asked while reaching for a bottle of water on the desk. The continuous reporting had left her throat dry, but just as she took a sip, she heard Su Qingqing's response. 7 jin of Yaojin and 10 jin of gold. The words nearly made Manager Chen spit out her water. She managed to hold it in, her face turning red as she struggled to swallow, barely maintaining her composure. "How much did you say?" 7 jin of Yaojin and 10 jin of gold, manager, Su Qingqing repeated. Xiang Meng, who was standing beside Wang Zhe, gasped audibly and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, is this what being a tycoon looks like? I can't believe how poor I must be if my imagination can't even comprehend this. Are we seriously selling Yaojin by the Jin now?" However, he failed to notice the shift in expressions on Manager Chen's and Wang Zhe's faces. As the store manager, Manager Chen was all too aware the entire jewelry store's Yaojin inventory amounted to no more than 4 jin. Having just reviewed the transaction records, Wang Zhe was equally conscious of this fact. The 2 exchanged a worried look, both realizing this deal was likely to fall through, potentially damaging the store's reputation in the process. Wang Zhe let out a sigh, stood up, and said, "Let's go. Let's check it out first and see what we can do." Wang Zhe and his group stepped out of the office and headed toward the staircase. Su Qingqing pointed to a young man downstairs in the lobby, sipping tea. "Young Master Wang, Manager Chen, this gentleman is the one looking to purchase 7 caddies of radiant gold and 10 caddies of regular gold." Manager Chen glanced at the youthful face downstairs, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. Someone so young, could he be here to cause trouble? But then again, she thought, a customer is a customer. What if he turned out to be a serious buyer? She was about to turn and speak to Wang Zhe when she noticed him and Xiang Meng standing there, wide-eyed and stunned. Confused, Manager Chen frowned. "What's going on? Why do you both look like you've seen a ghost?" Wang Zhe and Xiang Meng exchanged a glance before looking back at the familiar face downstairs and the small, lively sprite at his side. They both came to the same conclusion. There was no doubt about it, it was the master. Wang Zhe turned to Su Qingqing, his tone suddenly serious. "Did you just say it's this gentleman who wants to buy radiant gold and gold?" Although Su Qingqing didn't understand why young Master Wang's demeanor had changed so abruptly, she nodded to confirm. Sensing the tension, Manager Chen cautiously asked, "Young Master Wang, is there something wrong with this person?" Her mind raced with possibilities. Could he be sent by a competitor, or here to stir up trouble intentionally? Her words caused Wang Zhe's expression to darken, while Xiang Meng struggled to stifle his laughter, his shoulders shaking visibly. Wang Zhe turned to fix Manager Chen with a glare that made her feel uneasy. Do you realize? Wang Zhe said coldly, in a different setting. Just saying that could have gotten you reprimanded by more than a few mid-level beast tamers? Manager Chen froze, her face stiffening. She quickly corrected herself. So he's an important guest? Wang Zhe nodded and then pulled out his phone, dialing his father's secretary. The call connected quickly, and he spoke immediately. Secretary Zhang, I need you to transfer at least 3 caddies of radiant gold to the Anning Town store as soon as possible. It's urgent. Hearing the gravity in his voice, Secretary Zhang agreed without hesitation. After hanging up, Xiang Meng gave Wang Zhe a pat on the shoulder. Should we head down now, or wait for the secretary's update? Wang Zhe rolled his eyes. Of course, we're going down now. Do you think we should keep the master waiting? With that, the group headed downstairs. At that moment, the small sprite was curiously eyeing the tea in Chen Yuan's hand. Want to try it? Chen Yuan asked. Chirp. The sprite nodded eagerly, clearly drawn to the enticing aroma. Chen Yuan waved over a server, Xiaoya, and requested a disposable cup. Xiaoya, captivated by the sprite's adorable appearance, brought back a cup with a cute design. Pouring some tea into the cup, Chen Yuan handed it to the sprite. It took a quick sip, only to scrunch its face in displeasure. The tea was bitter. Disgusted, the sprite set the cup down on the table. Seeing its reaction, Chen Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. The sprite, now annoyed, grabbed his hair and gave it a shake. Ow, stop pulling. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have laughed at you, Chen Yuan said, feigning a pained expression. The sprite quickly realized it wasn't pulling hard at all and understood that this sly human was acting again. With a huff, it released his hair. She wore an apologetic expression as she gently touched the spot she had just tugged. Just as Chen Yuan was about to say something, a familiar voice came from behind him. Turning around, Chen Yuan saw Wang Zhou and Xiang Meng approaching. Behind them followed the waitress named Su Qingqing from earlier, along with a stunningly elegant woman exuding an air of authority. The woman had a manager-level name badge pinned to her chest, clearly indicating that she was the person in charge of this establishment. Chen Yuan's gaze lingered briefly on Wang Zhe and Xiang Meng. He noticed that the female manager deliberately maintained a certain distance from Wang Zhe, and it struck him as curious that the two men, who hadn't been seen in the store earlier, were now arriving together. This raised some questions in his mind. What a coincidence. You're here for tea as well? Chen Yuan lifted the teapot in a gesture of invitation. No need for that, Wang Zhe replied, looking slightly awkward. Master, are you here to purchase Aurum and gold? Chen Yuan nodded in response, while noticing a fleeting hint of unease on Wang Zhe's face. Just as he was about to ask further, Wang Zhe's phone rang. Hello, Secretary Zhang. Wang Zhe answered the call. All right, understood. After hanging up, he explained, Master, the thing is, the store's Aurum stock is currently insufficient. I've already arranged for more to be delivered. It should arrive in Anning Town in about an hour. Hearing phrases like this store, other locations, and arranged delivery, Chen Yuan quickly pieced things together. It was evident that Wang Zhe's status wasn't ordinary, a fact further confirmed by the respectful attitude of the female manager toward him. 1 hour? Then he'll come back in the evening, Chen Yuan said as he stood to take his leave. Wang Zhe offered to escort him out, but Chen Yuan politely declined. No need to overdo it. Let's keep things simple. After Chen Yuan had walked off into the distance, Wang Zhe turned toward the female manager. Manager Chen, when the master comes back to pick up the items, give him a 20% discount. Just say there's a special promotion today. He gave her a meaningful look. Do you understand? Yes, young Master Wang. Manager Chen replied respectfully. Although Manager Chen and Su Qingqing didn't know Chen Yuan's exact identity, it was clear from Wang Zhe's demeanor that this man was anything but ordinary. Wang Zhe had initially intended to gift the items for free, but changed his approach to offering a discount instead, using the guise of a promotional event. This was a calculated move based on his understanding of Chen Yuan's character rather than risk being refused outright. A discount would make it easier for Chen Yuan to accept. After leaving the gold shop, Chen Yuan passed through the mirror gate and entered the secret realm. He decided to first find a bug creature to test the strength of the twin shadow phantom snake. Before long, he spotted an 11th level bug, but after observing the snake's sluggish combat performance, Chen Yuan shook his head in disappointment. The chubby shadow phantom snake moved at a snail's pace, almost competing with the bug to see who could be slower. Left with no choice, Chen Yuan recalled the snake and decided to follow the path that Xiao Ling had once taken for her evolution, delving deeper into the realm. 2 hours later, a thunderous boom shook the entire forest. Golden Flash delivered a powerful blow, sending a second-tier iron-armored snail flying. This pet beast was not only protected by a tough shell, but even the soft tissue exposed outside the shell was covered in iron-like scales. However, under 2 consecutive heavy strikes from Golden Flash, cracks began to spread across the snail's shell. The third strike shattered it completely, bringing the battle to an end. Not far away, Chen Yuan was supervising Phantom's training. The snake was struggling to perform zigzag jumps, while Xiao Ling stood nearby, cheering it on with her tiny fists waving in the air. Regret was written all over Phantom's eyes. It had recklessly agreed to a rigorous training regimen that included not just 300 jumps, but also 300 crunches and a 10,000-meter speed crawl. Now, it hadn't even finished the first task, and it was already as exhausted as a limp fish. After defeating the iron-armored snail, Golden Flash quickly engaged in yet another battle. The energy cube pendant hanging around its neck seemed to constantly attract other pet beasts eager to challenge it. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, under Xiao Ling's mathematical guidance, Phantom's training repetitions kept increasing. Every time Qin Yuan announced how many reps were left, Xiao Ling would signal with her hands that he had miscalculated. Although Phantom had long surpassed the original target, the seamless teamwork between Qin Yuan and Xiao Ling pushed it to complete nearly twice the intended amount. When Qin Yuan finally declared the first task complete, Phantom collapsed onto the ground, too drained to move even a muscle. But Qin Yuan crouched down with a friendly smile and said, "Take a break. We'll continue with the second task in a bit." To Phantom, that smile was nothing short of devilish. The thought of the remaining training tasks filled its eyes with utter despair. At that moment, Xiao Ling suddenly wrinkled her nose and waved her hand in front of her face, looking disgusted. Standing up, Qin Yuan noticed her reaction and glanced at her with a puzzled expression. A sudden, indescribable stench filled the air, cutting off Qin Yuan mid-sentence. He frowned and instinctively covered his nose. Where is that coming from? With her heightened sense of smell, Xiao Ling immediately pointed to the source of the foul odor. Following her direction, a grotesque creature revealed itself. It was a horrifying amalgamation of countless corpse fragments, exuding a nauseating stench and possessing a nightmarish appearance. Qin Yuan's system interface instantly displayed detailed information about the creature. Reanimated remains. Race: necrotic corpse type elite grade. Level: LV20. Trait: corrupted body ignores fatal injuries and critical hits. Abilities: corrosive grasp, deathly breath, putrid exhalation. The system prompt explained that such creatures only appear in places where a large number of beings have died simultaneously. They harbor an intense hatred for their enemies in life and will launch relentless attacks once encountered. Qin Yuan quickly deduced that this abomination was likely the result of the pet beasts killed during Xiao Ling's evolution process. As soon as the reanimated remains caught sight of Qin Yuan, Xiao Ling, and Jin Shanshan, it let out a piercing wail and began crawling toward them. Its movement was bizarre and unsettling, lacking limbs. Its body resembled a heap of decaying flesh slumped on the ground, dragging itself forward with two pairs of limp, fleshy arms protruding from the mass. Its speed, fortunately, was not very fast. Xiao Ling, use animated plants to take care of it. Don't let that thing get any closer, it reeks too much, Qin Yuan commanded decisively. Xiao Ling, understanding his intent perfectly, acted without hesitation. A flash of green light enveloped the area, and the nearby trees suddenly came to life. Their branches transformed into massive wooden hands, which slammed down on the revolting creature with crushing force. The trent's massive palm came crashing down, but the reanimated corpse swiftly extended its decayed hands, unleashing a corrosive grasp to intercept the deadly blow with precision. Death energy coursed through its rotting arms into the trent's body, violently clashing with the life-infused energy bestowed by Xiao Ling. The collision erupted in a dazzling burst of green light. Sensing the aura of an enemy from its past life, the reanimated corpse channeled all its death energy into the corrosive grasp. The fragment of vitality, granted to the treant by Xiao Ling, was quickly overwhelmed by the relentless assault. Deprived of its life force, the treant froze in place, transforming into a motionless statue. Worse still, the death energy began to seep into the trent's form, spreading from the point of contact, leaves withering and branches decaying. At this perilous moment, the attacks from several other treants arrived just in time. With a resounding crash, thick branches slammed into the reanimated corpse. Its patchwork body couldn't withstand the force of the 10-meter-tall treants and was instantly shattered into pieces. However, as an undead being, it did not perish so easily. The scattered chunks of flesh began to squirm unnaturally, attempting to reassemble. Xiao Ling made a quick decision and gave a sharp command. The surrounding treants immediately launched a relentless barrage of strikes at the rotting flesh on the ground. Thunderous booms echoed through the forest as the relentless pounding reduced the flesh to a pulpy mess, finally halting its grotesque movements. "Ugh, let's move somewhere else," Qin Yuan suggested with a frown. The stench emanating from the shattered reanimated corpse was far worse than a decade-old uncleaned latrine. Xiao Ling and the Phantom lying nearby instantly nodded in agreement, fearing they'd be marinated in the foul odor if they lingered any longer. Qin Yuan called out to the glimmering golden figure in the distance, "Jin Shanshan, come back. We're moving further in." Hearing the summons, Jin Shanshan joyfully bounded back to its master's side. The group quickly relocated to a fresher spot, and Jin Shanshan soon wandered off again to engage in its own battles nearby. "All right, enough rest. Let's move on to the next training, Chen Yuan said kindly to the phantom. Following Chen Yuan's instructions, the phantom began a grueling set of 300 crunches, each requiring it to curl its body into a coil like a mosquito coil. The training lasted over an hour, made even more intense by Xiaoling's assistance, which effectively multiplied the phantom's workload several times over. After the session, Chen Yuan pulled out some bread he had purchased from the fortress convenience store to satisfy his hunger. Just as he took his first bite, he noticed the phantom staring longingly at the bread, its mouth watering uncontrollably. Chen Yuan chuckled and generously handed over the remaining bread to the famished phantom. Xiao Ling observed this quietly from the side, feeling that Chen Yuan was being unfair. How could he give the hardworking phantom ordinary bread instead of the delicious energy cubes it deserved? At that moment, Jin Shanshan returned, its neck adorned with an energy cube pendant. The sight immediately made the phantom drool again. Phantom's gaze was locked firmly on the radiant energy cube hanging around Jin Shanshan's neck. This precious treasure filled it with longing, though it knew full well that such a prized possession was unlikely to be shared. However, what happened next left it utterly stunned. Jin Shanshan affectionately nuzzled Chen Yuan with its head, gazing at its master with eyes full of expectation. Chen Yuan immediately understood and chuckled softly, saying, "Ah, you little glutton." With that, he pulled an energy cube out of his pocket and handed it to Jin Shanshan. This scene made Phantom's snake-like eyes widen in disbelief. Just then, Xiao Ling also approached Chen Yuan, letting out a soft chirp. "I know, you want one too," Chen Yuan said, pulling out another energy cube and giving it to Xiao Ling. This second act of generosity further shook Phantom to its core. It, too, yearned to taste this treasure. But alas, it had already filled its belly with ordinary bread earlier, and now deeply regretted we had it settled for such mundane food? What a terrible loss. Chen Yuan noticed Phantom lying on the ground, dazed and staring blankly, and walked over to place a second-tier energy cube in front of it. "Want to eat it?" he asked. Phantom nodded vigorously. Though it was already full, it couldn't resist the temptation. "Then you'd better train hard," Chen Yuan said. "If you complete today's training tasks, this will be yours." These words seemed to ignite an endless drive in Phantom. After a brief rest, it threw itself into intense training. With the help of Xiao Ling, a mathematical genius, Phantom miraculously completed all the goals Chen Yuan had set. Chen Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Energy cubes are truly irresistible to those who've never seen them before. Yet in the end, Phantom couldn't even finish the entire energy cube. It wasn't because Chen Yuan was withholding it. In fact, he would have rewarded Phantom regardless of whether it completed the training. The real issue was that the second-tier energy cube was far too potent for a first-tier Phantom. Just a few licks were enough to leave it feeling completely full. Even so, Phantom cherished this hard-earned delicacy, holding the remaining piece of the energy cube in its mouth. Even after retreating into the beast's space, it refused to let go. As the sun dipped low in the western sky, Chen Yuan stepped out of the secret fortress. He headed straight for the gold shop, and before long, he emerged with a finely wrapped box in hand. Pausing at the entrance, he glanced back to see the store manager bowing respectfully. Chen Yuan responded with a polite smile. This shopping trip had cost him 18 million for what was originally priced at 22.5 million, a mix of Aurum gold and regular gold. The shop had claimed it was an 80 clearance sale, but Chen Yuan knew better. That morning, while sipping tea in the store, there had been no sign of discounts, and Aurum gold was notorious for its ever-increasing value. It was obvious that Wang Zhe had pulled some strings behind the scenes, but Chen Yuan chose to keep his thoughts to himself. Perched on his shoulder, Xiao Ling stared intently at the box containing the evolution item, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Excited for some golden evolution?" Chen Yuan asked, glancing at the little spirit. "Chirp chirp." Xiao Ling nodded enthusiastically, its eyes sparkling. "Then let's hurry home." With that, Chen Yuan quickened his pace. However, upon returning home, just as Chen Yuan was about to dive into the evolution process, his mother's voice called out from the kitchen, "You're back? Go wash your hands and eat dinner." Chen Yuan cast a helpless glance at Xiao Ling and shrugged in resignation. Xiao Ling pouted instantly, but under his mother's watchful gaze, one that seemed to say, "Starving ghost reincarnated," Chen Yuan quickly finished his meal. Once back in his room, Xiao Ling's energy surged. It gestured wildly, signaling its eagerness to witness the evolution. Without delay, Chen Yuan summoned Jin Shanshan, whose antennae wiggled excitedly. It had been informed earlier in the secret fortress about today's evolution. Then, Chen Yuan summoned Phantom, its mouth stuffed with energy cubes. The creature coiled itself up, ready to enjoy the show. From his drawer, Chen Yuan retrieved 3 pounds of Aurum gold, a reward from school, and then opened the newly purchased box to reveal another 7 pounds of Aurum gold and 10 pounds of regular gold. He handed all of it to Jin Shanshan. The sight of the metals made Jin Shanshan visibly eager, but it hesitated, glancing at Chen Yuan for confirmation. With a nod of approval, it immediately began feasting. To a golden ant like Jin Shanshan, regular gold was soft and chewy like rice cakes, while Aurum gold had the tough, satisfying texture of dry jerky. The sound of metal snapping filled the room with rhythmic crunch-crunch noises. When Jin Shanshan devoured the last bite of Aurum gold, a golden light enveloped its body. Unlike Xiaoling's lengthy evolution, Jin Shanshan's transformation was swift. As the glow faded, a creature the size of a small pony stood before them, making the room feel significantly cramped. Its body now bore intricate Aurum gold runes, dazzling brighter than ordinary gold. Its once spear-like limbs had evolved into spiral-shaped appendages, perfectly designed for piercing. At that moment, Chun Yuan's system interface displayed Jin Shanshan's updated information. Insufficient level for Radiant Gold Ant, evolution unavailable. A series of red characters flashed before Chun Yuan's eyes. He carefully inspected the detailed information of Jin Shanshan. Metal level, LV20. Species, exotic insect fierce ant type. Lord talents, mighty strength, self-strength coefficient 2. Golden shell, reduces physical damage by 30. Radiant gold rune, reduces attribute damage by 10, with a 1 chance to completely nullify the opponent's attribute attack. Skills, pierce, harden, long spear ground spike, metal projection. This radiant gold ant, evolved from the ant princess golden ant, not only exhibited significantly enhanced basic attributes in strength and defense, but also gained a substantial boost in resistance to attribute attacks. Additionally, it acquired aerial combat capabilities. Chen Yuan noticed that Jin Shanshan's attribute had shifted from earth to metal, and its skills had undergone a dramatic transformation. The original skills such as charge, bite, and earthwall had vanished, replaced by harden evolved from toughen and long spear ground spike evolved from ground spike. A brand new skill, metal projection, was also added. As Chen Yuan examined the details of the metal projection skill, his expression turned peculiar. This skill allowed Jin Shanshan to summon metal from its surroundings and hurl it at enemies. What was most surprising, however, was that the shapes of the summoned metal could be freely molded. This immediately reminded him of another entity with the same name, sparking a sudden inspiration. Wait, could I train Jin Shanshan to be like a golden version of Pikachu? For example, turning metal projection into something like chains to bind enemies, essentially creating a simplified version of the Heaven's Chains. The more he thought about this idea, the more feasible it seemed, though its effectiveness would ultimately depend on future training. While Chen Yuan was deep in thought, Xiao Ling had already climbed onto Jin Shanshan's head, cheering with delight. She was thoroughly impressed with Jin Shanshan's evolved form. Its already noble and commanding presence now exuded an additional air of mystery, thanks to the radiant gold rune, making it even more extraordinary. Standing atop Jin Shanshan, Xiao Ling felt her own aura elevate along with it. Meanwhile, Phantom expressed its congratulations in its own way, though it looked somewhat comical with an energy cube still stuffed in its mouth. Chen Yuan decided to abandon his study plans for the evening and instead focused on researching various weapon illustrations and movie references with Jin Shanshan. Together, they carefully examined the unique features of different weapons, paying particular attention to the distinct designs of massive greatswords. Chen Yuan occasionally explained to Jin Shanshan, "Tomorrow, when I say metal projection sword form, follow this design. Got it?" Jin Shanshan nodded in understanding. Early the next morning, Chen Yuan brought Jin Shanshan to the training grounds. Jin Shanshan, use the metal projection sword form on that rock over there. Following Chen Yuan's command, Jin Shanshan began to gather energy. Although it was their first attempt, the sword created was far from perfect. Its blade was crooked, and the surface uneven, but its power was undeniable. The sword's edge tore through the air, shattering the massive rock into pieces in an instant. The loud explosion attracted the attention of Phantom, who was training nearby, and Xiao Ling, who was acting as the supervisor. Chen Yuan had full confidence in Xiao Ling's supervisory abilities. This math genius always managed to double Phantom's training efficiency. Jin Shanshan, one more time. This time, aim for that rock over there. Chen Yuan pointed to another large boulder. Jin Shanshan unleashed the skill again. While the sword's appearance still lacked refinement, its destructive power remained formidable, reducing the targeted stone to rubble. During the training, one or two low-level pet beasts occasionally wandered too close, only to be obliterated by the force of the metal projections. Through repeated experiments, Chen Yuan identified a pattern in the metal projection skill. The larger the projected object, the fewer were produced. Conversely, smaller objects appeared in greater numbers, but their size and impact were diminished. Currently, Jin Shanshan couldn't achieve the fine precision needed for something as delicate as a sewing needle. When attempting to project knitting needles, the quantity increased, but the attack power significantly weakened. On the other hand, focusing energy into a single large object maximized its destructive potential. As the training session heated up, Xiao Ling suddenly issued a warning. "Kaiomi?" This was their agreed-upon signal for someone approaching. Chen Yuan immediately led the three pet beasts to relocate. Not long after, a group of young contestants participating in the Beginner Beast Tamer Cup arrived at the scene. Seeing the shattered stones and deep craters everywhere, they couldn't help but feel intimidated. What kind of pet beast caused this? It's terrifying. Let's head in another direction, one of them suggested. Spotting some bloodstains on the ground, they mistakenly assumed a dangerous creature had gone that way, so they opted for the opposite route. However, it wasn't long before Xiao Ling issued another warning, forcing Qin Yuan and his team to move again. The students from a nearby town, upon encountering the fresh signs of battle at the new location, ultimately decided to abandon the area entirely and search elsewhere. By evening, the training finally came to an end. After a full day of practice, Jin Shanshan had noticeably improved in controlling the metal projection skill, producing weapon shapes that were more precise and uniform. However, the intense training consumed all the energy cubes Qin Yuan had brought along. Without these supplies, Jin Shanshan wouldn't have been able to sustain such high-intensity practice. After the training session, Phantom didn't receive the promised reward and appeared somewhat downhearted. Qin Yuan had no choice but to comfort it, promising to give it an energy cube once they got home. Only then did the hard-working yet empty-handed Phantom manage to calm down a bit. As they passed by the Beastmaster Association's entrance, Qin Yuan noticed workers setting up a platform for the competition, clearly in preparation for the upcoming Junior Beastmaster Cup. To him, the preliminary round was just a minor hurdle. His real focus was on the finals and the heart of nature. Without stopping, he continued heading home. By the time night fell, Qin Yuan finally arrived home. In the living room, his mother was engrossed in watching TV. Seeing her son return, she immediately stood up and said, "You're back. Let's have dinner then." "All right," Qin Yuan responded briefly. His mother went into the kitchen and brought out the dishes from the insulated container, placing them on the dining table one by one. Qin Yuan, knowing the routine, served the rice himself, and the two of them sat down to eat. "What have you been busy with lately? You're coming home late every day. And didn't you skip school today?" his mother asked while eating. "I spent the whole day training in the secret realm. My teacher approved a leave for me," Qin Yuan explained simply. Hearing this, his mother paused for a moment before a look of understanding crossed her face. "Ah, I see. So you're preparing for the Junior Beastmaster Cup, right?" Though phrased as a question, her tone was certain. Qin Yuan wasn't surprised by his mother's sharp intuition. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I'm participating in the Junior Beastmaster Cup. The school recommended me." His mother was silent for a moment. Her gaze shifted to the small spirit by Chan Yuan's side, and she said meaningfully, "I see. Well, do your best and make your mom proud." "Got it," Qin Yuan replied. "Mom, I'm done eating. They'll head back to my room now." "Go ahead." Watching her son close the door to his room, Qin Yuan's mother chuckled softly. That kid sure has his fair share of little secrets. And to think the school recommended his contracted spirit for the competition. He didn't even deny it when I mentioned good results." She pulled out her phone, initially thinking of calling Chun Yuan's teacher to ask about the situation, but then decided against it. "Forget it. I'll leave it at that. This feeling of anticipation isn't so bad," she muttered to herself. "Let's hope that kid gives me a pleasant surprise." Putting her phone away, she began tidying up the dishes on the table. In the days that followed, Chun Yuan's life settled into a structured routine. He traveled back and forth to the secret realm daily, dedicating every second day exclusively to crafting energy cubes and potions. These creations were primarily used to support Jin Shanshan's intense skill training, which demanded significant energy consumption. The results of these efforts quickly became apparent. Jin Shanshan's mastery of her skills advanced by leaps and bounds. The weapons she projected were no longer as crude and unrefined as they had been in the beginning. While they couldn't yet be described as exquisite, their surfaces were much smoother, and both their sharpness and destructive power had improved significantly. Most impressively, Jin Shanshan had gained the ability to skillfully wield these enormous swords in combat, marking another qualitative leap in her strength. At the same time, Phantom successfully completed its weight loss regimen, regaining the elegant form it had when Chen Yuan first encountered it. Now, it was participating in its first battle since slimming down, facing off against a level 14, Tier 2 six-legged jumping spider. As the battle began, the six-legged jumping spider used its web-spitting skill in an attempt to entangle Phantom. However, Phantom's speed was superior, allowing it to easily evade the web's midair. "Phantom, use Confusion and Shadow Strike." Chun Yuan's command came at just the right moment. Phantom immediately locked eyes with the six-legged jumping spider, and in that instant, the spider fell into a state of confusion. It saw Phantom suddenly vanish, only to reappear behind it. Startled, the spider leapt up and launched another web, binding Phantom tightly. It quickly closed in, clutching its prey with its limbs while sinking its venomous fangs in preparation to inject poison. But just as the spider thought it had secured victory, the scene before its eyes left it utterly bewildered. The supposed prey was nothing more than a half-meter-long wild grass, with its venom slowly dripping down the leaves. Before the spider could react, a shadow streaked past like lightning, shattering its head with precision. Pale green blood spurted out as the six-legged jumping spider twitched a few times before going completely still. The shadow that delivered the fatal blow was none other than Phantom's shadow clone. Its crimson eyes cast one last glance at the defeated prey before it returned to its true form, merging back into a simple shadow. Meanwhile, the real Phantom stood perfectly still, unmoving from its original position. "Well done, Phantom," Chen Yuan said as he and Xiaoling emerged from behind a tree, applauding the impressive battle. Xiaoling offered praise while curiously observing Phantom's shadow. Despite the compliments, Phantom remained unusually calm. The distant rumbling sounds reminded it of the gap in power between itself and the two senior figures it aspired to match. This composed and unshaken demeanor earned Chen Yuan's silent approval. At that moment, Chen Yuan's attention was also drawn to Phantom's shadow. He noticed that not only could the shadow act independently of its main body, but its brief glance back also revealed a distinct consciousness. This realization made Chen Yuan ponder the true depth of Phantom's dual soul talent, which seemed far more profound than the system's description. It might extend beyond merely wielding two types of elemental attack simultaneously. As he studied Phantom's shadow, Chen Yuan fell into deep thought. If the shadow could separate from the main body and move farther away, would its second talent, the reality-virtuality conversion, still function effectively? Chen Yuan's thoughts continued to expand. If the Phantom's body and shadow could exchange places, it would undoubtedly provide a significant tactical advantage. He imagined the shadow silently maneuvering behind the enemy, then instantly swapping positions with the body to launch a surprise attack. As he immersed himself in this strategic concept, a streak of red light suddenly flashed within the shadow, abruptly interrupting his train of thought. Chen Yuan lifted his gaze and found himself staring into a pair of blood-red eyes. It was the other soul of the Phantom, watching him intently. With a faint smile, Chen Yuan crouched down to meet this shadowy presence at eye level. In stark contrast to the pristine white and blue-eyed Phantom, the shadowy figure before him was entirely pitch black, save for its striking red eyes, a perfect embodiment of the balance between light and dark. Out of curiosity, Chen Yuan reached out to touch the head of the shadowy Phantom. This shadow-like entity did not evade but calmly accepted the touch of its master. To Chen Yuan's surprise, his hand actually made contact with something tangible. The sensation was both like stroking a cloud and like touching air directly, an elusive mix of the intangible and the real, yet undeniably present. Recalling how it had earlier smashed the head of a six-legged jumping spider in a single blow, this sense of physicality seemed fitting. "This is our first formal meeting," Chen Yuan said with a gentle tone. "You deserve a name. How about this? Let's reverse Phantom and call you Namath? Kidding aside, how about Shadow Phantom?" The Shadow Phantom, now to be called Shadow Phantom, responded with a cold nod, maintaining an aloof demeanor. However, if anyone could see what was hidden in the shadows below, they would discover the truth was quite different. The snake-like tail concealed in the darkness was wagging rapidly, betraying an excitement reminiscent of a joyful husky. Upon realizing that Phantom's abilities had untapped potential, Chen Yuan immediately initiated a series of tests. The results were exhilarating. Just as he had hypothesized, Shadow Phantom could seamlessly alternate between its tangible and intangible forms even after separating from Phantom. However, this ability came with a significant limitation. As the distance increased, the energy required for the transformation multiplied. At its current power level, Phantom could only perform the switch twice, with a maximum range of 2 meters. Although this ability seemed somewhat underwhelming for the moment, Chen Yuan remained optimistic. He was convinced that as Phantom grew stronger, this unique talent would eventually shine. After the tests, he retrieved an energy cube to replenish Phantom's drained stamina. The moment Phantom caught sight of the energy cube, it wagged its tail excitedly. Chen Yuan chuckled and tossed the cube into the air. Phantom leaped gracefully and caught it with ease. While Phantom indulged in the energy cube, Chen Yuan turned to Xiaoling. "Help me scan the area and see if there are any suitable pet beasts nearby to serve as Phantom's opponents." "Kayumi," Xiaoling chirped in response, and carefully scanned the surroundings before pointing in a specific direction. Once again, Chen Yuan marveled at the forest spirit's incredible abilities. Suddenly, a thought struck him: why waste time and effort searching for opponents like before? With Xiaoling and Jin Shanshan at his side, he had the means to take a much more efficient approach. "Jin Shanshan, come back." At Chen Yuan's command, the rumbling sounds in the distance ceased immediately. Jin Shanshan, who had been practicing its skills, sprinted back and stood before Chen Yuan, letting out a sharp caw like a soldier awaiting orders. Chen Yuan gestured for Xiaoling to come closer and used a branch to sketch out a simple tactical plan in the dirt. "We'll use the energy cube to lure in a pet beast. Xiaoling, you'll activate the plants in the area but hold your position until I give the signal. Jin Shanshan, your job is to monitor the situation. If any pet beast tries to escape, use your metal projectiles to intimidate them." Though both pet beasts nodded to show their understanding, they still looked somewhat puzzled. Sensing their confusion, Chen Yuan explained further, This is to train Phantom. We'll have these wild pet beasts take turns battling it. If they win, they'll be set free. Hearing this, Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan finally understood, while Phantom looked visibly moved by the plan. Although Chen Yuan didn't explicitly state the consequence of losing, everyone present was well aware wild pet beasts that lost would likely be devoured. Once both pet beasts confirmed they understood the plan, Chen Yuan took out an energy cube. The enticing aura of energy quickly attracted nearby wild pet beasts. Xiaoling activated its ability, and a green light swept across the area, bringing the surrounding trees and grass to life while keeping them still, as planned. Before long, the first wild pet beast stepped into Xiaoling's activated zone. Sensing danger, it cautiously stopped in its tracks, observing its surroundings without making any rash moves. Just like before with the energy cube, other pet beasts quickly gathered at the scene one after another. They all made the same choice as the first pet beast. Once Jin Yuan saw that the observing pet beasts had mostly arrived, he casually tossed the energy cube to Jin Shanshan. Jin Shanshan caught it nimbly and began eating it without hesitation, replenishing the energy consumed during earlier skill training. This scene immediately caused a stir among the surrounding pet beasts. Some were itching to rush forward and snatch it, while others, seeing the energy cube had already been eaten, turned to leave. However, none of them were given the chance. Xiaoling, do trap them. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Xiaoling unleashed her ability. Wild grass burst from the ground, tightly binding the legs of all the surrounding pet beasts. At the same time, the nearby trees awakened under her activation ability, transforming into towering tree creatures. Before the wild pet beasts could react, the tree creatures had already formed an impenetrable circle around them. The sudden display of power scared some timid pet beasts so much that they lost control on the spot. Chen Yuan remained silent, letting Xiaoling communicate with the wild pet beasts instead. Through simple gestures, she conveyed her meaning, first pointing at the trapped wild pet beasts, then at Phantom, followed by a gesture of fists colliding, and finally a sign of the fists separating. Kayumi? Xiaoling chirped, as if asking, do you all understand? Faced with this overwhelming show of force, the wild pet beasts nodded frantically. At this moment, they had only one thought. Whether they understood or not didn't matter, nodding was their only chance at survival. You're strong, you're the boss, whatever you say is right. Satisfied with their response, Xiaoling released the first pet beast from its restraints and motioned for it to battle Phantom. However, its choice took everyone by surprise. At the very moment it gained freedom, it turned and bolted. In its mind, staying meant certain death, so it might as well take the chance to escape. Surprisingly, Xiaoling didn't react at all. She didn't even rebind the fleeing pet beast with wild grass. She knew its fate was already sealed. The next instant, a massive sword tore through the air, striking the escaping pet beast with unerring accuracy. With a deafening explosion, the beast was obliterated, its blood and shattered remains scattering everywhere. This gruesome display left the other trapped pet beasts trembling in fear, cold sweat dripping down their faces. They finally understood running away didn't lead to survival. It only led to a far worse death. Xiaoling released a highly venomous centipede from its restraints. Unlike the horned rabbit that had recklessly fled earlier, this arthropod companion beast didn't dare to make a rash move. After all, it had witnessed the tragic fate of the rabbit firsthand. Especially knowing it was slower than the rabbit, it had no choice but to hope that these humans and their companion beasts would honor their promise to let the victor leave safely. With trepidation, the venomous centipede crawled slowly toward Phantom. Yet before it could even prepare for battle, Phantom had already launched its attack. This was in accordance with Chen Yuan's earlier instructions to let Phantom act independently in the upcoming battles without his interference. A shadow flashed by as Phantom struck. Snap, snap, snap. 3 sharp sounds echoed. Before the venomous centipede could comprehend what had just happened, Phantom's shadow attacks had shattered its exoskeleton, killing it instantly. Its final thoughts were, why did the battle start so quickly? Wasn't my opponent still standing in place? Who even hit me? Xiaoling quickly ordered the treant to toss the centipede's lifeless body aside and released the next companion beast, signaling it to challenge Phantom. As time passed, the pile of corpses grew larger. However, something had changed. Hope now flickered in the eyes of the wild companion beasts. This was because some of them had indeed managed to defeat Phantom and leave safely, like the rock turtle with its formidable defenses. Unfortunately, not all victors were so fortunate. A second-tier elite species, the giant claw scorpion, had also won a battle, but it made the fatal mistake of attempting to kill Phantom afterward. Xiaoling's grass bind swiftly subdued it, and it met its end. Ultimately, only a handful of second-tier companion beasts with exceptional defenses managed to withstand Phantom's attacks and claim victory. Aside from the reckless giant claw scorpion, all other victors were granted freedom. Meanwhile, Phantom reached level 10 from the battles, and Chen Yuan was confident it would soon advance to the second tier. By the time all the battles concluded, it was already 4 p.m. Chen Yuan decided not to linger any longer. After recalling his other companion beasts, he departed with Xiaoling. On their way to the fortress's mirror gate, Chen Yuan noticed a few figures in the vicinity. These young individuals eyed him warily, though they relaxed slightly upon confirming he was alone. Still, their gazes remained cautious. They were students preparing for the beginner beast taming cup. However, in Chen Yuan's eyes, they were far too weak. Even Phantom, still at the first tier, could hold its own against them, not to mention Jin Shanshan or Xiaoling. After leaving the secret realm, Chen Yuan passed by the Beast Tamer Association and saw that a stage had been fully set up at the entrance. Contrary to his initial assumption that this stage was for the competition itself, it was equipped with a massive screen, clearly meant for live streaming the matches and displaying advertisements. It made Sanshan ordinary stage wouldn't withstand the destructive power of companion beasts, especially those with earth element abilities like ground spikes. As Chen Yuan headed home, the mirror gate of the secret realm rippled, and his former teammates emerged. Zhang Hao looked at the group and suggested, since Chen Yuan is entering the beginner beast taming cup, why don't we give it a shot too? Seeing everyone's interest piqued, he added, even if we don't make it to the finals, placing in the top 10 locally will still earn us bonus points at school. He gave a meaningful wink as he spoke. The contestants in the secret realm varied greatly in skill, and many were far less capable than their group. This realization ignited a fighting spirit within the entire team. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan nodded in agreement with Zhang Hao's point. Sun Li and Zhao Wu, once rivals but now close friends, also expressed their support for the idea. Let's take some time off, Sun Li suggested. We can focus all our energy on the secret realm. Exactly. I don't want to attend those beast combat classes anymore, Zhao Wu chimed in. After experiencing real battles, those lessons feel like child's play, completely meaningless. Lin Miao and Shi Lei also voiced their support for participating in the competition. Finally, all eyes turned to Tianyu, the beast master of the giant pincer bug. Tianyu sighed and spread his hands in resignation. You all agreed. How could I say no? Of course I'm in. Zhang Hao smiled with satisfaction. His determination to convince everyone to join stemmed from two reasons. On one hand, he worried that entering the competition alone would be too overwhelming and wanted teammates to share the pressure. On the other hand, he secretly hoped to make it into the top 10 not just to bring honor to his parents, but also to earn bonus points at school and an increase in his allowance. For a student like him, whose academic performance was less than stellar, those extra points were especially crucial. Just as Zhang Hao was reveling in the success of persuading everyone to participate, a group of individuals suddenly blocked their path. However, this kind of situation was nothing new to them. Don't get the wrong idea, mean no harm, one of the individuals quickly explained. We just heard that Master Chen Yuan might be entering the competition, so we came to confirm. Zhang Hao and his friends exchanged a knowing smile. More fans of Chen Yuan. They had grown used to this. Whenever people learned that they were Chen Yuan's classmates, they would often try to strike up a conversation to get closer to him. Not intending to keep it a secret, Zhang Hao and the others confirmed that Chen Yuan would indeed be participating in the Beginner Beastmaster Cup. Before long, the news of the master entering the competition began spreading throughout the secret realm fortress. A man quietly approached his friend, lowering his voice mysteriously, and said, "Hey, did you hear about this?" The sudden question left his friend utterly confused. Hear about what? Why are you being so secretive? The man glanced around like a sneaky thief, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, before leaning in closer. I need to tell you a secret. What kind of secret? Does it really need all this drama? It's about the master. Oh, spill it. The master is joining this year's Beginner Beast Taming Cup. His friend sucked in a sharp breath. Are you serious? You're not messing with me, are you? Come on. We've been friends for years. Would I lie to you? This is 100 legit. The man's eyes gleamed with sincerity. Moved by his earnestness, his friend patted him on the shoulder. Good brother. All right. No need to get all emotional. Just remember, don't tell anyone else. Relax, you know me. My lips are sealed tighter than a locked vault. Good. I'm off to the secret realm now. Don't let this slip. Got it. But as soon as the man left, his good brother, who had just sworn secrecy, spotted another friend walking by and immediately rushed over. Hey, did you hear about this? And so, within a single day, the news that Chen Yuan was entering the Beginner Beast Taming Cup spread like wildfire throughout the secret realm. Some of Chen Yuan's diehard fans even canceled the banners they had prepared to cheer for their own family members, replacing them with ones that read, "Go Master." One could only imagine the dismay of the contestants when they saw their own supporters cheering for their opponent on the day of the competition. Meanwhile, at the center of this storm, Chen Yuan carried on with his training in the secret realm as usual. Unlike the day before, his focus today was on leveling up Xiaoling and Jin Shanshan. He returned to the area where he had previously battled the Wind Wolf Pack, skillfully pulling out energy cubes to attract wild beasts. This time, Chen Yuan was far more relaxed. After all, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Ling had advanced to Tier 3, and Jin Shanshan had completed its evolution. Soon, the bait worked, and amidst thunderous roars, trembling ground, and the cries of wild beasts, the training continued. Time flew, and the day of the competition arrived in the blink of an eye. On the chilly morning of November 11th, Chen Yuan left his warm bed early, freshened up, had breakfast, and headed out to school. Despite the biting cold of early winter, he, no longer an ordinary person, still wore just a short-sleeved shirt. The reason for going to school was that the class teacher, Xie had announced the day before that he would be leading the team to the competition venue. All students, whether registered through the school or independently, were to act as a group. Only then did Zhang Hao and the others realize why the association staff had been so cryptic when asked about the location during registration, saying, "You'll find out when the time comes." When Chen Yuan arrived at the classroom, only a handful of students were present. This was because the school was on break during the competition, and the length of the break depended on the contestants' performance. If someone made it to the finals, the teachers accompanying them would extend the break. On the other hand, a poor performance would mean classes resumed the next day. Of course, however long the break lasted, the missed lessons would eventually need to be made up, sometimes turning half-day classes into full-day ones until the schedule was back on track. To Chen Yuan's surprise, every member of his group was present. They greeted him warmly with waves and smiles. As soon as Chen Yuan sat down, Zhang Hao scooted over with a mischievous grin. "Surprised, aren't you? Yeah. You're all competing in the Beginner Beast Taming Cup?" "That's right. All 7 of us signed up. It's not every day the event comes to our province. If we miss this chance, we might age out by the next one." Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. It was true, opportunities like this were rare. Even if they failed, it was worth giving it their all to avoid future regrets. "Enough about us," Zhang Hao said, leaning in with an eager expression. "What about you, Chen Yuan? Do you think you can take the championship?" His question immediately grabbed everyone's attention. The moment Zhang Hao posed his question, the classroom fell silent. All the team members instinctively perked up their ears. A mysterious smile appeared on Chen Yuan's face as he casually replied, "You'll find out when the time comes." This ambiguous response clearly failed to satisfy everyone's curiosity. However, faced with Chen Yuan's refusal to elaborate, they had no choice but to let it go. Still, they couldn't help but notice the faint trace of confidence lingering at the corner of his mouth. This subtle detail sparked speculation among the group. Had Chen Yuan made a groundbreaking improvement in his abilities recently? At this moment, however, Chen Yuan, the center of everyone's attention, seemed unusually composed. He leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, appearing entirely at ease. Unlike the others, who were feeling the pressure, he didn't view the preliminary round as worth his concern. To him, only the finals were worthy of his focus. The preliminaries? Sending out his newly advanced second-tier Phantom would more than suffice. Although Phantom had only recently reached the second tier and was at level 12, its innate traits as a leader-class species allowed it to dominate its peers in the same tier, even without utilizing its shadow attribute abilities. Yes, Chen Yuan had already decided to temporarily conceal Phantom's shadow attribute abilities during the competition. As a rare miracle-type creature, Chen Yuan was determined not to reveal Phantom's uniqueness prematurely, lest it attract the attention of certain obsessive researchers. While the beast contract ensured a pet couldn't change its master, such researchers cared little about the creature's well-being. They only valued its research potential. Until his own strength was formidable enough, Chen Yuan resolved to maintain a low profile. As Chen Yuan rested with his eyes closed, the sound of familiar footsteps approached. Moments later, their homeroom teacher, Xie appeared at the classroom door. He walked to the podium, scanned the group seated below, and asked succinctly, "Are you all ready?" The group didn't say much. They simply nodded firmly. "Good. Then let's get going." Chen Yuan and the contestants from Class 3 followed their homeroom teacher, Xie toward the school gate. At the same time, other homeroom teachers from the first-year classes were also leading their respective contestants out of the classrooms. Xie nodded politely to most of the teachers, but when the Class 4 homeroom teacher, Liang Anghua, saw him, he let out a cold snort. Such workplace grudges were not uncommon. The personal conflict between Xie and Liang Anghua had inevitably affected the relationship between the students of their respective classes. At that moment, Su Qi, walking behind Liang Anghua, fixed a provocative gaze on Chen Yuan and his group. As one of the school's directly recommended contestants, Su Qi had long been aware that Class 3 also had a competitor with the same distinction, though they had never met before. Now, seeing the small spirit perched on Chen Yuan's shoulder, he immediately recognized him, a smirk of mockery curling on his lips. Chen Yuan, however, paid no attention to the tensions between classes. He would much rather spend his time training in the secret realms. Having been absent frequently for this purpose, he was unaware that Su Qi had visited Class 3 multiple times, looking for opportunities to assert his superiority. But the arrogant and disdainful look in Su Chi's eyes reminded Chen Yuan of someone who had already faced their comeuppance. Who's that guy behind Class 4's teacher? Chen Yuan deliberately raised his voice in an exaggerated manner. Why does he keep making faces? Could it be some sort of secret, peculiar habit? He even drew in a dramatic gasp, making it obvious he was mocking. His words were loud enough for not only the students from Class 4 nearby to hear, but also those from Class 1 in the distance. Instantly, all eyes turned to Su Chi while most people were merely curious. In Su Chi's mind, it felt as though everyone was laughing at him. His face darkened with rage. Meanwhile, the students of Class 3 couldn't help but stifle their laughter. During Chen Yuan's absence, Su Chi had repeatedly shown up in their class, flaunting his superiority and mocking them as weaklings. Though his skills were undeniable, his attitude had left a sour impression. Seeing him put in his place now, they couldn't help but cheer inwardly. Even Xietu allowed a faint smile to surface. As a teacher, it wasn't appropriate for him to directly call out Su Chi's behavior, but seeing Chen Yuan's witty comeback was deeply satisfying. In his opinion, anyone who had the time to provoke others right before a competition wouldn't get far on the path of a true beastmaster. The two groups continued walking in silence. As the distance between them narrowed, Su Chi sneered and said to Chen Yuan, "So, you're the recommended contestant from Class 3, huh? Quite the sharp tongue you've got there. Let's just hope your beast is as impressive. But you'd better pray you don't face me otherwise. That little spirit of yours. Well, we'll see." Su Chi glanced at the small creature perched on Chen Yuan's shoulder, his face showing a disdainful expression. This scene left everyone in Class 3, including their homeroom teacher, Xietu, wide-eyed in astonishment. Everyone present was well aware of Chen Yuan's abilities. Even if they didn't know his current condition, his past performances alone were enough to easily defeat someone like Su Chi. It was no secret what kind of person Su Chi was: arrogant and self-centered, much like a proud peacock. He thrived on showing off in front of weaker peers to feel superior. The small creature, Xiaoling, was visibly displeased with Su Chi's arrogance. She frowned and leaned close to Chen Yuan's ear, letting out a soft chirp as if asking, "Can I teach this annoying guy a lesson?" Chen Yuan gently shook his head, calming her down. "Not yet," he said softly. Then he turned to Su Chi, a faint smile on his face, but with a gaze that seemed to mock him like a clown. "Don't worry," he said calmly. "I'm looking forward to facing you in the competition. Let's make sure we give it everything we've got." Su Chi, noticing the condescension in Chen Yuan's eyes, let out a cold snort. You'll see soon enough. Just don't chicken out when the time comes." At that moment, the two groups reached the school gates. Given their mutual dislike, they immediately headed in opposite directions after stepping outside. Zhang Hao sidled up to Chen Yuan and asked, "Chen Yuan, isn't that guy just asking for a beating?" Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, you know him?" Zhang Hao nodded and explained, "You don't know this, but while you were on leave, that guy kept causing trouble for us. There's not a single person in our class who doesn't hate him." Chen Yuan chuckled. "Don't worry. If we run into him again, I'll let Xiaoling handle it." Hearing this, Xiaoling puffed out her chest proudly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She could hardly wait to teach Su Chi a lesson. Under Xietu's guidance, Chen Yuan and his group headed towards the outskirts of the small town. Along the way, Xietu explained, "This preliminary competition is being held outdoors mainly because some beasts can cause significant destruction, and our town doesn't have a dedicated arena for such events." In the distance, the outline of a structure resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum gradually came into view. The entire building was constructed from stone and was temporarily built by beast tamers specializing in rock-type beasts under the Beast Tamer Association's direction. Despite its primitive and old-fashioned appearance, the structure had a unique charm. It was said that some cities even built similar arenas in the heart of modern urban areas as iconic landmarks. As they approached, the details of the building became clearer. The outer walls were dotted with cave-like entrances, and multiple stone staircases led to higher levels, each ending in a passageway into the interior. These were designed for spectators and the families of contestants. Since this was merely a preliminary round, the Beast Tamer Association didn't expect a large audience. Thus, there were no betting booths or entry fees. The building as a whole appeared rough and unpolished, yet it exuded an imposing grandeur. The group couldn't help but stop and admire it, finding its style increasingly captivating the longer they looked. Meanwhile, Xietu stepped aside to have a brief conversation with the staff before returning to urge them, "Stop staring. The competition's about to start. Let's head in." Following Xietu, the group entered a dimly lit passageway. After walking a dozen steps, they arrived at the building's center. A cacophony of sounds immediately filled the air. Novice beast tamers cheering on their beasts, teachers encouraging their students, people shouting words of support to one another, and of course, the occasional murmurs of regret and nervousness. Chen Yuan's attention, however, was entirely focused on the central battle arena. It was a stone platform roughly 100 meters square, matching the color of the building and clearly crafted by the same rock-type beast tamers. Unlike the building's rugged exterior, the battle platform surface was remarkably smooth, with shallow grooves etched into it for added traction. Just as Chen Yuan was engrossed in observing the platform, Zhang Hao's shout snapped him back to reality. Chen Yuan, stop staring. Turning around, he saw the others had already walked several meters ahead and were waiting for him. Chen Yuan quickly jogged to catch up. Xie Tu led them to a resting area marked Anning High School, Class 13. The space was furnished with tables and chairs, and 2 boxes of bottled water sat atop one of the tables. As soon as they sat down, Lu Yuan asked, Teacher, do you know how many people are participating in the preliminaries this time? Xie Tu shook his head and replied, I'm not sure about the exact number, but I'd estimate around 200. The competition follows a standard elimination format. Zhang Hao immediately followed up. Do you know how strong the other participants are? This question left Xie Tu momentarily at a loss for words. He wanted to point out that Zhang Hao was focusing on the wrong thing, but considering his role as their teacher, he merely gave a nonchalant reply. They're probably about the same level as you. His response elicited chuckles from the others, leaving Zhang Hao visibly exasperated. He thought to himself, why does the teacher talk like that? Does he really think I'm that weak? Sure, I'm not as good as Chen Yuan, but come on. His gaze swept over the group, excluding Xie Tu and Chen Yuan, and he silently nodded to himself. Judging by the looks of it, they're all just amateurs. When Chen Yuan and his group arrived at the competition venue, they were greeted by a massive crowd surging toward the event area. Amid the stream of people, snippets of conversation could be heard. Hey bro, is this the right direction? Why haven't we seen it yet? Relax, it's just up ahead. I got the info straight from an association buddy. It's solid. The crowd was filled with familiar faces, including common figures from the secret realms like Wang Jie and Xiang Ming. Many people carried banners of various sizes, but the one that stood out the most was Wang Jie's oversized custom-made banner. At that moment, Wang Jie and Xiang Ming were struggling to carry it. This thing's ridiculously heavy, Xiang Ming muttered under his breath. If he wasn't worried about damaging the banner, he would have already summoned his Treant Guardian or Stone Golem to help. Driving wasn't an option either, given the poor road conditions. As third-tier beast tamers, they had the strength to manage, but they preferred not to rely on external help. After all, with Wang Jie's wealth, he could easily hire a whole crew if needed. Among the crowd were also some parents who had received location updates from their children. They followed along with the group. By the time everyone reached the competition site, the event had yet to begin, but the sudden influx of people left the Beast Tamer Association staff stunned. The regional head of the Anning Town qualifiers stood there, staring at the scene, with only one thought in his mind. Holy, this many people? Is it too late to start charging for tickets? The answer was clearly no. Judging by the eagerness of the crowd, he knew that if he tried to impose a fee now, he'd either have people grudgingly pay up or risk being trampled by hundreds of feet. Weighing his options, he decided to stay out of it. After all, the higher-ups hadn't planned on charging entry fees for the qualifier anyway. Under the helpless gaze of the organizer, the crowd poured into the arena, injecting life into the previously empty stands. The sight left both the contestants and their coaches surprised. No one had expected a rookie qualifier to draw such a large audience. Huh, why are there so many people here? Are they all family members of other students? Zhang Hao and his peers, unable to clearly see faces from 100 meters away, speculated. However, Chen Yuan and Xie Tu, with their sharper senses, could see everything clearly. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Are they all here to cheer for you? Xie Tu asked with a playful wink. Chen Yuan returned the look and replied, I have no idea, followed by a sigh. What's wrong, Chen Yuan? His classmates asked with concern. Nothing, Chen Yuan said with a wry smile. It's just a bit overwhelming. Xie Tu nodded in agreement. While Chen Yuan secretly appreciated the support, the excessive attention undeniably added pressure. At that moment, the sound of a microphone feedback cut through the chatter. Testing, testing. The crowd immediately fell silent, knowing it was a mic check. Sure enough, the voice of the host, Huang Tianming, soon followed. Good day, everyone. I'm Huang Tianming, your host for today's competition. On behalf of the Beast Tamer Association and the event organizers, I'd like to thank all the teachers and students for attending this Junior Beast Tamer Cup. 6 massive screens surrounding the competition ring lit up, displaying the host's image. Let me reiterate the rules, he continued. There's no limit to the number of beasts a participant can use, they just have to be yours. He exaggerated his expression and added humorously, some of you might think it's unfair if your opponent has more beasts or stronger ones. But hey, you can't expect them to handicap themselves, right? His playful comment drew a wave of laughter from the crowd. Alright, without further ado, I hereby announce that the Anning Town Junior Beast Taming Cup qualifiers officially begin. As soon as the host, Huang Tianming, finished speaking, fireworks that had been prepped in advance soared into the sky outside the competition arena. Although it was daytime, The brilliance of the fireworks was somewhat muted against the light, but the black smoke trailing behind them was particularly striking. The organizers didn't mind, though after all, the fireworks were just for good luck. Now, please turn your attention to the screens in front of you, Huang Tianming said, pausing briefly to give the audience time to react. The large screen immediately switched to display two blank boxes with a VS sign in the middle. The selection of contestants for this competition will be conducted using this state-of-the-art random draw program, Huang Tianming announced with an elevated tone. Now, let's begin the selection for the first match. Before he could finish, the two boxes on the screen started flashing rapidly, displaying a flurry of photos and names of participants at lightning speed. Soon, the first box stopped, and the information displayed left the students of Class 3 and Class 4 momentarily stunned. Su Qi, Year 1, Class 4, Anning High School. The second box quickly followed suit, and this time, everyone was shocked that it was Chen Yuan. No one had expected these two to face off in the very first match. All eyes quickly turned to the two contestants, their classmates whispering and speculating in hushed tones. Chen Yuan, however, broke into a smile. Turning to his companion, Xiaoling, he said, "Xiaoling, it's all up to you now." Chirp chirp. Xiaoling responded eagerly, determination gleaming in its eyes. It was ready to make those who underestimated it regret their judgment. The first contestants have arrived, and it's an intense showdown between two students from Anning High School. The host, Huang Tianming, sounded particularly excited for this special match. Now, let's welcome the two contestants from Anning High School to the stage. As soon as word got out that Chen Yuan was entering, his supporters sprang into action. Huge banners were unfurled in the audience, displaying slogans like, "Go, Master Chen Yuan for the win," and "Master Chen Yuan is the strongest." The most eye-catching was a massive banner waved by Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming, big enough for even a low-level beastmaster to see clearly. The overwhelming display made Chen Yuan feel slightly embarrassed, silently wishing he had a thicker skin. Noticing his opponent Su Qi already heading toward the stage, he decided not to hesitate any longer. "Chen Yuan, go easy on him, all right? This is being streamed live, and it wouldn't look good," came the voice of their homeroom teacher, Xietu, from behind. Chen Yuan paused for a moment but didn't turn around. "Don't worry, teacher, I know what I'm doing." Watching Chen Yuan's retreating figure, Xietu couldn't help but recall the incident with Dong Hai, a trace of concern flashing in his eyes. His gaze shifted to the small spirit perched on Chen Yuan's Shadera creature with a bit of a reputation. Meanwhile, the students of Class 3 were filled with anticipation, hoping Chen Yuan would teach that annoying guy a good lesson. On the competition stage, Su Qi was already waiting, with a referee standing nearby. The large screen zoomed in on the two contestants. "You're so slow. For a moment, I thought you chickened out. Too bad you still chose the worst possible path," Su Qi sneered. Chen Yuan chuckled. "Just because you bonded with a pet beast a few months earlier doesn't mean you should get cocky. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. Right back at you. Contracting with a worthless little spirit makes you nothing but a weakling," Su Qi retorted. This remark completely enraged the small spirit. It let out an indignant Kayumi and glared fiercely at Su Qi. Su Qi, however, remained unfazed. "What are you staring at? You're just a useless little spirit." This exchange, broadcast live, caused a stir among the audience. The crowd erupted in anger, hurling insults at Su Qi, except for Wang Zhe, who stayed silent. When others asked why he wasn't standing up for Chen Yuan, he merely shook his head with a blank expression. It's over for him. What's the point in saying anything? It was only then that Su Qi noticed the drones and cameras hovering above, realizing that his words had been transmitted live. He snorted. "Whatever. Let's settle this with our skills." Chen Yuan shrugged and turned to leave. He had no intention of holding the small spirit back anymore. If Su Qi was so determined to dig his own grave, then he'd let him witness the small spirit's true power. Besides, being called a weakling had left Chen Yuan simmering with anger. "Seriously? I'm not saying I'm a muscle-bound Hulk, but at the very least, I'm full of masculine charm. And you dare call me a weakling? Just because I'm better looking than you? You're done for." Stepping onto the arena, Su Qi stood at the designated spot and summoned his pet Beasta silver-clawed black bear, a Tier 2 elite species. This imposing creature was covered in jet-black fur, and its 4 claws gleamed with a silvery, cold light. Not only could it easily shatter rocks, but its sharpness was also enough to cut through metal. Roar! The silver-clawed black bear let out an earth-shaking roar as it made its entrance, asserting its dominance. "Oh, contestant Su Qi has sent out his silver-clawed black bear. That's quite a formidable pet beast. How will contestant Chen Yuan respond?" The voice of Huang Tianming, the host and commentator, reverberated throughout the arena. The other contestants began murmuring among themselves. "Wow, that silver-clawed black bear is terrifyingly powerful. If I faced it, I'd be defeated in seconds." Yeah, Even though it's a non-elemental beast, its stats are incredibly high. And look at that aura, it's definitely elite level. Hearing the admiration, Su Kai's lips curled into a subtle smile, while his classmates from Class 3 exchanged peculiar glances, secretly thinking, what a bunch of clueless fools. Just wait and see. The referee turned his gaze to Chen Yuan, signaling him to step forward. Xiaoling, it's your turn, Chen Yuan said softly. Do your best, but remember, didn't reveal your full strength in front of these amateurs. He deliberately kept his words vague to avoid exposing the fact that Xiaoling had already evolved. Xiaoling fluttered off Chen Yuan's shoulder and landed in the center of the arena. Patting her chest, she let out a cheerful chirp, as if to say, leave it to me. What? Contestant Chen Yuan has sent out a little sprite? How will this battle unfold? Let's wait and see. The commentator's voice was filled with curiosity. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Silver-clawed black bear, crush that sprite, Su Chi commanded immediately. The silver-clawed black bear roared and charged on all fours toward Xiaoling. Unfazed by this, Tier 2 weakling, Xiaoling remained calm. Not only was her species level 2 tiers higher, but her rank was also superior. Watching the massive bear claw swinging toward her, Xiaoling leisurely raised her hand. On the arena's large screen, everyone expected Xiaoling to be swatted away. But then, something unexpected happened. A crisp smack rang out, and the silver-clawed black bear's head was slapped to the side. Xiaoling had held back most of her strength to avoid instantly defeating her opponent. This sight brought knowing smiles to the faces of Chen Yuan's classmates from Class 3, was a scene they were all too familiar with. And before anyone could recover from the shock, another smack echoed as Xiaoling delivered a backhanded slap, leaving a pair of symmetrical handprints on the silver-clawed black bear's face. She remembered Chen Yuan's teachings well, and delivered 2 resounding slaps to the silver-clawed black bear with both hands. Unfortunately, the bear's thick black fur completely masked any trace of the handprints. Unbelievable! The host, Huang Tianming, shouted excitedly. Chen Yuan's little spirit not only dodged the attack, but also landed 2 solid slaps on the silver-clawed black bear. The silver-clawed black bear stood frozen in place, just like the blazing tiger had earlier. Its slow-witted mind struggled to comprehend how was it that the attacker, ended up getting slapped instead? Silver-clawed black bear, what are you standing there for? Take her down, Su Chi yelled furiously. His frustration stemmed not only from his spirit being humiliated, but also from the wave of mocking voices rising from the audience. I thought it was supposed to be strong. Turns out it's just this? Ridiculous. Is this a slap to the bear's face? More like a slap to someone's pride. Seriously, with this level of skill, how dare he talk trash about the master's spirit? These remarks pierced Su Chi's heart like sharp arrows. He desperately needed the silver-clawed black bear to end the battle quickly and silence the crowd. Little Ling keenly sensed the pressure weighing on Su Chi from the audience's ridicule. Seeing his exasperated expression, she was delighted and became even more determined to toy with her opponent. The silver-clawed black bear swung its massive paw again, only to receive 2 more crisp slaps in return. Smack! Smack! This time, the bear was thoroughly enraged. It roared furiously, stood on its hind legs, and swung its paw again. The result? Another pair of sharp slaps echoed in the air. Smack! Smack! The teachers, judges, and spectators from other classes all held their breath. They had only one thought in their minds. This little spirit is no ordinary creature. Once or twice could be dismissed as coincidence, but to counter so precisely 3 times? That was undeniable proof that its strength far surpassed that of the silver-clawed black bear. Each side of the silver-clawed black bear's face had been slapped 3 times by Xiaoling. The bear's famed thick-skinned talent, once its pride, seemed utterly useless now, as its cheeks began to involuntarily swell. Incredible! Chen Yuan's little spirit not only dodged every single attack from Su Chi's silver-clawed black bear with pinpoint precision, but also managed to counter with flawless slaps each time. The live commentary from the host, Huang Tianming, was like salt in Su Chi's wounds, leaving him gritting his teeth in frustration. Silver-clawed black bear, stop messing around? Get rid of that damned little spirit already. Su Chi roared furiously. The silver-clawed black bear felt deeply wronged. Messing around? It was doing no such thing. It was giving its all, but the opponent was simply too fast. Before it could even swing its claws, the little spirit was already up close. The audience erupted into laughter. Haha, look at him lose his temper. With skills like that, he dares to challenge a master spirit? Go back to your mom and train some more. Before mocking a master's spirit, maybe take a good long look at yourself in a mirror. Faced with the crowd's jeers, Su Chi clenched his teeth and endured. Any retort now would only drown in a sea of ridicule. His only way out was to defeat the opposing spirit. Silver-clawed black bear. Su Qi's enraged shout jolted the bear into action. It launched another fierce attack at Xiaoling. But just like before, Xiaoling effortlessly sidestepped and reappeared directly in front of the bear. This time, however, the silver-clawed black bear, having been slapped in the face 3 times, had already anticipated Xiaoling's move. It raised its other paw and swung it hard at its own face, aiming to land a heavy blow on the infuriating little spirit. The entire audience held their breath, not daring to miss a single moment. With a resounding smack, the silver-clawed black bear's own strength sent it crashing to the ground. Xiaoling, having already dodged, reappeared beside the fallen bear and gave its other cheek a gentle slap. "Chummy," Xiaoling chirped softly, as if to say, "See? Now it's symmetrical. Take note, I have small hands. So maybe you should hit yourself again?" The audience burst into even louder laughter. "Oh my god, this is too much. Su Qi's silver-clawed black bear just slapped itself. Ha ha ha, maybe Su Qi should take after his beast. This kind of stupidity suits him perfectly. Silver-clawed black bear, what are you doing?" Su Qi bellowed at his beast. The bear, its face stinging with pain, felt completely numb. If this weren't its own master, it might have roared back, "If you're so great, why don't you try?" The silver-clawed black bear struggled back to its feet and charged at Xiaoling once more. But by now, Xiaoling had grown tired of toying with it. She took the initiative, delivering a precise karate chop to the bear's jaw. The massive beast, weighing hundreds of pounds, was sent airborne. In a flash, Xiaoling appeared before its chest and followed up with an upward slap, launching it even higher. The lower-ranked competitors in the audience could only hear the relentless series of blows. The silver-clawed black bear, like a giant rubber ball, was being juggled through the air, while Xiaoling's movements were too quick for them to follow. This is unbelievable. Chen Yuan's little spirit is treating the hundreds of pound Chevy silver-clawed black bear like a ball. Is this really the kind of spirit we thought we knew? Huang Tianming's voice was tinged with genuine astonishment. Who would have thought that a tiny sprite could utterly overpower a silver-clawed black bear, leaving it completely defenseless? Xiaoling whirled through the air like a spinning top, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy on the bear's vital points. Her attacks, though seemingly exaggerated, were fueled by an unstoppable fury and deep humiliation. The silver-clawed black bear howled in agony, its massive body writhing in relentless pain. Su Qi stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with shock. The scene before him shattered his understanding of reality. The so-called worthless pet he had mocked was now ruthlessly dominating the silver-clawed black bear he had always been so proud of. His mind went blank, overwhelmed by disbelief and confusion. "I surrender. Stop hitting it," Su Qi finally shouted. The silver-clawed black bear, hearing this, nearly wept with relief. Its master had at last remembered its plight. Yet, this declaration of surrender didn't stop Xiaoling. On the contrary, it ignited the final blaze of her fury. In an instant, multiple glowing hands formed around her, her aura surging to new heights. The watching teachers leapt to their feet in alarm, exclaiming, "Tier 3. Before the referee could intervene, Xiaoling's final strike descended. A flurry of slaps struck the silver-clawed black bear, sending it hurtling towards Su Qi like a cannonball. This was no coincidence. It was the culmination of Xiaoling's careful calculations during her aerial assault, deliberately steering the bear toward its owner. The 10-meter distance closed in an instant. The bear's massive body loomed larger in Su Qi's eyes before crashing into him with devastating force. The impact knocked him unconscious on the spot, and the bear's enormous paw managed to knock out several of his teeth in the process. As she surveyed the aftermath, Xiaoling finally broke into a satisfied smile. Let's see if you dare to call others trash again." On the edge of the arena, the contestants stood dumbfounded, staring at the aftermath of the match. The silver-clawed black bear, which they had initially favored, was shockingly defeated by Xiaoling in such a devastating manner. Xiaoling's aerial combo and the explosive finale revealed a level of power that felt completely out of their reach. Class 3 students were equally stunned. They had been looking forward to Chen Yuan showcasing his skills, but this battle had far exceeded their expectations. Zhang Hao swallowed hard, trying to calm himself before saying, "Chen Yuan's little beast is ridiculously strong. Yeah, especially that aerial combo was absolutely incredible. I couldn't even follow its movements. And that final strike sending a several hundred-pound silver-clawed black bear flying like that." Their homeroom teacher, Xietu, chose this moment to speak, and his words left the Class 3 students gasping in disbelief. Judging from the energy and momentum of that final blow, Chen Yuan's beast has definitely reached at least Tier 3. On the stage, the referee checked Su Qi's condition and signaled to the drone that the battle was over. The announcer, Huang Tianming, immediately declared in a booming voice, "Contestant Su Qi is unable to continue. This match goes to contestant Chen Yuan. Let's give them a big round of applause for their spectacular performance." The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Supporters from the mystic realm were especially enthusiastic, nearly shaking the roof off the arena with their cheers. In stark contrast to the jubilant crowd was Class 4's homeroom teacher, Liang Onghua, whose expression was as dark as a storm cloud. Watching Su Qi being carried off on a medical stretcher, he let out a heavy sigh and walked over. Despite the blow to his pride, as a teacher, he couldn't just stand by in a situation like this. Meanwhile, Xie was in an excellent mood. Not only had Chen Yuan's beast demonstrated astonishing strength, but his class's star student had also defeated Class 4's top contender. The satisfaction was akin to sipping an ice-cold soda on a scorching summer day. Internally, he marveled. As expected from a beast chosen by old Chen, it's truly extraordinary. In the corner of the audience stands, old Master Chen suddenly sneezed loudly. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, "Damn it, that old fool must be praising me again." His remark earned a sharp side-eye from Grandma Chen, who had accompanied him. The elderly couple had specifically rushed over from their pet beast shop upon hearing about Chen Yuan's participation. "Old man, what do you think of Xiao Yuan's little beast?" Grandma Chen poked the relaxed old Master Chen, who was slouched in his seat. After a moment of silence, old Master Chen finally replied in his usual unhurried tone, "As expected of my grandson's got a good eye." "Ha, man." Grandma Chen shot him a look of disdain. "You weren't saying that before. You used to go on and on about how the boy's been blinded by a trashy beast. Now you've suddenly changed your tune." Old Master Chen, long immune to his wife's jabs, remained unbothered. But deep down, even he had to admit his grandson's little beast was truly remarkable. Old Master Chen's eyes were sharp as a hawk, catching details that others had completely missed. His clever little spirit companion had yet to reveal her full potential. Though Xiao Ling had demonstrated the power of a third-tier beast, she had deliberately held back some of her strength. As the seasoned beast tamer Chen Yuan's trusted partner, Xiao Ling was well-versed in the art of subtlety. Even with her restrained power, it was more than enough to handle the current situation. Xiao Ling fluttered gracefully back to Chen Yuan's side, happily circling around him. Old Master Chen watched the extraordinary little spirit with great interest, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Not upset anymore?" Chen Yuan asked, glancing at the smiling Xiao Ling. "Chirp chirp." Xiao Ling replied cheerfully. "Heh, I'm just as pleased as you are." "That was quite satisfying to watch," Chen Yuan said, his approval making Xiao Ling beam even brighter. Still, a small trace of regret lingered in Xiao Ling's heart. Jean Shanshan wasn't present. She couldn't showcase the splendor of the Golden Ant Knight in front of everyone. "Come on, Xiao Ling, the victory is ours. It's time to step down. We can't occupy the stage forever," Chen Yuan said. Xiao Ling nodded and landed lightly on his shoulder. As Chen Yuan stepped off the arena, every gaze followed him. Everyone present understood one thing clearly, barring any surprises. The championship of this preliminary competition was undoubtedly his. Meanwhile, a competitor hidden in the shadows watched Chen Yuan's retreating figure, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Interesting. I thought this would just be a formality, but now it seems it won't be boring after all." He stretched lazily, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. The intense showdown inside the arena sparked an even greater sensation outside, especially in the Class 3 group chat. Chen Yuan just took down Su Qi from Class 4. That message instantly drew out all the lurking classmates. "Holy crap, Chen Yuan is that strong?" "It's true." His little companion completely dominated Su Qi's silver-clawed black bear. "Wait, the match already started? What did I miss?" "Don't worry, there'll be official replays later." As the chat heated up, someone tagged Zhang Hao, "Vast Void, come out and tell us what happened." Zhang Hao responded promptly. "Su Qi has already been sent to the arena's medical room. It's not looking grave, lost a few teeth and has a concussion." At that moment, Chen Yuan was stepping down from the competition stage. Zhang Hao put away his phone and walked over, giving Chen Yuan a light pat on the shoulder that wasn't occupied by his companion. "Man, you've been hiding your strength well. Your little buddy is this powerful now?" "Not at all. My little companion still has a lot to improve," Chen Yuan replied modestly. His words, however, left everyone around him in stunned silence. If this was considered lacking, then where did that leave them? Realizing his comment might have disheartened others, Chen Yuan chose not to elaborate. Instead, he turned to Xie with a question. "Teacher, will I need to compete again today?" Xie paused for a moment. "Are you thinking of?" He trailed off, waiting for Chen Yuan to clarify. "If I don't need to compete again today, I'd like to take a trip to the secret realm," Chen Yuan confirmed, directly addressing the teacher's unspoken guess. Xie nodded approvingly. "I'll check with the event organizers." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the other students in Class 3. Although he already knew the competition schedule as their homeroom teacher, considering Chen Yuan was a strong contender for the championship, he decided to double-check. Hearing this exchange, competitors and teachers from other schools fell silent. Chen Yuan's work ethic was astonishing, wouldn't even let competition breaks go to waste. It was no wonder he was so formidable. What they didn't know, however, was that Chen Yuan's urgency stemmed from his companion's pending evolution. Otherwise, he would have happily taken a moment to rest. Soon, Xie returned with an update. The first round will finish this morning. The second and third rounds are scheduled for the afternoon. As long as you're back by 1 p.m., you'll be fine. With confirmation in hand, Chen Yuan wasted no time and set off immediately. His grandparents, Grandpa Chen and Grandma Chen, also got up to leave since their grandson wouldn't be competing for now. They saw no reason to stay. Chen Yuan's departure took a large group of supporters with him, leaving the competition venue noticeably quieter. The event staff couldn't help but twitch their lips at the sudden change. After entering the secret realm, Chen Yuan didn't venture too far in. Instead, he found an isolated spot to start training. The area soon echoed with the sounds of explosions from Jin Shanshan practicing its skills and the pained cries of second-tier beasts being dragged in as sparring partners by his little companion. Not long after Chen Yuan left, the arena witnessed another jaw-dropping moment. A creature resembling a velociraptor, with razor-sharp claws half a meter long, was seen pinning its opponent to the ground. This was the companion of another cross-province competitor who had come specifically to win the dragon scale, seeking to purify his companion's bloodline for evolution. Unbelievable. Another contestant with a Tier 3 companion, the commentator, Huang Tianming, was visibly thrilled. The emergence of a second Tier 3 competitor promised higher viewership. After all, battles between powerhouses were far more captivating than an inevitable champion. The defeated contestant immediately conceded. Watching the scene unfold, Xie expression grew heavy. As the audience in the arena remained in shock at the appearance of another third-tier combatant, an intense showdown was unfolding within the secret realm between Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan. The second-tier phantom beast that had been battling Xiao Ling earlier had retreated to the sidelines, standing quietly beside Chen Yuan. After a brief stare-down, Xiao Ling was the first to strike. Kayumi. A streak of vibrant green light pierced through the tranquil forest as her signature plant activation ability sprang to life. Jin Shanshan, refusing to be outdone, retaliated instantly with a barrage of over 100 gleaming knitting needles. The metallic projectiles rained down on Xiao Ling with unrelenting force. This clash was sparked by Chen Yuan's curiosity. Jin Shanshan had recently broken through to the third tier, and Chen Yuan saw this as the perfect opportunity to test which of his two companions was stronger. Though Jin Shanshan had been focusing more on skill development than actual combat lately, the cycle of depleting energy during training and then replenishing it with Chen Yuan's energy cubes worked like an intense workout regime. This process ultimately pushed Jin Shanshan past level 20. Reaching level 21 and stepping into the third-tier realm. As the storm of knitting needles came hurtling toward her, Xiao Ling stood her ground without flinching. Just as the barrage was about to strike, a towering treant stepped forward, shielding her from the attack. A cacophony of thunk sounds filled the air as the knitting needles embedded themselves deep into the treant's bark. Xiao Ling frowned slightly at the sight of the needles piercing through the treant's body, their sharp tips protruding from the other side. She realized that Jin Shanshan's advancement to the third tier had not only increased the number of projectiles, but also significantly enhanced their power. Seeing its initial assault thwarted, Jin Shanshan charged forward, aiming to force its way past the treant's defenses. Xiao Ling quickly summoned a swarm of wild grasses to entangle Jin Shanshan, attempting to restrict its movements. However, Jin Shanshan's brute strength allowed it to effortlessly snap the plants apart. As a companion, Xiao Ling was well aware of Jin Shanshan's incredible power, and now, with its third-tier breakthrough, its strength was even more formidable. Her intent wasn't to stop it outright, but to buy herself some time. Several treants extended their roots to further ensnare Jin Shanshan, this time employing a more adaptive strategy. Whenever Jin Shanshan exerted force in one direction, the treants would loosen their roots or shift their positions, preventing it from simply tearing through. Frustrated, Jin Shanshan let out a thunderous roar, summoning over a dozen sharp blades that slashed through the entangling roots. With a powerful leap, it struck one of the treants, splitting it in half and scattering wood chips everywhere. Using the remains as a springboard, Jin Shanshan propelled itself toward another treant, aiming to repeat its devastating attack. Just as Jin Shanshan shattered the second treant and prepared to lunge at Xiao Ling, her hidden move was unleashed. Spreading her arms wide, Xiao Ling summoned a seed of pure energy that sank into the ground. In an instant, massive vines erupted from the earth, their enormous tendrils coiling around Jin Shanshan like giant serpents and constricting tightly. This was Xiao Ling's rarely used plant summoning ability, a skill she had kept in reserve until now. Kayumi. A flash of crimson light accompanied Xiao Ling's next move as she activated Forest's Wrath. With this skill amplifying their power, the vines became even more ferocious, writhing like living tentacles in a frenzy. Jin Shanshan, now ensnared, resembled a crab hopelessly bound by countless ropes. Despite its immense strength, it found no room to exert its power. Its predicament was even worse than that of a crab, as the vines were not mere ropes but living extensions imbued with vitality. Under the influence of Forest's wrath, these vines, Golden Flash's power took a significant leap in this moment, but it would never admit defeat so easily. Although it had struggled in the past to deal with flexible adversaries, it was no longer the same as before. With a swift motion, Golden Flash summoned metallic projections, skillfully shaping them into sharp swords. In an instant, dozens of gleaming blades appeared out of thin air, encircling the vines that bound it. Trapped within the vines and unable to see the outside world, Golden Flash relied on its acute senses to control the swords. Without hesitation, it launched a fierce assault on the vines restraining it. In this life-or-death situation, it could no longer afford to worry about the possibility of injuring itself. This scene left Chen Yuan and Phantom, who were watching from the sidelines, utterly astonished. Chen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Xiao Ling's level of control is ridiculously strong." Phantom nodded repeatedly in agreement, admiration gleaming in its snake-like eyes, as it longed for the day it could reach the level of these two formidable predecessors. Noticing Phantom's reaction, Chen Yuan suddenly realized an unexpected benefit of this internal battlelight not only fostered better understanding among the beasts, but also motivated the less powerful ones to strive for improvement. He began contemplating whether he should organize more of these internal battles in the future. However, Golden Flash's offensive did not go as planned. The summoned swords failed to sever the vines, and were instead tightly entangled by Xiao Ling's tendrils. The first vine that came into contact with the blade was scratched but not severed. These seemingly ordinary vines were, in fact, condensed manifestations of Xiao Ling's energy, directly clashing with Golden Flash's power. The other vines swiftly moved in to wrap around each sword, firmly immobilizing them. Sensing its loss of control over the weapons, Golden Flash immediately severed its energy connection to the swords and attempted to summon new metallic projections. Yet the outcome was the same. The newly formed weapons were once again subdued by Xiao Ling's vines. This series of failures left Golden Flash in an unprecedented predicament. The internal battle between Chen Yuan's contract beasts ultimately ended with Xiao Ling emerging victorious. Even Jin Shanshan's ultimate trump card, the strongest form of the metallic projection skill, a giant sword, was effortlessly ensnared by vines, wrapped up like a massive dumpling thanks to Xiao Ling's astonishing control abilities. After the fight, Jin Shanshan lay on the ground, utterly dejected. As Xiao Ling deactivated her skill, the vines that had covered the battlefield gradually withered and disappeared. Jin Shanshan could hardly believe it had lost to Xiao Ling, who had always been known for her supportive abilities. Once brimming with confidence, Jin Shanshan only truly grasped the terrifying potential of its companion after experiencing Xiao Ling's suffocating restraining skills firsthand. Chen Yuan walked over and sat beside the despondent Jin Shanshan, gently patting its head. "What's wrong? Didn't think you'd lose, huh?" "Ka." Jin Shanshan responded weakly, its deep sense of defeat resonating through their contract bond and reaching Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan fully understood how Jin Shanshan felt. This loss might actually serve as a wake-up call for Jin Shanshan, who had been riding high on victories and had grown a little overconfident recently. He offered more words of comfort. "Don't be too discouraged. The forest is Xiao Ling's home turf, which gives her a significant advantage. Besides, during the fight, you focused too much on the summon trance. You could have used your metallic projection to suppress Xiao Ling directly and stop her from casting further skills." Jin Shanshan pondered Chen Yuan's advice, replaying the battle in its mind. Suddenly, it stood up, a realization dawning on it. "Ka." At that moment, Xiao Ling floated over to hover above Jin Shanshan's head. Despite just being defeated by this companion, Jin Shanshan showed no hostility. They were still close allies. "Kayumi, Kayumi. Ka. Kayumi. Ka." With Xiao Ling's comforting gestures, Jin Shanshan's antennae began to perk up and move energetically again. Chen Yuan discreetly gave Xiao Ling a thumbs up, silently praising her for her way of cheering up Jin Shanshan. After a short break, Chen Yuan resumed training according to his schedule, continuing until noon. Once they left the secret realm, he bought food at the fortress and then headed to the outdoor arena. The moment he arrived at the arena, Zhang Hao rushed over in a hurry. "Chen Yuan, you need to be careful." The sudden warning left Chen Yuan completely baffled. Zhang Hao hurriedly stopped Chen Yuan, who had just arrived at the competition venue, his expression anxious. "After you left this morning, another Tier 3 contestant showed up on the field." Chen Yuan paused for a moment, then casually nodded. "Oh, I see. Got it." Seeing Chen Yuan's indifferent reaction, Zhang Hao's face grew serious. "I'm not joking. And I don't think you're joking," Chen Yuan replied calmly. "Then don't you think your reaction is a bit too casual? The other guy is Tier 3, just like you." Zhang Hao couldn't help but raise his voice. Chen Yuan looked at him with a puzzled expression. So what if they're tier 3? Is there something wrong with my reaction? For a moment, Zhang Hao was at a loss for words. He felt that Chen Yuan's composure was almost unnerving. Never mind. I just thought you'd be a little more alarmed. Why overthink it? Whatever happens, happens, Chen Yuan said as he walked past Zhang Hao, casually taking a seat and waiting for the competition to start. As for the other tier 3 contestant, Chen Yuan's thoughts were straightforward: deal with challenges as they come. He had absolute confidence in the strength of his pet beast. Even though he hadn't seen the opponent in action, he didn't think their tier 3 would be of a lord-level caliber. And even if the opponent's level was slightly higher, he was confident he could suppress them. Xie had originally planned to have a serious conversation with Chen Yuan, but seeing his relaxed demeanor, he seemed to understand something. Xie expression shifted from heavy to lighthearted, and a glimmer of thought crossed his eyes. This kid must have a trump card he hasn't revealed yet. Could it be that his golden ant has already evolved, or even reached tier 3? Or perhaps both? Although the school had provided the rare material Yao Jin, figuring out the evolution path for rare pet beasts like Jin Shanshan and Xiao Ling was no easy feat without sufficient experimentation. It was impossible to confirm the other conditions for evolution. As a result, when the school gave Chen Yuan the Yao Jin, they didn't have high hopes for him to successfully trigger an evolution. In reality, if Chen Yuan hadn't been able to see the evolution paths, there was no way Jin Shanshan could have evolved. Besides Yao Jin, the evolution also required gold as a crucial material. And this wealthy Taiku had not only managed to keep it under wraps, but hadn't even given anyone the chance to notice. In the dimly lit hall, over a dozen figures cloaked in black stood silently. All their gazes were fixed on a particular man at the front, also dressed in black robes. The distinct markings and intricate patterns on his attire signified his extraordinary status. This man was performing a bizarre ritual. His movements were grotesque and beyond the limits of normal human flexibility, and he chanted an incomprehensible incantation in a low, eerie voice. Before him, a statue emanated a faint red glow, pulsating in rhythm with his actions. When the lengthy ritual finally concluded, the man, known as the bishop, turned to face the group and declared in a booming voice, "My brethren, I have received divine revelation. The gods demand that we once again bring forth destruction, madness, and suffering." He then asked, "Do any of you have a suitable target?" After a brief discussion, a member of the southern division of Longhua stepped forward. "Bishop, I propose Fuan City in Fuan Province as our target. They are currently hosting a junior Beastmaster tournament," he suggested, pausing momentarily before continuing. "The overseer of the province's high-level secret realm will be serving as a judge. We can use this opportunity to provoke the rulers of the secret realm and incite them to attack the fortress, recreating the glorious burning of Kessis." At the mention of the burning of Kessis, the bishop's eyes narrowed. The suggestion was undeniably tempting, but he understood that Longwa's strength would quickly suppress any chaos, and reinforcements from surrounding secret realms would arrive swiftly. It was unlikely they could replicate the catastrophe that had claimed millions of lives. To empower his followers, the bishop picked up the ceremonial sword and unhesitatingly severed his own hand. Strangely, what flowed from the wound was not blood but a thick, black, viscous substance. These divine blessings were collected into a ritual vessel. The bishop then pressed his severed hand against the wound, and the black substance, like tendrils, reconnected the severed limb, restoring it as if nothing had happened. The process clearly took a toll on him, as fatigue was evident on his face. This mission will be led by the Ghost Maiden, who oversees Fuan Province. Leaders of neighboring provinces are to provide full support, the bishop commanded. The group responded in unison. "Yes, bishop." The bishop turned to the Ghost Maiden with satisfaction. "Take these divine blessings and have your followers spread them across the 300 secret realms within Fuan Province. These blessings will aid you in fulfilling the divine will," he said, his expression briefly consumed by fanaticism before returning to calm. "This month's gathering is concluded. Go and carry out your tasks." With a collective bow, the group vanished in an instant. Left alone, the bishop knelt before the eerie statue, releasing a chilling, maniacal laugh. "Oh, great deity, please wait but a little longer. Your faithful will soon deliver the feast you desire." Meanwhile, the competition in Anning Town continued. As another contestant was eliminated, the lottery machine once again displayed the name of Chen Yuan. The announcer excitedly proclaimed, "Oh, and it's Chen Yuan again. Let's see who his opponent will be this time." When Chen Yuan's name appeared in the first slot, the remaining contestants who had yet to compete in the second round grew visibly nervous, silently hoping they wouldn't have to face such a formidable opponent. When the second name finally appeared, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, though their expressions turned peculiar. Chen Yuan's opponent was, once again, a classmate from Anning High School. It was none other than an old acquaintance, Zhang Hao. His sudden appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. For Zhang Hao, this kind of spotlight was a first. Unfortunately, the gazes were filled with schadenfreude. Instinctively, Zhang Hao glanced at his teacher, Xie Tu, his eyes silently asking, "Can I just forfeit?" Xie Tu, however, shook his head lightly and said firmly, "Battling against a strong opponent will help you grow. Don't miss this opportunity. Besides, Qin Yuan surely won't go too hard on you, right?" With that, Xie Tu averted his gaze. This reaction left Zhang Hao completely stunned. What was with his teacher's hesitant tone and evasive expression? Left with no choice, Zhang Hao turned to Chen Yuan for help. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke up. "Chen Yuan, can you ask your pet to go easy on me later?" Chen Yuan was taken aback. He thought to himself, "It's just a match. Is it really that serious? Do I seem like someone who doesn't know how to hold back?" But then he recalled the previous battle show his pet, Xiao Ling, had taken down Dong Hai's blazing tiger with a single move, and how, earlier that morning, a single black bear cannon had sent Su Qi straight to the infirmary. Chen Yuan suddenly fell silent. Maybe fighting him was a bit dangerous. "Don't worry," Chen Yuan said, patting Zhang Hao on the shoulder. "I won't send Xiao Ling into the battle this time." Zhang Hao was initially relieved, but his expression quickly changed. Wait a second, aside from Xiao Ling, doesn't Chen Yuan only have that golden giant ant? The memory of that ant rampaging through an entire swarm of armored bees, leaving destruction in its wake, was still fresh in his mind. By now, Chen Yuan was already stepping onto the stage, leaving Zhang Hao no choice but to follow, albeit reluctantly. He silently prayed that the golden ant would remember him and show mercy to his pet. Both competitors took their positions and began summoning their respective creatures. Zhang Hao called forth his slime, while Chen Yuan summoned Phantoma Sleek, white snake with striking blue eyes that gracefully appeared on the battlefield. The moment Phantom appeared, it swiftly flicked its tongue to survey the surroundings. When its gaze landed on Zhang Hao's slime, Chen Yuan's new pet beast caused a noticeable pause in Zhang Hao's reaction. However, Zhang Hao quickly brushed it off. Chen Yuan was already a tier 3 beast tamer, so having a new pet beast was nothing out of the ordinary. As desk mates and friends, Chen Yuan decided to give Zhang Hao a bit of dignity and end the battle straightforwardly. "Phantom, use Confuse. Control the slime and make it jump off the arena." Phantom immediately sprang into action, channeling its illusionary energy to cast the skill on the slime. However, it quickly encountered an awkward problem. The move had no effect on the slime whatsoever. The gelatinous creature, resembling a blob of jelly, had no eyes, and its transparent body revealed no sign of a brain-like structure. While it might possess a soul, Phantom's current power wasn't strong enough to directly affect it on a spiritual level. Helpless, Phantom turned to look at Chen Yuan, gesturing with its tail towards the slime and shaking its head as if to say, "This thing doesn't fall for it. Using Confuse on it is like playing music to a cow." Chen Yuan understood Phantom's message and couldn't help but chuckle. People often say to use your brain to avoid being tricked, but this slime had no brain to begin with, which somehow turned into an advantage. While Chen Yuan was silently amused, Zhang Hao was puzzled. Why wasn't Chen Yuan attacking? Could it be that he was giving him a chance to shine out of their friendship? With that thought, Zhang Hao decided to seize the opportunity and commanded his slime to launch an attack. The slime, like a springy jelly, leaped toward Phantom, releasing a spray of concentrated acid. Phantom, seeing the attack, immediately sprang into action. Since illusions were ineffective, it switched to physical combat. It skillfully maneuvered in a serpentine motion, gracefully dodging the acid, and in an instant, closed the distance to the slime. With a swift and precise tail whip, Phantom struck the slime, sending it flying like a soccer ball. Before the slime could hit the ground, Phantom launched into an aerial pursuit, spinning and delivering a second tail whip midair. The move was executed so flawlessly that the slime, now spinning like a top, was sent flying out of the arena. Despite the seemingly ferocious strikes, Phantom cleverly utilized the slime's elastic properties and its natural resistance to physical attacks, ensuring no real harm was done. After the final blow, Phantom landed gracefully back in the arena and slowly slithered toward Chen Yuan. Whether it was feeling dizzy from its own spinning or just playing it cool, only Phantom would know. An incredible performance by Chen Yuan's pet beast. "What an impressive combo," the announcer exclaimed. With the battle over, Chen Yuan turned and left the arena. Zhang Hao, meanwhile, picked up his defeated slime and carefully inspected it. Once he confirmed it was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief and headed toward the resting area. By the time he arrived, Chen Yuan was already there with his eyes closed, meditating. Phantom lay curled up at his feet, resting and waiting patiently for the third round of battles to begin. Chen Yuan leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes for a brief rest. Before he knew it, he had fallen into a deep sleep. Lately, the rigorous training of his pet beast and the production of energy cubes had drained much of his energy, leaving him fatigued without realizing it. In a half-dreaming state, he vaguely heard someone calling, "Chen Yuan, wake up! It's your turn." He slowly opened his eyes and saw his friends standing in front of him. One of them pointed at the screen and said, Chen Yuan, it's your turn. Oh, Chen Yuan responded with a nod, followed by a big yawn. He stood up and gently nudged the creature lying by his feet with his foot. Phantom, let's go. The startled phantom lifted its head and looked around warily. Upon spotting Chen Yuan, it quickly came to its senses and let out a soft hiss. Clearly, it had also dozed off alongside its master. As Chen Yuan walked toward the arena, his friends couldn't help but marvel at how relaxed he seemed. In fact, not long after Chen Yuan had fallen asleep, Huang Yao, another contender with a Tier 3 pet beast, had already competed in the second round. The group had considered waking Chen Yuan to watch the match, but Xie Tu stopped them, suggesting that Chen Yuan could review the match footage later and should rest for now. Once Chen Yuan stepped onto the arena, he exchanged a few brief words with his opponent at the center before both returned to their respective Beastmaster positions. Phantom, Chen Yuan called, and the snake-like creature crawled forward a few steps. His opponent also released their pet beast onto the field. When the opponent saw that Chen Yuan had chosen Phantom instead of Xiao Ling, a hint of relief flashed across their face. They even allowed themselves a small fantasy. If they could defeat Chen Yuan's snake, perhaps they could save some face despite losing overall. It wasn't an ambitious thought, but since they were already out of the running for advancement, they simply hoped to leave a good impression on the school, which might lead to more opportunities for training. However, reality has a way of shattering expectations. Just as the opponent was lost in their hopeful daydream, Phantom's eyes gleamed with a sudden, eerie light. In an instant, the opponent's pet beast let out a furious roar and bolted uncontrollably toward the edge of the arena. The opponent didn't even have time to issue a command or stop their beast. What little dignity they had hoped to salvage was dashed in an instant, leaving them the object of ridicule instead of admiration. Under the illusionary influence of the phantom skill, the opponent's beast voluntarily stepped off the stage, leaving the beast tamer momentarily stunned. Looking around in confusion, he searched for his massive pet. The referee cast him a glance and said flatly, "Please send out your second beast. If you don't have one, please step down." Although the opponent was a second-tier beast tamer, he hadn't contracted another beast yet. Left with no choice, he withdrew in defeat and trudged back to the rest area. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan calmly stepped down from the arena and returned to his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Unlike this morning, he didn't request to leave this time. The clock had already struck 4 in the afternoon, and heading to the secret realm for training now would leave insufficient time. Rather than rushing back and forth, it was better to rest on site. As expected, today's competition completed the first 3 rounds. The original 192 contestants had been whittled down to just 24 after intense battles. If all went smoothly, the preliminary round would conclude by tomorrow morning. As night fell, Chen Yuan returned home and pulled out his keys to unlock the door. The moment he stepped inside, he froze. His entire family was unexpectedly gathered in the living room. Not only were his parents there, but even Grandpa Chen and Grandma Chun had come. They seemed to be chatting about something, with a smile lingering on his mother's face. "All right, let's leave it at that for now. Your mom and I should get going," Grandpa Chen said as he and Grandma Chun rose to leave. "Mom, Dad, why don't you stay a bit longer? Dinner's almost ready," Chen's mother tried to persuade them. "No, it's getting late," Grandpa Chen politely declined. As he turned to leave, he came face-to-face with Chen Yuan at the door. "Grandpa, Grandma," before Chen Yuan could finish his greeting, Grandpa Chen patted him on the shoulder. "You did great today. This old man finally has something to brag about to my friends," Grandpa Chen said, beaming with pride. It was the first time Chen Yuan had seen his grandfather smile so brightly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the elderly couple left. Chen Yuan changed into his slippers and walked inside. His mother busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner, while his father was engrossed in typing on his phone, a slight smile on his lips hinting at his good mood. Meanwhile, someone still working overtime in the secret realm was fuming, silently vowing to cut their kids' allowance at least until they showed some promise. After dinner, Chen Yuan returned to his room and sat at his desk to organize his finances. His savings had shrunk from over 6 million to just over 5 million, primarily due to Jin Shanshan's training expenses. Additionally, with Xiao Ling advancing to Tier 3, its appetite had significantly increased, causing a spike in the consumption of Tier 2 energy cubes. After some thought, Chen Yuan decided to start developing Tier 3 energy cubes and planned to visit the secret realm after tomorrow's competition to purchase Tier 3 tree fruits. Tonight, Chen Yuan decided to relax a bit. He pulled out his phone and started gaming. After all, balancing work and rest was important too. The next day's competition was underway, and the commentator's voice was brimming with excitement. Once again, Chen Yuan's Phantom Serpent has used its confusion skill. Can it replicate yesterday's incredible performance? Let's wait and see. This time, however, his opponent was more vigilant and managed to snap their horned rabbit out of its trance using verbal commands. In response, Chen Yuan's strategy was straightforward. Phantom, rush forward and use confusion again at close range, then finish it with a tail strike. Phantom executed the command swiftly. Facing the horned rabbit's wind blade attack, it easily evaded with serpentine movements. The moment the rabbit made eye contact with Phantom, it fell into a daze. Before it could recover, it was sent flying out of the arena with a powerful tail swipe. Although the opponent still had a second beast, this Tier 1 creature was utterly defenseless against Phantom's confusion skill. A single glance was enough to render it incapacitated. In arena battles, Phantom's confusion was practically a trump card, misleading opponents into stepping out of bounds to secure victory, just as it had done against the six-legged jumping spider in an earlier match. With the conclusion of the fourth round's 12 matches, another 12 contestants were eliminated. From Chen Yuan's class, only he, class president Liu Yuan, and Sun Wu and Zhao Li managed to survive, much to the surprise of their homeroom teacher, Xie Tuesday. He couldn't help but marvel at the miraculous luck of these rookies. They had somehow managed to face only Tier 1 opponents in all 4 rounds. But their luck was about to run out. In the 5th round, they would inevitably face tougher opponents, as the remaining contestants were all Tier 2 or higher. Many were secretly hoping to be matched against these 3, as it would guarantee an easy win and a ticket to the next round. The 6th round of the competition began as scheduled, with all 3 remaining contestants from Class 3 being eliminated as expected. However, the much-anticipated showdown between Chen Yuan and Huang Yao did not occur in this round. The audience didn't have to wait long, though the real highlight came in the 7th round, when the draw revealed both Chen Yuan's and Huang Yao's portraits on the big screen. The crowd erupted into cheers, but the 2 protagonists remained remarkably composed. They walked slowly toward the center of the arena, where Huang Yao was the first to break the silence. Chen Yuan, right? I didn't expect someone from a small town to make it this far. Your little spirit beast has only shown up once, but I've watched that recording countless times. Chen Yuan put on a serious expression and replied, likewise, I've watched your recordings many times too. Huang Yao smiled with satisfaction, completely unaware that Chen Yuan hadn't seen a single one of his matches. In fact, had been napping during the live competitions. As the referee's whistle blew, Huang Yao summoned his pet beast, the Terraclaw beast. This was an earth elemental, feral-type creature of dragon bloodline descent, boasting terrifying claws and a faint trace of dragon ancestry. Its aura radiated at an impressive LV-24. Chen Yuan studied the Terraclaw beast's stats carefully, lost in thought. This type of pet beast was incredibly dangerous in direct combat. The best options were either sending out the defensive powerhouse Jin Shanshan or having Xiao Ling use plant summoning for a ranged attack. However, the latter would reveal too much of his strategy. Meanwhile, the audience had varied reactions. Class 3 students and their homeroom teacher, Xie Tu, speculated whether Chen Yuan would send out the golden ant, while Wang Zhe and Xiang Meng eagerly anticipated seeing Xiao Ling's full capabilities. After careful consideration, Chen Yuan decided to send out Jin Shanshan. A dazzling golden ant appeared on the battlefield, its Tier 3 aura sweeping across the arena. The sight left the audience in shock, and the other competitors in despair. A contestant possessing not 1 but 2 Tier 3 pet beasts, including the evolved form of the legendary golden ant, was unheard of. Even Chen Yuan's grandfather, who was watching from the corner, was stunned. While he had suspected from Xiao Ling's aura that his grandson might have contracted a second pet beast, he never imagined it would be the formidable radiant gold ant. The battle began in earnest as Huang Yao immediately commanded, Terraclaw beast, used giant claw strike. The beast roared and charged at Jin Shanshan. Chen Yuan, however, remained calm and instructed, Jin Shanshan, harden, then counterattack. Jin Shanshan's entire body shimmered with a metallic sheen. The Terraclaw beast's claws raked across its surface, producing a sharp metallic clang. In the next instant, Jin Shanshan's spiral-shaped forelimbs launched a powerful strike, sending the Terraclaw beast flying across the arena. It skidded to a halt only after sliding a great distance. The audience collectively gasped in disbelief, especially those who had previously fallen to Huang Yao. The same Terraclaw beast that had once obliterated them in seconds was now sent flying with a single blow. The claw beast staggered to its feet after being struck by the powerful blow from Jin Shanshan, only to collapse again under the weight of its injuries. Intense pain radiated from the impact site, leaving the ferocious beast unable to maintain its stance. Huang Yao's face darkened in disbelief. His mainstay, the claw beast, had been overpowered in the very first exchange. Claw beast, ground spikes. Huang Yao commanded urgently. The claw beast's body glowed faintly as the ground beneath Jin Shanshan split open, a sharp earthen spike erupting towards its position. However, Jin Shanshan, having anticipated the move, sidestepped with ease, leaving the spike to strike nothing but air. Huang Yao's heart sank. His opponent's defense, offense, reflexes, and combat instincts far exceeded his expectations. The swift counterattack to the claw beast's strike and the effortless evasion of the ground spike revealed Jin Shanshan's extraordinary prowess. Claw beast, multiple ground spikes. Trap its movements. Unwilling to concede, Huang Yao launched a final desperate gambit. The claw beast forced itself upright and stomped the ground heavily. In an instant, a dozen sharp spikes shot up from the earth, attempting to pin Jin Shanshan in place. A few spikes grazed Jin Shanshan's gleaming exterior, leaving faint traces of dust on its polished surface. Seeing Jin Shanshan momentarily surrounded, a glimmer of hope flashed in Huang Yao's eyes. Claw beast, giant claw strike. Chen Yuan, however, shook his head with a faint smile and murmured to Jin Shanshan, "Let's finish this." Understanding the cue, Jin Shanshan swung its forelimb, shattering the stone spikes in its path. Amid the scattering debris, its gaze met the claw beast's. As the claw beast charged forward with its razor-sharp claws, Jin Shanshan raised its spiral lance-like forelimb to counter. Clang! The deafening clash of metal echoed through the battlefield. Even Jin Shanshan, with its immense strength, was forced back several steps, leaving deep gouges in the ground. The claw beast, however, was sent flying once more, its entire forearm rendered numb from the impact. Seizing the momentum, Jin Shanshan pressed the attack, leaving the claw beast scrambling to evade. Chen Yuan could see the outcome was inevitable, and Huang Yao knew it too. As the claw beast's beastmaster, he could feel his companion's growing reluctance to fight, while Jin Shanshan hadn't even unleashed any special abilities. "I concede." Huang Yao let out a long sigh, raising his hand in resignation. The referee's whistle blew, declaring Chen Yuan the victor and cementing his place as the regional qualifier champion. The crowd erupted in applause, and viewers in the livestream chat were equally awestruck by Chen Yuan's dominance. However, Jin Shanshan's performance did not go unnoticed by everyone. In a dimly lit rental apartment, a bald man suddenly shouted, "Boss, you need to see this." Before he could finish, a scar-faced man behind him slapped him across the head. "Why are you bothering the boss? He's already stressed out enough over last month's mess." The bald man, indignant, tried to argue but received another slap for his trouble. The scarred man rubbed his hands together smugly. "Man, slapping that bald head feels surprisingly satisfying, Dongduong." The bald man, now furious, snapped, "I told you it's important. Try hitting me one more time. I dare you." Seeing the fiery glint in the bald man's eyes, the scar-faced man wisely backed off. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from deeper within the apartment. A man with a dark, brooding expression stepped out, barking, "What's all this noise about? Why are you arguing?" If Chen Yuan were present, he would instantly recognize this man as none other than the infamous decayed, whose cunning and skill he had once begrudgingly acknowledged. He was indeed the illiterate egg thief who had gifted Chen Yuan a dazzling golden egg. At this moment, Miaoshe was a shadow of his former self. Compared to a month ago, the once serious and meticulous figure had completely vanished, replaced by a hollow-eyed, alcohol-soaked wreck of a man. The name Miaoshe was actually a code name he had chosen for himself. When picking this moniker, he had put in considerable thought, hoping it would hint at his skill in stealing eggs with sleight of hand, leaving no trace. Every time he mentioned this self-proclaimed cultured alias, he couldn't help but feel a smug sense of pride. When Miaoshe appeared, Baldy and Scarface immediately fell silent. Baldy eagerly raised his phone, pointing at the screen. "Boss, look at this." On the screen was a scene from a tournament arena, where two competitors were putting away their pet beasts and preparing to leave. Miaoshe stared at the screen in confusion, unable to grasp what Baldy was trying to convey. Noticing his boss's perplexed expression, Baldy glanced at the phone, then suddenly turned and delivered a resounding slap to Scarface. Smack! Hiss! Miaoshe wasn't fazed by the scene. He was well aware that Baldy always had his reasons for his actions. "Speak. What's going on that's got you two causing a ruckus?" "Boss, this is from the Anning Town tournament," Baldy exclaimed. At the mention of Anning Town, Miashe's heart skipped a beat. That place held too many painful memories. The painstakingly stolen 6th-tier queen ant egg had only fetched a few million, which wasn't even enough to cover funeral expenses for his fallen brothers, let alone recoup his own savings. It explained his current state of despair and why Baldy and Scarface still stuck by him, at least as their leader. He had always prioritized taking care of his brothers, even in death. As Miaoshe sank into his memories, Baldy pointed to Chen Yuan on the screen and asked, "Boss, do you remember this guy?" Miaoshe shook his head. To him, Chen Yuan was as good as dead, not worth remembering. "I thought this kid looked familiar from the start. When I stumbled across this match, I paid closer attention," Baldy explained as he opened his phone gallery and pulled up a screenshot he had prepared. The image showed a massive golden ant, causing Miashe's eyes to widen. "And this kid seems loaded too. He's hired quite a few people to cheer for him," Baldy added, showing another photo. In the picture, a crowd was enthusiastically supporting Chen Yuan, with custom banners for Wang Zhe and Xiang Meng standing out prominently. In an instant, Miaoshe understood Baldy's intent. The two exchanged a knowing look, with anticipation gleaming in Baldy's eyes. "Let's go. We're heading back to Anning Town," Miaoshe declared with resolute determination. Chen Yuan strolled along the path home, his fingers gently brushing over the gold medal he had just won in the preliminary competition. After a moment, he slipped it into his pocket. Securing this victory had been relatively easy after defeating Huang Yao. The remaining opponents were all at the second rank. With just Phantom's abilities, he effortlessly dealt with them all, leaving Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan without the need to step in. There were still 8 full days until the finals on the 20th. Chen Yuan decided to make the most of this downtime to further enhance the strength of his contracted beasts. He deliberately took a detour to the secret realm fortress to stock up on supplies. This time, he didn't bother concealing Jin Shanshan's presence and instead had it act as his porter. Jin Shanshan was laden with various goods, including third-tier fruits and a large quantity of third-tier herbs. Chen Yuan planned to replenish his potion reserves. Of course, this substantial purchase took a significant toll on his savings. When he arrived home, the house was unusually quiet. His mother had mentioned earlier that she was heading out to a gathering. Chen Yuan grabbed a quick meal of bread for lunch before diving into the task of crafting third-tier energy cubes. These new cubes were intended for Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan, while the remaining second-tier cubes would all be reserved for Phantom. Though it was his first time crafting third-tier energy cubes, the process was largely similar to before. Chen Yuan worked skillfully, though when it came to infusing the beast taming energy at the final step, he once again experienced a wave of intense dizziness. He managed to complete 4 batches, producing about 40 cubes, but was left so drained that he had to lie down and rest. It wasn't until dinner time that his mother's call woke him up. At the dining table, his mother was all smiles, clearly in a fantastic mood. It turned out that during her gathering with friends, while others were lamenting about their children, the mention of Chen Yuan brought looks of envy all around, filling her with pride. "Since I'm in such a good mood today, your allowance will double next month," she suddenly announced. This left Chen Yuan deep in though they couldn't recall ever receiving an allowance. Even his initial startup funds had come from years of saving the annual 10,000 yuan he received from his grandparents during Chinese New Year. Noticing his expression, his mother seemed to remember this as well and quickly changed the subject. "What does the medal look like? Let me see it." Chen Yuan pulled the gold medal from his pocket. His mother's eyes lit up. "We'll keep this medal for now. You keep pushing yourself these next few days and aim for the championship in the finals." Chen Yuan didn't mind handing over the medal. His focus had always been on one thing: obtaining the evolution item, the heart of nature. For Shaoling, prelim gold medals and final trophies were nothing more than fleeting accolades to him. Meanwhile, at a tea house near the secret realm fortress, members of the Master Thieves team had been staking out for hours, nursing cups of the cheapest tea on the menu. Their eyes scanned every person entering or exiting the fortress, searching for the mysterious individual who had not only acquired the golden egg but also successfully hatched a golden ant. The tea house owner, clearly annoyed by their presence, glared at them with disdain. If not for the potential damage to the establishment's reputation, he would have kicked them out long ago. Currently, the clues are limited. The target is a local participant in the regional selection competition, has visited the secret realm in Anning Town, and goes by the name Chen Yuan. Miaoshou and his team chose to stake out at a nearby tea house rather than the entrance of the secret realm fortress for a simple reason: they are on the blacklist. Having caused trouble in the secret realm before, they dare not approach it recklessly. If discovered, the realm's guards could rush out at any moment to subdue them. Although Miaoshou's companion beast can grant him short-term invisibility to sneak into the secret realm, this strategy can only be used after locking onto their target. After all, the invisibility only lasts a few minutes. For now, they can only lay low and wait for the right opportunity. As the evening approached, Baldy turned to Miaoshou. "Boss, maybe we should call it a day and come back tomorrow?" Miaoshou sighed in resignation. Waiting any longer seemed pointless after all. The target was unlikely to visit the secret realm late at night. With a wave of his hand, he said, "All right, let's head back to the inn. That kid is bound to show up at the secret realm sooner or later. We'll keep watching tomorrow." For some reason, Baldy felt a sense of foreboding after hearing those words. The next morning, Chen Yuan woke up early. After finishing breakfast, he immediately focused on crafting Tier 3 potions. His entire morning's effort culminated in a system-rated top-quality Tier 3 recovery potion. Without pausing, he moved on to crafting other potions. By the end of a full day of meticulous work, Chen Yuan successfully produced 4 top-quality Tier 3 potions: recovery potion, strength potion, speed potion, and an unused yet always prepared burst potion, because being prepared for emergencies is never a bad idea. As for the lower quality potions, including leftover top-quality Tier 2 potions, he planned to deal with them during his visit to the secret realm the next day. Meanwhile, the egg thief team at the tea house had grown numb. After an entire day of waiting, all they'd gained were countless annoyed glares from the tea house owner. Gritting his teeth, Miaoshou waved his hand. "Let's go back to the inn. Tomorrow, we'll keep watching." Hearing this alto familiar line, Baldy was on the verge of tears. "Boss, I'm begging you, please stop jinxing us." Early in the morning, after having breakfast, Qin Yuan slung his backpack filled with potions over his shoulder and headed toward the secret realm fortress. At that time, the 3 members of the Egg Thieves group were already waiting outside a tea house near the fortress. The sky was still dark, and the tea house hadn't opened yet, so the 3 of them could only stand outside and wait. An hour later, the sound of the tea house door opening finally broke the silence. The 3, who had been leaning against the wall, perked up. Just as Miaosho and Scar were about to enter the tea house, Baldy suddenly noticed a backpacker heading toward the fortress. He quickly pulled out his phone, carefully compared the photo, and confirmed that the man was indeed their target. Qin Yuan. Baldy gestured for silence and signaled his 2 companions to come over. Miaosho and Scar immediately understood, their eyes locking onto Qin Yuan as he entered the fortress. Exchanging a knowing glance, the 3 sprang into action. Once inside the fortress, Qin Yuan headed straight to Lu Tao's office. Lu Tao, who had been dozing off, perked up the moment he heard that Qin Yuan had come to visit. He complained to the staff member who had informed him, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that the master was here?" This made the staff member inwardly grumble. Ever since Secretary Lu started working under Deputy Commander Zhang Heng, his personality has completely changed. When they met, Qin Yuan wasted no time and took out the newly crafted Tier 3 potions, along with some remaining Tier 2 potions. Lu Tao's eyes lit up at the sight of these rare potions, and without hesitation, he completed the transfer. This transaction pushed Qin Yuan's account balance back above 10 million. After finishing the deal, Qin Yuan stopped by the fortress food store to buy some ready-to-eat meals for lunch before entering the secret realm. Once his supplies were packed, he walked toward the mirror gate. The guards nodded in acknowledgement as he passed by. Meanwhile, the 3 egg thieves carefully infiltrated the fortress, using their pet beast's concealment ability. Suddenly, one of the guards remarked, "Something feels off." Another guard replied, "Really? I don't feel anything. Maybe you didn't sleep well last night?" This brief exchange made the 3 thieves break out in a cold sweat, nearly abandoning their plan. They couldn't help but recall how, after stealing the golden egg last time, one of their members had been exposed and caught. Their once 10-20 strong team was now reduced to just the 3 of them, leaving them with a sense of melancholy. In the end, they seized the opportunity to slip through the mirror gate by blending in with others entering it. They used the gate's natural ripples to conceal their movements. The moment they entered the secret realm, Miaosho and his team finally let out a sigh of relief. However, they were well aware that now was not the time to relax. The area near the mirror gate was heavily guarded, primarily by members of the rescue team. These seasoned rescuers, who had seen countless battles, were all highly skilled. At the moment, most of them were sitting with their eyes closed, conserving their energy for the next arduous rescue mission. After silently moving away from the guard area, the 3 of them suddenly realized a troubling issue. Qin Yuan was missing. Scarface and Baldy instinctively turned to look at their leader, Miaosho, only to be met with 2 sharp flicks to their foreheads. "What are you looking at me for?" Miaosho said irritably, waving his hand in a circle. "Go look for him. It's just a beginner-level secret realm. It can't be that big." Scarface and Baldy exchanged helpless glances, utterly speechless. Easy for him to say beginner-level secret realms could be as vast as an entire province. Searching for one person in such an expansive area was like finding a needle in a haystack. Miaosho, of course, understood the enormity of the task, but they had no other choice. He couldn't risk asking the guards near the mirror gate about Qin Yuan's whereabouts. Doing so might expose their identities and arouse suspicion. In hindsight, this decision inadvertently saved them. As a prominent figure in the Worm Forest secret realm, Qin Yuan was highly respected and adored by the rescue team members. If anyone discovered that someone was plotting against their revered master, survival would be out of the question. After a brief discussion, the 3 decided to split into 2 teams to search for Qin Yuan. The division was far from random. They had carefully analyzed Qin Yuan's abilities displayed during competitions and reached a daunting conclusion. The 3rd-tier Scarface and Baldy would likely be overpowered if they encountered Qin Yuan alone. Only the 4th-tier Miaosho had a chance of suppressing him. After reaching the boundary between the territories of 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier spirit beasts, Qin Yuan didn't pause for a moment and continued moving forward. He turned to Xiaoling, seeking information about the situation ahead with a glance. Xiaoling gave a slight nod, signaling that within a few hundred meters, there were no enemies stronger than her or Jin Shanshan. As a 3rd-tier spirit beast, Xiaoling's forest sensing ability had greatly improved, far surpassing the mere 100-meter range she had during her 2nd-tier days. The moment they stepped into the 3rd-tier spirit beast's territory, Qin Yuan and his companions felt a surge of energy. Qin Yuan noticed the air was particularly refreshing, filling him with comfort, while Xiaoling, Jin Shanshan, and Phantom sensed the dense energy lingering in the atmosphere. Although this energy was far less potent than energy cubes otherwise, 2nd-tier energy cubes wouldn't have attracted 3rd-tier Gale Wolves to fight over them. It was clear that training here over time would significantly accelerate their strength growth. Their arrival immediately caught the attention of the nearby wild 3rd-tier spirit beasts. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Jin Shanshan, some of the beasts wisely averted their gaze. However, a few overly confident ones scrutinized them with predatory eyes, harboring ambitions to hunt the newcomers and boost their own power, hoping to break through to the fourth tier and venture deeper into the inner circle. Chen Yuan was fully aware of the hostile gazes directed at them. Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan instinctively moved closer to him, remaining vigilant against any potential ambushes. Phantom, meanwhile, lay at Chen Yuan's feet. Though it also sensed the hostility, it trusted its two powerful companions completely and relaxed, playing the role of an idle bystander. It didn't take long before a dual-bladed mantis could no longer restrain itself and lunged at Chen Yuan. Recognizing it as a spirit beast he had seen before at Wangzhe's place, Chen Yuan was about to warn his team about its innate ability to increase its attack power as battles dragged on. However, Jin Shanshan had already stepped forward to confront it. The dual-bladed mantis swung its scythe-like forelimbs at Jin Shanshan, who calmly raised its spiral-shaped forelimb to meet the attack. A loud clang echoed as metal clashed against metal, resembling a duel between ancient warriors. The dual-bladed mantis felt a powerful shock reverberate through its body, leaving its entire limb numb. Before it could retreat and regroup, Jin Shanshan suddenly exerted force, sending the mantis flying. With a thunderous crash, the dual-bladed mantis slammed into a large tree, letting out a pained screech. It struggled to suppress the pain and stand up, only to find Jin Shanshan already closing in for another strike. The next blow landed squarely, and cracks spread across the mantis carapace. The watching spirit beasts around them grew visibly tense, realizing that these newcomers were not to be trifled with. Jin Shanshan didn't give the opponent any chance to recover. Its forelimb began to glow faintly, preparing to deliver a decisive, lethal strike. In an instant, the entire body of the dual-bladed mantis was engulfed in an aura of death. Its golden, gleaming forelimbs shot out like lightning, piercing precisely through its skull and pinning it to the tree trunk behind. This fatal strike ended the dual-bladed mantis life on the spot. As the mantis collapsed, the menacing gazes lurking in the shadows vanished without a trace. This perfectly illustrated the iron rule of nature. The strong intimidate the weak. After all, only the reckless would dare to challenge Hedon. At that moment, Xiao Ling, standing beside Chen Yuan, suddenly frowned. She had keenly sensed a strange and eerie presence approaching, its aura flickering in and out like a ghost, elusive and hard to pinpoint. Feeling it was necessary to warn Chen Yuan, she let out a soft chirp to grab his attention. Then, she began gesturing energetically, signaling that something unusual was closing in. Chen Yuan caught Xiao Ling's warning and furrowed his brows slightly. After a brief moment of thought, he made a decision. Let's go. We'll leave here first and figure it out later. To him, strange often equated to unknown, and the unknown frequently carried danger. The trio had no objections and nodded in agreement. Just as they were preparing to retreat, Xiao Ling noticed the eerie presence had stopped moving. However, since Chen Yuan had already issued the order, she chose not to say more. In reality, the source of this eerie presence was none other than the leader of the egg thieves, Miao Shou. At that moment, he was utilizing the stealth skill of his pet beast, which explained why Xiao Ling found the aura so peculiar. As for why he suddenly stopped, it was because the walkie-talkie in his pocket had gone off. Any updates, boss? No sign of that guy from this direction, came a subordinate's report through the device. Got it, Miao Shou replied curtly. While Miao Shou was briefly occupied with the communication, Chen Yuan and his group had already quietly relocated. This caused Miao Shou to miss a chance to encounter them. If he were to realize what had just happened, he would likely be so furious he'd cough up blood. Shortly after Chen Yuan and the egg thief entered the secret realm, a peculiar visitor appeared at the gate of the secret realm fortress in Anning Town. It was a man wearing glasses and holding a camera. His demeanor was refined, and his movements were composed and graceful. He lingered at the fortress entrance for a while, carefully observing the grand structure, before slowly making his way toward the entrance. The guards quickly stopped the stranger. Upon noticing the professional-grade camera in his hands, they immediately recognized him as a secret realm photographer, one of those who make a living by capturing stunning images of secret realms from across the land. Please present your Beastmaster license, one of the guards said in a businesslike tone. The man, well prepared, smiled and handed over his credentials. Of course, he replied. The guard inspected the document carefully. The name read Su Zhang, a mid-level Beastmaster. This rank prompted the guard to take a second, more thoughtful look. I'm a secret realm photographer, Su Zhang explained proactively. I heard that the Anning Town secret realm has unique scenery. I'd like to capture some images, and maybe even surpass the works of those who came before me. The guard nodded in understanding. After returning the credentials, he offered a word of caution. You may enter, but since it's your first time here, I recommend staying away from the inner ring for now. Get familiar with the surroundings first. The warning stemmed from the guards' concern about Su Zheng's mid-level beastmaster status, didn't want the man venturing too deep and potentially creating extra work for the rescue team. Thank you for the advice, Su Zheng said with a smile, raising his camera. I'm just here to take photos. I won't go anywhere dangerous. If this camera gets damaged, it'd be a real loss. The guard nodded in agreement. Indeed, a photographer had no reason to take unnecessary risks. Once inside the forest of insects' secret realm, Su Zheng seemed entirely absorbed in the atmosphere. He closed his eyes, spread his arms, and wore a contented smile, as if savoring the moment. Onlookers, noticing his camera, simply assumed he was just another ordinary secret realm photographer. Maintaining his professional demeanor, Su Zheng wandered around, scouting for scenic spots and taking pictures. However, the moment he was out of sight, his expression changed drastically. The calm, gentle smile vanished, replaced by wide, intense eyes and a sinister grin. He tucked away his camera and pulled out a red cord hidden beneath his clothing, revealing a small vial. Inside the vial was a dark, viscous substance that writhed as though it were alive. Ah, the divine blessing, Su Zheng murmured, gazing at the contents of the vial with a fanatical intensity. Just wait a little longer. Soon, we'll find the perfect host for you. He carefully tucked the vial away and strode purposefully toward the inner ring. The truth was, Su Zheng was no mere photographer, was a devout follower of the Doomsday Church. His mission had been assigned by Ghost Lady, the regional priestess overseeing operations in Fuan province. At this very moment, countless other Doomsday cultists like him were infiltrating secret realms across the province, each carrying a portion of the so-called divine blessing. The conspiracy targeting Fuan province was spreading silently, like a spider weaving its web in the shadows. Once the time was ripe, destruction would descend upon the province like a raging storm, leaving all the secret realms devastated by an unprecedented impact. At this moment, no one but the members of the Doomsday Church had any inkling of the impending catastrophe. As Su Zheng began to take action, Chen Yuan furrowed his brows tightly. Xiao Ling issued another alert. The eerie presence was closing in on them once again. This was already the 10th, maybe 20th time. The constant disturbances were wearing on Chen Yuan's patience. He couldn't help but wonder if some bored individual or restless beast was deliberately approaching them. In truth, Chen Yuan's speculation wasn't entirely off the mark. The source of this presence was none other than the leader of the egg thieves, known as Miao Shou. He had been tailing Chen Yuan, drawn by the commotion caused during battles, especially the deafening booms from Jin Shanshan's fights. Unable to pinpoint Chen Yuan's exact location, Miao Shou resorted to this clumsy method of tracking. Little did Miao Shou know, the person he had been relentlessly pursuing was, in fact, Chen Yuan himself. He wasn't solely fixated on Chen Yuan's movements. Other sounds in the vicinity often caught his attention. If he had focused entirely on following Chen Yuan, with the speed of a fourth-tier powerhouse, he would have caught up with his target long ago. After receiving yet another alert from Xiao Ling, Chen Yuan sighed in exasperation. Let's move to a new spot, he said. The three little companions voiced no objections after all. Chen Yuan was their master, and his word was law. With that, Chen Yuan led his trio to yet another location. Meanwhile, Miao Shou continued to trail behind, chasing after the echoes of battles and scouring the area in search of the elusive, rich tycoon of legend. And so, the two of them unwittingly played out a comical game of cat and mouse in this absurdly amusing scenario. How's it looking on your end? A voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Boss, still no sign of that kid over here. All right, got it. Miao Shou ended the call, his face darkening instantly. They had been scouring the secret realm for hours, yet there wasn't even a trace of Chen Yuan, not a single hair. His companion beast, exhausted from maintaining its invisibility skill for so long, was clearly out of energy. Left with no other choice, Miao Shou decided to temporarily halt the pursuit and let his beast rest and recover. Once Miao Shou retreated, Xiao Ling finally stopped signaling danger, and Chen Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. Finally shook off that relentless pest, he muttered under his breath. It was noon, and the sun hung high in the sky. Chen Yuan gestured for Xiao Ling, Jin Shanshan, and Phantom to come over. The three beasts immediately understood and gathered around him. Chen Yuan reached into his pouch and pulled out 2 Tier 3 energy cubes and 1 Tier 2 cube. Each beast eagerly snatched up their share without hesitation. After devouring the energy cubes, the three beasts felt reinvigorated, though the surge of energy left them a little drowsy. Jin Shanshan and Phantom sprawled lazily on the grass, while Xiao Ling perched atop Jin Shanshan's head, activating its plant animation skill to stay alert. Watching their relaxed demeanor, Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile. He took out a piece of bread he had prepared earlier, took a bite, and murmured to himself, so soft and flavorful. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a different team was still searching desperately, their beasts barely recovering by absorbing the ambient energy scattered throughout the secret realm. After finishing his bread, Chen Yuan carefully tucked the wrapper back into his bag, planning to dispose of it properly once he exited the realm. Seeing how worn out his beasts were, he decided to postpone their departure. It had been an intense period, with his companions almost constantly engaged in battles. Leaning against Jin Shanshan, he startled the golden beast for a moment before it quickly relaxed again. As he rested, Chen Yuan's thoughts drifted to the journey that had brought him here, from his bond with Xiao Ling to his contracts with Jin Shanshan and Phantom. It seemed as though every day was filled with battles or crafting potions, leaving little room to breathe. Perhaps he had been pushing himself too hard. But then, he reminded himself, now wasn't the time to rest. Not until he claimed the Beginner Beastmaster Cup Championship and secured the Heart of Nature. He resolved to take a proper break once the competition was over. Half an hour passed before the air around Chen Yuan was suddenly filled with the sound of distant explosions. Meanwhile, Miao Shou, now somewhat recovered, resumed his relentless search for Chen Yuan. As dusk approached, fate seemed to intervene. At the last possible moment, Miao Shou finally crossed paths with Chen Yuan. It wasn't strategy or skill, just sheer desperation that led him to charge toward the loudest commotion in the area, hoping for a lucky break. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon Chen Yuan, who was just about to pack up and leave. Their eyes locked, and Miao Shou erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, Chen Yuan, I finally found you. Chen Yuan stared back, baffled. He couldn't recognize the gaunt, haggard man standing before him and wondered if he'd just encountered some lunatic. Mayash's transformation was so drastic that even his own mother might have struggled to identify him. Noticing Chen Yuan's puzzled expression, Miao Shou felt slightly offended. He cut straight to the point. Do you remember the golden egg? At those words, Chen Yuan's face changed dramatically. He scrutinized Mayash's features more carefully, his mind racing to connect the dots. Under Chen Yuan's gaze, the face before him carried a faintly familiar outline. Suddenly, memories surged back like a tidal wave. So it's you. What do you want from me? Chen Yuan asked coldly. Mayash's lips curled into a sly, enigmatic smile. Oh, nothing much. My brothers and I are running a bit low on cash lately, so we thought we'd come to you for a little financial help. Before Chen Yuan could respond, he added, don't be so quick to refuse. That egg I gave you before? Its market value is at least 100 million. Hey, race the deal, give me 50 million, and we'll call it even. How about that? Such an outrageous demand made Chen Yuan laugh in anger. Unbelievable. Scamming me back then wasn't enough? And now you have the nerve to come to my door? Chen Yuan didn't reject him outright, but instead quickly began strategizing. He was well aware of Mayash's strength, had experienced it firsthand during the ant swarm chase. The man was at least a mid-tier level 4 Beastmaster, far beyond Chen Yuan's current capabilities. But it wasn't entirely hopeless. If he could have Xiaoling and Jin Shanshan simultaneously consume strength-enhancing, speed-boosting, and explosive power potions, he might stand a chance. However, Chen Yuan keenly noted Mayash's mention of my brothers, which strongly implied that he had backup, likely lying in wait nearby. After a moment of thought, Chen Yuan devised a plan. Miao Shou, on the other hand, seemed in no rush, leisurely waiting for Chen Yuan to comply. He was confident that with such a disparity in strength, Chen Yuan wouldn't dare defy him. Fine, I agree to your terms, Chen Yuan said at last. But 50 million is way too much. I'm just a 16-year-old kid. There's no way I can come up with that kind of money. He was banking on the hope that Miao Shou didn't know about his identity as a potion master, while also using this as an opportunity to lower his guard. Chen Yuan knew Mayash's background all too well. The man's wanted notice was still pinned up in the secret realm fortress. He could hardly believe Miao Shou had the audacity to show up here, extorting people in the secret realm itself. This time, Chen Yuan silently vowed to give Miao Shou an unforgettable surprise and settle the score for that despicable scam once and for all. Upon hearing that Chen Yuan had agreed, a look of delight immediately spread across Miao Shou's face. However, as he pondered it further, his brow began to furrow. A critical question surfaced in his mind: how could a mere child possibly have so much money? The entire team had been blinded by greed, completely overlooking this glaring issue. Miao Shou didn't blame himself for this oversight. Instead, he attributed it to his recent overindulgence in alcohol, which had dulled his thinking. In his eyes, Baldy and Scarface were the ones truly at fault for failing to consider such an important detail. He had already begun to lose hope in extracting a significant amount from Chen Yuan. The thought of all the time and effort he had wasted over the past few days only deepened his frustration. How much can you come up with? Miao Shou asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. A fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of coldness flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. In a calm tone, he replied, 5 million, 10 million. I can't offer any more than that. As he spoke, he made a helpless shrugging gesture. The figure caused Miao Shou's eyes to light up with excitement. He had given up hope, yet here was this kid, unexpectedly loaded with cash. Not only could they cover their initial investments, but the entire team could make a hefty profit. Deal. 10 million it is. Miaosho immediately agreed. Soon after, Baldy and Scarface arrived at the scene upon hearing the news. When they learned that their target was just a child, their hearts sank. But the moment they heard Chen Yuan was willing to pay 10 million, their faces broke into wide grins. They wasted no time showering Miaosho with praise, commending his skill and persuasion. Buoyed by their flattery, Miaosho couldn't help but feel a little smug. Watching the three of them celebrate from a distance, Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. That's it? They fell for it without even a hint of suspicion? Blinded by greed, no doubt. While he felt a twinge of guilt, as though he were taking advantage of fools, the memory of their previous despicable behavior quickly snuffed out any remorse. After a brief discussion, the three men approached Chen Yuan again. Baldy, ever cautious, issued a warning. Listen here, kid. It's set in million, and we're done with this. But don't try any funny business. Despite his stern words, Baldy didn't truly believe a 16-year-old boy could pull off any tricks. Chen Yuan responded to Baldy's warning with silence. The three men interpreted this as fear, further lowering their guard. Little did they know, Chen Yuan was already devising a surprise for them. Whether or not they'd appreciate it was none of his concern. Perched on Chen Yuan's shoulder, Xiaoling observed the entire scene quietly. She was well aware of the trio's malicious intentions, but at Chen Yuan's subtle signal, she refrained from taking any action. She could sense that their greed would soon lead them to pay a heavy price. Led by Miaosho, the group began to move. Aren't you worried he'll run off if you keep your distance? Chen Yuan suddenly asked. His interactions with them so far had convinced him they were nothing more than dim-witted thieves. The three men, finding his words reasonable, moved closer until they were about 2 meters away from him. This distance will do, Chen Yuan said. You'll be close enough to control me, but I also don't like people standing too close. The suggestion seemed acceptable to both sides. It allowed them to keep him in check while avoiding any unnecessary risks. And so, the group made their way toward the entrance of the secret realm. As the crowd around them grew, the egg thief gang activated their invisibility. This didn't surprise Chen Yuan in the slightest. Even when they turned invisible, he could still see the information of their spirit beasts. The curtain hermit was identified as a level 34 necromancer-type ghost. Although his level wasn't high enough to evolve his attributes, as a bearer of elite talents, he wielded a unique skill, aura concealment. This hidden ability allowed him to completely block the leakage of his presence when activated, though the effect would dissipate upon launching an attack. He was proficient in skills such as Death's Breath, Ghost Claw, Soul Impact, Invisibility, and Confusion, making him a master of stealth and ambush. Remarkably, he could even render others invisible along with himself. After entering stealth mode, Miaosho and his group continued to advance. At this moment, Chen Yuan noticed a subtle clue. The distance indicator for the curtain hermit showed that he was moving farther away, implying that the latter was deliberately keeping his distance. Chen Yuan merely chuckled and shook his head, thinking to himself that these seemingly clumsy individuals weren't entirely without caution. As the group approached the mirror gate, Miaosho and the others grew increasingly tense. The sight of the dense rescue team ahead filled them with dread. However, what happened next left them utterly dumbfounded. The rescue team members were waving at them. No, not at them, but at Chen Yuan. At that moment, a cold smirk appeared on Chen Yuan's face. A sudden chill crept up from the feet of the three intruders, spreading through their entire bodies, as an ominous premonition enveloped them. Chen Yuan suddenly shouted, "Attack the spot 12 meters behind me." With this command, the rescue team members' eyes sharpened instantly. Those who had already summoned their companion beasts wasted no time waiting for their allies. They immediately instructed their beasts to unleash ranged attacks. Lightning spheres, water cannons, and explosive fireballs were launched in unison, hurtling toward the three egg thieves. Panic-stricken, the trio felt their spirits leave their bodies. They couldn't comprehend how Chen Yuan had seen through their deceptive positioning, nor how he had coordinated with the rescue team. But one thing was painfully clear. They were trapped. Whether they were killed on the spot or captured alive, their fate was sealed, and no outcome would be a good one. The trio of egg thieves turned pale as a barrage of colorful attack skills came hurtling toward them. Together with their pet beast, the Veil Shrouder, they scrambled to dodge, but the explosive force was unstoppable. Skills of various elements collided midair, erupting in a blinding light. With a deafening boom, a shockwave sent the three flying, slamming them heavily onto the ground. The Veil Shrouder's invisibility was shattered by the explosion's aftermath, leaving the trio exposed under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The rescue team members' expressions darkened. What they initially thought was merely the mischief of a ghost-type pet beast turned out to be a premeditated attack targeting their master. Outrage swept through the group. It was unthinkable that someone would dare make such a move in the secret realm. "You scumbag, Chen Yuan! How dare you deceive us?" The enraged egg thieves yelled, furious at being outsmarted. Chen Yuan, however, didn't even glance back, treating their anger as insignificant. Instead, he turned to the rescue team and said sincerely, "Thank you all for your help. Master, you're too kind. Anything for you." The rescue team members responded enthusiastically. Nearby onlookers joined in the condemnation, and in an instant, the three egg thieves became the target of universal scorn. One of the rescue team captains approached Chen Yuan cautiously, asking, "Master, who are these people?" Realizing the question might be inappropriate, he quickly added, "Of course, if it's sensitive, just pretend I didn't ask." Chen Yuan replied calmly, "They're the egg thief team responsible for last month's ant swarm chaos." The atmosphere grew heavy at his words. That ant swarm incident had claimed countless lives, including the former captain of the rescue team. Many present had lost loved ones in that tragedy. Chen Yuan continued, "At the time, they threw the golden ant egg to me, hoping to use me as bait to divert the swarm." Hearing this, the crowd's fury erupted. Not only had this group caused the deaths of so many, but now they had the audacity to return and target the master. The enraged crowd surged forward, overwhelming the trio. Even the Veil Shrouder, attempting to protect its owners, was swiftly defeated by the intermediate beast tamers present. Screams of pain echoed, but no one felt a shred of sympathy for the three perpetrators. Before long, the secret realm guards arrived and escorted the battered egg thieves to an underground interrogation room. In the dimly lit chamber, Lu Tao, the interrogator, tossed his pen aside in frustration. Cutting through the formalities, he snapped, "Enough with the nonsense. Just spill it. Did you target the master? Who's backing you? What's your real objective?" By now, the trio had realized the true identity of the master everyone spoke of. Desperate, they began to plead their case. "Officer, we really just wanted to ask Chen Yuan for some money." Miao Shou defended himself as he winced in pain. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and even the slightest movement caused him unbearable agony. Lu Tao stared at him coldly, his expression filled with disdain. "Not talking, huh? Someone, come here." Before he could finish, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello?" Lu Tao answered as he pulled out his phone. "Yes, Commander Zhang." "Understood. Got it." After hanging up, a faint smirk appeared on Lu Tao's lips. "Still not talking, huh? Guards, take him to the dark room. He can come out when he decides to tell the truth." At his command, two guards marched in and dragged Miao Shou out like a lifeless dog. Miao Shou kept shouting, "Officer, I'm innocent. We really just wanted to ask Chen Yuan for a little money to spend." "Ha!" Lu Tao sneered, cutting off his pleas. "Someone like you, who caused an ant swarm riot a month ago, would keep it that simple? Just asking for money? Don't insult my intelligence. That's just your excuse." He turned to the guards and barked, "Bring his accomplices in." One by one, Lu Tao interrogated the other three suspects. Strangely enough, their answers were all the same. They claimed they just wanted to get some money from Chen Yuan. This only reinforced Lu Tao's suspicions. These guys aren't just petty criminals anymore. We need to come down hard on them. He waved his hand decisively and ordered, "Lock them all in separate dark rooms. One person per cell." But Lu Tao didn't stop there. He even brought out an egg thief who had been arrested last month for further questioning. The thief, thoroughly baffled, had no idea why he was being dragged into this again. However, as soon as he heard his old boss name mentioned, he immediately understood his boss must have caused another major incident. Why else would they be coming after him now? Facing Lu Tao's interrogation, the egg thief quickly declared, "Officer, this has nothing to do with me. If there's any issue, it's definitely that Miao Shou guy's fault." Zhang Hong listened carefully to Lu Tao's report and expressed his agreement with the verdict on the gang of egg thieves. He fully understood the weight behind what seemed like a light punishment. Those specially crafted shackles were made from materials unique to the necromantic realm, effectively sealing and blocking the ability to summon their companion beasts. Meanwhile, the seemingly ordinary dark cells concealed an even greater secret. Each cell was embedded with energy cores from fourth-tier illusion-type beasts. Once activated, these cores could plunge prisoners into endless hallucinations and nightmares. However, the more Zhang Hong thought about it, the more he felt that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. The thieves claimed they were after riches, yet they deliberately planted the egg on Chen Yuan, clearly intending to incite the ant swarm and frame him. Suddenly, it dawned on Zhang Hong that this might be the work of enemies targeting the commander's only heir. His heart sank at the thought, and he immediately ordered Lu Tao, "Go back to the underground cells and instruct the guards to increase the output intensity of the illusion cores. This matter concerns the safety of the entire realm and Fuan province. We must get them to talk as soon as possible." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lu Tao stood at attention and responded, "Yes, Commander Zhang. I'll ensure they spill everything in the shortest time possible." With that, he hurried off to carry out the order. Yet reality often defies expectations. The thieves truly were only after money and had no ulterior motives. Zhang Heng's overinterpretation led to unnecessary suffering for the prisoners. Meanwhile, the man at the center of the incident, Chen Yuan, was strolling home leisurely. Though the egg thief's actions had delayed him until nightfall, he didn't mind the slight setback. Deep within the inner ring of the insect forest realm, a doomsday cultist named Su Zhang was hunting for his target. He finally stopped at a water source, a crucial artery of the entire realm. Su Zhang pulled out a small bottle containing the divine grace and poured the black substance into the water. In a low, reverent voice, he murmured, "Go forth, O great divine grace, and bring chaos and madness to this realm." The black substance vanished the moment it touched the water, but almost instantly, strange phenomena began to unfold. Suddenly, a violent splash erupted in the water. A flood dragon leaped out from the surface, its blood-red eyes gleaming with madness. Clenched tightly in its jaws was a massive, fish-like beast. As the mysterious black substance continued to spread through the water, the entire area descended into chaos. Aquatic beasts began attacking each other as if they had lost their minds, and even the creatures that drank from the water near the shore gradually succumbed to this frenzy. This eerie and violent aura, carried by the water's flow, was slowly but steadily spreading throughout the secret realm. In the days that followed, Chen Yuan maintained his usual routine, entering the secret realm in the morning and returning to his residence by evening. During this steady period of training, his beasts made remarkable progress. Xiao Ling advanced to level 23, expanding its sensory range in the forest by nearly 30 meters. Jin Shanshan reached level 22, and the most significant improvement came from Phantom, which leapt 2 levels to reach level 15. For a second-tier beast like Phantom, training in a third-tier territory was a dream come true. Simply observing the battles between stronger creatures allowed it to grow steadily. Of course, this progress was primarily attributed to the high-quality energy cubes. The third-tier environment merely accelerated the process slightly. Chen Yuan had considered the idea of settling in the third-tier territory long-term, as just being there could lead to strength gains. However, after careful deliberation, he ultimately rejected the idea. It wasn't a bad choice per se, but the investment didn't justify the return. For an average trainer, this might be a reasonable strategy, but for Chen Yuan, the benefits of idling here all day paled in comparison to the immediate gains from consuming a single energy cube. Not to mention, staying in the area came with significantly higher risks. This trade-off was crystal clear to Chen Yuan. After all, not everyone had the luxury of accessing energy potions, nutritional elixirs, and even upgraded energy cubes as freely as he did. For most trainers, being able to train in a third-tier territory was already an extraordinary opportunity. Time quickly flew by, and it was already November 19th, the day before the competition. On this day, Chen Yuan was set to depart for the provincial capital to attend the opening ceremony scheduled for the following day. To avoid any last-minute rush, he and Xia Tu had planned this departure right after the preliminary rounds had concluded. The accommodation issue had already been taken care of. The event organizers had generously booked a massive hotel adjacent to the competition venue, providing each participant and their accompanying teachers with individual rooms, making everything incredibly convenient for the contestants. After breakfast, Chen Yuan returned to his room to start packing. He laid out everything he needed on the bed, energy cubes and various potions for his pet beasts, along with his own change of clothes. Looking at the items, he hesitated briefly over the potions and energy cubes. Better to bring extra, just in case, he thought. He added more supplies until he was confident there was enough to last through 10 days of battles in the secret realm. Once satisfied, Chen Yuan carefully packed everything into his utility backpack. Slinging the bag over his shoulder, he turned to the desk and noticed Xiao Ling intently folding paper. "Xiao Ling, stop folding. It's time for us to leave." Xiao Ling looked up, her eyes filled with reluctance as she gazed at the half-folded paper crane in her hands. She let out a soft Kayumi sound, her expression pitiful as she glanced at Chen Yuan. All right, just for a little while. But be quick." Chen Yuan sighed helplessly. "Kayumi." Xiao Ling chirped happily and went back to her newfound hobby with great enthusiasm. She had discovered her love for paper folding 2 days ago while watching videos. In fact, Xiao Ling not only enjoyed watching videos, but often joined Jin Shanshan and Phantom in doing so. Of course, they always stayed quiet when Chen Yuan was studying. While waiting, Chen Yuan pulled out his phone and began reviewing some study materials. Half an hour later, he glanced up and asked, "Xiao Ling, are you done yet?" Receiving no reply, Chen Yuan walked over to the desk and saw a small, crumpled piece of paper covered in folding marks. Despite her efforts, Xiao Ling, as a beginner, had yet to master the craft and couldn't fold the desired shape. Chen Yuan's shadow fell over the desk as he approached. Xiao Ling looked up at him, instantly understanding his expression. She let out an indignant "Kayumi" and gestured to the paper as if blaming it for not cooperating. "All right, say no more, I get it. Did you forget how to fold it for now? How about we head out first, and you can watch more videos to learn on the way?" Chen Yuan suggested gently. Xiao Ling thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. She gathered the scattered pieces of paper and flew over to Chen Yuan. Understanding her intent, Chen Yuan unzipped the side pocket of his backpack, allowing Xiao Ling to place the papers inside. After everything was packed, Xiao Ling perched on Chen Yuan's shoulder and waved her tiny hand, chirping Kayumi, with excitement, eager to set off on their journey. Chen Yuan let out a light chuckle, pushed open the bedroom door, and stepped out. The moment he exited the room, a sharp idiot broke the silence of the hallway. It was his mother's mischievous pet parrot mimicking human speech again. Chen Yuan couldn't be bothered with the noisy bird and headed straight for the living room. In the living room, his mother was comfortably curled up on the sofa, fully engrossed in a TV drama. A line from the show made Chen Yuan's lips twitch involuntarily. All you lost was a mere leg, but she lost love. He could never understand why his mother was so captivated by such melodramatic plots. Noticing Chen Yuan with his bag, his mother looked up and asked, "Heading out?" "Yeah, I arranged this with my teacher a few days ago. I need to go to the county today. The competition starts tomorrow," Chen Yuan replied. His mother nodded. "I see. Be careful out there and stay safe." "Don't worry, Mom. I know what to do," he said while changing his shoes by the door. She added another reminder. "Just making sure. Take care of yourself." "I got it. I'm off now, Mom," Chen Yuan said, opening the door. All right. Don't forget to bring home a trophy for your mother," she called out. "No problem," Chen Yuan replied as the door clicked shut behind him. Once her son had left, his mother immediately grabbed her phone, scrolled through her contacts, and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly. "Dad, Chen Yuan just left." "Yes, not too long ago." "All right, I understand, Dad." After hanging up, she settled back onto the sofa and resumed her dramatic TV series. The reason she had been so insistent about reminding Chen Yuan to stay safe today was because his father had mentioned last night that there had been some unusual activity in the secret realms across the entire Fuan province recently. However, she wasn't too worried. This time, Old Master Chen would personally accompany Chen Yuan to Fuan province's main city, Fuan City. As the old man had said, there was no way he'd miss his beloved grandson's competition. With the old master there, Chen Yuan's mother was confident that no matter what happened, everything would be under control. Chen Yuan had just reached the school gate when he was greeted by an unexpected sight. Not only was their homeroom teacher, Xie waiting there, but to his astonishment, the entire class had already gathered as well. A few of his close friends were enthusiastically waving at him, and even Lin Yu's 7-member group, who had been on leave earlier, had shown up. Zhang Hao, with a mischievous grin, pointed at Chen Yuan from a distance and teased, "Come on, don't play dumb. Don't tell me you don't know what's going on." As he spoke, he exaggeratedly winked at him. Chen Yuan looked utterly confused, having no clue what Zhang Hao was talking about. His blank expression caused the surrounding classmates to pause in surprise. "No way, you really don't know?" Zhang Hao exclaimed dramatically. Lin Miao asked cautiously, "Didn't you see the messages in the group chat last night? We all agreed to come and see you off." "Messages from last night?" Chen Yuan frowned, thinking hard. "I didn't see any notifications or red dots on the group chat this morning." Suddenly, something clicked in Chen Yuan's mind. He quickly pulled out his phone to check the class group chat. Sure enough, the messages from last night confirmed that everyone had planned to send him off. He instantly realized what had happened. Only the 3 little ones had touched his phone last night. Although his first instinct was to suspect Xiao Ling, thinking Jean Shanshan might have damaged the phone or that Phantom would struggle with the controls, it turned out that Phantom had accidentally swiped away the notification with its head. Chen Yuan side-eyed Xiao Ling perched on his shoulder and silently vowed never to let it near his phone again. Xiao Ling, sensing his gaze, tilted its head in confusion and let out a soft chirp. After putting away his phone, Chen Yuan looked at everyone apologetically. "Sorry, I was so focused on studying last night that I didn't notice the messages." His honest explanation left the group momentarily speechless, especially Zhang Hao and the other self-proclaimed underachievers, who collectively felt a pang of guilt. "Ouch, that hurts, bro." Zhang Hao groaned, clutching his chest in mock despair. Their homeroom teacher, Xie glanced at his watch and said, "Time's running short. If there's anything you want to say it now." With that, he headed off to start the car. Once the teacher left, the atmosphere immediately lightened. Zhang Hao walked over and joked, "Man, I came all the way here to see you off, and you hit me with a betrayal like that. Do you even know how piercing the teacher's glare was just now?" "But I wasn't lying," Chen Yuan said with a shrug. "I really was studying last night. It's just a habit of mine." Zhang Hao was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling like he and Chen Yuan no longer spoke the same language. The rest of the classmates quickly gathered around as well, chatting and laughing. Chen Yuan's impressive display of skill left his classmates in awe. A group of them gathered around him, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Chen Yuan, you've been hiding your abilities so well. If it weren't for this competition, who would have guessed you're this strong?" One classmate exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder. "Exactly. No wonder you're known as the sneaky one in our class. You really know how to keep a low profile," another teased with a grin. What are you all saying? Someone immediately countered. Chen Yuan being strong is a great thing. This is the perfect opportunity for him to win the championship and bring glory to our class. Isn't that awesome? Yeah, yeah, bring home the championship. Everyone chimed in enthusiastically. If I can go around saying I'm Chen Yuan's classmate, that'll definitely make me look good, one student said dreamily. What this particular student didn't realize at the time was that, in the years to come, being Chen Yuan's classmate would indeed become a source of pride and bragging rights. However, the coin had another side, would often have to endure his parents' nagging comparisons. Look at Chen Yuan, then look at yourself. Same school, same teachers, how is he so outstanding while you're just mediocre? The dreaded, why can't you be like so-and-so remarks became an ongoing frustration for him. While everyone was gathered around Chen Yuan in high spirits, the remaining 7 members of Lin Yu's team suddenly approached. The atmosphere shifted instantly, and the air grew tense. The chatter died down as a heavy silence fell over the group. Chen Yuan's original 7 teammates immediately stepped in front of him, their expressions wary as one of them asked sharply, "What do you want?" The long-standing animosity between Chen Yuan and Lin Ye's team was no secret. Their relationship was less of a rivalry and more of a mutual disdain. The sudden appearance of Lin Ye's group took everyone by surprise after all. Showing up unannounced like this felt more like an attempt to stir up trouble than anything else. The other classmates instinctively moved to stand beside Chen Yuan, their motives clear. Chen Yuan was their champion, the one who would represent them at the provincial competition. Creating drama at this moment was simply unacceptable. Seeing his classmates' support, Chen Yuan felt a wave of warmth in his heart, though he couldn't help but find the situation a bit amusing. If Lin Ye's team really wanted to cause trouble, they'd better think twice about their chances. And besides, they'd first have to deal with Xiaoling's formidable slap, wouldn't they? As the group of 7 approached, the students present immediately surrounded Chen Yuan, as if preparing to face a major threat. Their over-the-top reaction left the group of 7 both amused and exasperated. They were merely walking over. Yet they were being treated like assassins targeting some VIP. Realizing they might inadvertently provoke everyone's ire, the 7 quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand us. We're here to see Chen Yuan off, just like you." Seeing their sincerity, the crowd exchanged glances and decided to trust them. After all, given that this involved the school's honor, these people wouldn't dare to stir up trouble. Zhang Hao and the others stepped aside, allowing the 7 to approach Chen Yuan. What happened next left everyone stunned. The 7 bowed deeply, at a full 90 degrees, to Chen Yuan. Even Chen Yuan himself looked bewildered, unsure of what was happening. "Don't get the wrong idea. This is just a gesture of gratitude," one of them said as they straightened up. "We're not exactly saints, but we know how to repay kindness. If you ever need our help, just say the word." This declaration only confused the crowd further. After some detailed explanation, everyone finally understood the situation. It turned out that the group had previously been set up by Lin Yu, and it was thanks to Chen Yuan's warning that they managed to avoid disaster. The realization dawned on everyone, and they also grasped why these individuals had ended up provoking the golden armored hornets. The new leader of the group, Song Zhong, patted his chest and assured Chen Yuan, "Whatever you need, just ask. We won't even flinch." Chen Yuan forced a smile, though inwardly he couldn't help but remark on how unlucky the name Song Zhong sounded. The atmosphere lightened up once again. Some cheered Chen Yuan on, while others cracked a few jokes. Before long, a sleek silver car pulled up in front of the group, honking its horn. The moment of farewell had arrived. "Good luck. Make sure you win." Amidst the crowd's gazes and well wishes, Chen Yuan got into the car driven by teacher Xie. As they drove, Xie spoke to Chen Yuan while keeping his eyes on the road. "You'll need to get used to situations like this. With your talent and abilities, more people will follow you in the future. It's a testament to your strength and charisma. People have expectations of you because you've earned them." The car fell into a brief silence. Chen Yuan didn't respond, not because he didn't understand, but because he understood all too well. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he saw things more clearly than Xie could, and it was precisely for this reason that he preferred to avoid getting too entangled with others. Just as Chen Yuan was lost in thought, a chirpy cheep snapped him back to reality. Turning his head, he saw Xiaoling looking at him expectantly. The little creature pointed at the pocket where his phone was, and then at the side zipper of his backpack. Chen Yuan immediately realized that the little one wanted to watch videos and practice its skills. Internally, he couldn't help but grumble, "Oh, great. I haven't even settled the score with you for clearing my unread message notifications, and now you're already asking for my phone." The beast star's vast expanse far exceeds that of Earth, and naturally, the provinces of Longhua are enormous as well. After driving for most of the day, Xie finally arrived at Fuan City. As the car moved through the streets of Fuan City, it was evident that, despite the widespread use of pet beasts greatly reducing the reliance on cars, the city was still bustling with traffic. What was even more astonishing were the massive and magnificent architectural complexes throughout the city. The existence of these grand structures was largely thanks to the power of pet beasts. For instance, a pet beast like a steel dragon could easily drive kilometer-long foundation piles into the ground. Psychic-type pet beasts, on the other hand, could effortlessly manipulate construction materials to reach towering heights, making them the ultimate movers. It was this incredible power of the pet beasts that had created the thriving metropolis before their eyes. Sitting inside the car, Chen Yuan gazed intently at the architectural wonders outside the window. Xiao Ling, too, temporarily set aside Chen Yuan's phone and leaned against the window, curiously observing the cityscape. Yes, Chen Yuan had ultimately kept his promise and lent his phone to Xiao Ling. He was unwilling to go back on his word, and was confident he could intervene if Xiao Ling did anything inappropriate. While Xiao Ling was captivated by the sights outside, Chen Yuan discreetly retrieved the phone she had abandoned and slipped it back into his pocket. Xiao Ling excitedly pointed out the towering skyscrapers to Chen Yuan, as if saying, "Look how impressive these buildings are." Not long after, she returned to her seat, only to realize the phone was missing. She immediately looked up at Chen Yuan, chirping Kayumi while mimicking the shape of a phone with her tiny hands. Faced with her questioning, Chen Yuan deliberately averted his gaze, closed his eyes, and feigned ignorance. From the driver's seat, Xietu couldn't help but chuckle at the scene but fully supported Chen Yuan's actions after all. He had heard enough tutorials on folding paper cranes during the trip. After several failed attempts to reclaim the phone, Xiao Ling reluctantly gave up and picked up some paper she had brought along, resuming her folding. She was quite confident in her skills, as evidenced by the delicate miniature paper cranes adorning the wreath on her head. Turning a corner, their destination finally came into view, a massive competition arena. This was the very venue Chen Yuan had seen so many times on the official website of the Junior Beast Taming Cup. Xietu parked the car in the hotel lot near the competition site and turned to Chen Yuan, saying, "We're here. Let's get out." The two of them entered the hotel, where they were greeted by a bow from the receptionist. The luxurious interior design left both Chen Yuan and Xiao Ling dazzled. After checking in, they received room keys for 1111 and 1112. Upon finding their rooms on the 11th floor, Xietu reminded Chen Yuan, "Put your things away first. Dinner will be served in the restaurant downstairs in half an hour." Chen Yuan entered room 1111, and the opulent decor gave the impression of stepping into a villa. Xiao Ling flitted around the room, floating in midair as she eagerly explored. After setting down his backpack, Chen Yuan collapsed onto the soft bed, the plush bedding instantly enveloping him in comfort. Seeing him do so, Xiao Ling followed suit, lying down beside him with eyes gleaming as if she discovered a new world. Half an hour later, it was time for dinner. Reluctantly, Chen Yuan got out of bed. He asked Xiao Ling, "It's time to eat. Are you coming?" Xiao Ling poked her head out from under the covers, shook her head, and chirped Kayumi, motioning toward Chen Yuan's phone, indicating she wanted to stay and play with it. Ignoring her request, Chen Yuan instead thoughtfully turned on the room's large-screen TV for her. Whether she liked it or not, however, was no longer his concern. As Chen Yuan closed the door to his room, he bumped into teacher Xietu, who had just stepped out of the room next door. Their eyes met, and Xietu's face lit up with a hint of surprise. "Perfect timing. I was just about to come find you," he said with a smile. He gently closed his door and walked alongside Chen Yuan toward the elevator. When they reached the elevator, they saw the doors slowly closing. Just then, the doors reopened and it turned out that a sharp-eyed passenger inside had noticed them and pressed the button to hold the elevator. Inside stood two men. One looked mature and composed, while the other, about the same age as Chen Yuan, was the one who had pressed the button. He was clearly another contestant. Chen Yuan thanked him, and the young man responded with a friendly smile. The elevator arrived at the first-floor restaurant with a soft chime. As the doors opened, Chen Yuan was struck by the sight before him. The expansive restaurant seemed endless, with rows of neatly arranged tables and chairs surrounding a central buffet area brimming with an array of dishes. The selection was dazzling: marbled steak, spicy chicken, Buddha jumps over the wall, braised prawns, tiramisu, creamy ice cream, and oversized oysters. Next to the buffet stood a prominent sign that read, "Take what you need, avoid waste." Xietu pointed to an empty table. "The meals are buffet style for the next few days. Make sure to eat on time. Some dishes don't taste as good once they're cold. Go ahead and pick your food. I'll meet you over there in a bit." Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. Faced with the vast array of food, Chen Yuan found himself momentarily overwhelmed. After much deliberation, he finally made his choices and carried his plate to the designated table. Before long, Xietu joined him, his plate piled high with several massive oysters that immediately caught Chen Yuan's attention. Noticing Chen Yuan's gaze, Xietu shifted the topic. "That young guy in the elevator? He's a strong competitor. You'll want to keep an eye on him." Seeing Chen Yuan's puzzled expression as he poked at his food, Xietu elaborated, "I've watched all the champion matches. He's one of them. From what I know, he already has a Tier 3 beast partner. The other two haven't been revealed yet, But based on that one, his strength is no joke. Xie went on to mention a few other formidable contestants, but since Chen Yuan hadn't watched any of the competition footage, the names sounded unfamiliar. He could only nod along, pretending to listen intently. Perhaps sensing the need to lighten the mood, Xie quickly changed the subject. By the way, how about we check out the second and third floors after dinner? There's a shopping area there, and I've heard they've brought in some great stuff just for the Junior Beast Master Cup. He gave Chen Yuan a playful wink. That expression reminded Chen Yuan of classmates who would recommend study materials with a knowing look. With nothing else planned for the evening, he decided it might be worth exploring. After finishing their meal, Xie went upstairs alone, while Chen Yuan began his exploration on the second floor. The dazzling array of goods left him awestruck. Various potions were neatly arranged in transparent glass counters, rare items were meticulously displayed, and what amazed him the most were the peculiar artifacts emitting a faint glow. As a prominent shop in the provincial capital's central area, selling such artifacts was nothing out of the ordinary. Despite their name, these artifacts were not mysterious or bizarre but rather exquisitely crafted, perfectly aligning with human aesthetics. Each one was the masterpiece of skilled artisans, with their core materials being energy cores derived from beasts of the fourth tier or higher. The tier of the core determined the quality of the artifact. A fourth tier core produced a fourth tier artifact, a fifth tier core resulted in a fifth tier artifact, and so on. Creating these artifacts required more than just energy cores. Materials like origold and mithril, known for their natural energy properties, were also essential. Under the skilled hands of artifact forgers, these materials were imbued with extraordinary powers. Some enhanced the power of a beast's skills, others boosted specific attributes of the beast, and some even allowed humans to harness the strength of their beasts. By channeling the power of a beastmaster, humans could use these artifacts to access the skill attributes of their beasts. However, this depended on the type of beast the core originated from. If it came from a non-attribute beast, the artifact would be utterly useless. As Chen Yuan gazed at these treasures shimmering with a strange light, his eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. But soon, reality hit him like a cold shower. Even as one of the wealthiest among his peers, he couldn't help but feel like a pauper in the face of the exorbitant prices. A basic fourth-tier core alone was worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions, and that didn't even account for the intricately crafted finished artifacts. Those prices could only be described with one word: astronomical. Upon discovering the section dedicated to crafting cores for pet beasts, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly weaved through the various stalls, his gaze brushing over a myriad of peculiar treasures. Yet, he merely glanced at them before moving on. He had a specific goal in mind and was unwilling to squander his precious funds on other oddities. Finally, in a secluded corner, Chen Yuan found the area he had been longing for: the space relic sales section. A sign with 5 bold characters hovered in midair, instantly lifting his spirits. As soon as he stepped into this area, the staff assigned to it noticed him. One of the female attendants immediately approached him. Although Chen Yuan appeared quite young, this only made her more enthusiastic. She was well aware that the hotel had been fully booked by the organizers of the Junior Beastmaster Cup for the past few days, meaning all the guests were either contestants or their guardians. Anyone who made it to the finals was either a wealthy heir or an exceptionally skilled competitor. "Hello, how can I assist you?" the female attendant asked with a professional smile, her demeanor exuding the polish of extensive training. For Chen Yuan, this was like finding a pillow just when he needed one. "I'm looking for a fourth-tier space storage relic," he said straightforwardly, silently regretting not selling more potions earlier. The attendant was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed this young customer might be interested in something like a space-folding relic or a dimensional/artifact. After all, wealthy heirs typically had family-provided storage relics. Nonetheless, she quickly regained her composure. "Of course, we have a variety of space relics here that will surely meet your needs. Please follow me." At the counter, the attendant began her detailed introduction. "This pendant is crafted using the fourth-tier core of a geometric cube. Its internal environment is the most stable, capable of storing up to 2,200 kilograms with a volume of 3 cubic meters. However, exceeding either limit carries a small risk of loss." She then pointed to a ring. "This one is made from the fourth-tier core of an anomalous clock. While its internal stability is slightly lower, it offers a higher storage capacity up to 2,700 kilograms and 3.5 cubic meters. Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel tempted. But when he saw the price tags, 15 million for the pendant and 18 million for the ring, his excitement quickly turned to dismay. While the ring offered greater capacity, his savings barely exceeded 12 million, leaving him unable to afford either. In that moment, Chen Yuan felt 2 metaphorical streams of tears flow in his heart, one born from his yearning for these treasures, and the other from the bitter sting of financial inadequacy. Poverty, it seemed, had mercilessly extinguished his shopping aspirations. Chen Yuan walked along the hallway leading to the second-floor elevator, a unique pendant hanging around his neck. This pendant, crafted from the fourth-layer core of a geometric Rubik's Cube, was an extraordinary spatial artifact. Acquiring such a rare item wasn't easy. It was thanks to the hotel's special 20 discount promotion for the Junior Beast Taming Cup. For the hotel owner, this was a brilliant strategy, offering discounts to win the favor of these future prodigies from Fuan province, ensuring lucrative returns in the future. Originally priced at 15 million, the pendant came down to 12 million after the discount. Chen Yuan purchased it without hesitation, even though it caused his savings to dip back into the 5-digit range. He didn't mind could earn it back by crafting a few potions after the competition. But such an artifact was a once-in-a-lifetime find, something impossible to come by in a small town like Anning. In high spirits, Chen Yuan returned to his room and called out cheerfully, "Xiao Ling, I'm back." However, his pet beast, Xiao Ling, was entirely engrossed in watching a melodramatic TV show. On the screen, a character was bragging about hitting a target from 800 miles away with one shot, causing Xiao Ling to let out an excited Kaiomi. Chen Yuan sighed and turned off the TV, diverting Xiao Ling's attention. "Stop watching these brain-draining shows and take a look at this treasure." He flicked the pendant hanging from his neck, producing a crisp sound that immediately caught Xiao Ling's attention. She could sense the immense power emanating from the pendant far stronger than her own. Chen Yuan then summoned his other two pet beasts, Jin Shanshan and Phantom. The three gathered around, all drawn to the energy waves radiating from the pendant. Phantom, being the weakest of the three, felt its power most acutely. To demonstrate the pendant's capabilities, Chen Yuan emptied his backpack, sorting the items into 3 piles: clothing, potions, and energy cubes. Using his beast taming power, he linked the pendant to the energy cubes. In an instant, the cubes vanished. Through the pendant, Chen Yuan could sense a 3-cubic-meter space where the items were neatly stored. The 3 pet beasts were stunned by this magical display, letting out startled cries. As they anxiously searched for the missing energy cubes, Chen Yuan waved his hand, and the items reappeared before their eyes. Seeing their curious expressions, Chen Yuan explained, "This is a storage artifact. With it, we can carry plenty of energy cubes and potions without worrying about running out of space." Hearing this, the 3 pet beasts' eyes lit up. In their minds, the pendant was instantly upgraded from treasure to super treasure. As Chen Yuan was proudly showing off the newly acquired storage artifact to his contracted beasts, an astonishing scene was unfolding 10,000 meters above ground. A colossal divine dragon silently descended over the hotel. Despite its efforts to suppress its aura, the sheer intensity of its energy fluctuations alarmed cultivators who had reached a certain level of power. Those who sensed this presence were filled with dread. It was a force far beyond their comprehension, so terrifying that many dared not even lift their heads to look, fearing they might invite disaster. Yet, atop this awe-inspiring divine dragon stood a solitary figure, Chen Yuan's grandfather. In this moment, the old man seemed like a completely different person, appearing at least 20 or 30 years younger. His entire being radiated an overwhelming aura, so intense that even a single glance from him felt as though it could strike someone dead. Effortlessly tracing his grandson's presence, Chen Yuan's grandfather's gaze pierced through the walls of the hotel, locking onto Chen Yuan's exact location. After a brief moment, he spoke to the dragon beneath him. "Let's go. First, let's pay a visit to that kid managing the advanced secret realm. It's been a while. You still remember the way?" The dragon let out a soft hum in acknowledgement. Chen Yuan's grandfather continued, "Good. This old man needs to have a proper chat with him. When it comes to judging the competition, fairness and impartiality are key. After all, this is important. Wouldn't you agree?" The dragon silently grumbled in its heart. "Fairness and impartiality? More like you're planning to intimidate that 9th-tier brat. So he knows exactly what to say or not to say during the competition." Despite its thoughts, the dragon obediently carried Chen Yuan's grandfather toward the nearby Wanji's secret realm. At that very moment, Chen Yuan seemed to sense something. Walking to the windowsill, he looked up at the star-filled night sky, puzzled. Was that just my imagination? He thought. The next morning, Chen Yuan was awakened by his alarm clock. By then, the competition venue was already undergoing its final preparations, with staff conducting various checks. Just as he got out of bed, his homeroom teacher, Xie knocked on his door. Xie reminded him of their plan to have breakfast together in 10 minutes and emphasized the need to arrive at the venue early. After breakfast, Xie led Chen Yuan to the competition site. The landmark structure was awe-inspiring, spanning 600,000 square meters and capable of accommodating 500,000 spectators simultaneously. It also featured 30,000 premium viewing suites. In extreme cases, the venue could hold up to 700,000 people. Guided by the staff, Chen Yuan and Xie arrived at their designated area. The competition arena itself was a circular field with a diameter of 600 meters, occupying nearly half the venue's total area. Xie confirmed that Chen Yuan was familiar with the updated competition rules. The format had shifted from a traditional arena battle to a victory determination match, where participants had to defeat all of their opponent's contracted beasts or force their opponent to surrender to claim victory. This change was implemented to enhance the event's entertainment value and commercial appeal. As other contestants gradually arrived, their gazes carried a mixture of arrogance, disdain, fear, and other emotions. Before long, a firework exploded in the sky, accompanied by a sharp whistle. With that, the Junior Beast Taming Cup Grand Finals officially began. On a chilly November morning, the competition didn't begin with direct matches, but instead opened with a spectacular ceremony. Skilled performers, accompanied by their magical beasts, orchestrated a dazzling display of abilities in midair, weaving intricate patterns of light and fire. The flames danced across the sky, forming grand and exquisite designs, a testament to the seamless teamwork between the beast tamers and their companions. As the performance unfolded, more and more spectators arrived at the venue, with most choosing to settle in before the official start. Opposite the entrance to the arena, on a raised platform partially embedded into the spectator stands, stood the event's host, Tan Hyeming, microphone in hand, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Behind him, 5 judge seats were neatly arranged toward the rear of the platform. Despite his professional background as a host, Tan Hyeming appeared unusually nervous. His unease stemmed entirely from the awe-inspiring presence of the distinguished guests serving as judges. When the earpiece signaled that the opening performance was nearing its conclusion, Tan Hyeming knew it was time for him to take the stage. As the final fiery curtain dissipated, the live broadcast camera zoomed in on him. Raising the microphone, his powerful voice resonated throughout the venue. "Welcome, everyone, to the grand finals of the Primary Beast Taming Cup. I'm your host, Tan Hyeming, and I now declare the Primary Beast Taming Cup Grand Finals officially open." As a burst of vibrant fireworks lit up the sky, Tan Hyeming continued, "Now, let us welcome our esteemed panel of judges. They are Mr. Yu Haitao, commander of the Wanji Secret Realm in Fuan City; Master Alchemist Mr. Liang Chengyi; Master Artificer Ms. Su Qiwen; Master Evolver Ms. Tang Yue; and Vice President of the Fuan City Beast Tamers Association, Mr. Zhu Xianming." Each name he announced was met with gasps and applause from the audience. Tan Hyeming's voice grew increasingly fervent, his face flushed with excitement as he led the applause. Both the live audience and those watching the broadcast were astounded by the star-studded lineup. These were the most prominent figures in Fuan City. Yu Haitao, a 9th-tier powerhouse and commander of the Wanji Secret Realm, was regarded as the cornerstone of Fuan City and the unyielding guardian of the Wanji Secret Realm. The other 3 masters were equally renowned. Liang Chengyi, a 7th-tier alchemist, was one of the few in the Fuan province capable of crafting 8th-tier potions. Su Qiwen, through sheer determination, had successfully forged 8th-tier artifacts, and Tang Yue had been nationally recognized for discovering over 10 new evolutionary forms for magical beasts. The presence of these legendary figures at a rookie competition left everyone in awe. The new evolution path is truly astonishing, capable of transforming once mediocre pet beasts into formidable powerhouses. Among the prominent figures present, the last to arrive was Zhu Xianming, the vice president of the association. Though he maintained a relatively low profile, his status and strength were equally remarkable. The first to make an entrance was Yu Haitao, the commander of the Wanji Secret Realm. His square, chiseled face and stern expression exuded the commanding presence befitting a leader. Following closely behind was Liang Chengyi, a master alchemist. His thin frame made him appear frail, yet the gleam of intelligence in his eyes betrayed his sharp, insightful mind. Next came Su Qiwen, a master of rare artifacts, and Tang Yue, an evolution master. The two arrived together, their youthful appearances belying their years, both well past 40, but still radiating vitality. Finally, Zhu Xianming, the association's vice president, made his entrance. His silver hair silently spoke of the passage of time and the wisdom it brought. These renowned masters each took their seats, with placards bearing their names displayed in front of them. The audience below erupted into waves of cheers and applause, their excitement palpable. Many were devoted admirers of these masters, and a good number dreamed of becoming their disciples. After all, these figures represented the pinnacle of their respective fields. Even without receiving direct tutelage, being acknowledged as a disciple under their name could propel one to great heights. The host, Tan Hyeming, could hardly contain his own excitement, his face flushed with enthusiasm. For him, the opportunity to interact closely with these legendary figures was a rare and unforgettable highlight of his career. After taking a moment to steady himself, he announced loudly, "Our esteemed judges have taken their seats. Let the competition officially begin." As his voice echoed through the venue, a massive screen lit up, displaying information about all the contestants and their matchups. At that moment, 2 pairs of eyes turned toward Chan Yuan, one belonging to his opponent, and the other to Yu Haitao, the commander of the Wanji Secret Realm. The first round officially began as the 2 contestants stepped onto the arena. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they each moved to their designated positions. With the summoning of their respective battle beasts, Chen Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Impressive quality, he murmured under his breath. Xia Tu, who was just about to take a sip of water, overheard and asked, "What? Did you just say something?" "Nothing, teacher," Chen Yuan replied with a shake of his head. Seeing this, Xia Tu didn't press further and tilted his head back to drink. Meanwhile, the information about the two summon beasts appeared on Chen Yuan's display panel: a horned wolf and an armored crab, both third-tier beasts. This was exactly why he found their quality remarkable. However, from his perspective, the outcome of this match was already evident unless something unexpected occurred. At the referee's signal, the two beasts sprang into action, following the instructions of their respective beastmasters. The horned wolf, being an agile-type beast, moved with incredible speed, appearing as a blur to novice beastmasters and virtually invisible to ordinary people without a contracted beast. The horned wolf lowered its head, aiming its sharp horn at the armored crab in a charging attack. Noticing the opponent assuming a defensive stance, the wolf's lips curled into what almost seemed like a human-like smirk: hook, line, and sinker. This was the feint strategy hinted at by its master. The seemingly full-force horn strike was merely a diversion. The real attack lay in the powerful light-infused claws about to strike. As the audience held their breath in anticipation, the judges on the elevated platform shook their heads in unison. "It's over. This horned wolf's sense of timing is commendable." "Humph. Blame it on the Beastmaster being an idiot," said Yu Haitao, the commander of the Wanji Alliance, drawing side glances from the other judges. "Come on, old man, no need to be so harsh. The kid's still learning," one of them remarked. The judge's commentary, broadcast through microphones, left the audience puzzled. Still, the crowd trusted the expert's judgment and eagerly awaited the impending twist. It wasn't just the judges. Chen Yuan and many other experienced spectators could see the flaw in the strategy. The horned wolf's beastmaster had made a fatal mistake, recklessly launching a direct attack against an opponent like the armored crab. Hearing the judge's remarks, the horned wolf's beastmaster suddenly realized the danger. He tried to adjust his strategy but was too late. All he could do was shout, "Horned wolf, retreat!" Just as the horned wolf's attack was about to land, the armored crab's body began to shimmer. It was activating its renowned hardening skill. Midair, the horned wolf couldn't pull back and had no choice but to commit to the attack, even pushing itself to 120 of its combat power. The moment the wolf's claws struck the armored crab, a dull thud echoed, followed by a grating screech, like nails on a chalkboard. The attack failed to penetrate the crab's defense, and instead, the armored crab clamped down on the wolf's front leg with its massive pincers. In the next instant, the horned wolf was hoisted into the air and slammed forcefully onto the ground. This wasn't a turn-based game. There was no mercy here. Despite the horned wolf's desperate struggle, clawing and biting in an attempt to break free, it was futile. Once again, the crab lifted it high and smashed it down with unrelenting force. The second strike from the armored crab was even more ferocious. It clamped one of its pincers tightly around the horned wolf's front leg, while the other pincer precisely seized its hind leg. The horned wolf was rendered completely immobile, unable to resist. Seizing the moment, the armored crab exerted force with both pincers and slammed the horned wolf heavily onto the ground. "Oh, whoa!" The horned wolf let out a piercing cry of pain, clearly severely injured. Horned wolf. Seeing his beloved beast so gravely harmed, the horned wolf's master turned pale and quickly shouted at his opponent, "Stop! I concede this round." Hearing this, the armored crab's master immediately commanded, "Armored crab, let it go." The armored crab halted its motion mid-swing and turned to look at its master as if seeking confirmation. After receiving a nod, it casually flung the horned wolf aside with a sweep of its pincers. The horned wolf's master swiftly recalled his injured beast and sent out his second pet. However, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. This beastmaster, who favored agility, attack speed, and close combat, had chosen a second pet with a similar style to the horned wolf, one that was also heavily countered by the armored crab. The new pet, hesitant to engage in close combat, lacked any long-range attacks, leaving it with no choice but to approach for melee. The five judges shook their heads in unison, and Yu Haitao, the overseer of the Wanji secret realm, offered a blunt critique. "If this guy came to my secret realm to apply as a gatekeeper, I wouldn't even hire him." While harsh, his words were spot on. A beastmaster who didn't understand the importance of complementary pet lineups and simply pursued personal preferences was doomed to mediocrity. If such flaws were evident in solo matches, they would only become a greater liability in team or group competitions, let alone in life-or-death battles within the secret realm. In the end, the armored crab's master achieved a clean sweep, defeating 3 opponents with just 1 pet. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan, watching from the sidelines, had only one thought in his mind. Could Jin Shanshan break through that impenetrable shell? The next match was his, and if he won, he would face this formidable beast master and their armored crab. Thank you to both contestants for that thrilling match. The host's voice echoed through the arena. Next up, let's welcome Chun Yuan and Lin Yu. Hearing his name, Chun Yuan rose from his seat. Beside him, Xie Tu leaned in and whispered, "Be careful. Anyone who makes it to the finals is no pushover." Chun Yuan's expression remained calm as he offered a faint smile. "I understand, teacher. Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit." Xie Tu said no more. As a mentor, his concern was that Chun Yuan's smooth journey so far might lead to overconfidence, a dangerous flaw in any competitor. Inside the arena, Chun Yuan faced his opponent. Lin Yu, a strikingly confident young woman, nodded politely at him. Lin Yu from Baihua Town. Looking forward to the match. Chun Yuan from Anning Town. Likewise, he replied with equal courtesy. As he turned to his position, Chen Yuan caught Lin Yu's gaze lingering briefly on the small sprite perched on his shoulder. He chuckled quietly to himself, thinking, so even she can't resist the charm of something cute. Once they took their places, Lin Yu was the first to act. Come forth, Iron Golem. A towering, black-gray golem materialized before her, its sheer size and presence momentarily stunning Chen Yuan. Wow, he muttered under his breath. This is what she uses? The thought brought to mind a classic quip. She brought out something bigger than yours. The Iron Golem was an elemental magic beast, a level 24 elite class companion. It boasted the golem body and reshaped talents, making it nearly impervious aside from its core. It could slowly regenerate and wield skills like Iron Shot, Reinforce, and Laser Beam. While its movements were sluggish, its defense was unmatched. Chen Yuan lightly tapped his forehead, and with a flash of golden light, Jin Shanshan appeared at his side. Back in Anning Town, inside the secret fortress, a massive screen broadcasted the match live. Despite his mysterious background, Chun Yuan's father couldn't resist watching his son's competition. Everyone, come quick. The master's match is starting. His excited shout immediately drew a crowd of onlookers. It's finally happening. I'm so nervous. How much did you all bet on the master winning? The question sparked knowing grins among the group, each silently thinking, Master, you better win, or we're all going broke. With the referee's whistle signaling the start, the match began in earnest. Iron Golem, use Laser Beam. Lin Yu commanded without hesitation. As the Iron Golem's eyes glowed red in preparation, Chen Yuan swiftly reacted. Jin Shanshan, ground spear formation, disrupt its balance. Crack. Several iron lances erupted from the ground, striking the Iron Golem and sending it teetering dangerously. Off balance, its laser beam veered wildly, scattering across the arena and even grazing the audience area. Thankfully, the protective barriera shimmering blue dome created by the resonance of hundreds of magical artifacts absorbed the impact. Chen Yuan disrupted his opponent's balance to interrupt the skill. Judges, what's your take on this strategy? The host inquired. The vice president of the Fuan Province Association was the first to speak. His combat instincts are impressive. Making such a decisive move in an instant is no small feat for someone so young. However, what stands out even more is that golden ant of his. Its gleaming exoskeleton is remarkable, indicating it has been raised with exceptional care. As a master alchemist, Liang Qingyi, with his profound expertise in cultivation, immediately discerned the excellent care conditions of this golden ant. His evaluation instantly drew astonished gazes from the other judges, as the person making this remark was none other than Yu Haitao, the notoriously sharp-tongued leader of the Wanji secret realm. Faced with the crowd's reaction, Yu Haitao merely let out a cold snort. While the judges were still discussing, the situation on the battlefield suddenly shifted. The Iron Golem lost its balance, and just as it seemed about to topple, a sharp glint flashed in Chan Yuan's eyes. Without hesitation, he issued a command. Jin Shanshan, use ground spear to trap it. Jin Shanshan responded immediately. This was the perfect moment to showcase the results of its rigorous training. During its previous special sessions, in addition to mastering metal projection skills, it had specifically practiced using ground spears to immobilize other beasts. Initially, it could only roughly control the placement, often causing collateral damage. But as of yesterday, it had advanced to the point of precisely pinning a single withered branch with two crossed spears without breaking, a testament to its remarkable progress. At this critical moment, just as the Iron Golem was attempting to stand, two crossed iron ground spears suddenly shot up from the ground, perfectly locking its feet in place. The Iron Golem tried to break free with sheer force, but before it could succeed, more ground spears erupted from the earth like bamboo shoots after rain. Accompanied by the dense thud-thud sounds, the Iron Golem's legs were swiftly and securely pinned down, rendering it immobile. Jin Shanshan's assault was far from over. It continued to unleash its skill, and a barrage of ground spears successively immobilized the Iron Golem's remaining limbs. Even its head, which hovered in midair, was not spared. as it was precisely encased in a square-shaped cage formed by 4 ground spears. This seamless series of maneuvers displayed an impressive level of skill, leaving the audience wide-eyed and awestruck. Unable to contain themselves, they erupted in exclamations of amazement. "Whoa, that's insane! What a shocking turn of events!" The voice of host Tan Haiming echoed across the arena. Contestant Chan Yuan's radiant gold ant has actually used its ground-piercing spears to trap Lin Yu's iron golem. The audience nodded in agreement, clearly impressed by the sight of golden spears erupting from the ground. However, the judges exchanged knowing glances. While the move was undeniably spectacular, they deemed it overly energy-consuming, almost wasteful. Even Chen Yuan himself wore a resigned expression. Chen Yuan, however, understood why Radiant Gold acted this way. First, it wasn't short on energy. Chen Yuan could replenish it with energy cubes at any moment. Second, ever since it had been ensnared by Xiao Ling's vines in a previous match, Radiant Gold seemed to have developed a psychological shadow, overcompensating with excessive force whenever using its ground-piercing spears. In a way, it was imitating Xiao Ling's binding tactics. Fortunately, as a Lord-level entity, Radiant Gold had ample energy reserves and a rapid recovery rate. Even if it were to run out of energy, its prowess as a frontline warrior meant it could still hold its own in close combat. Lin Yu, while surprised to see her iron golem trapped, remained calm. Iron golem. Fire iron shots to keep the enemy at bay. Then reshape yourself to break free from these bindings. Radiant Gold. Use a metallic projected greatsword and cut it down. Chen Yuan commanded immediately. His original plan had been to use the spears to restrict the opponent, but since Radiant Gold had already acted, he decided to seize the opportunity for a swift victory. The iron golem aimed its arms at Radiant Gold, firing a rapid barrage of iron balls. At the same time, Radiant Gold conjured an enormous greatsword, slashing it down toward the iron golem. Radiant Gold, dodge, Chen Yuan ordered, but Radiant Gold uncharacteristically ignored him. The reason was simple. Chen Yuan was directly in the line of fire. Despite the protective shield around him, Radiant Gold instinctively chose to shield its master by enduring the damage itself. Clang, clang, clang. The iron balls struck Radiant Gold, but their impact was negligible. Chen Yuan felt a mix of gratitude and helplessness. After all, his protective shield was more than sufficient to block the attack. Sensing the situation turning against her, Lin Yu quickly adjusted her strategy. Iron Golem, go all out. Forget breaking free, just focus on dealing as much damage as possible. The glint of Radiant Gold's descending greatsword already foreshadowed the outcome. Lin Yu now sought only to inflict maximum damage, hoping to gain an edge in the next round. Radiant Gold endured a second wave of iron shots before its greatsword finally landed. With a flash of cold light, the iron golem was cleaved in two. Its upper half continued its desperate assault, but a second strike severed its arm. Just as the iron golem prepared to unleash a laser attack, Lin Yu conceded the match, sparing her pet beast's core from irreparable damage. At Chen Yuan's command, Radiant Gold withdrew its energy. The ground-piercing spears and greatsword dissipated, leaving behind only the craters and scars on the battlefield as evidence of the intense fight. Lin Yu summoned her second pet beast. Though she knew the odds were slim, she clung to a sliver of hope. She speculated that the Radiant Gold Ant was Chen Yuan's strongest asset. If she could defeat it, victory might still be within reach. What she didn't realize, however, was that the seemingly weakest creature perched on Chen Yuan's shoulder, the tiny sprite, was actually his most powerful trump card. Meanwhile, deep within the bug forest of the mysterious realm in Fuan Province, End Times cultist Su Zhang was biding his time in a hidden location. Just as he murmured to himself, "It's about time," a voice interrupted him. "Too bad. You're out of chances." Su Zhang froze, his body tensing as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Someone had managed to approach him soundlessly. He reached for the bracelet on his arm, only to hear the voice again. "It's useless. Those frenzied beasts you unleashed have already been dealt with. You won't be using your corrosion device to control them anymore." Emerging from the shadows was none other than Chen Yuan's father. Su Zhang, hearing the term corrosion device, knew his identity had been exposed. Lowering his arm, he asked, "When did you figure it out? Were you the one who quietly eliminated the beasts blessed by divine favor?" Chen Yuan's father didn't answer. Instead, he lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. Su Zhang's vision darkened, and in his final moments, he heard the cold words, "Sorry, I don't waste explanations on the dead. Goodbye." After taking care of Su Zhang, Chun Fu leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke. At that moment, Zhang Hong was approaching from a distance, his expression filled with awe. "Commander," Zhang Hong called out, his heart still reeling from the shock. This mission had shown him just how much the commander's strength had advanced. So many 5th and 6th tier beasts eliminated silently and effortlessly. He couldn't help but glance toward the shadowy area nearby, where a terrifyingly powerful beast was lurking. Chun Fu took another deep drag from his cigarette, releasing a fresh plume of smoke before turning to Zhang Heng. The rest is up to you. Collect the cores of the beasts we just killed and store them in the Secret Realm's warehouse. Take this bracelet back as well and keep it sealed for now. Understood, Commander. Zhang Heng responded immediately, his demeanor as deferential as Lu Tao's had been when addressing Chen Fu. Finishing his cigarette, Chun Fu extinguished the butt underfoot and added, "Make sure to keep this quiet, Don, and inform the other secret realms for now. Also, start looking into this guy's identity." Zhang Heng instantly grasped the implication behind the commander's words. There could be a mole in the other secret realms, and trouble might be brewing within. "I understand, Commander." Chun Fu nodded approvingly. "Good. They'll leave it to you. I've got to check on the rest of the secret realm. If there are any more lunatics like this, I won't hesitate to deal with them." With that, Chen Fu turned and left, ready to continue his patrol in search of any other threats lurking in the secret realm. Once Chen Fu was gone, Zhang Heng pulled out the latest model of a magnetic field communicator. This advanced device allowed long-distance communication across provinces, making it the most cutting-edge tool in the secret realm. Here, mobile phones were little more than glorified clocks, as they had no signal. Zhang Heng pressed the communicator's button and quickly received a response. As deputy commander, he didn't need to personally handle the collection work. The mid-level Beastmaster elite unit of the insect secret realm promptly mobilized, assuming Zhang Heng was facing a powerful enemy and needed backup. However, when the elite team arrived, they were stunned. What lay before them was a battlefield littered with corpses, most notably a massive dragon-like beast measuring over 10 meters in length. They gazed in admiration at Zhang Heng's back, mistakenly attributing the carnage to his incredible prowess. "You're here. Start extracting the energy cores and any valuable parts," Zhang Heng said as he turned to face them, leaving the team utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, at the Fuan City Arena, the match between Chen Yuan and Lin Yu was underway. After Lin Yu's second beast was defeated by Jin Shan Shan, she conceded the match. Although she still had a second-tier beast, it was clear that continuing against the formidable third-tier Jin Shan Shan would be futile. Lin Yu didn't seem bothered by the loss. She had showcased her best skills, which was enough to secure her a spot for further development when she returned to school. With that, Chen Yuan claimed victory in the first match of the finals. The judges eagerly discussed Jin Shan Shan's performance. As expected of a golden ant truly powerful, this golden ant has far exceeded others of its kind. Its energy recovery rate is astonishing, even after heavy exertion. Master of Rare Items, Su Chiwen, commented bluntly, "If this beast advances to the 4th tier, its core could be crafted into a rare item with an energy recovery speed far surpassing others." Her remarks, broadcasted across the arena, visibly irritated Jin Shan Shan. The notoriously sharp-tongued Yu Haitao shot Su Chiwen a glance. "Watch your words. If you can't say anything decent, don't speak at all. You're just embarrassing yourself." Although Su Chiwen meant no harm and was simply speaking from her professional perspective, she couldn't help but twitch her lips in embarrassment, thinking how ironic it was to be criticized for tactlessness by someone as blunt as Yu Haitao. As the competition continued, more strong contenders emerged, while second-tier contestants were gradually eliminated. Among them were a few standout competitors who managed to take on 3 opponents at once, even catching Chan Yuan's attention. These talented contestants were thrilled to receive praise from the judges. For 16-year-olds, being recognized by such influential figures was a tremendous honor, one that might even lead to increased allowances upon returning home. Of course, those who performed poorly weren't spared the judges' critiques, particularly the scathing remarks from Yu Haitao. What kind of psychological impact these experiences would have on the young participants remained to be seen. The setting sun dipped below the horizon, leaving only a streak of crimson in the sky. On the competition field, the host, Tan Hyaming, was delivering the closing remarks. "I hereby announce that the first round of the Junior Beastmaster Cup has concluded successfully. A heartfelt thanks to our audience for their support, to the participating Beastmasters for their thrilling performances, and a special thanks to our esteemed judges for taking time out of their busy schedules to join us." As soon as he finished speaking, the arena erupted in enthusiastic applause. This was all part of the organizers' meticulous planning. They had planted several individuals in the audience to stir up the atmosphere. Spurred on by these planted cheerleaders, the rest of the crowd joined in, marking the end of the first day's competition. Chen Yuan rose from his seat to leave, and in box number 00001, Old Master Chun also stood up and departed. Back at the hotel, Chen Yuan headed straight to the dining hall. By then, many of the contestants who had advanced to the next round had already gathered there, while those who had been eliminated were likely packing up to leave. The moment Chen Yuan stepped into the dining hall, he could feel the weight of everyone's gazes. "That's the Beastmaster with the golden ant. He's a strong contender." Even the judges were full of praise for his golden ant. "If we can find a way to defeat his golden ant, the rest should be manageable." The murmur of conversations, mostly from the guardians of other contestants, buzzed around him. Chen Yuan paid no attention to the chatter, choosing instead to focus on the steaming dishes laid out before him. The aroma was mouthwatering, a testament to the hotel's careful timing. They had begun cooking only as the competition neared its end to ensure the food was served at its freshest and most flavorful. Meanwhile, back at the fortress of the myriad mechanisms secret realm, old Master Chun received a call from his son. Over the phone, Chen's father detailed an incident involving the emergence of doomsday cultists in the secret realm. Both were using specially designed phones equipped with advanced anti-tracking and anti-eavesdropping features, as was Chen Yuan's own device. After hearing the full account, old Master Chun responded succinctly, "Got it. I understand." He then ended the call. "Old Chun, is something wrong?" Yu Haitao inquired. Old Master Chun cast him a glance and replied calmly, "Nothing major, just a small issue in the forest of insects. Those rats in the gutters have crawled out again." The metaphor caused Yu Haitao's expression to tighten. He knew all too well that old Master Chen's so-called small issues were never trivial. Especially when he referred to rats in the gutters, it was a term Yu Haitao had heard from him years ago, one that had left a lasting impression. Noticing Yu Haitao's reaction, old Master Chen spoke directly, "Stop speculating. It's exactly what you're thinking. That group has resurfaced, and this time, their scale isn't small." As a senior overseer of secret realms, Yu Haitao immediately connected this to recent intelligence. His face darkened. "Old Chen, could it be the entire Fuan province?" Old Master Chen looked at him approvingly. "Still the same sharp tongue, but at least your brain is intact." Yu Haitao couldn't find joy in the compliment. Inwardly, he muttered, "Is this how you compliment people? If I've become sharp-tongued, it's partly thanks to you." His thoughts drifted back to years ago, when old Master Chen had not only guided him but also taught him invaluable lessons. Though they had never formally addressed each other as master and apprentice, Yu Haitao regarded old Master Chun as his mentor. Without him, Yu Haitao might have long met his end. It was this elder who had pulled him back from the brink of death. The thought of the doomsday cultists, those who had once nearly destroyed him, daring to reappear, ignited a fire of fury within Yu Haitao. Sensing his emotional turmoil, old Master Chun sighed. "Don't act recklessly. The last thing we need is for things to spiral further out of control." "Understood, old Chun. You have my word," Yu Haitao replied with a nod. "Good. As long as you understand. But there's one more thing I need you to handle. Just say the word. Send someone you trust to investigate the other secret realms in Fuan province." Yu Haitao's eyes sharpened at the instruction. He immediately grasped old Master Chen's implication. This situation bore a striking resemblance to the man-made disaster from years ago. This unexpected development involves the betrayal of one or more leaders of the secret realms. As soon as Elder Chun finished speaking, Yu Haitao immediately pulled out his phone, his fingers moving swiftly as he made several consecutive calls. Late at night, many people were either enjoying dinner or resting at home. But upon receiving Yu Haitao's call, their expressions turned grim. The gravity of the situation left them no choice but to act, disregarding the late hour. Meanwhile, in the underground secret base of the Doomsday Church in Fuan Province, the regional leader, a female priest known as Ghost Lady, was in a fit of rage. She drove all her subordinates out of the base, unwilling to let anyone witness her moment of vulnerability. "Damn it! Why does this have to happen at such a critical moment? How could that kind of presence appear here?" Ghost Lady roared to herself. Recalling the aura she had sensed the previous night in Fuan City, she couldn't stop trembling. Although the presence had been carefully concealed, she had still detected it. From just that faint trace of energy, she knew one thing for certain. Encountering such a being would mean instant annihilation. Terrified, Ghost Lady fled Fuan City that very night. She didn't even dare summon her own beast companion, opting instead to take a car and slowly retreat to this hidden base. Thinking back, anger surged through her eyes, a mix of humiliation and frustration. She was acutely aware of her predicament. The agreed-upon time for action was fast approaching, and the bishop of the southern region had invested a significant amount of divine favor into the operation. Failure would undoubtedly result in severe punishment. Returning to Fuan City was no longer an option. The presence of such a powerful entity meant the operation could be crushed before it even began. After weighing her options, Ghost Lady gritted her teeth and made a decision. She would have to sacrifice some sleeper agents. This operation was too critical. It wasn't just about her fate as a provincial priest. It also involved covert cooperation and strategic maneuvers in neighboring provinces. Without results, she wouldn't only face the bishop's wrath. The other provincial priests wouldn't spare her either. Yet Ghost Lady was no fool. She resolved to shift her strategy. In her view, all the deity required was destruction, suffering, and death. As long as sacrifices were offered, the specifics didn't matter. And so, due to the butterfly effect triggered by Chen Yuan's participation in the competition, the original plan to execute a destruction operation in the main city of Fuan was redirected to other cities. The second day began with Chen Yuan's match as the first event. Jin Shanshan, ground spikes with the spear. Pin it down. Chen Yuan commanded decisively. Jin Shanshan's eyes gleamed with a divine light as several iron spikes erupted from the ground, attempting to restrict the movements of the armored crab. This tactic was meant to assist Jin Shanshan's massive sword in delivering a decisive blow. Although the sword was immensely powerful, it was slow, and without any form of restriction, even the relatively slow-moving armored crab could easily evade it. In response, the armored crab's beastmaster, Mo Yun, reacted swiftly. Armored crab, use water burst ball. This was a countermeasure he had devised with his teacher the night before. They had been deeply impressed by Jin Shanshan's ground spike formation during its battle against the iron golem. While it was energy-intensive, its effectiveness was undeniable. Considering the armored crab's slow speed, they had come up with a plan to use an attack skill to blast the ground, leveraging the recoil to propel the armored crab into the air and escape from the spikes. The armored crab quickly formed a water sphere beneath itself. Mo Yun watched nervously, knowing this tactic had never been tested in combat. The moment Jin Shanshan's spikes broke through the ground, the water sphere exploded, propelling the armored crab into the air and successfully evading the trap. Mo Yun exchanged an excited glance with his teacher, but before they could celebrate, Chen Yuan had already issued a new command. Jin Shanshan, metal projection, sword formation. Over a dozen sword blades materialized in front of Jin Shanshan and shot toward the airborne armored crab like arrows. Mo Yun's pupils shrank. Armored crab, hardened to block. Counter with water burst ball. Chen Yuan kept up the pressure, instructing Jin Shanshan to maintain the metal projections while preparing to use ground spikes to trap the armored crab before it landed. Mo Yun, on the other hand, directed the armored crab to use water burst ball to stay aloft. Seeing through his opponent's intentions, Chen Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. Jin Shanshan, metal projection, spear formation, aerial strike. Jin Shanshan immediately summoned 10 iron spears, but instead of attacking directly, the spears ascended into the air, their tips pointing down toward the armored crab below. This was Chen Yuan's specially trained aerial suppression tactic. Mo Yun and his teacher were stunned. After witnessing yesterday's metal projection, Great Sword Mode, they now saw an even more versatile and dynamic application of weaponry. Even the judges were impressed by Jin Shanshan's skillful execution. The spears rained down like a storm, and Mo Yun could only shout, "Armored crab." In a hurried attempt, the armored crab activated its hardened skill, but it was still struck and slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Chen Yuan seized the opportunity. Jin Shanshan, one more time. Another 10 spears shot toward the dust-covered area. The armored crab managed to counter with water burst ball, destroying 3 of the spears, but it couldn't avoid suffering significant damage. The audience held their breath as they watched the intense battle unfold, while the judges had already determined the outcome. Vice President Zhu Xinming of the association was the first to speak. "It's over," Artifact Master Su Qiwen praised. "Chen Yuan has done an excellent job raising this golden ant." Surprisingly, even the notoriously critical Yu Haitao offered high praise, commending Chen Yuan's innovative tactics, especially the gravity-enhanced aerial strike strategy. His remarks left the other judges in shock, as if they'd seen a ghost. When Yu Haitao snapped out of his analytical admiration for Chen Yuan's tactics, he noticed the other judges staring at him with strange expressions. Frowning, he snapped. "What? Did you all grow corns on your eyes, staring at me like that?" His familiar sharp tone made the other judges breathe a sigh of relief. This was indeed the real Yu Haitao, the infamous sharp-tongued critic, unchanged and unexchanged. As the dust settled, the figure of the armored crab reappeared before everyone. It was in a pitiful state. Its back was pierced through by a long spear. Its once impenetrable shell was damaged in multiple places, and blue blood was slowly seeping from its wounds. Chen Yuan halted his offensive upon seeing this and refrained from ordering Jin Shanshan to continue the attack. Jin Shanshan turned its head, casting a puzzled glance as if questioning why they weren't pressing their advantage. Chen Yuan simply shook his head gently and said in a low voice, "Wait." Jin Shanshan nodded in understanding. Chen Yuan shifted his gaze to Mo Yun, waiting for his decision. Mo Yun quickly made the wise choice. "I concede this round," he announced, exhaling deeply as he spoke. Chen Yuan immediately commanded, "Jin Shanshan, deactivate your skill." With a crisp click, all the metallic weapons on the field vanished in an instant. Without the spear for support, the armored crab collapsed to the ground, its pale blue blood flowing from the wound. Mo Yun rushed to the armored crab's side. As a biological pet beast, the armored crab's injuries were far more severe compared to elemental or mechanical pet beasts. Fortunately, the spear had struck one of its weaker spots. Otherwise, even Jin Shanshan's attack might not have penetrated its hardened defense. Mo Yun quickly retrieved a vial of medicine from his pocket and skillfully pried open the armored crab's mouth to administer it. Once its condition stabilized, he recalled the armored crab back into its summoning space and returned to his position. Before leaving, he cast a grateful glance at Chen Yuan, who nodded in acknowledgement. Back at his standing point, Mo Yun summoned his second pet beast. Come forth, swift twin wolf. This choice caught Qin Yuan, Jin Shanshan, and Xiao Ling slightly off guard. Although this elite-tier swift twin wolf was no match for a leader-tier beast, its innate speed was undeniably formidable. Mo Yun wasted no time issuing a command. Swift twin wolf, circle the field and launch ranged wind blades. The swift twin wolf immediately sprang into action, darting around while firing wind blades at Jin Shanshan. Qin Yuan didn't instruct Jin Shanshan to dodge. The wind blades were too fast, making evasion nearly pointless. Instead, he ordered, Jin Shanshan, activate needle form metal projection in spinning parallel scatter mode. Several wind blades struck Jin Shanshan, but they only left shallow scratches on its dazzling shell. Having evolved from a second-tier golden ant to a third-tier radiant gold ant, Jin Shanshan's strength had significantly improved. It swiftly generated hundreds of needle-like projectiles, spinning them at high speed around its body. This tactic, developed specifically by Qin Yuan and Jin Shanshan to counter high-speed opponents, utilized centrifugal force to enhance the power of the needle projectiles. All eyes were fixed on the unfolding scene, eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Mr. Chen sat comfortably in VIP box 00001, a contented smile lighting up his face. Watching his grandson, Qin Yuan, demonstrate an entirely new skill on the battlefield filled him with pride more so than if he had personally defeated several 9th-level masters. That kid really knows how to take it to the next level. Most people have one skill, and that's it. Him? One skill turns into a whole arsenal. Yu Haitao, one of the judges, remarked with a shake of his head and a chuckle. The other judges nodded in agreement, clearly impressed. On the arena floor, Mo Yun kept his eyes locked on Jin Shanshan's every move, his focus unwavering. Suddenly, a subtle shift caught Mo Yun's attention. Now, Gale Wolf, jump! Mo Yun commanded decisively. Responding instantly to the order, Gale Wolf leapt high into the air, narrowly dodging the barrage of spinning knitting needles shot out by Jin Shanshan. Just as Mo Yun began to relax, he noticed the faint, cryptic smile curling at the corner of Qin Yuan's lips. That smile sent a chill down his spine, and his mind raced. Why? Gale Wolf had clearly evaded the attack from the golden ant. So why was Qin Yuan smiling? Wait, jump! Mo Yun's eyes widened in realization. It was a trap? Qin Yuan had deliberately set the golden ant's attack to fire half a meter off the ground, baiting Gale Wolf into leaping into the air. And now, Gale Wolf had unwittingly fallen right into the snare. In midair, Gale Wolf's incredible speed was rendered useless without anything to push off of. Suspended and vulnerable, it was essentially a sitting target. Qin Yuan's smile deepened as he whispered, Jin Shanshan, metal projection sword form. The battle was over. Faced with the oncoming assault from Jin Shanshan, the swift-wind wolf displayed extraordinary combat instincts. Its front paws gleamed with a sharp light as it unleashed its rending claws to counter the whistling blades. The first blade barely approached before being shattered into pieces with a single swipe of its paw. Empowered by its wind-born talent, the swift-wind wolf's already swift strikes became even faster. Most of the audience couldn't even track the motion of its claws, only witnessing the blades being deflected one after another. Seeing this, Mo Yun, who had already resigned himself to defeat, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Well done, Swift-Wind Wolf, he shouted. However, Jin Shanshan quickly saw through its opponent's strategy. While most of the less experienced spectators failed to notice, Jin Shanshan, as a battle pet, keenly observed that the Swift-Wind Wolf deliberately struck at the sides of the blades to avoid being harmed by their edges. Identifying this pattern, Jin Shanshan immediately adjusted its attack. As the Swift-Wind Wolf prepared to strike again, Jin Shanshan suddenly rotated the blade 90 degrees. This unexpected move caused the wolf's paw to collide directly with the sharp edge of the sword. Despite the searing pain in its paw, the Swift-Wind Wolf had no choice but to continue swiping to fend off Jin Shanshan's relentless assault. Under the force of gravity, the Swift-Wind Wolf began to descend. Sensing an opportunity, Qin Yuan immediately commanded, Jin Shanshan, use long spear earth bind to trap it. Though the earlier metal projectiles had failed to incapacitate the Swift-Wind Wolf, its impressive agility had left Qin Yuan in awe, making him even more grateful for his prior success in ambushing and killing the Tier 3 leader Swift-Wind Wolf. Jin Shanshan promptly activated Long Spear Earthbind, while Mo Yun quickly countered with an order, Swift-Wind Wolf, retreat and evade. Tensing its muscles, the Swift-Wind Wolf prepared to dodge, confident it could escape before being trapped. However, overconfidence often leads to fatal mistakes. As the wolf's paw touched the ground, the wound inflicted by the blade earlier sent a sudden jolt of pain through its body. This brief hesitation cost it the perfect moment to dodge. In the blink of an eye, the long spear earthbind encircled it completely. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Shanshan, without waiting for Qin Yuan's further instructions, conjured a series of spears in front of it. all aimed at the trapped swift-winged wolf. It was determined not to give its opponent a chance to break free from the spear formation. Seeing this, Chen Yuan smiled in satisfaction but still reminded, "Don't kill it." Acknowledging the command, Jin Shanshan halted its offensive and instead turned its gaze toward Imo Yun, mimicking Chen Yuan's earlier gestures. Faced with such a predicament, Imo Yun could only force a bitter smile and admit, "I concede." The referee, noting that Imo Yun hadn't specified whether he was conceding the round or the entire match, sought confirmation. After receiving a nod from Imo Yun, the referee declared, "The winner is Chen Yuan." Imo Yun recalled the swift-winged wolf and left the arena in dejection. Like Lin Yu before him, Imo Yun was left with only a Tier 2 battle pet, which was the main reason for his surrender. If he couldn't defeat a Tier 3 opponent, a Tier 2 pet would stand even less of a chance. This battle left the other contestants feeling immense pressure. Jin Shanshan's mastery of various metal projectiles was nothing short of spectacular, and many suspected it had yet to reveal its full potential. The two contestants scheduled for the next match wore grim expressions, realizing that even if they won the current round, they would likely face inevitable defeat against Chen Yuan. This mindset directly affected their performance, with both contestants appearing lackluster. The judges frowned at the lack of effort, and the notoriously sharp-tongued Yu Haitao didn't hold back, sneering, "What kind of performance is this? If you're not here to compete, go home and cry to your mothers." His harsh words only further dampened the contestants' morale, leaving them even more disheartened. After briefly watching this uninspired match, Chen Yuan closed his eyes to rest. Eventually, after wasting some time, the two half-hearted contestants finally decided a winner, and the tournament resumed its proper pace. The contestants who had managed to achieve 1 against 3 victories yesterday continued to show their dominance. These individuals were also the ones Chen Yuan focused on the most, as they represented his true competition. At the same time, they became the favorites among gamblers, with many betting on their chances of pulling off another 1 against 3 for lucrative payouts. Following yesterday's eliminations, the overall skill level of the remaining contestants had noticeably improved, leading to many closely contested matches. By lunchtime, the second round had not yet concluded, forcing everyone to take a break for a meal. The afternoon session picked up with the completion of the second round and transitioned straight into the third. The first match of the third round featured Chen Yuan against one of the disheartened contestants. Unsurprisingly, the match ended swiftly in a 1 against 3 victory for Chen Yuan. This outcome brought smiles to many faces, especially among those in Anning Town's secret realm who had supported Chen Yuan. They were reaping massive profits. Meanwhile, those who had hesitated to bet could only regret their missed opportunity. The decisive battles and Chen Yuan's commanding performance left a lasting impression on the audience, further solidifying his reputation as a formidable contender. Late at night, Chen Yuan had just finished his nightly routine and now lay on the soft hotel bed, scrolling through his phone. The glow of the screen illuminated his face, occasionally revealing a knowing smile. His class group chat was buzzing with activity. Zhang Hao and others were tagging him repeatedly, while classmates flooded the chat with memes and gifs declaring, "The big boss has arrived." The humor was relentless. Some praised Chen Yuan directly, while others joked about King Gilgamesh, filling the chat with exaggerated compliments. As the star of the first year at Anning High School, Chen Yuan's presence made his peers walk with a little more pride. After all, who wouldn't want to brag about being his classmate? Meanwhile, in the depths of the Wanji secret realm, a significant meeting was taking place. Yu Haitao and the elder Mr. Chen sat across from each other, the rich aroma of tea filling the air. Yu Haitao personally poured tea for the elder, the clear liquid shimmering in the cup and exuding a soothing fragrance that invigorated the senses. "Excellent tea." Mr. Chen took a small sip, his expression one of pure enjoyment. "This must be from that ancient tea tree in the Gushu secret realm, right?" "As expected of you, Mr. Chen. You recognized it with just one sip," Yu Haitao said, giving him an appreciative thumbs up. The elder took another sip, savoring it carefully. "This is a true treasure. Tea from the millennial tree in the inner circle of the Gushu secret realm. Having absorbed high energy over the centuries, it not only refreshes the mind but also enhances beast taming abilities and strengthens the soul. It's incredibly beneficial for alchemists and artifact craftsmen alike." He went on to recount a rumor about one of the judges, legendary artifact master Su Chiwan, who reportedly crafted an 8th-tier artifact after drinking this very tea. Though it was just a rumor, it only underscored the tea's extraordinary qualities. Unfortunately, its yield is extremely limited, barely a few pounds a year. And with the fierce competition from the powerful beasts in the inner circle, less than a pound ever makes it into human hands, Mr. Chen lamented. He pondered whether to procure some for his grandson, Chen Yuan, but quickly dismissed the idea. The tea's potency was overwhelming. It would be better suited for when his grandson grew stronger. At that moment, Mr. Chen's phone buzzed, breaking the tranquility. It was a call from Chen Yuan's father, bringing alarming news. After an extensive investigation, evidence pointed to problems with the leaders of 9 secret realm fortresses. The number was far beyond Mr. Chin's expectations and perfectly aligned with Yu Haitao's findings. While this didn't definitively prove they were traitors, the level of suspicion was undeniable. Mr. Chun, what's our next move? Yu Haitao asked cautiously, waiting for the elder's guidance. Mr. Chin fell silent, taking another measured sip of tea as he contemplated their course of action. Old Master Chen sat upright with a commanding presence, his sharp gaze like a piercing blade as he issued his orders. The people we send out must closely monitor those 9 suspicious secret realms. The moment any anomaly is detected, send out a distress signal immediately. We cannot allow such calamities to descend upon the lands of Longhua again. His words aligned perfectly with Yu Haitao's own thoughts. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the recent disturbances in the secret realms were deliberate attempts to divert attention. While each realm had the capacity to defend itself, the pressing issue was to identify the enemy's primary target. Was it one of those 9 secret realms? Or was it Fuan City's main stronghold? A flicker of anticipation stirred within Yu Haitao. If the enemy dared to attack Fuan City, with Old Master Chen holding the fort, it would be nothing short of a death wish. Yet, this anticipation was destined to be in vain. In reality, the enemy had indeed planned to strike Fuan City, but Old Master Chen's arrival had struck fear into their hearts, forcing them to flee under the cover of night. If Yu Haitao were to learn the truth, he'd likely exclaim in admiration, "Chen Lao is incredible." Meanwhile, the Doomsday Priestess, Ghost Maiden, who had shifted her plans, had already arrived in another city within Fuan Province. Standing on the bustling streets of Minghai City, a sinister smile crept across her lips. This city was to become her new target for spreading destruction, pain, and death completely outside the 9 suspected locations that Chen Lao and his team were monitoring. However, the threat in the 9 secret realms was far from over. Ghost Maiden had devised an even more audacious plan to ignite chaos simultaneously in 8 different locations, including Minghai City. 7 of these were among the 9 realms under Chen Lao's close watch, while the other 2 had no apparent connection to the Doomsday Church. This time, Ghost Maiden was putting everything she had on the line. Her reckless gamble stemmed from a keen awareness that this incident would inevitably trigger a thorough investigation. The turncoats within their ranks were unlikely to withstand such scrutiny. Rather than waiting passively for her downfall, she chose to go all in. Not only would this orchestrated chaos create a spectacular scene, but it would also allow the Archbishop to witness her formidable capabilities firsthand. The next morning, after having breakfast, Chun Yuan didn't head to the competition arena but returned to his room instead. This wasn't because he was indifferent to the tournament, but because the morning's events were focused on the revival round. This round was for the contestants who had been defeated in the 3rd round the previous day, allowing them to compete for 19 spots to complete the lineup of 64 participants for the main event. For those who had already secured their spots, the revival round wasn't of much interest. Most, like Chun Yuan, chose to rest in their rooms. To them, the participants in the revival round were merely former losers, and even if they made it back to the competition, they would likely just play supporting roles. Chen Yuan was lying on his bed, scrolling through his phone and watching funny videos, occasionally bursting into laughter. Suddenly, a group notification popped up at the top of his screen. Out of curiosity, he tapped on it. Vast Void. Something huge just happened. Vast Void. Watch my grand summoning. All member. The sender, named Vast Void, was Zhang Hao. His all members immediately stirred up a flurry of responses in the group. Private Me 50. Zhang Hao, what's up with you? You tag everyone but don't say what it's about. Is that you, Xiao? Same here, just tell us already. Vast Void. Hold on, I'm posting a link. Zhang Hao then shared a link. When Shen Yuan clicked on it, his expression immediately turned serious. It was news about a new secret realm that had appeared along the border between Longhua and Tianzhu. The 2 nations had clashed over its ownership and, after negotiations, decided to resolve the matter in a traditional way. Each side would send 3 9th-tier beast tamers to compete in a best-of-3 format to determine the rightful owner of the secret realm. While this was undoubtedly a major event, for someone like Chen Yuan, a 3rd-tier beast tamer, it was merely something to observe from the sidelines. He closed the bustling group chat, set his phone aside, and lay on his back staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. 9th-tier beast tamers were as powerful as walking nuclear weapons. Aside from the rarely seen national guardians, they were the strongest forces in any country. Chen Yuan couldn't help but wonder if he could one day become like these 9th-tier powerhouses, influencing national affairs and intimidating other nations single-handedly. The thought sent shivers of excitement down his spine, and he silently vowed, a true man should aspire to such greatness. While Chen Yuan was deep in thought, Xiao Ling stealthily crept over to his phone, snatched it up, and hid it behind a small cabinet in the corner of the room. In truth, Chen Yuan had noticed her sneaky behavior long ago, but since there was no money on his phone, he decided to let her be. By noon, Chen Yuan grabbed Xiao Ling, who had been hiding, and dragged her out. Realizing her actions had been exposed all along, she didn't bother resisting anymore. After lunch, Chen Yuan headed to the arena for the fourth round of the competition. The host, Tan Hyaming, announced the start of the random grouping process. On the large screen, the avatars of the 64 contestants flickered rapidly. When the groupings were finalized, Chen Yuan looked at his opponent's information without any visible reaction, his face as calm as still water. The other contestants, however, looked at Chen Yuan with envy. His opponent was one of the 19 contestants who had advanced through the revival round, Chao Gang. For those who didn't draw revival round opponents, this was practically a free pass to the next stage. Nicknamed Tihuaji Xiao, a play on words meaning a genius who makes things dazzling, Chen Yuan was known for his ability to execute skills in the most creative ways, which only made Chao Gang's face darken further. But with the results of the draw set in stone, Chao Gang had no choice but to accept this unfavorable matchup. As time passed, it was soon Chen Yuan and Chao Gang's turn to compete. The showdown between Chen Yuan and Chao Gang was about to begin. The spectators in the arena seemed disinterested, convinced that this would be a one-sided match with Chen Yuan as the undisputed winner. However, what happened next left everyone utterly stunned. After a brief exchange of pleasantries at center stage, both competitors took their positions. A brilliant flash of light emanated from Chen Yuan's side as his invincible, gleaming golden beast once again made its commanding appearance. On the other hand, Chao Gang's choice caused an uproar among the audience. He unveiled a third-tier pet beast that had never been seen before. The scene was nothing short of shocking. Throughout the previous matches, Chao Gang had only ever showcased a single third-tier pet, even after losing in the third round. Everyone assumed that he only had one such beast at his disposal. But reality struck like a thunderclap. This cunning strategist had clearly been using the tournament's revival mechanism to deliberately conceal his true strength. Chao Gang's newly revealed pet was a uniquely designed beetle. Its forelimbs were sharp as blades, and its most striking feature was its uneven, pitted back, which appeared to writhe as though something restless was stirring beneath the surface. This was a rare insect-type pet beast known as the brood blade beetle, classified as a brood species at level 24. As a leader-level legion-type pet beast, the brood blade beetle possessed two powerful innate abilities. The first was egg implantation, allowing it to expend energy to clone small larvae on its back and maintain full control over their movements. The second was nurture, enabling it to consume energy to strengthen these clones, with their maximum potential reaching up to 33 of the main Bodis power. Its skill set included larva hatch, slash, sever, and larval explosion. As a pet beast that relied on its offspring for combat, the brood blade beetle typically required extensive preparation beforehand to nurture its larvae. The appearance of such a formidable leader-level legion-type beast undoubtedly introduced a significant twist to what was initially expected to be a predictable match. The Fusadayakong was a trump card that Chao Gang had meticulously prepared. This peculiar pet beast had a unique characteristic: the more larvae it accumulated inside its body, the more devastating its power upon release. However, much like a 3-second wonder, it would fall into a weakened state after its explosive outburst. Previously, Chao Gang had intentionally forfeited during the preliminary rounds to enter the revival match, all to preserve this carefully nurtured Fusadayakong and its massive swarm of larvae. Yet, when faced with Chen Yuan, he was forced to unveil this ace earlier than planned. His Tier 3 plant-type corrupted tree was utterly unable to close the distance under the dazzling metallic projections of the golden ant, let alone secure a victory. Chen Yuan frowned as he examined the two innate abilities of his opponent's pet beast. Judging from the densely packed pits on the Fusadang's back, each larva possessed 33 of the strength of the main body. Coupled with its self-detonation ability, this was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. If those larvae equivalent to elite Tier 3 strength managed to get close and self-destruct, even the famously defensive Jinshanshan might not be able to withstand the damage. Jinshanshan, don't let them get close, especially those little bugs, Chen Yuan warned in a low voice. Jinshanshan blinked in confusion. It only saw a giant insect but still nodded earnestly. In the judges' panel, the experts engaged in an animated discussion. Zhu Xianming, the vice president of the Beast Tamer Association, stroked his beard with a smile. It seems this young fellow has run into some trouble this time. Artifact Master Su Chiwen agreed, adding, indeed, the Fusadang's internal energy has been refined to its peak, with each larva holding a third of the main Bodis strength. However, Evolution Master Tang Yue offered a different perspective, reminding the group not to underestimate the Golden Ant's title as the Wall of Gold and its formidable defensive capabilities. Alchemist Master Liang Qingyi, on the other hand, expressed concern about the terrifying explosive power of the Fusadang's larvae. The audience, upon learning of the Fusadang's traits, cast sympathetic looks toward Chen Yuan. Those who had bet on his victory were particularly vocal, cursing Chao Gang for his unsportsmanlike behavior in deliberately hiding his beast's strength to sabotage their wagers. What had initially seemed like a one-sided match was now full of uncertainty, thanks to Chao Gang's unexpected move. The twist also piqued the interest of more spectators. As the referee's whistle blew, the battle between Jin Shanshan and the Fusadayakong officially began. The moment the referee's whistle blew, Chen Yuan immediately issued an attack command. Jin Shanshan switched to metallic spear projection mode. Facing such a formidable opponent, he knew there was no room for the slightest hesitation. Over a dozen spears, gleaming with a cold light, materialized out of thin air and shot toward the Fusadeo insect. Seeing this, Chao Gang shouted, "Fusadeo insect, block those attacks." The massive Fusadeo insect didn't attempt to dodge. Its speed made it nearly impossible to avoid such a swift attack. Instead, it raised its sharp, blade-like forelimbs, while parts of the protrusions on its back burst open. Although its overall movements were slow, the speed at which it swung its forelimbs was surprisingly fast, though still not comparable to the lightning-quick strikes of a gale wolf. After deflecting a few of the spears, the remaining ones closed in on the Fusadeo insect. At the critical moment, several palm-sized miniature energy clones of the Fusadeo insect suddenly appeared. These tiny clones threw themselves at the incoming spears without hesitation, successfully altering their trajectories. Unlike the original, these clones were not only significantly smaller but also had snake-like lower bodies instead of a beetle-like form. Fusadeo insect, hatch more larvae. Chao Gang commanded firmly. The Fusadeo insect let out a cry, and the protrusions on its back burst open once more, releasing even more larvae. Chen Yuan had anticipated this. During the first wave of spear attacks, he had already cut off his control and instructed Jin Shanshan to prepare for a second strike. Now, the spears in the sky, under Jin Shanshan's guidance and the force of gravity, rained down toward the Fusadeo insect like a deadly storm, an assault powerful enough to pierce through even the armor of a crab beetle with a single blow. Faced with such a perilous attack, Chao Gang remained unervingly calm. Fusadeo insect, have the larvae self-destruct. Though his expression was steady, his heart ached. These larvae were the result of his painstaking efforts. 2 larvae leapt into the air as commanded, detonating themselves the instant they collided with the spears. With a deafening explosion, the 2 fireballs merged into an even larger blast, obliterating all the descending spears. The shockwave from the explosion rippled across the battlefield, leaving the other contestants watching in stunned silence. Those who had initially thought Chen Yuan was simply lucky now had a complete change of heart. This is terrifying. Thank goodness I'm not the one facing him. They secretly hoped Chen Yuan would exhaust more of his opponent's strength. Jin Shanshan, witnessing the destructive power of those tiny larvae, finally understood why its master had warned it to avoid them. Chen Yuan's expression darkened. Not only was he shocked by the explosive force, but he also took note of the opponent's lack of evasive maneuvers. This was either due to overconfidence or a lack of speed. Considering that the opponent wouldn't sacrifice carefully nurtured larvae without reason, the answer became glaringly obvious. Chen Yuan's eyes gleamed with a sharp light as he quickly assessed the situation. They can't dodge this, he declared decisively, issuing a command to Jin Shanshan. Jin Shanshan, activate the metal projectile spear mode and finish it off. Jin Shanshan seemed to recognize the devastating power of its opponent's potential self-destruction. Its expression turned grim as it sprang into action. With astonishing speed, it forged a massive spear, even larger than the fuzzy blade bug itself. As soon as the spear took shape, it shot forward like an arrow, hurtling toward the fuzzy blade bug. Chao Gang immediately grasped the lethal nature of the attack and reacted swiftly. Fuzzy blade bug, send 2 larvae forward to self-destruct. A deafening explosion followed, shattering the giant spear that Jin Shanshan had painstakingly created. Chen Yuan frowned slightly. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The real battle was only just beginning. At this moment, the swarm of fuzzy blade bug larvae had already encircled Jin Shanshan. Despite their smaller size, the larvae moved with incredible speed, outpacing even Jin Shanshan. This meant that relying on speed to evade them was no longer a viable option. Fuzzy blade bug, close in and self-destruct. Chao Gang commanded decisively. He was well aware of Jin Shanshan's formidable defense, which had rendered most previous attacks ineffective. Since ordinary strikes couldn't break through its defenses, he opted for the most destructive tactic available, self-detonation. The fuzzy blade bug immediately directed its larvae to charge at Jin Shanshan, who was in the middle of gathering its needle-like projectiles. Chen Yuan made a split-second decision. Jin Shanshan, release the metal projectile needle form now. In an instant, countless needle-like projectiles rained down on the charging larvae like a torrential storm. Some of the larvae failed to dodge in time and were pinned to the ground, but many others managed to breach the barrage and closed in on Jin Shanshan. As the crisis loomed, the audience and judges alike widened their eyes, holding their breath in anticipation of the heart-pounding spectacle that was about to unfold. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.